fast cannon carries, and that's something that Pure and Betboom have really adapted the best to. I think his hero pool as well allows it, right?
Yeah, but those combos we saw at the just very end there, right? It was Dawnbreaker plus aggression. Win rates 20%, 30%. But I think BB is one of the best teams at the moment at actually punishing the strength offlaners, the heroes that kind of want to exist, because then you don't kill, right? Because Lifestealer, hero that not many other teams are playing, it looks exceptional. When you see Bristleback as a carry, Dawnbreaker as an off lane, it just hard counters it. And you could argue for Spirit, they respected Lifestealer in the early phase of that series, then kind of forgot about the hero. If Spirit had respected Lifestealer, we probably are talking about them today, right? Because I think that was the drafting edge that BB required to win that third game. So I think Liquid has to respect this hero.
And what's really cool is Liquid already beat it. So will they respect it? But the thing is, I truly feel that within a day or two, they fixed the Lifestealer problems that they had. Itemization and the playstyle. And even Pure during the interview, he kind of joked about it.
He's not going Octarine? Or?
Yeah, that build was kind of funny. I had some fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they already adapted and they improved their draft significantly and the playstyle across the map. So for Liquid, I expect a much tougher match today versus Betboom.
And that is going to be our first match of the day, that lower bracket final. It's going to be Liquid taking on a Betboom team to start things off, as we can take a look at the schedule. And then after that, we do have something that isn't on the schedule, but that you should definitely pencil in between these two series, a podcast of legends. Puppy, Kuro, and a No-Till took an opportunity to sit down, and we're going to only be showing the cut down version because our break is only around 45 minutes in between the lower bracket and the grand finals. But on the YouTube channel, you'll be able to find the full length interview between all those three. We haven't even seen it yet. We only saw a brief trailer, so we're going to be glued to that one. But that's after the first series of Dota. Now, between Liquid and Betboom team, we also have to wonder how many of Liquid's strategies are going to be able to remain consistent, because if you have been checking Twitter this morning, Insania is not able to play today. He had traveled in from Hawaii to day one of playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah, he came in for day one of playoffs, and Toby graciously, after giving Blitz a lot of good ideas from Blitz's own interview, stepped down, and Insania has now not been feeling too great, and so Ari is going to be subbing in now as the 5 position for Liquid. So we'll have to see how many of Liquid's old strategies will be able to be relied on with Ari in the mix, but as we saw from Ari's Na'Vi performance, it's about as good of a sub as you could hope for.
Yeah, he definitely is. Tiga, position 4 and 5, how close
there?
are they? What do you think?
You're going to see some Marcy 5 position?
I mean, potentially. I mean, he backrider 5 position, he plays the Shaman in the 4, so I think luckily the meta does have overlap between 4 and 5 at the moment.
Let's
The main
go!
difference will just be the warding
Hello?
efficiency.
Rinig
I
ba
think
ako?
play laning and aggression, Ari will be able to do without a shadow of a doubt. But as a 4 player, you often only have one observer ward to place whilst you're running around.
Nako, wala si Insania.
Warding in this kind of component of the game.
Wala si
You know what's actually
Insan!
really cool? I was just by chance
Betboom
looking at
tayo.
Liquid's records, and the amount of wards de-warded or placed, I'm not sure, one or the other, the record, Boxy. So, you know,
Okay, that could help out.
that can definitely help.
Dude, I think that's been corroborated by my fantasy cards during TI.
Yeah.
Boxy does numbers, man.
Yeah, he just fiends on those words. But looking on the other side, we have some interesting details as well coming from the playoffs so far. Betboom and the boys have been doing some amazing stuff. We spoke about the supports on one side. I feel like Save as well is a worthy mention. He's been playing out of this mind. Like, I think he's probably scoring, I don't know how to check that, but he's probably scoring most tips from your teammates per game.
I've always wanted that to be a record, and every time I ask the stats guys, it's not possible. I've always wanted, like, who's got the most tips at a TI, right? But alas, one day the technology will exist, and no, I fully agree.
Hello.
That save on Muerta or Winona, it feels like he's always getting initiation. He's always finding that ability to find that jump, to find that catch. But as much as you want to catch someone, you can't really catch a puck too well. And GPK had an incredible series yesterday.
Just look at that. KDA 5090. Died 0 times, and with this Monkey King only 2 times. This is a full series against Spirit.
Oh, so if he lost one game, it must have been the Monkey King game, right? Because he actually died in that one?
I think I think that's
he
the correct.
wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It's on the right-hand side.
He died. He did not die in his puck loss, actually.
But the critical thing here is the reason why Puck is so good in the right hands, be it Nisha, be it GPK, is Puckish, right? You're innate. Every time you just join a projectile, you're getting that additional burst of heal, right? If we rewind the clock, multiple years, this would be a Puck that had already died. The heals prior would have been the reason why he goes down, but every single jump, every single
Grabe
jump,
yung Puck ni
every single
no?
blink or waning rift, he's buying
GPK,
time, elongating the fight, and then, of
mid
course, the
gods
Clip Mirror
talaga.
came in to punish
Wag na wag
Spirit in the end.
bibigay yung Puck
What's really
kay
cool about
GPK.
that innate as well, he's
Pag
he's
nakapunta
squishy.
yung Puck kay
He's
GPK,
extremely
Is
lista
it
nyo
cool
na.
though, or are you just saying it for the broadcast? I really hate this innate.
Oh wow.
I mean,
I think Puck has so much mobility, so much elusiveness, and you pump in the hill to him, like...
Do you think Puck would be viable right now without that innate?
Happily not.
That's
No, it is a good innate.
selfish.
the hero,
Yeah, it is.
I do like it. It's like a nice little new mechanic that we've been given.
It is.
You know, we don't have anything like that. And it also
Ano?
enabled our grand
Sabi ko, sino
finalists
naman
Gigi
nandyan?
to
Wala
play
si
from
Insane
position
niya.
4 into Jakiro.
Wala si Insane niya,
which is
guys,
some new tech that was given to us by
So,
Tofu.
yung mga nag-liquid
So
dyan,
overall,
magdalawang
I
isip
am
na kayo.
an enjoyer, but we probably will see a lot
Wala
of
si Insane niya,
banned
mga
or
lods.
picked in this current matchup.
As I joke, yeah, it is a good innate. It
Kaya
gives a lot
tingnan
of
mo,
life
ang
to
ganda
hero,
ng ngiti
and
ng
I'm
Betboom.
hoping to see more Puck in the series. I did kind of
Sure
allude
na
to
to.
Nisha playing it. It is a very good hero. and,
Sure na nga
I mean,
ba?
both teams in this tournament, it feels like the only teams to really want to play Nature's Perfect Carry was Pure
Total Map
for
Sober
BB,
tsaka
and of course Mickey on Team Liquid.
Duration of the
You
map.
then have
Duration of the map dito
Puck
sa
as well
first
from the
game
mid lane.
usually.
There's a lot of crossover between the big
May
statement
over
heroes that we've seen,
37,
the
no?
highlights during their
So,
playoff
tayo
run.
nyo na yung over 37, pump na,
Also,
pump.
for Ari, we kind of touched on him very lightly in regards to his 4 to 5 swap. I would like to think that he will just keep the same hero pool, right? It's going to be Marcy, Bat Rider, Shadow Shaman. It will impact the draft integrity that they have. They often would draft in a certain way, but now this is going to have to force their hand a bit more.
I think the laning stage as well is a bit different. Like he just played the lane. Of course, it's not the same if you're playing a support on off or on safe lane, so he'll need to adjust a little bit to that. But he is very skilled. Like you said, the position 4s and 5s overlap at least in heroes right now.
But this could also be a world where Liquid come into the series. Let's say they want to do the Marcy Axe lane, right? Which is something that they started on Na'Vi. Liquid then picked up themselves. What stops Ari playing
Ba?
in the 4
Tinanggal na yung
right?
total
Taking the
over.
Marcy to lane with Saberlight, throwing Saberlight into every single fight, giving him the boom treatment, and then Boxy just goes to play the safe lane. Like there is a world where, because of this like uncharted territory for a team, because of how high skilled they are, they can just
Wala
every
tinanggal
single
nga.
game
Ay, hindi.
check the vibes.
Nandito.
All right, what do we want to do? Off we go. Like, you've got two very mechanically skilled 4 players that can bring aggression to a lane.
Put Nisha on safe lane, Mickey on mid, just chaos reigns.
Yeah, why not? Maybe too far, but yeah. It would be,
I guess I am more likely to expect Ari in the 5 because they already had to deal with a stand-in 5 for this tournament with Toby. And so if they've at least done the hard work of seeing like, okay, this is how we adapt to having a 5 position that we're not totally familiar with, Mickey knows how to deal with it, then slotting Ari into that slot may be more seamless.
And also looking at the previous records, this team Liquid has,
team, yeah.
they have played with stand-ins in the past, and I feel like if there's anyone that can make him fit right in, that's Blitz. So a little bit of talk perhaps yesterday, and he should be ready to go.
They already gave him a jersey also. I thought for sure we were going to see
It's Blitz probably
a
on
black
it.
and yellow jersey in there, but Blitz, and yeah, Blitz has been wearing a KP jersey for a lot of these interviews. Just make some duplicates, Team Liquid. You have so many stand-ins all the time.
I mean, that's the benefit of having so many coaches, right? At any minute, it's like, oh, okay, which coach do we need a
They're really
jersey
just there for wardrobe.
Yeah. Because like every event, it's like
The walking wardrobe. All right, Jabs. The only problem is he's so tall, like everyone would look, it would be a very comfy.
The jersey does look a little bit baggy on
Yeah.
RA, so I would not be surprised if he's wearing a Jabs jersey right now.
Hi guys, tara tayo.
Also, because it's our
So, wala
last
si
day, we get a
Insane niya
chance
ngayon
to
sa
go into
Liquid.
our finals
Tingnan naman ng
head-to-head
likes.
venue with the trophy proudly standing in the middle, which Liquid are hoping to claim their 3rd, if they can make it through here. Betboom team just looking for their
I'm
first,
not sure
only for
kung
Wallachia,
they
but for
will
this
make
entire
it
season.
through it.
Betboom team has been within grasping distance of championships, but has not managed to convert this entire season so far.
Yep.
So this would be a huge vote of confidence for them going into TI.
I feel like Betboom didn't really have a great showing so far in the Valachias. I think the last time they got out in the first day of the playoffs, instantly to lower brackets and out. So this is a really good showing for them at
Feel
least
ko
here
ang
in
magiging
remaining the
system
first.
ngayong
And the only tournament they have won
ban
this year
pack or
was an
agawan ng
online
pack.
tournament, I believe.
Kasi kahapon agawan ng
So,
Don eh.
it's not as if it was like
Si
the-
Don kasi
What
ang
was the
laki
name of
ng
this
ano,
it was
ang laki
the
ng
Fissure episode
binibigay
4.
na tulong.
okay.
They did
Yeah,
Uy,
transition
pero
to
ang ganda ng
Silvers,
laban ng
I
ano,
think, are
kumpara
on
sa
that.
PGL.
Again, my
Kagabi,
things are loading,
pinanood
so
ko
it's
yung
fine.
laban
They won
ng
an
ano.
online tournament. They did Trio Gaming, but then since then, of course, they had
Ano
this
nga
like,
ba
kind
yun?
of turbulent run.
Tinayaan ko
playing
yun eh.
with Pure, the whole kind of scandal that circulated social media, but also has never been confirmed.
Talo ko
so
sa
is it
LoL,
true, is it
wala
not?
talaga
Do they
akong
wanna
alam
play
sa
with
LoL,
him?
di
They
muna
got
ako
second place, right,
maglo-LoL.
with Keratic in the last Dream League.
I mean, they were all smiles after that Spirit series
Yeah.
on the cams, so hopefully they have
Uy, tama pala ako
healed
sa
whatever,
4-0.
or buried whatever hatchet there may
Sa
have
Team
been.
I feel like
Vitality,
winning
sana
heals a
binomba
lot
ko.
of wounds in Dota. A lot of angst that you
Yung
might have towards
TNL.
your teammates or towards one of
TNL
your
at saka
teammates
Impossible.
is quickly
Grabe yung laban
patched up and
kagabi.
healed if you are winning with them again.
You're not so bad after all.
And that is just Dota, right? Win, be happy, lose, be
Babantayan ko
sad,
yun
and
yung
then
TNL.
managing
Grabe yun
the-
yung
the
play nila
sadness is half
kagabi.
the reason why
Yung
every
sa
team
Phantom
can succeed,
Lancer.
right?
Napaka-unexpected
nowadays
yung
it's about
More than
pag-dodge.
half as well, I would say,
Bangs
right?
nun,
Like,
Yeah, it's about
grabe.
95%
Tama
of
mo,
competitive
boy.
play. Yeah.
like even in pubs,
Ayun na
it's
sa
all
ilong
about how
niya.
you
Para
manage
makahinga
your
mabuti.
emotions and
Mhm.
how you deal
Parang
with
kailangan ko din
with obstacles that your teammates might put in front of you.
I found a new tactic,
Mhm.
alright? And I've
Live
just thought
chat
about it
is
right now.
currently unavailable.
When someone gets angry,
Wait lang.
what
Tumabas
you
yung
should do
comments.
is always just say, yes, you're right, I'm sorry, and then move
Ayan,
on.
hello.
So rather than trying to debate and be like, let's talk about the mechanics of Dota, just
Not worth
Ayan,
it.
nakikita ko
agree
na
with them,
comment nyo.
make them
Sorry,
think they're
sorry.
right,
Kaya
play
ba
out the game,
2-0
keep
BB?
doing what you're
Kaya.
doing.
and keep, yeah, exactly.
Boss, kaya ba 2.5?
Yeah, I can't be wrong because
Saan?
if I'm wrong, then they're right, and I can't. live
Teka,
with that.
kompletuhin nyo yung tanong nyo. Sino map 1, boss?
Another thing that you
Wala
can do
pang
is play
drop,
a small
Lods.
on harmonica for
Overdura,
the
overdura.
and
Tayaan
then
nyo na
go
overdura.
down.
Over
Yeah,
37
but
to.
look at these heroes, by
Bakit
the
wala
way.
si Uncle sa inyo? Nasa
I do
Hawaii daw,
feel
hindi
that
daw masarap.
Betboom
Hindi
have
daw maganda
maybe
pakiramdam
the
niya.
upper hand going into this
Sabi
series
niya.
just by
Over
I always feel that
40.
way. If you lose to someone 2-1
Hindi
in
ko
the upper
sure,
bracket and then
pero
you meet them in the lower,
possible
it's
mag-over
revenge time.
40
it's
pero
revenge time,
antayin ko
plus
yung
you
draft.
have probably
Kasi
talked
baka
about it
ano
a
eh,
lot, and
baka
from
madaliin
those
yung
losses,
game
they have
1 ng
improved. So now
Betboom.
Liquid, they
Kaya
can't use the
37
same
yung pinaka-safe.
They need to adapt to the
Sayang
new
yung over
BB team that
33.
they're facing
Hindi
up
nyo
today.
naabutan.
There's a lot of
Yun yung
overlap, though.
pinaka
We already saw
pinaka
the
safe
most
over
successful
33.
heroes having Nature's Prophet on the list for
Pag
both
nakakita
of
kayo
these
ng
teams.
ganon,
We already saw Betboom team
33,
manage to
Diyos
do
ko,
work with
bombahan
Templar
nyo na.
Assassin
Sinasabi
against
ko sa
Spirit,
inyo,
so
sa
I'm
Dota,
curious what is
33,
going to be
bombahan nyo na.
prioritized in terms of first phase as we get into the draft for game number 1.
When you're already with a Terrorblade ban, I'm thinking about BB opting for the Nature's Prophet first pick if it becomes available.
Mhm.
They have played it on Kotomi and Pure, so it's not as if it's locked into a specific role. And Terrorblade is one of the kind of the liquid counters to a hero that has such map play. Counter it as well with illusion spam,
Mhm.
take the one-on-one fight.
Lifestealer
Expect
as
nyo
well,
kasi
right?
kapag ano
That's
eh,
what they played the last time they
pag-
banned out the TB.
Sayang yung over
We'll
30.
see. And so far,
Ay,
when it
oo.
comes to BB,
Hindi
they
nyo
banned out the
naabutan.
TB in the last series.
Yung
2
kills
out of
kaya
3
pa
games.
48.5.
Oh,
Teka, wala
that's
pang
the
draft.
difference.
Hindi ko
That's the
masasabi
Aria
yan.
respect ban right there.
Kasi wala si
Is that the
Insane.
first time Marcy's been banned in the first phase against Liquid, I believe.
Nabutan
so.
ko kaso
Against
hindi ko
Liquid for
rep
sure.
mo,
Yeah,
boss.
yeah.
Ay,
I know,
sorry,
just
sorry.
triple checking before.
Triple check.
I don't want to slander the boxy name.
Nagro-Roblox
you know,
kasi
but,
ako
you know, it is the
kanina.
first time that they have had a Marcy ban against them.
I think Navi did have
Dinurog
some
na pala
first
ng
phase
Liquid tong
Marcy
BB.
bans.
Some first phase Navi bans. That
All
would be
of
a little bit
All of them are
imber.
Navi bans.
Oh, sorry
Huh?
guys. Yeah, you're not allowed to play.
Ha?
Will Bats Rider now be banned? That's my only question from Liquid.
2-1 ata sila dun, Lods. Tapos yung isang laban, muntikan pa matalo yung
This is the
Liquid.
difference,
Or
and
Nature's
it's the
Prophet.
TA.
No, but yeah, if you ban
Tight
the
match
ban
sila,
right
no?
from Liquid, you are
Hindi
opening
naman
up BB to
dinurog.
take a
Grabe
very
naman sa
strong Nature's
dinurog.
Prophet first pick. So I understand. You take away the Templar Assassin, you kind of flood the pool with a couple heroes. They take Prophet, you take
Banaga.
Bat.
Open yung pack
They take
ni ano.
Bat. You know,
take
Ano na
Rock
sir
or
mo, boss
something,
game
yeah.
1. Wala
Exactly.
pang draft,
yeah, that
boss.
feels slightly more stable for a draft opening, especially in the
Dikit
game
lang.
one
Oo,
mid
dikit
bracket, best of
lang.
three.
Yung laban
I will say
kahapon.
it's been on my mind the entire time. Love the fact that Liquid's in the blue booth, BB's in the red booth.
Ang ano kasi
Like,
sa
they don't have this, like,
Betboom,
contradiction.
para
Exactly.
tong ano eh,
Blue on blue,
kung
red on
i-compare
red.
ko sa ML,
Would've been jarring
para
to the
silang
viewer.
blacklist
Would've
nung
been. This is
kapanahonan.
much more aesthetically
Very
pleasing.
unpredictable yung draft.
Technology.
Parang si Paps, bigla-biglang may
Alright,
Guinevere,
BB, what's the
jungle,
plan? What do
ganon.
you want? You want
Or
your
ano.
Prophet? You want your
Sa kanila ko
Battler?
nakita yung
Or
Axe
you
na
want
support
something else?
eh.
Maybe Well, I don't think they can first phase like
Boss
a
safe
lifestealer
ba
or
over
anything.
40? Boss,
They ban
linawin
out
mo
the
boss
Dawnbreaker
kung
with
ano,
profit
40 kills o
profit.
40 duration.
You want that
Uy,
Batrider
gagi!
response now?
Nakuha ni ano yung NP
It
niya.
would make us sound really happy and cool. But
Nakuha ng Betboom Nature's
we did it.
Prophet.
Alright, one
Pag
more
nakuha pa
layer.
nila
We
yung
ban
pack,
out Quap now
mag-Betboom
if
na
we're Team
kayo.
Liquid.
Oh, you're getting carried away now. All right.
Hindi, pero depende. Malay mo mag-silencer sa kabila.
I mean, Queen of Pain has been banned out
Walang-
in this
walang
series
ano
before,
eh.
and it
Naga, TB, wala
the
din.
counterpart
Templar
for
ba?
that.
Wala din Templar.
Deviation
Wait lang, bakit parang
heavily
may
favors Queen of
stream
Pain when
delay
she's
ako?
picked into the bat as well. So
Swear, saan ba ako
I
nanonood?
think that
Mali
is
pala
the most
pinapanooran ko.
obvious approach,
Batrider,
especially
okay,
because
good.
Betboom plays it on offlane as well, right? Like they're a team that really thrives on winning lanes, and Team Liquid might just ban it out.
It's either that or like the
Saan nga ba yun
spells,
yung
like the
stream
Oracle
delay?
or the
Dapat
Abaddon.
0.
And BB, they take out the Shadow Fiend and the Monkey King.
Just taking out some of the Liquid staples. Again, for Liquid, they have a lot of choices,
lang,
right?
i-pass forward
Pack is
ko,
a hero
guys.
that's been ignored right now
Delay
in the ban
pala.
phase.
True.
Ay,
Both
hindi
heroes
pala
would
to
like it,
delay
both
kasi
teams,
ano
sorry,
to.
would like it. You have
Twitch
Naked
nga
Prophet
pala
that can
to.
TP into any coil. You then have Batrider that can set up and coil break
Mali lang
very
pinapanooran ko.
easy with Lasso.
I love how BB have just banned out the heroes they lost.
Nanonood
to
ako
in-
sa ano, sa
besides the
delay
Ari,
live.
Ari ban. Dawnbreaker, SF, Monkey, all the
Dawnbreaker,
heroes they
sino-
lost to in the first series.
Naban
were
yung
used to that,
Dawnbreaker, yung sinasabi ko,
so
yung
they're just
pag-aagawan eh.
straightforward. We didn't like playing against these guys. They were kind of OP. Let's get rid of them.
Duration, 33 kanina. Naabutan nyo ba?
Bane
33
for the three.
duration,
The first pick here
over
in the previous
33.
series for BB. Now it's been let through
Naabutan-
the core as well. There's a lot of kind of
Yung nasabi ko,
combinations
over
available. There's
37
Bane
na
for
eh.
BB, there's Tusk, the
Meta ni
Puck.
Don ngayon. Yes,
It's
meta ni
extremely
Don.
core-heavy
Otaban
bans,
ng Don
so
ngayon.
both team supports have a lot of room to
Yeah,
play with.
one of those
Game
scores
1
that
GG.
that was kind of marking the
Ha?
last few days is the
Walang,
live steal.
mamaya pa yung
Also not
GG.
too bad into bat, by the way, to
BB
have,
at saka Liquid muna.
that built-in rage.
Nakalak na ata bet
Down the
side.
line, of course, Lasso is nice against you, but you can itemize for some stats resistant.
Over
And Puck
40.
opens up the storm, by the
Naku,
way.
Delix
as
na yung
well.
over 40 loads. Pero sige, laban.
Dawnbreaker was banned out, so Team Liquid get their hands
Nag-up
on
sila
an
para hindi
early
mag-TL yung
axe.
BB.
Yeah, that is going to threaten the Nature's Prophet core, right? When you want to try and
Hindi na pwede.
TP into a fight, stand
Si
your ground,
Pure.
you get hit by a blade mail core, it's going to hurt you a lot. So much pick-off potential as well
Mhm.
with the,
Yung
with the
NP
axe and
kasi
Batrider.
pwedeng
A lot of
hindi
sweeping
mag-inquire
map play. BB needs to start preparing for that. I would be surprised if Bane wasn't picked. Like,
Sino
Bane
kalaban
should
ng
be
GG
a-
Idol?
kind of an
Kung
easy
sino
hero
man
for BB
nanalo
to lock in
dito.
now. Nightmare
Kaya ba
Fiends, Red
38
Bulls,
duration?
dude.
Uy,
The
may
only question
38.
is,
Go
if they
yan.
do go for
Gian,
gold, they go
GG.
for Cop first. They can go for Bane, but that
Open
would
Cop.
make the profit
Naku.
either a 4 or a core.
Kop kay
Which I'm
ano?
fine with as well, because it's a really good Bane game. You love
Kay
playing it into
GPK.
axe and that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hindi, may
Disguising it a
Batrider
little bit
naman
longer
eh.
would make sense. I kind of got a bit carried away.
53
hyping up
kills boss,
Katoni.
kaya ba? Wait
Yeah.
lang, wala pang drop
Taking
boss.
saves, any of
Ay
saves
boss,
heroes
bakit
here,
wala
like
si
a
Insane
winner,
niya?
the Muerta.
Masama
Like
daw
any bit of
pakiramdam. Nagpunta sa
lockdown
Hawaii.
himself,
Lupit
not be able to
mo.
explore the map would
Sana
be
all
really
pag
cool,
masama
but
pakiramdam
you know what? I actually
mag-Hawaii.
don't care. That is fair play. I think as soon as Lizard mentioned the idea of keeping that
Offlane
flexibility
Cop.
alive, it makes
Tignan
sense. But
natin.
clearly, BB don't care. They actually want save to give more information. Like,
Yeah.
is that a standout
Kasi
tournament?
si
There-
GPK
there's
na
still
yan eh.
some flex, right, with the
Lolo ko
Prophet.
1x. Sabihin nyo
So
lang
you
po
have
sa
that at
admin.
least a little
36,
bit. Queen of
39,
Pain as
42
well
sa
has
akin.
some
Sana
flex
pumasok
in
ko rin.
BB.
Uy, naka
I
36
won't
ka?
I won't play a
Teka nga, hindi
positional
ako
prophet on
nakatingin
BB
sa
for
ano,
sure,
1x.
but
May 36,
Because the
Lods.
Batrider and the axe on the other side.
Pasok
it's still very
36
annoying
dyan.
to play into.
I'm
May
getting
Cop, oh.
flashbacks to TI, right?
Grabe magpahabol
Every
yung
draft,
Cop.
it was like, oh, maybe this is not the Prophet
Frogs
game. Now. Maybe this is
total
not the
duration
Prophet
of
game.
the map.
And they obliterate the game, right?
Wala, 38 na
The
lang
games
sa
that I've
akin.
seen from both
38
BB
na lang
and Liquid with the
kakapitan
Nature's
ko. Ay,
Prophet,
hindi, parang gusto ko mag-40.
it's had like that level of aura where it's like, you know what, I don't even care what they're against. You give it that
Pag
first 20
kabado
minutes
sa
of
40.
farm,
Hindi, may
pick
Cop
of
eh.
play,
Ano kaya
you
isang
always
hero nila?
having that item lead.
And it's
Kaya nga, baka,
BB's
yun yung
bread and
inaano ko
butter,
eh.
right? Like, they love to
Ang
own lanes and
Nostra ko,
there's global presence
baka
that
i-fast
they
game ng
bring
BB.
during the
Itong game
lane
1.
stage is massive.
Wala kasi si Insane eh. Mga 12
You
ako
have the
nakataya.
Quap as well, you can combo it up
Kagabi,
with any of the save heroes
at
if
pala
you want it on
binantayan ko.
position 4.
Sarap. Dinedba ko na yun.
Looking
Sabi ko
at-
sa live na lang ako magbebet eh.
One other hero
Hindi
besides
na ako
Bane that I
nag-pregame.
found could be very impactful this game was
Ito na
Shadow
naman
Demon.
yung Ember ni
Bane
ano.
brings a lot more control, of course, but SD into bat,
BBG
SD into
one.
axe, just
Wait
an
lang,
overall
wala
good
pang
pick.
ano Lods. Pero dito na-counter
And
na
Liquid
agad
were
yung
one of the few
ano.
teams that still drafts Emperor
Kasi,
with this much
ito yung
confidence. Other teams always
kadalasan mong tatandaan, pag may Bane, yung ulti ni Batrider, laging nakafocus na kay Bane. Hindi makakaano dito si Axe. Uy, inagaw yung task.
Strong laning lineup that wants to run at BB,
sure ba sa
poke them,
duration
fight
38?
them, and maybe that's
Walang
their
sure
read on
po
Nature's
sa
Prophet. If he does
tayaan.
go to a core role, Nature's Prophet wants
Mataas
to
lang
join
po yung ano,
a fight reset,
yung
but he cannot
ano
join
yan.
4 fights in a row, right? Like he kind of wants to pick and choose, and the way that you look at Liquid's lineup, that is 15 minutes into the game, they are rolling over their opponents with no care about cooldowns.
Ang ano ko kasi dito sa Betboom, biglang magugulat ka sa last pick nila eh. Parang kahapon, biglang may dazzle. Biglang dazzle, axe, ano pa.
He loves playing into these static mid laners like your lashes, your
baka support tong NP. Oo, mahirap na kasi.
You sprout him, you hit him. Ember
may axe kasi. Tas may task pa. Hindi ano dyan si Pure.
So a lot of potential.
Saan tayo mapan, boss? Wala pa pong ano, full draft.
If he's a position 1,
match win na lang saan tayo ko.
Life a little bit harder than usual.
Match win. May palag yung ano, yung Liquid dahil sa ano, Batrider. Medyo hindi ko pa kasi nakikita maglaro to si Pari.
A lasso, a call, and a walrus punch.
Yeah, if you want to try and stand your ground.
Kaya sinasabi ko unexpected ng ano eh. Draft ng Betboom eh. Biglang nag-DK. Hindi naman nag-DK yan eh.
Mid and the Queen of Pain offlane. Like for the longest time, I really hated Dragon Knight's mid. Post the broken era of DK on safe lane.
Oh, so you only liked it when it was broken?
Well, I hated it the way it was played on mid lane because players would still just rush some Mage Slayer, Blink, and literally be a singular stun post laning stage, and that's it. However,
Nike's the Pure. Anong duration natin, boss? 33. Pinaka-safe 33. Tapos 37. Baka kasi i-fast game to ng Betboom. Walang ano high ground strong yung hindi strong yung high ground ng ano eh ng Liquid.
I like the way that he plays the
over 33 over 37 over. Kung naabutan yung 33-37 over yun, kahit bombahan nyo yun. Pag may mega creeps kaya yan. Kung sisirain lahat ng ano, parang hindi. Parang hindi, Lods. Kasi feel ko talaga ipa-fast game. Ay, oo nga.
It opens up for the Prophet and the Quap to blink in or TP into the part of the fight. So I think the DK is a good pick, but he just has to maintain his items. He cannot sit back and kind of become another like utility core. He has to scale.
In before some core.
Oh, wala pang katapusan ng Jun, Papa.
Not gonna happen because of the Quap option, of course, as well, that you can maneuver around this play. But yeah, absolutely. I like the grip into the Ember. I feel that some itemization as well from the Prophet can help out.
Wag online. Mamaya, kalad niyan eh.
This game for BB is more about can
they
they stop the
order
task of saving the
mamaya,
grip?
Dumating
They already have a lot of chaos with the blinks and TPs that I mentioned. So it's like stop Tusk, frontline on DK, and Katomi has to see through all this noise
na ako,
to
sabihin mo sa
ensure that
akin.
he finds the grip, and he always seems to find it.
BB ka first 10 kills.
Core, by the way. Beast banned out, Ursa banned out from Liquid. So there's another thing that you have to worry about: eventual agonyms on Nature's Prophet. Not only the shard, but the agony.
Duration 38 ako, touch mo ko.
Out of that.
38 to 40, medyo alanganin na ako kasi baka tapusin agad to ng BB. Kasi ang ano nito, ang sa Liquid, mag-a-asim to dahil sa task eh, tsaka Batrider. Papasok at papasok to.
Frontline with the Abaddon, and then one of the strongest lanes in the game at the moment, the Tusk Cleaner.
Yeah, they're basically expecting
ako support MP nga ata to.
Sure
labas mo na Luna, Mickey. Di ba Lina? Parang mas okay Lina kaysa sa Luna.
Okay, Pure, you've got a whole lot of disable that you have to deal with. What's the option?
Kasi wala silang ano eh. Magiging puro short range sila pag magluluna pa siya. Ay, naban yung Lina. Hindi ko nakita. Sorry. Sorry, Lods. Oo nga. Magiging short range silang lahat. Lalo silang madedelikado kasi pwede lahat ma-reach ni ano, Kop. Isang bugahan ni Kop lahat yan pag ano. GG Liquid dyan, kulang player. Di ba sinabi ko sa inyo? Si Insane na nga lang yung inasahan ko eh. Nawala pa.
It's probably gonna be the Prophet, I guess.
Frost and the Prophet
Ayun
boys.
na nga. Pure NP.
So
Pure
Shadow
NP
Shaman
pa rin,
against Prophet,
guys.
those two hit hard. That's one thing that they're getting with the lane. At least, if that's the lane that they're rolling.
Wag lang
with,
laging
I think,
mapatay si,
should be
si
the case,
Pure.
considering their
Wala ko
latest
alam sa
games,
Dota,
right?
boss.
It's
Sabay na
mostly
lang ako
been
sa
top
Nostra,
offering
mga
for
boss.
them.
Naku, tapos na yung Nostra ko, boss. Wala na ata sa Teb.
Bane's been there 5.
Ano na lang,
so
38.
Bane Prophet.
Bane Prophet will be the safe lane. And Liquid go.
Ay, ang ganda ng
Congratulations,
Medusa.
lads. You pit Nature's Prophet against the best Nature's Prophet team in the game.
Kaso,
You give us
magtatagal ba
Medusa.
yung mana mo dito? Meron ding
This is
Bane.
always a-
May Bane na, may Shaman
It feels
pa.
like that, yeah, again, BB's entire
Not
logic for this
Rider.
game will
May palag yung
withstand the
Liquid, pero late
initiation
game
of
pa.
Axe back
Late game pa
toss,
to mag-i-scale.
then
Eh
counterplay
mukhang
them,
tatapusin
deal
agad to
with
ng
Medusa
BB.
last, because if you jump the Medusa first,
Medusa game
it will
ata
show
to.
your
Kaya nga
positioning,
eh,
it will
pag
enable
nag-late game, Medu
all
to.
this kind of pick-off play from
Pag
Liquid
nag-late
5,
game.
dragging heroes closer to the Medusa.
Yun ang
But
tanong,
there is a lot of
ipapa-late
casing
game ba?
available for BB to try and
So, nasa
stop
natin
Medusa's
guys,
timings.
duration map over.
And even if you
Dahil
do catch
nagkaroon
the
ng Medusa,
first, I don't know
papatagalin
how
to
you kill
ng
very quickly.
Liquid.
There
As
is
much as
not
possible, i-hold nila to. So,
There's not very
possible
good
na yung
sources
38
of,
over at
burst
saka
damage.
40
Yeah, but
over.
there's a lot of damage from a lot of
Sa
heroes as
duration.
well, right? And
Sa
with
frags
Bane on your
total
side
naman,
too.
Yeah, you got the right
52
clicks of
over
GPK, the
pinakamababa
right-
sa akin
whatever about
dito.
that. Then Pure as well,
52
like his
kills,
itemization.
task,
Like if he has a good
axe,
game and suddenly
NP,
he's
Bat
an
Rider.
item ahead of the Medusa the
Okay,
entire
possible
time,
yung 52.
you can enter a fight with confidence. So it's,
Ante 20
I
over
mean,
ba
all eyes
pareho?
pretty much
Good trade.
on
Ay,
the
good
early
trade
game. I
play.
feel like for
Magte-trade
BB, how
kaya
do they
sila.
set up the map? Are they enabling the pick-off
Thank you,
play?
Papa.
'Cause if they enable pick-off play,
Last ng
in
early
that case,
nila,
we'll have
but
to second guess every move he
bata
makes.
pa Taskar,
But if they
may
enable him
axe
just to
din.
kind
Yun
of
nga yung
coast through the
sinasabi
lane,
ko,
it
mag-iin na
all gets
mag-iin
farm, and
to.
now you're trying to turn
Kaso,
into a man-to-man
kaso,
butterfly, whatever Medusa, that's a problem.
hirap pustahan
For me,
favorite
Medusa
ni
is
Saberlight
currently one of
yung
the
axe.
strongest
Yun nga
heroes
eh.
once she hits that sweet Skadi spot.
Oh yeah.
That a lot of other heroes
Pwede
cannot
rin
buy.
kasi
It's just
wala
way
si
too
Insania.
expensive, but
Wala.
for Medusa, it looks so damn
So
good.
ano, tingin mo.
However,
Hindi ko kasi alam yung laro na itong ano, pumalit kay Insania. Hindi ko alam yung laro niya. Maano ba to? Ma-play safe paglaro o maasim? Sino lamang early? Usually ang lamang early dito Liquid, kaso hindi ko alam yung laruan ng isang kasama nila.
It's rare that I would advocate for a
Dating
last phase
audience.
support,
Ah,
but
si-
for the way that
Ah,
Saber's been
okay.
playing, I'm like, yo, if you can manage to get a hero that he really wants on last phase, go for it.
100%. I could not disagree. I think this game has
Wait,
a lot
wait,
of
wait.
life to it. I would like to think that this should be, you know, the 40
Marcy,
50 minute
oo,
game
alam
where
ko
it's
Marcy.
Can they hunt the Medusa? The epic scaling of both of these cores, like Prophet and Medusa, they are like big. The
Maasim.
titans of the
Ayun na
category.
nga.
Well,
Alam ko
let's see
maasim
what
to eh.
Blitz's ideas were for this game number one as he's standing
Si
by
Ari
with
yung
Nomad for the
sanabi.
coach interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. So, yeah,
Ito
Blitz
yung
obviously
pumapasok,
not the
di ba?
ideal circumstances today. You know, can you give
Sabay
me
set,
any
pick-
information about
pick
what's
me up.
happening at the moment?
Yeah, so maybe
Pero
around,
maganda
like,
yung play
8:30
ng
this
ginawa
morning,
nun ni Ari last time eh. Saan tayo
Aiden's
game
been
man,
sick for a
bossing?
couple days, and he was
Ano?
kind of just soldiering on.
Pag late
So
game,
he was
pag
not
late game
looking
loads,
so
ano
great.
ako,
I think he
Liquid.
was like
Kasi yung
half
Medusa eh.
asleep while we were playing against
Kawawa
Aurora
sila
Depth in
dun.
the last two series and Gladiators, and then he felt like he was getting a little
Lalo
bit
na
better,
may
and then
Bat
this morning
Rider.
he told us like his condition isn't getting better. I think he's okay, and he will be okay. I don't think it's anything too serious.
Duration
right
over
now.
38.
Kung
Kung ma-hold ang
and
matagal na
kind of
Liquid
go from
loads,
there.
abot yung 38.
We'll monitor
Abot
and
38,
hopefully
40,
everything's okay.
42. Yan,
Fingers
abot yung
crossed that
tatlo.
Aiden has a good recovery
Kung
here.
i-hold
Of course,
ng
we've got
Liquid
Ari
dahil sa
standing in.
Medusa,
I mean,
kailangan
do you have
talaga
a
nila
previous
ma-hold. Saan
relationship
ka
with
nag-bet
Ari,
SS?
and what's he like?
Ay,
Yeah,
sa
I mean, I've known him for quite a while. I think
1x
one
bet
of
po.
his old friends
Follow nyo guys,
hit me up, years back, and he was
gamitin
like,
nyo
"If
pa
you
yung
guys
code
ever
po
need support,
ng
this is the
Mamsha
guy."
and Popsha natin,
And since then, we've
VYs.
been
Yan.
talking, I think we had a period where we were watching Dota together almost every day. I think he was the first
VEEWISE
person. I mean,
para sa
I'm telling
bonus
you, 9
guys.
o'clock, we're
Meron
spamming
ding,
his
meron
phone,
ding
we're
ano
like,
dyan,
get up, get up, get up.
tawag
We
dito,
have the hotel ring his room, and they're just like,
cashback.
and then I have to go physically there, knock on
Pag
his
umabot
door.
over 35
And
minutes
he's just
Liquid
like,
to,
I just gotten out of the shower.
Tapos
He's
may
like,
item
"What's
si
going on?" I'm like,
Medusa
"Get
at
yourself,
Ember.
like, we're going." But
Ayun
very
na
nice.
nga, yan yung
Very nice
sinasabi
of
ko
Ari
eh.
and Navi, of course, for letting us use him, and PGL for and
Nakaside
Betboom,
siya sa
honestly, for allowing
Liquid.
it to happen.
Kahit pa paano.
You know, we wanted to
Kaya
complete the
kailangan
series
maano to,
but,
ma-early
we
na
were
ng
working
ano.
together, so we could get a good stand.
Hindi pa ako tumatayan ng match win, kailangan ko makita kung ano, magi-scale yung ano, yung
Thank you very
Pops
much there, Nomad and
early.
Blitz. And indeed, unfortunate circumstances, but as Blitz was saying, Ari, if you get in a stand, it's a pretty good one to have. You know, coming over from Navi, had obviously a great run at this tournament. And
Masama
yeah,
pala
we're
daw
slotting in
pakiramdam
here
ni Senya
today
nung
with Liquid in
pagkakabalik
place of
niya pala.
Insania.
Ang hospital
So
daw
let's see
ngayon,
how it
sabi
goes
ni
for him.
Nick.
Yeah, it
Oo
looks like
nga,
they're
sabi ko
making
nga
sure to keep
kanina.
him comfortable.
Tas ano na siya, umalis na siya. Hindi, wala na siya sa hospital. Nag-flight na siya pa Hawaii.
him and the boys can make it happen.
Pahawaii na siya, papunta na siyang Hawaii. From
like
Sorsogon to
should be
Makati,
okay.
mag-live.
Let's have a look. So with these lane setups overall, what do you make of this? We're getting this situation where Liquid, they've found the opportunity to come in with this last pick Medusa.
Yeah.
How much do Betboom care about that?
20 minutes. Parang wala nang odds yun pag 20 minutes. Kahit siguro
I mean, they
kahit
have 2 things going for them. They have they have tempo.
7 minutes kasi ako. Ako kasi 7 minutes eh. Pag 7 minutes, hype kay Bam. Map duration boss, 33, 37, hanggang 42 safe. 33, 37, 38, 39, 40, 42. Safe lahat yan.
In between period, Mickey might be a monster.
So we hit flame break on the top. Katsuomi.
Nice pushback.
He's in trouble.
Ay nako, yan na ang favorite ni Light.
This is one of the lanes where if you're Betboom,
Ganyan talaga si Light, mag-axe.
Too happy about it, like even without the first blood, like Axe,
pinilit niya pa rin yung pure kay Nature Prophet.
But I think that Battle Hunger just kind of makes the difference. And me, Bane, Nature's Prophet, like they just hit you a lot. You know, they don't pose like too much threat.
See how the lane goes down here. Miro, obviously on the off-lane core. We've seen him have some fantastic games on this.
Talaga ang mga pro player.
Can become this insane damage dealer.
Maghahanap ng
And just an
masisisi.
incredibly difficult target to kill. Obviously Liquid, they do
Ako nga,
have a few
sinisi ko yung
methods locked
eh.
down.
Si
So chances of tripping Miro up in the early game.
yung shaman kahapon.
Yeah, they do have quite a couple of good lockdowns, right? Especially later when you get some Blink Daggers available. You've got the Axe Call, you've got the Lasso as well. So we'll also need to see if Katsuomi can get some good sleep saves off. A Saberlight, of course, with the double ring of protection.
Delikado
The
yung
kill that he
50
was a
kills
part of
dito,
earlier.
Lods.
He's got his Urn of Shadows already.
Pero 7 minutes natin malalaman talaga.
Ari is already level 3, 2 levels in the sticky napalm. He can apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it right here, getting it under the tower. Katsuomi will hold him back
PL.
with the Nightmare. At least give time for the
Pag
stacks to
nagka-item
reset
yung
on Pure.
Medusa, tsaka Ember. Sige, go.
We haven't talked too much about the mid lane yet, but DK
Vessel
is a
Gaming
very good hero.
Sunog,
against the
kailangan
Ember.
talaga.
Of course, you have quite a lot of physical stuff. You have minus
May
armor.
Bane
Your
eh.
spells
Bane Elemental,
also
expect
are
mo.
physical, which means sure you don't break the Flame Guard, but all your spells will go
Kailangan mo
through
rin
it.
sunugin yung mana nitong Medusa.
Nice job by Boxy dodging the Shadow Strike here.
Almost impossible for them to get kills
Match
down
win
here
sa
on
first
the
map
safe
mamayang
lane
7.
unless
Oo,
safe
ganun
makes
ginagawa ko every 7 minutes.
massive misstep.
Ako nagma-map win.
Well, they are going to try
Tignan
from
mo,
here
grabe yung
and the shards, but Mickey taking quite the hit from Miro.
malakas talaga early ng Team
Indeed, he's
Liquid.
got 16 charges
Nag-art-
of that.
nag-art
Boxy will be able to
215
chase
kayo
on
sa
and get
Liquid.
save and deal with the charges up.
Nabutan nyo
Mickey's
ba yung
perfectly fine,
frag
so
race
save
sa
bullets, you end up
Liquid?
getting
Malakas
caught out.
early niyan eh.
Very good stuff here in the safe lane by Liquid. You know, even with Boxy, this is not his normal lane, but I will say
Hard to
ever
50,
since
no? 2
Liquid
odds,
had
Liquid.
Jarex around the Singapore major,
May
I
task
feel
yan
like
eh.
he did something to Boxy. I don't know what it was, some special 1v1 training, but Boxy, he's literally been the standout post 4 player for me ever
Kaya
since
ko
then.
na, bago pa
Showing
mawala.
off that flexibility here.
They are struggling down here. Like Miero, a lot of the time we see the squad, she dominates the lane. I mean, even now it's going
Nakaabot
okay,
kayo?
but we're low on the resources.
Race.
Yeah, and Mickey's not been slowed down in farm, getting just as much out of the lane as Miro.
Arten mi sa frags. Kanino,
Gonna have
Liquid
to see what
yan.
GPK can do
Early.
here for Betboom in this early game, as the other 2 lanes aren't going too hot. Ari stacking up the
Nakaabot
stickies
ako
onto
R2
Pure.
The good flame break, but Katsuomi, ready to make sure that Saberlight can't close in for the further catch.
Malakas din naman tong si Ari, maganda performance natin ngayong PGL. Actually, gumanda yung laro
Top of the
nila.
CS right now.
Napabilib
Complete free
ako,
farm
nasa
on
point
this
na tumaya ako sa
Offlane
Navi.
axe so
Kaso,
far with the lane set up.
yun.
They are
Liquid
slowly
Arten
building up the
frag.
pressure. Like even in top
Yan,
lane, Pure
GP.
doesn't have too much region left.
Kasi pag nag-rotate
Like I
na
was
yung
saying,
task,
GPK, I've
saka
got my eyes on him.
Batrider, palag na yan.
He's winning the mid matchup as he should, racking up those denies. Will have his Elder Dragon form
Kumukunat
soon
na
as
yung
well.
DK. Ito yung
And this
binabantayan
huge
ko
game is
eh.
alive. So let's see how Betboom
May
want to
GPK
kind of abuse this early tempo.
Ngayon ko lang siya na
Top lane again.
mag-DK, si
Pure.
GPK.
He's gone off for the TP back.
Drag him out.
Catch him indeed on the edge of the Berserker's call. Katsuomi, he will fall. Ari under the tower though. Should
Pure.
die in
Eh, dumating.
return. Saberlight actually finished
Di
on Pure. He
di na
can't.
nagpa-full life si
Pure
Pure,
able to
mapatay ka lang.
go for that quick reset, gets out,
There's
gets
a
straight
15
back
liquid.
in.
Oh,
Short loses
boss.
Katsuomi, but is able to make sure he gets Ari in return.
Still a little bit annoying for him because Pure, of course, to come back so quickly, had to TP back home and then TP back to base. So he's gonna need some resources.
On the mid. Got the Hex in a shackle. Have they got enough damage though? They don't. Boxy's in with a TP ready to turn straight in with the snowball on a save. We're going to have Ari coming across as well. Nisha's got to be careful. He's getting very, very low. Will survive as he gets away from the two of them. GPK, Dragon Tail down on towards Boxy. So finding the trade there. Nisha will be able to refuel a little bit with the bounty rune, but still, yeah, this mid lane GPK keeping that pressure on despite Liquid trying to turn up and slow him down.
Couple of killing trades, but of course, I mean, GPK losing half his HP on the first siege wave, it does matter quite a bit
raise to 10 na
for Liquid. It's definitely a benefit for
ano
them.
Yung raise to 15? Raise to 15, ano, Liquid.
What, like 40 to 50% out of this tower?
2.4 ata.
Siege creep did also die, so this is
2.38.
honestly quite a big deal for Liquid.
Nisha able to get back into the lane.
Hirap talaga leg kasi nga DK.
And GPK's push comes to an end.
Ano nga ba yung passive niya? Yung Dragon Armor, parang ganun. Kaya ba over 42 map duration?
Bottom. Okay.
Kung ma-hold ng ano, Liquid. Mamaya kasi pag ito na yung sinasabi ko 7 minutes. Pag nag-scale na, tignan nyo DK na yung top oh. Si Pure din, pangatlo. Pag umangat pa yung ano ng pop, ako hirap na to.
Safe of a quick TP.
Yeah, TP's coming in.
Wrath of Nature.
And they're going to be able to catch Sableye underneath the
Fully,
tower.
under the tower.
Very dead on the axe.
Pure,
caught by the flame break of the Firefly, so Ari able to kill off the carry in return. So, unfortunate for Sableye, but not bad for Ari. It's going to give him level 6 now in the back.
Mahirap mag-overkill 50, hindi ako tamaya ng frags. Baka kasi tapusin agad ng ano eh, ng Betboom.
When it comes to the core matchups, you've got some very good ones. Oh, Betboom here though, on the second form,
Kaya
will be able to claim the tier 1 tower.
So much damage. Having the backup of both supports here, GPK. And, as you can see, Nisha knows he's not going to try and stop this one. Can't, has to let the tower go.
Oh, Betboom definitely set up for an advantageous early game now, even with this pressure that's happening onto Pure.
So under 42 pa lang,
boss.
Yes, pwede.
You will.
It's out with the TP.
Hindi.
They'll just have to sort
Hindi, masyadong mababa yung 42.
Liquid.
Delikado pa yun. Pwede, pero delikado. Pero kung magta-2018 yan eh, mga ganon. Alam mo yung ano, baka aabot ng 48 or 46. Pero hindi lalampas ng 50 plus. Galing ng dodge. Sakto. Kung wala siyang snowball doon, patay sila doon. Mapan tumaya ka, boss? Oo, tumaya ako.
Liquid don't come out of that empty-handed.
Nasa sa Fisher, boss. Yes, oh.
Them that offlane trade.
It's a very nice getaway. Betboom, yeah,
wag kayong magma-match win doon.
Kind of costly. You bring over Miero, really clutch snowball save like that Sonic wave.
Per map ako doon.
Did not do a lot. And this is important for Liquid because their heroes are all kind of, they don't really help each other. They need to make work with their supports and make space for the other ones.
Ano map 1?
Of course, had a rough time in the mid lane against GPK.
Buuin nyo naman yung tanong nyo. Ang dami nyo kasing
back to the top lane here for Sableye.
Map 1 win ba? Map 1 win.
See if anyone's going to come in and help out.
So far, pangalawa yung gold ng Medusa. Pag to nagka-item, mga 15 minutes or 20 minutes.
Taking them a bit of time to go from under the tower, and indeed a bit of time too long. TP now comes in from
Liquid to
Nisha.
first map pag nataon.
Dunked
Saan ka map 1,
by
boss?
Sableye, and Boxy is going to try and chase more. Ari gets a good
Pero
knockback
patingnan mo
with the
sa
flame
map
break.
1 win.
I mean,
that's just easy.
Liquid.
Yeah, they can't go for that sort of kill. That was never going to happen. It took them way too long to try and kill the axe, and it just ends up with
pag
the
nag-late game kasi to, Liquid to eh.
You could, Betboom they started second guessing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, you could tell.
You either need to full commit to get the kill and then you trade 1
44
for 1 or
under
you poke and get out
duration.
earlier, but yeah, Liquid, they'll gladly take those.
So, ang hilig mo sa ganyan, yung risk. Ang risky nung ano, mga under. Sa bagay, under lahat kahapon ng Betboom, laban ng Betboom under lahat.
TP's coming in from Betboom as they clean up both Sableye and Boxy.
Oh, honestly, quite a big deaths. You had both supports struggling on Betboom, but now with these kills, Kataomi
match lang laban sa ngayon. Kaya nga eh, mamaya pa malalaman yan pag nag-scale. Kasi kahit yung cop nasa baba pa eh. Sa cop ako nakabantay.
This will be the safe lane tier 1. So Betboom, of course, trying to
Ito
play
yung
the
sinasabi
tempo
ko,
of their draft
mamadaliin
with
ng
DK
Betboom.
and
Push na
Community
sila,
piece,
oh.
Sablelight's got the
Tower.
play well done.
Usually, hunt pag gagawin na ito eh. Ng Betboom. Mag-hunt pa yan, hunt
Maybe
for
not
kills
quite, but
pa.
in the meantime,
Para
he
sa
also has narrowed down
resources.
bottom. He was
Pero
able to
hindi,
force
ngayon
out
nag-ano
Liquid
na.
in the
May
1v1,
Nature's Prophet
and he's
sila
got
eh.
the siege creep available. Sure, so you hold your offlane tower, but you will be giving away your safe lane tier 1.
Wala nga eh.
Bedboom,
Kaya nga
they
eh,
need
sabi
this.
ko
They need
parang
the space on
ano.
the map, open it
Inaantay
up
ko,
for their
binabantayan ko
triple
yung
Blink
Cop.
Dagger
Pag nag-skill yung Cop,
and try to pace into this
Bedboom
Medusa
to.
lineup.
Yeah, finding Meke would be
Kaso wala
pretty
eh.
huge.
Yung tanging rot niya sa top
So
kanina,
if they
nag-ano
catch him
pa,
farming here
disaster.
towards the bottom, they're very close, Betboom.
He's gotta be careful. First of all, there's no stone gaze on him. And second of all, a grip against the Medusa, it's no joke. Long duration, you've got the mana drain as well.
Tama. Kaya ba Liquid Game 1?
So
Pumapalag.
Meke will avoid the move
Opo,
up
kaya
top.
po.
They've got their
Malakas
eyes
po
on
kasi
Pure
early
in the
ng
tower.
Liquid eh.
Straight at him
Dahil
they
sa
go.
task
Is there going to be
axe
any
at saka
backup
ano,
coming in? Even
Bat
if there is,
Rider.
it's not going to be it soon enough.
Tipitas at tipitas
Another
yan.
dunk for
Ano.
Saberlight as Liquid take the tower.
Oh, good moves from Liquid. I was a little surprised that, like, usually when you have Prophet, you are not the guy that is gonna bait in the tier 1. Because it looked like maybe they want to counterplay, but, you know, you're not some lifestealer gyrocopter that's tanky. So Pure will have to give his life.
Parang hindi mag-i-scale yung Cop ah.
GPK with the Dragon form.
Goes to jump. Ari.
Yun lang.
Looking for a snowball.
I mean, it's going to come in to save him from
Onto
the
the
grip.
creeps.
Ari. He will still
Nice
die.
one.
Pure's able to get the final right click in. See Boxy go for the TP out.
Shaban!
GPK's ready with a blink as well. Back in with the Dragon Tail. Sets up for Pure to clear up both of them.
Well, that was that was nearly clutch as hell from Boxy, but Betboom get themselves 2 kills on all of this.
Nakaka-farm na yung
They've
Cop.
seen if they can do something on the back lines, but would be very risky.
Yeah,
With 2 heroes down on
it's
Liquid.
not easy. It's not like Liquid don't have
Kailangan
any vision in
mapatay
the
Medusa.
triangle.
Pag napatay
where
Medusa,
Betboom
kahit
are gonna
isa.
go with some of the heroes. You do have 2 blade mills available, but
Talo
no
ang
real good
ano,
catch.
Liquid.
Saberlight, of course, still has to work on the blink.
Hindi pwede mapatay Medusa dito.
Because at this point, it's Betboom that can kind of
Wag muna kayo mag-push. Mag-end nga yan, sabi ko sa inyo guys. Nagmamadali yan, yung Betboom, first game.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it with their movements.
Kaya nga sabi ko, pinaka-safe 33-37.
They will certainly be doing as much as they can to take as much as they can around each of these Elder Dragon form timings.
Yung
from
37
GPK.
late na kasi. Shinare ko pa man din kay Wise. Alam, mag-37 ka. Shinare ko pa man din kay Wise pala yung 37. Wag niyo muna end.
Medusa game, but I will say, like, Betboom's heroes, it's not like they just auto lose later on when it, you know, comes down.
Boss
to
BB ka, wala si Insane na palag bomba.
Prophet. I mean, we've
Yeah.
seen
Oo.
with his incredible skate, and yeah, I mean, all 3 of them, right? All 3 of these heroes get pretty ridiculous as the game goes on.
Because
yeah, the sort of the cap on their potential is incredibly high.
Yeah. And Medusa
Late
can struggle
game
in, like,
Liquid,
some
sir, kaya.
longer, dragged out
Oo,
fights
oo.
against like, mobile heroes.
Medusa
Yeah,
yan,
Queen,
par.
They've got quite a lot of mobility later
Absolutely.
with some
Medusa
hurricane
kasi
fights,
yan
you've
eh.
got the blinks, got some blade
Hindi
mills
ka,
going
hindi
around
pwedeng
too, so-
mag-late ang
No, I
Medusa.
think, yeah, I'd agree. The later this goes, you know, Betboom, they've definitely got
Well, sa bagay,
a lot
merong
of different
Bane,
sort of
at
strong
pero hindi
timings
talaga.
to work towards. They could try for this early one, taking over the map, but they've
Pag
got a
nag-late
pretty good
tong draft
backup
ng
plan to fall
Liquid,
onto
GG sila
with
eh.
their lineup, whereas Liquid, yeah, so much is going to be resting on the shoulders
Kawawa
of how
sila sa
Mike's able to carry
Medusa.
this on the Medusa.
Bigyan mo
with
pa
the
ng
farm that
cheese
he'll
yung
get.
Medusa
Absolutely.
mamaya.
Yes, they're moving towards top. They will find
Okay.
Ari once more. Should be going down.
Okay, naalala ko na si Ari.
They've got the blink now on Saberlight.
Siya ngayon
So can
nag-i-scout
get a bit more
forward.
proactive looking for the plays with the supports. And the axe back up.
TL ako dito.
It's got a good few dunks so far.
Kumakatch up na yung
Saberlight
yung
definitely
Cop
having a good
guys
game.
eh.
I mean, so they're pretty good when it comes to picking off now, of course, Liquid with the bat and the axe. They do have a bit of overlap. They're like kind of single target. They jump one guy. I mean, axe, of course, can jump more than one, but we'll have to see how Liquid get through the next couple of minutes.
Buhay pa R to
They
10.
are eyeing Kataomi in this
R2,
mid lane.
nag-R to 10 kayo? Delikado yung R to
Going for a
10.
smoke.
R to
See if they
10
can catch
Liquid.
Betboom with this blink dagger reveal.
Ba't gigil agad tapusin ng BB? Wala si Insan
Well,
unang-una.
Liquid have two plays. You
Pangalawa,
either smoke on the siege creep onto
nasa
Kataomi,
lower
or you
bracket
try to
sila.
go into your own safe lane.
Katsam, of course,
R10
wouldn't be the
BB.
biggest of kills.
Hindi, Liquid, ayan o, mag-R10 Liquid. Pipick up na silang isa. Sino limitaw dyan?
Not
Biblink
looking
ka
like
neto.
Betboom's going to be giving them anything here.
R to 10, R to
You will get
5,
an
10,
amplified
15
damage
BB.
rune, so should be
Pero low
allowing
bet
them to
lang.
take this mid tier 1 tower.
R5? Parang
They do
nag-R5
hold it
ata
over
kanina,
Felicia's
ano,
bottom.
Betboom.
So
Ay, hindi.
Liquid
Liquid kanina.
not going to get any kills out of this. Betboom doing a good job of avoiding this sort of move, not getting caught out
Ngayon lang ako
whatsoever.
naka,
Betboom in those
sa
moments.
bagay, na pala, no? Lower bracket finals
See,
pala.
now see Mickey, he did TP into the top lane.
Now Katsomi might just found
Push wars
Betboom themselves
sa
aground.
Dota.
Gets the setup here. We'll see the lasso coming.
Hala, pag namatay yun. Paunahan, R10. Liquid guys, liquid. Hindi nila hinit yung hinold ng Bane eh.
They'll come very close to getting kills themselves here. Saberlight, he'll haul. Miro,
Ayan na
can he
yung
get away from
pa-blade
Nisha? He's
armor
able
na.
to just turn and kill him. He gets the triple, it gets out. I mean, it looked for a moment then that fight that is like, okay,
Nako.
Liquid's got a plan. But then the Queen of Pain
Buhay yung
turns up,
Medusa,
and
buhay si
they didn't have a
Mickey.
plan for that one, Kezi.
And Queen of Pain is
Hindi
the
nila
hell of a
napatay.
hero in this meta right now. It's like just with Blade Mail, Bondage, throwing out some of the spells. Yeah, Miero, he definitely came in as the saving grace in this fight.
He really did.
Yeah, Mickey TP'd out, but Ben did kind of
Liquid.
get to turn it
Ako din,
around
liquid
later
din
on.
ako eh. Panalo na
For
tayo
Liquid,
sa
they
ano,
kind of catch
liquid.
Pure at the start of the fight, kill the carry very quickly. You know, you can certainly see where they're like, all right, we've got this, let's keep going.
Napapabayaan
but then the
Medusa.
Queen of
Kaya
Pain,
nga,
Miro,
kailangan mapatay nila ng kahit isa yan.
Definitely had the final word in that fight. As we see at the start here,
Ito,
it's like, all right, Liquid's ready to go. They get this jump on to Pure.
Na-late ng
He's
react,
very dead.
na-late ng react
Saves
sila
it
sa
well.
ano,
Let's straight over
hold
to
ni
Bane.
Bane
But here comes the Queen of Pain.
sa
Miro
taas.
in with the
Sana
scream,
pinatay
sets
muna
up a
nila.
sonic wave onto the two of them. And then at this
Kung
point,
pinatay
Liquid's
nila
like,
agad yun,
can
wala
we actually
silang
kill
ano,
this quap? You know, Saberlight trying
hindi
to
sila
get the jump on because
tawag
he
dito.
dives too quickly.
A Blade
And
Mail
Nisha,
is so
he can't even
funny.
get it either. Miro gets the kills, gets out of there.
Sayang yun.
Blade Mail is such a fun because Saberlight couldn't dunk. His dunk dealt damage, which then kind of killed him off of the Blade Mail return as well. What an item.
Medusa
We got
nag-i-skill.
Mickey, of course. He's working onto Discari. There's still quite a bit of ways. The item is
Discari
very
lang.
expensive.
Now Liquid, when they go for that next move, they are definitely going to have
Bakit
the Queen of
ganun?
Pain constantly in the back of their
Sabagay.
minds. They have to be ready to deal with Miro coming into the fight.
Taas ang odds ang liquid guys, so
And GPK, he's
2.33.
level 14. He's got
Pero
a Hurricane
ipupush
Pike
kasi to ng
available,
ano
he's got
eh,
attack
Betboom
range and
eh.
a Brigand's Blade.
Hindi nila ililate game to. Lalo na nakita nila Medusa.
Yep, really good timings here with the pushes.
Baka nga talo pa yung 37 eh.
Everything going to plan so far for GPK.
Baka talo pa yung 37. Promise. Ipipilit yan ng BB.
Liquid. They want to try and look for something around the mid. See if they can deal with Miro a little better this time. They'll see him blink back under the tower. I mean, if they can catch him alone, if Saberlight can get the call on him, it would be pretty huge. They're going to look for the jump in the mid instead. They'll just grab Katsomi. Nisha ready to try and scout out the back line. Saberlight closes in. Sprout from Pure will block him off. Nisha wants to keep the chase going. Save. Should be in trouble. Betboom. They'll just let the two supports die. They'll get the cause out.
No dunk. But yeah, you do get the two supports as Ari finds a good grab off of this mid lane ward, which has been placed.
Di ba sabi nga
not
namin
even
guys,
too long
17
ago by Ari
minutes.
himself.
Ay. Pag nag-scale yung
We're going
Medusa,
for some aggressive farming in the meantime.
top pa na yung
Looking
Medusa
towards the
oh.
BKB next for both him and GPK. Saberlight's got his eyes on Miro top. Can they do something about this quad? And try and make the jump, the blink out.
Wala ka ng blink.
Turns with the Sonic Wave. I mean, they take the Sonic
Ah!
Wave. They do get the call off onto Miro.
Oh!
Nature's Wrath
Oh,
comes
no!
in. Saberlight and Ari die. Miro survives again. Oh, I mean, that's got to... It's got to be getting a little bit frustrating here for Liquid. They're trying to go on the quap. They nearly have him.
I mean, they didn't have to dunk anymore. He's also got the mystical for the magic resistance. He's got the essence ring. He gets to push him, and again, just a blade mail coming in.
And that just works out. The best situation there.
Ganda nun.
Doesn't die. Pure on the carry.
Grabe talaga si Pure.
14-14.
14-14. Kabado yung mga naka-R15, no?
Trade
Trade talaga. Yan sinabi ko kanina eh. Baka mag-trade eh.
Yep.
Good trade pa tuloy sabi ko kanina.
Liquid
Liquid yan.
I mean, what do you do? Is there some
Liquid
sort of
yan.
itemization we got coming in?
Liquid
like-
yan.
Oh, see
Kalma
the
tayo
minute?
sa mga ano.
Pure is gonna get jumped.
Malakas ang pick-off kasi ng Liquid, di ba? Wala na,
TP's
Liquid na.
coming in, but Pure
Congrats,
looking
R15
pretty dead.
Liquid.
It's a good grab. No, for Liquid, it's just they didn't have the dunk. I believe
Betboom.
with
Betboom ka
Saberlight's dunk,
nag-R15.
you just die there.
Mataas
on
kasi
Miero.
pick off
So
ng
it's kind of, you
Liquid
go
eh.
for a clutch play. Sometimes it comes around to bite you.
Yeah, let's have a look again at that attempt to try and kill this Queen of Pain. Miro, of course, getting the chance to get both the Blade Mail and Sonic Wave
Ganda
off
kasi
the
ng Bat
start, gave him a
Rider.
very good edge. And
Ito talaga, oh.
yeah, it would have been close.
Ganda na, no?
You think he would have been able to jump for a
Natawa-
shot? And indeed,
Natawa siya eh.
so what can you do in such a situation? It's like, oh, well, we tried, we didn't get him. And,
Ito tayo first
the
map.
carry just got a double off us.
Hindi ako
What can you do?
match
What can
win
you do?
loads,
Sometimes
nag-ano
you
ko eh,
just-
na
you call it, you move on.
Yeah.
duration
Miro
ako,
will end up leaving
37.
the top
Duration
area for
37,
now.
R215 Liquid.
I mean, Mickey, of
Tapos,
course,
duration
he's telling his
33.
team, guys, don't worry about it.
Duration
He's got this guy.
37,
He's a very free
R215
game in the
He is
Liquid,
top of the net worth.
R210
Looking for the
Liquid.
butterfly next on his shopping list.
He's,
Hindi rin
yet
ako
to die.
nag-frags total kasi
And sure, you know, Quap is strong and all, but
Yep.
you also means
Mahirap
it gives you
mag-under.
like a stronger snake
Alam mo,
later for
feel ko
Mickey
hindi
as
siya,
well,
ano
if he
yung
wants to look
parang,
to, like, tank through.
alam ko nga
Looking
under
for the
50
butterfly
siya,
next, which means it's gonna make
pero
it
hindi
very
siya
hard for him to
over
end up being killed
40
by the
to,
natures of the DK.
48 mga ganon. Under 43, pwede pa ba yan? Hindi na. Hindi na, Lods, kasi may ano pa eh. May
Might get a
racks
chance to
pa
get the
eh.
tier 2 themselves. I mean, this is of course because Betboom, they've got their sights set on the Roche.
Naka-liquid ka rin. Hindi ako
We're
nag-ano.
gonna go for the
This is a big
Roche.
deal. Liquid,
Nag-match
they
win.
should
Natutuwag
fight
ako
this one.
mag-match
Can
win
they
sa
get him in
first map.
time?
So they're
mga
they
Lods.
mass keep it into mid. They are
Kasi ano
smoking
eh,
out.
tignan nyo yung
They might
Medusa.
be able to make it
Top
just in
1
time.
gold
They
yung
have to be
Medusa.
very quick with the jump if they want to interrupt it though, 'cause Roche
Depende
has
sa
fallen
clash to
quickly.
eh.
They're trying
Ang
to jump
winning
behind,
condition
but
ng
Saber
ano,
immediately catches
ng
Saber
Betboom,
Light,
kailangan
stops
mapatay
from
yung Medusa
the
kahit
entrance
isa.
to the pit. Liquid
Yours
are pushing
finishing.
back away at Miro, but the space is there for Betboom to get the Roche, get the Aegis picked up onto Pure. Mickey,
Stone Gaze.
They
Out na.
move forward, take down the Bane, they look towards Pure, he's able to slide its way out of the
Wala
pit.
na, may
Nisha
item
with
na
the
talaga
Arcane
yung
Ring
Medusa.
pump him, ready to try and chase some more. Chains are there.
Oh, yun lang.
Locks down
Wag
Pure
na,
through the
outan nyo
BKB.
na.
Miro comes in with a Sonic Wave onto the two of them.
Yun
Pure
lang.
still alive, finally falls. Miro
Wala
this time
na,
caught
Liquid na nga.
by Saberlight, gets the call off, kills the Quap, they kill save. Now they're ready to look for Pure a second time. They've got the chains up to stop the TP out. Liquid, they don't get the Roche, they don't get the Aegis, but they absolutely get
Haharap.
the team fight clean up.
Sino first
Triple
map, boss?
kill for
Liquid.
Mickey.
Oh, absolutely big.
Tama pa rin
wonder
yung ano
how
ko, Liquid.
like how much this is done on like purpose. Where Liquid, you go hit the top tier 2 tower, and Betboom they don't want to fight you. So
Win
their
na
reaction
lahat,
will be to
yung
go
ano,
Roche.
yung
But the
under
moment you see
37
no
na
one
lang
from
yung
Betboom,
inaantay
they all
ko.
TP into the mid tier 2 and immediately smoke to go for that fight. As Betboom, this positioning for their draft against Liquid is absolutely not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, at the start it looked right? Because Betboom, they were able to stop the initial effort from Saberlight to get in, right? Save,
Ang
get
mali
a
kasi
hex
nila
onto
dyan,
it.
pinabayaan nila
But
yung
as we
Medusa
sort of towards
eh.
the end of the fight, Saberlight was able to
Ang
sort of
nangyari,
still play the fight in a way that he could
nagmadali
still
sila
eventually
mag-push.
get that call that's absolutely necessary
Eh,
onto Miro's
yung
quad.
Medusa,
Yeah, and
free
Boxy,
farm,
he breaks the
under
the grip
37.
again, and
Oo, yun
GPK,
na lang
and
inaantay ko,
here
under
on the corner, you'll see
37.
his dragon form. It's about to run out. It runs out right now. Sure, you still have the Aegis, but
Ay, over pala.
none of
over
the Liquid heroes
37,
need to
sorry.
commit. Ari finds
Well, see,
a great last
Over
Miro gets
37
back
pala
in,
ako.
but bam, Saberlight was waiting at the edge of the fight to see the quad blink in, gets him with the blink.
Over
blade mail
33 at
himself,
saka over
and that's
37.
how they're able to punish it. And this time, you know,
Oo nga,
Liquid
mali.
is their
Sorry,
carry,
sorry.
getting the last
Over
couple of these big
33,
kills.
over
Mickey
37.
getting the triple off the back of that.
Oh, absolutely huge.
Top.
Fine, Boxy.
He's got Mickey here to help.
Sa likod si
Mickey's going to
Mickey.
look for some kills himself. I mean, Boxy still
He's
alive.
living.
He's going to survive and nearly gets the shard trap on, and GPK's got a run.
Naku, wala ng dragon.
Punch up there from Boxy. Pure TP's in as well as Miro trying to help out. They get the stun in onto Saberlight, but he gets the call and the blade mail off. Doesn't matter.
Walang
Sonic Wave
susunog
from
sa
Miro
mana
finishes
ng
him off.
Medusa.
They use the stone gates as they continue to try and chase Pure and GPK, having to put the BK.
Ari's coming.
Ari, he's got the lasso on.
Ganda ng
So they
lasso.
kept themselves the second support.
Good job,
But the Bane and the
Ari.
Shaman are gone, and Nisha, he wants to try and chase on with the BKBs coming to an end. Pure TP's out in the trees. GPK
Ikaw
will be
naman
able to
nagpapakaba
continue
sa
to
amin.
escape.
Sorry. Mali na sabi ko.
Liquid striking back.
Boxy is so tanky. This is the best neutral item you can get on a Tusk at this stage. It's even unleashed, like he's got more armor, 39 damage block from all the incoming attacks. He was
Kaya
literally
talaga
tanking
kalaban, but
through everything from like a
Oo.
near top net worth DK. Just gets to live. Liquid get enough time to move over and get themselves even more kills.
kaya nga ang ganda ng bansa doon eh.
They're giving us a good close game here.
Grabe
25
yung
minutes in,
bigay
21
ng
to
doon.
16. Still 2K lead right now for Betboom. Obviously, the net worth spread much
Nabigyan ng
different between
space
the two
Medusa sa
teams. Much more
early.
even between Betboom's
Talaga.
cores, whereas Liquid, of course, we're going to see a bit
Dinedma
more
siya ng
top-heavy on
Betboom
the
eh.
Mickey
Deadma
Medusa.
Medusa. Very wrong. Nag-push
Like
sila
the
ng
itemization
lanes.
from Miero. You kind of need this Ghost Scepter. Make sure you don't die in like a call or the chains. Get yourself away from this Medusa. He's going for the
Wala,
Aghanim
walang
Scepter
ubos
next to
ang
get
mana
himself
ng
some
Medusa
scaling.
dito.
Butterfly done on Mickey. Now, next up, he's going to be looking for the damage item. Has the Daedalus queued up.
Well, Liquid have eyes on Kataomi with their own ward in the jungle.
Yep, it's got the
Evil
chains. Betboom,
Ang dami
they
kasing
will not want to move it on this.
pwedeng
They let
mag-hold
Kataomi
eh,
go.
habang Medusa tumitira.
Not getting off the dunks just yet, but it's alright.
It's alright.
They're chilling. Take a deep breath. You got the dunks later, bro.
Hala, sabi ko pa man din kay Wise,
Yeah,
Betboom
Mickey, he can
tayo,
kind of
wala
charge.
si Insan.
He is-
Maganda pala laro ni
I'm
Ari.
not gonna call him unkillable, because if he's out of position, he can die, but with this fresh butterfly, he's very hard to kill if his team is around.
Over 50 frags.
Amira, clearing out the way.
Tignan natin. Ito na yung
He can be
sinasabi ko eh,
completely
yung parang
far, Ari. So
magto-20,
what is your
20,
counterplay?
2018,
When he goes in
ganun,
with
or
the blink glass, so you've got to grip him or just accept the fact that some guy is being dragged in.
pwede mag-50. Yung nakalagay kasi kanina, 54 over, 54 under.
Betboom,
Pinakamababa ata.
bit of a shake-up.
Sabi ko parang hindi abot ng ganun.
Last rush.
Parang
So
yun nga, pwede
itemization
yung
from Pure, wants to get the
50.
Mjolnir done, and then we'll be looking towards
48,
the disperser.
mga
Oh, no, sorry,
ganon.
wants to get the diffusal.
Yeah, diffuse
So
Ito,
there's been a
38
little bit of
na
mana burn here.
Tama
But,
ba?
obviously
Bilang
does
ko,
make the
38.
difference when you're trying to outright click a Medusa.
And like we said before, Mickey is having a great game. It will continue to be this way. But Betboom need to look at their scaling.
Abot ba
Kataomi.
38 duration over?
Just finds good old Medusa.
Yeah,
Ilan na ba?
That's what you wanna look at.
27.
another easy kill for Mickey.
Kawawa
Be
sila kay
careful what you
Meke!
feed this Medusa.
Yep.
Pinabayaan, very wrong
Well, let's
strategy.
see
Ang taba ng
how
carry
people
na
wanna go
Liquid.
about this. The best
Hinayaan
thing you can do
nila
when you
eh.
cannot fight the enemy
Ang
team, of course,
strategy
is to
kasi
split
nila,
the map, try to keep it as
endgame,
open as possible. So Miero
push
will look to
wars.
split some waves. You're gonna have Pure
Kaya nga
that's
sabi
gonna
ko,
continue to
may
cut
ko lang
waves
na ano
because,
to
yeah,
ah.
they are not ready to fight. You
So,
need to get closer to, like,
imbis
MKB,
ang
another
ginawa
amount of
nila,
items on GPK,
hunt and shut down
and the Agnums
Medusa,
on Miero.
nag-push war sila. Ayun, GG.
And
Kalmatan
trust me,
yung
Liquid,
minutes pa.
they know this. They're gonna play aggressive on the map. Maybe
Wala
even
na,
pick up
sila
a
na
gem,
yung ipo-push
have
wars
Ari and
dyan.
Saber like fifth for some kills, and make it
May item na yung
takes the
Medusa.
objectives.
And I like this build's big brain from Mickey. Getting
Scotty
the silver edge
Butterfly.
online. That, of course, makes Miro very killable.
It really does.
You know what I mean? You take away that aspect of the bondage, and suddenly the QoP is essentially 20% less
Napabayaan
available
kasi
than
nila,
they were
kaya
before,
10K
so the
gold
break's
din
going to be
yung
pretty big if
Medusa.
Mickey does want to get that Veggie. He switched his options back now.
Well, he thought that
He's thinking between the two of them. I wouldn't be surprised if he still
Wala
gets the
papatay
silver
sa
edge
Dusa.
after
Wala.
the
Walang
Daedalus.
susunog ng mana
Daedalus
niya.
is just going to help him kill everybody
Oo,
else.
may Bane.
No,
Pero may
Daedalus, of
Bat
course,
Rider,
but
may
Bane was like the
Axe.
faster, higher damage
May
output. They're looking
kahit
for a
i
kill,
ano ng
but they
Bane
were
yan,
at least thinking about it.
kakancelin lang yan, yung Bane.
I will say one of the things that Liquid can play
Dapat
for,
hirap
and it's
sila
a very
Medusa.
old
Diba?
combo also, is
Dapat
last
ganun
the
yung
guy into
finokus
the
nila
stone base.
kanina.
During the last, of course, the guy will turn to stone, and that's a really hard one to play into if you're Betboom.
Eh wala eh. Nag-focus sila sa towers.
Let's see, Betboom, what's their next move now?
Let's have a look at some of their item timings. They should be looking
Tignan mo
to...
yung push ng
So they
ano,
got the eggs
ng
now on Mero,
Betboom.
Yep.
and Pure is... I mean, if he wants to finish the defusal...
Ganda ng push
I
nila,
think you probably do
oo.
just buy it up,
Pero
right?
ang taba
Yeah,
nung
he
hero
can-
nung
He can buy it
kalaban.
out right about now. Which kind of tells me that they are aiming
well-
to all in the Medusa. That seems hard.
No, but this is the thing as well, because obviously because of that butterfly in play, he does need the MKB, so it's a hard decision for him. Like, what is more valuable, having a bit of mana burn against the Medusa, or having the ability to have that true strike?
No, the MKB for sure. Absolutely.
Totoo.
MKB.
So you think even though he's got both,
Mahihirapan na
you
yung
do
DK
want to get the MKB
mamili
first?
kung
I would say so.
MKB
Like,
o
even
ano,
now, like, do you
mana
need to go
burn.
for this diffusal play and then try to all in the
Nah,
Medusa?
it's got to be the
incorrect.
MKB. I think you're right. He's
Naku,
just going to
di
buy the
lalus
MKB
na yung
out of those two
Medusa,
first. So
guys.
get the jump,
Gusto nyo
GPK.
na.
Okay, Snowball. Save
Yeah.
keeping behind.
Mimira looks for Ari. He's got to blame the BKB off. They've got the call at the moment on to save. They will lose the tusk, but Boxy's in straight away with a buyback. And Miro
Yun yung Medusa,
will get
guys.
the blink out only just, but the chase is
Oh,
there
he
for
died.
Nisha. That's Miro gone. GPK's BKB
Wala
has just
nagawa
come
yung
to an
DK.
end. Saberline closes in. He's able to get the call off. Mickey's bringing in the damage. GPK, he's very likely going down as well. There's no saving the Dragon Knight. He'll fall. Liquid taking the fight
Yun yun, hindi
very
nila
nicely
nabawasan yung
here.
Medusa.
I mean, Betboom, they're just not ready to kind of full commit. You know, we saw that Pure didn't really want to get involved, didn't want to try and fight yet. He's got this large amount of money.
Nakipagsabayan
30,
sila sa
100 gold that
trades,
he's yet
di
to
nila
spend
nakita
up.
na
Yeah,
di
what are
nila
they-
afford
What
iwanan
are they
yung
talking
Medusa.
about? Like, if
Tama.
they've been talking about, yo guys, I need a few more hundred gold for the MKB, and his team was like, okay boss, we're smoking right now and we're gonna kill this Dusa. That's not, I mean,
Yeah,
Liquid, they
that's-
will happily take this
Oh,
one.
they will up to the high ground for Liquid off the back of that.
Ako,
misstep
Medusa
from
yung
Betboom.
magpa-pass game. Wait lang, kalma mo.
It's just
7
really been
minutes
sort of
pa.
downhill from Betboom since they got that Roshan and the Aegis, right?
Yeah.
Ever since that, Liquid's had their number.
Walang pang
Now
hold
they're
yung
taking the
ano.
barracks against them.
Walang pang-hold yung BB.
Sableye also had great positioning. He was able to TP on the outpost and cover
Ay, hindi.
from behind,
Magme-mega
scoop
ata
him off the
sila.
save. He did miss the dunk, of course, so I think his
So,
dunk
maganda
rate
sa
is
Dota eh. Kahit walang minions,
quite
pwede kong
sus this game,
mag-towers.
but luckily for him.
Ay,
he doesn't
okay.
need it.
Ano sila, magme-mega sila, tsaka Roshan. Awat pa siguro yung 37, guys.
Yeah, Pure close to being able to buy up the complete MKB.
Abot pa yung
So that's got the MKB.
33, yung 33 ko,
Now you
kailangan
imagine
maligtas yung
he's gonna be like,
33.
right guys, we can try and fight.
Sino
but
mga
it's still not gonna
naka-33
be easy.
dyan?
I will
33
say, Mickey
duration.
did drop
Congrats
to,
na
like,
agad.
what's
Abot yun.
30%
Kasi
mana,
1 minute
short
yung
of
rocks eh.
30%. But the thing is, he's got a lot of backup.
38,
I mean, sure,
ayun lang,
it's
38
a
ko.
baby Lotus on Tusk.
37,
On Boxy, so
abot
he's
pa
going to be looking to
siguro.
pick those up too to save him, but there's a snowball save, you've got
Yung
Lasso,
37
you've
nga
got the
siguro
Axe
na lang
Call.
eh. Kaya sabi ko
Betboom
kanina, yung
shouldn't just have this
42,
one idea of
40,
burst
parang
Medusa. It has to
delikado
be
pa yun.
good. You need to set it up right, and it can only be done if you also lock down the rest of Liquid.
Ang bibilis ng game.
Because I guess that's the thing as well. Sort of
Lower
outside
bracket ko
the
si Tulod.
damage
Kailangan
from the
nila
quad,
umangat agad.
everything else from Betboom
Tsaka
is
ano,
incredibly single target, right?
Yep.
The
ano to,
Shaman,
walang
the Bane,
pahinga.
the DK,
Yung
you're
mananalo
going on
dito,
one hero.
kakalabanin
Whereas
agad
obviously
yung
with
GG.
Liquid, we've got the
Agad-agad
AoE with
mamaya.
the Cool and the Stone Gaze,
Kaya kailangan
and
fast
even
game
the
lahat.
multi-hero chains coming in. So for these sort of group
Hindi nila
team
pwede
fights,
patagalin mga
it's
Lod.
much harder for Betboom to take.
That's what GPK can do. He has got an amplifier.
Sableye's going to put the BKB, try and close in on them. Nisha's made the jump over towards the backlines. They will use the control as well to look to take down save. Sableye gets the call onto Mira and Katomi. He'll get the Sonic wave off
Uy,
Mira.
masakit si Pure ah.
Buyback coming in straight away for save. They want to put everything into this fight, Betboom. As they found the chance to kill off Sableye, they get the Hex as well.
Tignan nyo, ignore Medusa, kill everyone. Strategy nila. Masakit si Pure.
Having to use both for the support buybacks for that fight.
Kanila
Shackles.
Roshan.
Big kill at the end of it all there as they get Nisha
Nice.
on top of it. Roshan
Safe ang
is
ating
up.
over
So
38.
Betboom,
Pa
the
37,
support buybacks
38.
absolutely paying off
Kaso
there.
wala silang
And the
buyback,
fact that
wag
they're
nila
able to secure those
ipipilit
big
yan.
kills at the end and turn this into a Roche potential. And this time, Liquid's not going to be
Kaya
around to
nasabi na
mess with the
gagana
Martyr.
prophet eh.
Oh, that was absolutely huge for Betboom. Yeah, like the biggest
Oh, pero
thing is,
ano?
yeah, you get the kills, of course, that's great, but just making sure that you get the hands on this Aegis.
Ang
as
sakit ng
opposed to Liquid,
prophet.
that's the biggest deal of that fight.
And I think a lot of focus
Kaya hindi ako
put in there
nag-match
for Liquid
win
to
eh.
sort of deal with Mirror and such. It did
Hindi
give
mo talaga
Pure the free
mape-predict dito yung
position
match
to
win.
get a lot of
Depende
damage done in
kasi.
this fight is the Nature's Prophet.
And
Sip
this is
yung
something
buti
you
di
have
ako
to respect
nag-match win.
as Liquid. You
Nag-regeneration
do
lang
go
ako.
quite deep here, and Betboom,
Saka mga
even though they
race
don't
too.
really have the map control, they got to take their outpost, so they can just buy back, TP straight back in here, and it absolutely made the difference. Otherwise, Liquid could have been doing the same
Tignan
thing
yung
right
NP.
now. But Ari
Dead
and
mo yun yung
Sableye
Medusa,
weren't
tignan
gonna
yung
TP
NP
to if they
dito.
buy back.
Yeah, and just big stuff from Save, really. The initial control really helped them get that.
Hindi pinakita
that first
kanina,
kill, and then
yung
the fact that he was
nilapitan
able to
siya ng
chase
Batrider
down
at
and
ano,
had just the reach to
tinayuan
knock
niya lang,
Nisha down that once more.
pinagkokotong-kotongan niya.
And then they get huge kills. A good swing back into the game there from Betboom. Pure getting pumped up.
Yeah, it should be, because they
Safe
absolutely
pero
did just
sa
get a
BB
huge
para
fight
kay
back
Wais
into this
kasi
game.
baka nag-match win.
As Miro, of course, getting to scale on the quad.
Pinag 37 ko si Paps.
The Queen of Pain is kind
Sabi
of
ko,
the new Exodia. You get
kay
the
Pap,
ag,
tinag
you
ko
get
siya sa
the virus
GC,
that keep you
sabi
alive,
ko
you
mag
get the 20
37
talent
siya.
with the Screen of
Hindi
Pain
kasi
damage.
umabot yung
They just
33.
unlock it off the back
Gusto ko
of the
sana
last
siya
fight
pag
also.
33 over. Kaso pagtingin ko wala nang 33.
Okay.
37 na
That's
lang.
what the
It's close.
Safe na yung
It's going to
33
be
oh.
very big. You know, you've got to
Eh,
be
sorry
able to
na
break
lang,
the
magsasorry
bondage
ako pag
effect
di ng
of the quad
37.
somehow to give you that easy chance of
Pasok na yung
actually
33
killing her, rather than
guys.
this sort of sustain just popping off and pumping her up.
Congrats
So the
sa
Silver
mga
Age, how
nagbomba
far
ng
is he away from it?
33.
Just about, yeah, very close. Very close to having the Demon Edge of that one. So Mickey should be able to have that set up for the next
Kasi
fight.
pa mo tumaya ni Wais.
See if
Kaya
he's able
nga
to
eh.
find the opportunities to be able to get in and get
Tinitignan
that
mo
hit in
ba
onto Miro.
draft
I could
bago
also
ka
see like this idea of
mag-overcook?
Betboom
Hindi.
where you just
Ano,
designate the supports to
pag
try and,
pag
like, screw with
duration,
Mickey in the fight,
pag
like,
nakita niyo yung
sleep him, drop the
below
enfeeble on him, hex him, keep him shackled,
below
even if you have to give your
37,
life,
Yep.
and
hindi,
just let
below
your cores
38 na
kill the
eh.
rest.
Pag nakakita na kayo ng below
You can still just
38,
deal with the Medusa
bomba
last.
niyo yun. Dota yan eh. Sobrang, siguro sa 10 matches,
They're trying to pump up
dalawa
Mickey
lang
into
doon
his 25 talents.
mag-under 37.
Try to get him ever so close to it.
Lahat yun aabot ng
Going for smoke.
33 pataas. Hindi, lahat aabot ng 33. Yung iba pwedeng hindi umabot ng 37, pero unti lang.
We're going to see Pure farming the mid.
1x down daw server din
Ari,
kapag
he's going to get the lasso.
Yan yung
set
ano
up
din,
onto him. Save's
yung-
going to try and come in and help out the Hex, but the Lotus was there in time, and now the calls
Ay,
are on
patay
Pure.
si
Pure's gotten the once.
Di, okay lang.
Aegis out. On the side, Betboom,
Ay,
they'll try
hindi.
and
Wala
stop
silang
Nisha.
BB.
With the spike
Wala.
dodge. It's there. The Fiend's Grip's locking Nisha down, but instantly
Wala
gets
kayong
put to a
buyback.
stop. Nisha's going to be fine. Save will fall, and Betboom, they've got to run. GPK gets out with a blink in time, but Boxy's
May
on
blink
the chase
yan.
in up to the high ground with the punch of the shards, but Pure's
Ay,
ready
okay
waiting
lang,
for
goods.
it. They
Wala.
turn, take Boxy out.
Nice, goose
Something to
after
play
yung
around
cop.
here, but Betboom maybe considering if they can push back in for the fight themselves. Mira jumping in, pressing his
Nako,
call.
mali pasok mo.
BKB's there, Mira trying to hold his own. Miro's gonna live. He'll get out. Mickey to fall.
Oh, shit!
They weave themselves perfectly back into the fight. And they take the victory on this one.
Micro. Oh shit, Micro. Namatay Medusa. Wala na. Yun yung bawal mangyari. Bawal mamatay Medusa ng isa. Yun ang winning condition ng ano. Wala namatay Medusa, mga lord. GG na yan. Winning condition, bawal mamatay Medusa ng isa eh.
It's going to be a big push coming in now from Betboom potentially on the lanes because there's no Mickey for a minute.
And I think we're getting to
Pasok
the
na
stage
yung
where Betboom's side core is
37.
really getting the scale up.
It's a lot for Liquid to deal with.
Even against the top net worth Medusa, like GPK,
Tama ba?
level
Over yung
24,
sinabi
he's
ko.
closing in on the 25, he's gonna get the Ags. We've already seen what Mira has been able to do.
Okay na, hindi na magagalit sa akin si Wise.
We saw that in the last fight. They did get the break hit off, but the BKB was there ready before the call came in, so they didn't sort of have that overlap that was necessary to be able to kill Miro. He survives, ends up dishing out again insane damage as the quap.
Huh?
Boxy, he's got his eyes on Miro.
Betboom ba si
He's gonna try to
Wise?
set something up.
Call.
Nice jump from Ari. Pure's coming in though to help out. Doesn't matter. This time Miro's dead. Pure. He's got backup coming in. Safe. Look for the Hex on Anisha, but Anisha's able to jump away. Boxy also on the retreat. GPK trying to continue with the lockdown, but Liquid, they're able to back off. Now is it Liquid's turn to get back in? There's no fear of the quap. With Mira out for 80 seconds, Ari very low.
Baliw ka, Axe.
Stabilize, got to be careful as well as he falls incredibly low. BK moving in with the break hit, but the BKB's there from GPK.
Nako, mali ang pasok ni Bane.
They get the kill, but staying to be set
Okay
for
lang.
able to turn, take down a second
Mali
for himself.
pasok niya dun, oh.
2 for 2. Both carries getting themselves some action out of that.
Ba't hindi talaga ako nag-match win? Baliktaran talaga tong
Oh, with the
na
grip,
to.
immediately
Abot
get this
42,
snake
boss ko.
flying at you.
Bigayan.
Stoning your ass.
Naligtas yung 40 nyo, no? Abot, kasi 1 minute yung rack. Diba? Sabi ko sa inyo, ang calculate nyo lagi, 1 minute yung rack. Eh, may towers pa eh. Yung Betboom, kung Betboom side, may tower pa, tas may racks pa. So, abot to ng 41, 42, ganun. Eh, gagi, nawala yung dragon mo. Pero wala nang stone gaze.
So I couldn't get any further lockdown.
Tapos wala pa Rosh. Yes, wala pa Rosh.
Yeah, that was instant.
What the
He
hell?
went for the break straight away. He knew there was a chance that
Naka-TL ka?
Stone Gaze was ready.
Sa bagay, mid-game na. Pero namatay kasi Medusa ng isa eh.
Continue to be mobile.
Tignan natin.
Let's see, 4K lead for
Kasi
Betboom
bakit
still.
nandyan tayo?
Roshan
Nasa ano?
not too close yet.
Wag ka na
So
sa
we might have both
buyback.
teams, you know, try to like take over the map a bit, put themselves in
Lahat
position
walang
for
buyback
later.
oh. Ay hindi, may buyback si Pure.
25 talent for Pure, so he can be wherever he wants at any time.
May buyback na din yung Bane.
And Betboom.
4 Gale guards on Liquid. They just
Natil ako first
really
map,
want
wala
to try
na
to
kasi
stay alive
32
throughout like all this
generation.
random poke that you've
Gabi.
got going on.
Ano yun
Box
guys?
is still holding
Gabi.
on to the poor man's shield.
Thank you.
I mean,
Gusto
so
ko.
much tankiness.
Pengi
It's
pa kanin.
crazy.
Yeah. I gotta note as well, obviously Miro with the beautiful one.
Or
Quap
may kanin
has
ka ba
the
doon?
Pyrrhic cloak.
Ikaw.
Can never sort of understate how ridiculous that reflected damage can end up being.
Yeah,
42
especially against
ipasok mo.
Medusa,
Pasok na
you
yan,
can't really
42 Lods.
control it
Pasok
unless
yan,
someone
pasok.
else
Someone's
split
gonna
shots.
die.
Kasi
You know, you
39 na
the
eh.
cloak on someone on
1
Liquid,
minute track,
you're getting
40.
hit, they're probably gonna end
Tapos
up dead.
yung ano pa, yung throne pa, 1 minute din yun.
Boxy at least. I mean, he
41.
He doesn't want to get rid
Ayun
of
na,
his armor
kulang, dalawa.
on his
Ayan,
Dragon
42
for now,
na.
so he's gonna hold
May
on
2
to it.
minutes.
GPK's in.
Magpo-push pa
He's
sila.
gonna
May
himself.
3
He gets the
minutes.
dragon.
May clash pa.
He's gonna
Pasok 42 nyo mga Lods.
He's dead, and he doesn't have buyback to enter into this
Kaso,
fight.
mukhang BB ang
Liquid can hold
panalo.
their own 4 versus 5. They're starting to back away. Mickey looks over the
Uy,
wall.
Mickey,
But the
pre-hit!
outlaws out there in the grip, but again, this cold-blooded snake
BK,
bounces
di
over.
mo na ano.
Instantly puts a stop to the grip. It might not matter though, because GPK is in with the BKB, bringing in the damage. Mickey out of mana.
Go!
He can't
GPK!
survive through
GPK
this one.
wins
Mickey to
games.
fall. Pure looking towards Nisha. Nisha's going to try for the TP out, but the
Hey,
Betboom
Betboom!
will take down the 4 of them.
Hindi pwede mamatay
Oh, they're not
Medusa,
done yet.
Lods.
They can
Namatay
start pushing
Medusa
over.
Yeah, they got a big
nyo.
push ready to come in.
Yeah, he's got no CD on the TP. He can just keep going back and forth on the natures, join his team here.
Pero may buyback.
Betboom just starting that fight
Walang
the perfect
buyback
way, right?
Medusa.
Getting Saberlight out of the equation And then able to focus a lot of damage onto Mickey. Like his mana pool disappeared pretty quickly in that
Namatay
fight.
kasi Medusa nila eh.
Same with Ari.
Yun yung pinaka-winning
try and
cons.
save Saberlight, but there's a Sonic Wave coming out. You've got Brief Fire coming through. Snakes are already out. This is a... They're going to be threatening at least 2 sides of Rax.
Yes,
Maybe the tier 4. Full mega has no buy.
Yeah, full minute
Abot
without the
42,
carry
kalma
here
ka
on
lang. May racks pa oh. Abot pa
What
yan.
can Liquid do
Kalma,
here? Do you
kalma.
have anything fancy?
Busin
Kira
nila
has
yan.
buyback.
Di yan magta-tower lock. Pero kung ano, kung nag-iisip sila,
Wants to do something
kung
to
end
pure,
talaga,
but he would
ita-tower
be
lock na
buybacks
nila
or
yan
do
eh. Hindi na
anything.
sila magme-mega eh. Kasi pwede na i-tower
Pure's
yan
trying
eh.
out the full disperser for the
Para
side
mapilitan
also.
mag-buyback yung tatlo.
If they get in
Sabay out
position
sila.
to get the hits in onto Mickey with the MKB
Judge
and the
ako kagabi,
disperser,
boss.
it's not easy for the Medusa to stay
Yung kinulang ng ilang seconds.
Pure absolutely has
Hindi,
the
hindi yan
damage to
Lods.
deal with them.
Safe yan. Ayun sinasabi ko, kanina dapat ginawa niya yan. Ayan o, tower lock. Ngayon niya ginawa. Sinabi ko na kanina
Is
eh.
he going to be into anything else? Though Saberlight has been caught again. They get the hex in the shackle. He's out again. Still does not have buyback.
Naka-liquid pala si Wais. Akala ko Betboom siya.
So this defense is going to have to be done by Liquid without their axe. The tier 4s are melting.
Diba? Late nila na-realize na pwede nila ilak. Wala na, buhay na yung Medusa. Gago rin to eh, no? Lakas rin na amats nyo eh. Lock mo na! Kulit. Kulit ni Lods. Kanina nyo pa pwede i-tower. Nantay niya pa mabuhay Medusa para ano, para exciting. Cherubin. Sorry sa mga nag-liquid. Sabi sa inyo early lang yun eh.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, Betboom as a whole with the moves. I mean, GPK.
Binuhay lang nila yung ano, 38 namin tsaka 40. No? Ay, hindi ako nag-match win dyan eh. Hindi mo talaga masabi. Pero yung winning condition talaga doon kanina, bawal mamatay Medusa ng isa. Eh namatay. Yun na, wala na. Expect nyo na. Kumbaga, kung yung win rate ng Betboom kanina, nasa 6, nasa 50, namatay Medusa ng isa, naging 70 yung, naging 70-30. Ganun yun. Bawal mamatay Medusa ng isa eh. 36, 39, 42, pasok lahat. Wow, tas nag-Betboom ka pa, no? 2-0 na to. Hindi ko masabi, Lods eh. Depende sa ano, depende sa bagsak ni ano.
Back to Betboom team.
Yep. Usually you have a normal draft where you have like a stable offlaner that jumps in and stuns or calls, whatever. You have your mid laner that's kind of chaotic, also a lot of control. But Betboom, they don't play that Dota. They literally have 3 carries from 3 roles. You have Dragon Knight.
Oo,
like,
times 2 kanina yung ano,
we talked about
37.
how GPK loves, having
may over
creating
37
potential
map
from the
2.
mid lane, goes for Mjolnir,
Salamat sa
goes for
pagsabi.
Blink
Hindi ko pala
BKB
tinignan,
Mjolnir,
sorry.
he's already dishing out enough damage.
Basta guys, pag nakita nyo na yung 37, lalong-lalo na yung 33 sa duration, tayaan nyo na agad.
But these 3 heroes combined were more than enough to take her down.
Parang gusto ko mag 44 under. Parang mas safe yung 44 under kesa sa 37 over. Pero mas exciting yung 37 over, mas nakakakaba eh. Mas nakakakaba yung 37 over, doon na lang ako. Saan ba yung 37 na? 44 under. Fast march kasi ito eh, kasi may laban pa mamaya eh. 9 times kanina, BB. Natayaan nyo?
They kept taking the fights, but they were
Nag
never
times 9
losing
yung
fights where
BB.
it's like, okay, the entire game's over, Medusa's hit the point. Sure, you lose one mid-racks, but it
Katabi ko
feels
na
like
yung
they
cellphone ko
kept
sa harap ko,
just
hindi ko
scaling,
nababantayan.
kept
Sorry
taking
mga
the
lod.
necessary
Naka-charge
stuff.
kasi.
Yeah,
Ito na,
definitely
ilalagay ko na
scaling,
yung phone
taking
para
the
masabi ko
stuff,
rin
and
agad sa inyo.
They use their buybacks to perfection, I feel like, as well. In a couple of these team fights, when Liquid goes a little bit too
Pangako
deep,
rin no,
they
namatay
simply get
Medusa, hindi
punished.
ako nag-map
Like
win.
overall, Betboom, I feel like
At pala nag-map win ako sa kanina no,
this-
namatay ng
this
isa yung
kind of
Medusa.
gameplay is
Sinabi ko na eh.
necessary for them to take a game off of Liquid. They need to recreate it in the future games as well, especially versus the Medusa. I feel like that Liquid have a
Ayan,
pretty
sabi ni
decent
Carlo
plan,
guys,
but they need to
33-36
execute a bit
guys.
more cleanly
Kapag
post-Skadi.
ano,
Like,
1 hour
once you
before
get
the
Knight
live.
Skadi around 23-minute mark, I feel like that is your time to shine, to take an Aegis
Salamat.
and just kind of close out the game.
Kagi,
Before
naubos
it
na
used
yung
to
ads
be
ng
Meta
37, di
Butterfly,
ako
now it's
nakataya.
Meta Skadi. It doesn't
Kanina
really
taas
change
pa.
a lot. You want to take the Aegis and pressure high.
1.35 na lang, parang hindi na
Unfortunately,
worth
it,
it. Ano tayo mo boss cop
did
map
not
2?
work
Wala
for
pang
them
drop
this time
loads,
around.
magsisimula pa lang,
I don't
kalma
even know if I
tayo.
would attribute too much of
Subscribe
this,
boss cop. Thank you mga
missed
lods,
opportunities
thank you
to
sa
RB and
subscribe.
stand-in. It was a interesting twist to send Boxy to be
Sino
the
pumalit
5
yung
position
sign niya? Si
effectively and put
Ari.
Ari in his comfort role. But I thought Ari did
Over
well. It was
38
just that
duration
Liquid put
second map.
themselves in a draft situation
Mamadali kasi
where
ang Betboom eh.
they aren't
Guys, hindi ko
allowed to
kasi
make any
masagot
mistakes.
yung
It's all
duration
on
ng
Mickey
ano.
to get gigantic.
Pinaka-safe
Once
talaga,
against Scotty,
37
you still
pababa.
have to play
Kasi nagmamadali silang
everything very
tapusin
right.
to.
All
Kasi,
your lassos have
kasi
to be
yung
seamless,
mananalo
all your
dito,
calls have to be
kakalabanin yung
perfect,
GG.
your snowball
Hindi
saves
sila
have to be
pwedeng
flawless.
pagod mamaya.
Otherwise, the
Gets nyo
tricore
ba?
of Betboom team will
Kasi
eventually
pag
overtake a Medusa.
ipipilit nila
Yeah,
i-2-0
they
to.
had,
Legit.
a
Etong
lot of these
Betboom,
teamfights
ipipilit
played
nila
out
i-2-0
almost
to.
to
Kasi
perfection,
kailangan,
but you lose
kailangan,
one or two,
ano
you
eh, may
make one
pahinga sila
singular
eh,
mistake
bago sa
here
GG.
and there, and suddenly these three
Kasi
cores
as in
just
yung panalo dito,
skyrocketing
kakalabanin yung
upward.
GG.
This man as well, like we were considering if is
Pag
someone going to
nahawakan
buy
ni Mickey
defusal
ang
or is
NP,
he
game
not?
to Liquid.
Eventually he did.
Kung mahahawakan, inagaw nga
was-
agad ng
It was a
Betboom, di ba?
loyalty purchase at the very
Game
end.
2 na
It
ba
was already
Betboom?
over,
Ako
but
feel ko.
Disperser, sure, why not?
Feel ko.
Just some extra
Pero
spice
feel ko
against
papalag yung
Medusa.
Liquid. Hindi
I
nila
think the design of
hahayaan.
Nature's Prophet truly is such a dominant
Parang
component,
kung
right?
sakaling
Like,
matatalo
kill
kami,
through, right? The
papagurin
kill
muna namin
participation,
kayo. Parang
all the
ganun.
stats on the screen
Feel ko
here,
baka
it's-
ganun yung gawin
yeah,
nila.
incredible stuff. So
Para matalo
yeah,
sa GG yung
I feel like
Betboom.
Nature's Prophet
Possible.
is going to be the hero of the series. Maybe even having to see Liquid maybe ban it out themselves.
Di na ba
against
37
themselves.
over
It's-
Dura?
yeah,
Oh, nakataya na ako
I think it was
37
free
over
game too,
Dura.
but yeah, it's
Kanina.
16-5 and 13. You couldn't ask for like a better performance.
And this was a very difficult Nature's Prophet game. You're against an Ember Spirit, you're against a Bat Rider, you're against Axe Calls, and during the entirety of the draft, you were like, yeah, it's probably not going to be a carry Nature's Prophet if this is what you
It
have to
didn't
deal
look
with.
great, honestly. It didn't look like a great Nature's Prophet carry game, but I really think the biggest difference maker
Ako
on their
din.
side,
Feel,
besides
kahit
the
kami
draft being
dito eh,
decent,
feel
in
namin
hindsight,
kanina,
it was
support
for
yung
only
NP.
all the control
Feel
that was
namin
necessary
magnanais
for
pa
these
si
three cores to do
Pure.
whatever they wanted.
Pero
I feel
hindi,
like King of
pinilit
Flame was a
nila.
massive
Sige,
difference
NP.
maker in
Ayun
team
nga,
fights.
nag-work nga.
And in small skirmishes too.
Mag-under
Like,
44 na
many
lang
times
siguro
Mero
ako.
just
Mas safe,
blinks
no?
in, Blade
Tsaka
in,
mas mataas
uses
yung
ulti
odds
and
ng
then,
under
you
44.
think you got her,
Kaso,
you
yun
think
yung
you
sinasabi
killed
ko
the
sa
King of
inyo.
Flame. Suddenly, Nature's Prophet,
Baka,
with his
baka
wrath of
lang
nature,
baka
gets a double kill or something,
tanggapin ng
cleans up,
Liquid
gets
side.
that extra oomph
Hindi
that she
naman
needs,
tanggap.
but
Pangit naman yung
every
word.
fight when you
Baka
look at it
pagurin
through the
nila yung
scoreboard, it's
GG
5K,
dito sa
6K,
game 2.
6K damage.
Pero at the same time,
Dealt
mapapagod
by,
din sila kung
by the King
sakali.
of Pain.
We can take a look at one of the
If
earlier
ever alam
skirmishes,
nilang
though,
matatalo
where
na sila,
Medusa
baka
was
patagalin
starting
na
to
lang
look
nila
like a
yung
real
laro.
problem for a
Parang
Betboom
ganun
team to deal with.
yung
This is
mangyari.
basically her Scotty timing, where she has become a
Boss
wall.
pa yung Nostra
But this is
Race
where
to Frags.
Liquid,
Mamaya ko
sure,
masasabi,
BB take the
hindi
ages,
pa namin
but this is
nakikita
like
yung
they're
draft
playing
loads.
with the Medusa at the
Kailangan
center of
namin
the
ng
fight.
draft
Look at the
bago sa
positioning
Race
of
to
all of
Frags.
Liquid. It's like, where is Mickey? Take the fight with Mickey. You get a
Natalo ko
last
sa
hit, you
LOL
drag
mga
them back
lods.
to Medusa,
Turuan nyo
right?
nga ako
And
mag-LOL.
the tail end of this clip is just like,
Talo ko
it's
sa
a
LOL.
beautiful aggression together.
500
The
tayo
issue
ako
with Liquid
kanina.
is
Tigpa 500 sa
the
ano.
fight after,
sa
it was an axe
over.
initiation or a bat rider going in, and the
May
Medusa,
script yan guys,
even
pag
though it was
over
a couple
first game.
seconds late,
Under
it's not
second
the
game.
same
Wow!
as this clip where Mickey is in
Okay.
inside of the perfect jump. And
Parang kahapon,
In
no?
hindsight, I wonder
Nag-under
if
sila.
in this fight, it was kind of worth it to even lose it just to take away the ages from
Pero
him.
ito yung ano,
'Cause it takes away that
bali ganito
massive
yung
pressure
magiging
that Medusa
strat
can bring.
guys
But look at the KDA
sa
from Pure, right?
BB,
7-5 and 5 here. He
sa
gets the
game
ages,
2,
right?
na
This
pwede
is
yung
after his
i-expect.
death. He then ends the
Ah,
game 16
pipilitin
and
nila
5 and
2-0
13.
agad
Like,
kasi
this was
may
his
laban pa
final
sila
moment where he
mamaya.
goes, you know what? I
Yun yung
understand
isa.
the fight. I think that's a key thing
Pangalawa,
for BB. They showed that in that engagement,
mabilisan
they
nila
respected
kailangan
Medusa. They
i-end
understand
kasi
that
may
they can't
laban pa
take
sila
the fight
mamaya.
when she's there. So they kept
Okay.
playing the map,
Parang
farming
ganun yung
up,
mangyari
waiting
sa
for the
game
mistakes
2
to
ng
happen.
Betboom.
And a lot of Liquid's
Kasi
game
panalo
plan
na sila
was
isa eh.
chaotic energy in the skirmish, right? It's you send
Yun
it
yung
back
pwedeng
and
gawin
back
nila.
to task whoever,
Kaya medyo
and
delikado
then
yung
you can
37
play around
over,
it. They
aminin na
kept
natin.
baiting it, and
Pero mas
eventually
mas
Liquid,
nakakakaba
as
siya.
soon as their positioning
Pero
was slightly wrong,
yung
and I mean,
third
like, milliseconds
condition
wrong,
na
Pure
maaring
turns
pwedeng
up, he
mangyari,
converts on the fight.
yung
So
Liquid
for
baka
Liquid, it's-
pumalag. Tapos
they
in
just need to
any
make
case
sure that
scenario
they
na
are just
tanggapin nilang
slightly more
matatalo na sila,
disciplined.
baka
We are also
patagalin na
talking
lang
about
nila
team
yung
playing on a
game.
stand-in where they're not going to be on the
Strategy
same
din
page
kasi yun eh.
compared to obviously
Talo na
the
kami,
previous,
papatagalin na lang namin
the
to.
main roster.
Para
And we
matalo
can
kayo
look at
mamaya.
when the pendulum starts to swing the other way,
Ewan ko,
and when
strategy
Betboom
namin
team
dati
start
yun
to
eh.
finally get a handle on dealing
Pag
with this
talunan
Medusa.
kami.
Yep,
32 minutes.
Kind of poetic. 23 into 32.
Papaguri na lang namin kayo.
Next team fight, and you can see
Minsan
the difference
minsan nga
maker here.
25 minutes lang nila pag butaw na
You've already seen the
team.
initiation,
Oo.
your Axe and Bats dead, and now Mickey enters the fight. What
Defending
happens if
champ pa
Liquid
rin
just
yung TL kaya
went
good
it?
luck.
I think
Wala
it's
si
not that
si
terrible that he
kahit
initiated
defending
the
champ
way
sila,
they
hindi
did
naman
when
sila
you look at the
kompleto.
fight,
Yun
because
kasi yung
Betboom had
downside
to
doon,
force two
Flo.
buybacks out to themselves, right?
Parang-
They used the two buybacks to go back in.
Pero
I
yun
think
nga,
the
syempre,
massive
malay mo
difference
nga,
for Liquid
hindi
in
naman
this
nila
game
kukunin
in
si
minute
Ari,
23
di ba?
and in minute 32 is the same.
Pero
They
yun
lose
nga,
Aegis
feel
out.
ko
Like, they don't have
papalag
that
tong
Aegis to
Liquid
play
eh.
with. They don't play around
Lalo na
the
yung sa Medusa
with,
play nila
because
kanina.
when
Kaya hindi
you
ako
have an
nag-match
Aegis
win
on
eh.
Medusa,
Pero
you
dapat
can
nag-match
just
win talaga
allow
ako nung
yourself
namatay
to
yung
put her up
Medusa.
front
Sinabi ko na yung
because
winning
she's
condition.
threatening objectives.
Dapat
If she
nakaano
doesn't
na ako,
have the Aegis,
nandun na yung
you're
daliri ko sa
playing
bet
team
eh.
fights, and for team
Nung
fights, she cannot be the one
tinititigan kong
going in.
mamamatay yung Medusa
Doesn't have
eh.
a blink. they will just run
Mamaya
away
gaganuin ko
24/7.
sa winning
And you
condition.
are basically forced into a mistake. That's the problem, right? Like you jump in with the axe, you start a fight, but then they have two buybacks.
Defending champ kasi walang gaming. Tsaka nalaglag Betboom before nila nakatapat.
I disagree there. 100%.
Nung last
Like, the
season.
fact that
Ay,
Liquid is
oo,
jumping and
actually.
killing supports, like, supports want to buy back at the 30 minute mark,
Yeah,
right?
of
They
course.
want to be the ones
Yung
taking
Nabi
the
Junior
fight,
nun
and you
nag-call
know
ng...
that they're scaling, you know that DK pop,
Oo nga, naano ko yun. Naka,
3 versus 1.
panalo boss R215 kanina Liquid, no? Yes, panalong panalo. Sa mga nag-R215 dyan, bomba, congrats.
They have good mid game, they have everything there, but I think they got a bit too excited, right? It's like when you
Yan na naman, ang saya-saya na naman natin today, tas iyak tayo bukas.
Single fight, that 32-minute fight, pause, take a breather, take it differently, Liquid probably win this game. Like, it's one fight that changes everything for Liquid.
You're absolutely correct. If they did it differently, they could have won.
Sorry for
Nakakatawa naman, si
So,
Dylan, nakaka-comment
Agree to
na.
disagree.
Yes.
Disagree to agree.
Don't
I
kill
mean,
supports at 32
nakaka-
minutes,
ano
kill
na
pause.
siya.
For supports, they buy back.
Nakaka-nostra na
Pause,
sa
they cry.
Dota.
And Betboom team are the ones doing the laughing right now. Liquid maybe one tear shutting down their cheek. But don't worry.
Gaming
they're not
champ to.
gone
Feel
quite
ko
yet. They
din.
got one more
Feel ko
game
din
to
gaming.
repair their mistakes.
Papagurin tong,
Gentlemen and
ano,
ladies,
Betboom.
get ready for game number 2 of
Pero
our
kasi
Bracket
ano eh,
Finals.
panalo,
Break.
ano to? Hindi ka nagdonosa sa EPL, boss. Sa European, hindi ko sinishare. Gusto nyo ba? Win streak naman ako sa Europe, sa EPL. Wait, check ko.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just
Nasunog ako sa LOL.
intuitive
Talo din
interface and thousands of sports
over sa LOL
events
kanina,
every
bad
day.
trip dito. Ako din. Talo ko sa LOL.
Fast payouts.
Wala kasi akong alam sa LOL, mga lods. Baka pwede nyo ako turuan.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours.
Ito guys, habang nag-aantay, gusto nyo, Ultras Dota. May laro yung Nethercore.
This is Secret Lab Titan Evo,
Nethercore tsaka Air Defense.
engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
Hindi ko gets yung Ultras Dota. Parang pare-pareho sila naglalaban. I-search ko nga to. Ay, wala pa pala. Akala ko may drafting na. Doon din ako tumataya-taya sa Ultras. Lapag boss. Wala pang drafting. Inaantay ko yung draft doon eh. Ganun din. Share mo na, wag mo pansin yung mga simptong-simptong. Pag isa talo, galit. Abangan nyo na lang din guys yung mga wins con, parang kanina. Hindi ko kasi nasabi. Ay hindi, nasabi ko naman yung winning condition. Hindi ko lang na ano.
It's time for game number 2 of Betboom team versus Team Liquid, where Betboom team is still continuing the immense momentum that they have had for these past few days of the tournament. They had lost against Team Spirit. No, they beat Team Spirit. They lost against Team Liquid in the upper bracket.
Sa VCT,
Quickly cleaned
Valok
up
off
their
ko
acts.
naman nasa. Wala akong alam sa
Learned
mga
their
barilan,
lessons.
Lods.
Absolutely.
Sa CS
Now
ako may
they're
alam.
coming in hot, and this one was
Pero,
looking,
ang alam ko lang
close.
sa CS yung
So
ano,
yesterday I was giving
yung
most
sa
of the credit to
pari,
GPK. I think GPK was playing
Legacy,
far beyond
yan.
what we had seen from
Mga,
Liquid.
parang kagabi, nag 4-0 ako sa ano, sa Team Vitality. Paldo, so yun, 4-0. Sabi ko na 4-0 yun
So
eh.
many deathless scores again.
He needs to step
Kasi
it
hindi
up
ko
for real.
binomba.
You're playing a DK. How are you gonna die on DK?
Screenshot
Come
ko
on
nga
now.
yun. 4-0 yun,
If it was
sayang
like a
talaga yun.
parkour, monkey king or something.
Tama yung kutob ko. Hindi ko
He had the
inano.
shield rune
Kaso
eventually.
nasunog ako sa LOL.
That's why he had no deaths.
Wala rin yung pinanalo ko.
Fantastic.
Ayun, correct score, 4-0. Team Vitality versus NRG.
So far, I think.
No, for sure. I think especially GPK is just being consistent in the mid lane. Pure is always farming because we didn't even talk about it.
Ay wow,
The
talaga
early game for
Cloro.
Liquid, how much
Pengi
focus
naman.
did they put on top?
Combo
We saw
natin sa Dota.
Spectre,
Gusto mo?
Ember up there.
Mag-ano
Yeah,
tayo?
of course it
All
started.
five
Fusion,
were like in the
mag-fusion
first
ng
20
power.
minutes of the game.
Malay mo,
So
mas
I think
malaki
Still
maano
top
natin.
2 net worth. He was just
Diba?
thank you for ganking
Mag-collab
me.
tayo,
I appreciate it
collab.
so much. And then he's off from the side farming up. It was so much
Yung
fun
mga
to
may
see
ano
here,
dyan sa
but
ibang
often
games,
other
bigyan ko
players
kayo
have to step
Dota.
up.
Sabi
Of
ko nga
course,
nagpo-post
Miro,
ako
like
doon.
you mentioned,
Sino may ano
GPK,
dyan,
the
palitan ko
supports,
ng
they all stepped
Dota,
up at
combo
different
tayo.
stages of
Try
the game.
lang.
but Liquid
Wala
has
kasi
so
akong alam
much
sa iba eh.
emphasis on shutting him down.
Try nyo tayo R
And
plus
in the end of the
2.5
day,
or
they learned
1.5 sa
that
DRD
They
Kings
learned
of Glory.
how to play
Ayan
when
din,
team gets
Giyong. Tinitignan ko
killed
din
and
yan.
molested in the lane
That's for sure,
24/7.
yeah. Because it's been happening all
Sinilip ko
tournament
yan
long.
kagabi.
If you remember when
Nanalo ako doon
Betboom
isa,
lost the
pero
series,
wala
they
na,
lost the
inantok
series
na ako,
against
hindi ko na
Navi first,
tinuloy.
right? I'm correct.
Wait nga, silipin
It
ko nga.
knocked them down to lower.
KOG.
But the game that Navi won,
Oh, yes.
the game that Navi won at least, they just destroyed
Interested
Korea
ka
in the lane.
EuroLeague?
Is Lina.
Oo.
Exactly, it was a bit of a feed fest
Ang
in
dami mo
in the laning stage at least, but hey, I really do believe that they adjusted
Okay.
a lot going from that series towards
Thank you.
of course the end of the tournament.
Yeah,
They-
Niero's also been a force to be reckoned with on his Queen
Ah.
of Pan.
I mean, I feel like just for me
Ipat,
at least, when I was watching
ilalim mo dito pa mainit
BB
eh,
in the
para
exclusive
maano.
group stage,
Mas,
I was like,
masisira.
yeah, just looks like another carry, whatever. And then
Ay,
every
ganun.
playoff game, I'm just seeing a slightly better version of himself. I'm like, okay, he's kind of returning to some form.
Masarap i-party
He's
yung
getting there.
KOG.
They're refining.
Talaga
They
ba?
are refining, 100%.
We'll see what he's going to get his hands on in this game. Liquid this time have a first pick.
Tara, gawa nga tayo
They're gonna ban
GC.
out the Monkey King
Gusto
immediately
nyo?
as we get into the draft for game number 2. Betboom team, they take out the Death Prophet, and Bat Rider is bumped up to first phase ban.
Yeah, that's a really
Add nyo ako,
interesting
Coffee
one.
Padilla.
They ban out the bat. Of course,
Coffee
it's because of-
Padilla.
there are two heroes that come to my mind immediately when I see the bat banned out. It's the Queen of Pain and it's the Nature's Prophet. right?
Magpakilala
These
kayo,
two
sino kayo dito sa
are-
YouTube ah.
When you look at those graphs,
Ang baga ko, Bold. Wag
that
naman
kinda
ganun, pas
connect
naman sa
heroes
ganun.
either by good counter picks or good combos.
Baka
Bat
magpasma
is-
yung
the
kamay
lines
ko
are
pag ganyan
very
yung
thick
iambag.
between him,
PM mo na
strong
ay,
Prophet
sorry.
and Queen of Pain. Yeah, exactly. And Betboom, they just
AG
adore
match
picking
win.
Queen of Pain.
Ano
so
yan, King of
I would be
Glory?
surprised if it's not taken by them once again, even though you
Hindi
don't
naman
have
ako
a
tulad
against
ng
it.
iba magagalit
The
pag
key thing
ano
for
eh,
Liquid is
talo.
Nature's Prophet for them is often a second phase
Tulad
hero.
ng iba
They
dyan.
don't
Dami
rush
ko
to
na
pick it up.
na-block.
Because of how well BB just played it.
Kaya
is that gonna be a
KOG
hero
boss
that's
madali
promoted
hulaan.
in their kind of,
Legit ba?
oh, okay, we have to take it
San
now.
dito?
We don't
Tatlo?
get it. Do we even care, even though it's a
KGL,
specialty?
APL
It
at
would be
saka
very interesting just to see if
KPL.
the mind of Liquid around Nature's Prophet. Get often their openings
Wait
have
lang,
been
ano?
Shadow Shaman, Axe, Naga Siren, Bat Rider.
We'll also see if...
O kaya hindi
Bravo
na ako
Templar
na masyado
Assassin gets to
nagpo-post
slip
dun,
through.
Carlo.
Betboom
Oh, yeah,
will
that's a-
not
Hindi na rin ako
first
nagpo-post
phase
sa mga
ban.
panalo,
Yeah, that's a
sasabihin
big one.
mayabang.
All the illusion heroes
Sasabihin
are
bida-bida.
left
Eh di
in the
hindi na ako
pool besides the
nagpo-post.
Naga.
Hindi na nga rin
TA
ako
has
nag-post ng
been
in-play dun eh.
attempted. At least teams have attempted to
Wag
answer
yung
her in
growth, parang
multiple
MDL yan.
ways, but
So,
so
saan
far
nga?
she always somehow comes out on top.
Ano dapat?
I love the fact that we never really
Inconsistent
see an
yung
average
KPL
TA game.
growth.
It's either she's the perfect strategy,
King
100%
growth-
shut down, but it
King
only
growth
happens
yung
every, let's
nandito
say,
eh.
a couple games.
King Pro
Or
League
it's-
naman yung isa.
Okay, yeah, there's a reason why the hero is completely first phase banned. But they
There we
banned
go.
the Undying, they take the TA.
Yeah, they lost yesterday.
Ay, mag-PM mo na lang
against
ako,
GG
Giyong.
with,
Pakilala na lang kayo kung
and GG
sino
did
kayo
play
doon.
TA, so
Mhm.
they decide to maybe borrow a strategy as well from them and take it up for themselves. Of course, they have played TA in the past as well.
Sino to?
And Liquid, they also tried to go for the Terrorblade against the TA.
Ay, si
eventually getting
Christina.
brewmastered down the line. So that could be an
Nag-chat.
option for BB if they wanted to. Take
First.
the Terrorblade, have a good carry-to-carry matchup, ban the Brewmaster of your single ban. But instead they go for the Darkseer. Again, there's on paper,
Ang
there's
pangalan
so
na
many
GC,
counters
Paldo
to
o
TA
Palpak.
from first pick. You've got Terrorblades and you've got
Gawa ako, wait lang.
Darkseers and whatnot. I could continue the list, but yeah, for now, they go for the Darkseer. Iron Shell for Refraction.
Paldo
the
or
Wall to
Palpak.
just take a clone
Groups.
of the Templar Assassin.
Paano ba
She buys
magawa
Deso,
ng
now you get
GC?
Deso.
Create a group. May ganun ba?
What's BB?
Ayan.
They want to take the fight a little bit more to Liquid. I think the key thing though for BB is to
Dami naman nag-PM,
make sure
pasali
they
sa
don't
GC,
try
kalma
and
nyo. Hoy, yung mga
perfectly
sasali naman sa
fight
GC,
Liquid,
yung
'cause their
ano,
identity in game one was
mga
just
maglalapag.
hyper-skirmishing.
Wag naman
If
yung
you try and
ano,
take the skirmish to
kukuha
the
lang ng
lose the
Nostra
skirmish,
namin.
your
Grabe
game
naman
very quickly
kayo.
fall apart. You
Trade
need that
tayo,
scaling inside your
barter.
lineup if you are to try and
With
to beat
Darkseer.
Liquid.
Ha? Saan?
Do you
Drafting
get
na?
Deso on illusions?
Sino nag-Darkseer?
I believe so.
I thought that one's
Nag-chat
not
na ako, boss,
taken
si
over
Abby.
by-
You get to Auras
Si-
for sure.
Coffee
Yeah,
Padilla,
Maybe I
Cloro.
disagree with you.
Ito si Cloro na intriga ako, may HOK daw siya.
I might be getting
Yung mga
called
maglalapag
in chat.
naman, wag naman yung
Fine.
kukuha lang
That's
sa
smart
amin.
too.
Coffee
Maybe
mo
I'm
na
clinging on
boss.
to some,
Ano
like,
daw?
2016 thing.
Vintage.
A
Coffee
vintage
Padilla.
statement I just made, yeah.
Walang space.
Yeah, we
Edge
have a lot
Prophet,
of
though.
we have a lot of
BB?
things all
Nag-Darkseer,
the time, right?
BB?
And sometimes
Keep
you
up.
just
Don't trust me.
I now want to go to a lobby and test it.
MLBB ACS.
Regardless
Busog
of
na ako
what they
kalawais
did,
sa
Shell
MLBB.
Refraction, though.
Ay,
So
speaking
we'll
of
have to see if
MLBB,
Betboom
wait
team
lang,
have more
nag-chat si
solutions against
Montun.
it, because Nature's Prophet was
Ano daw
one
yung
other
gagawin
thing that
ko?
they've been leaning on, and Liquid opt to ban it out.
Sila Fiang. Ay, shit.
Now is the time to see if TB is gonna go through. I feel like Darkseer has multiple reasons why it was picked up. It's also a
Ano
really
ko
good
pala yung ano nila, Fiang?
hero for Liquid to pick up in case
Sabit ko
TB is picked
mamaya.
up versus the T on the other side. Of course, Brew as well is one of the options, and BB now.
Counter
Liquid,
Lanaya
pick
sa
are going
Darkseer?
to kinda reveal
Baka
their
baliktad.
hand when it comes to carry matchup. They ban out the puck.
Okay.
Steal the
Okay.
Marso.
Si Cloro,
For
pakilala ka,
Liquid
PM mo ako,
Marcy,
tapos sabihin mo ikaw si
There is a
Cloro.
world where Katomi out of nowhere could bring back a very old specialty of his, the Winter Wyvern.
Oh.
A very physical damage lineup from Liquid.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it because
Ay, ito si
naming is a bit
Madam.
questionable,
Si
but
City
Cold Embrace,
Girl.
Winter's Curse with the Darkseer, it could be exceptional.
Boss,
This is
gusto
also
mo
just
boy?
bringing the
Gago.
pressure to Liquid, right? Like,
Sino to?
you look at Marcy and Darkseer, and this is a kill lane. Yeah, but this is also a duo.
Sa'yo na yan.
If Liquid
Mamaya,
can
gabi.
find the right position 5 against these two with the TA,
Boss,
they can
gusto mo,
sustain
boy.
themselves and actually
Hayop.
maybe even out it.
Ibang GC ata yung gagawin natin pag ganyan.
Huge success.
Ay, ito nag-Darkseer.
And one that Boxy has to be comfortable
Sorry,
with
late
as
yung
well, because
pinapanood
he's the
ko.
one playing
Oo
the
nga,
Shaz
Darkseer
right now.
nga.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll mix things up a little bit
Betboom.
or if it will stay the same. For now, it does look that Boxy will once again be playing Tusk, and
Binan nila yung
it's a
NP.
brawler. I feel like
Ano pang
even though
open?
it is a brawler, Marcy and
Ban Bat
Darkseer,
Rider.
they hit level 3 and they are stronger than you.
Pack.
100%.
Ay, nakaban. Ano pa?
Yeah, we've been seeing pick me up into any offlaner be absolutely devastating.
Don.
Your
Open yun, Don.
Undyings, your
Open yun,
Axes,
Don.
And now your Darkseers.
And sometimes that's just
Gagi.
with a couple of spells or a right click here and there. Now imagine 2 level 2 iron shells on top of these two heroes. It's
Do I ever flex a Templar Assassin? Can I send her mid if I think that this lane is too much to do
Tennis
with?
Boss 40 ko.
You
Ay,
can,
oo,
but
gusto ko
look
yung
at Tia, he's really
tennis.
thinking. I mean, this is the problem with the draft right now for BB is TA is most likely the
Pa-drop
carry.
link ng
Because
FB
of
mga
that,
boss.
there's still
Yung
a
coffee
conflict
ba?
available
Oo,
both
yan.
on offlane and
Coff-
BB has to
Coffee.
show a core.
Pinaghiwalay
There's
ko.
no flexibility in the lineup. Darkseer is the offlane.
Yan po yung FB
Which
ko.
means any core picked here most likely is going to
Paano ba gawa ng
enable
GC?
either
Sorry,
Nisha
sorry.
or Saberlight
Kailangan
to
ata dalawang
instantly
tao.
lock in the that's their hero, I will now beat them in the lane.
Mhm.
Especially because Tusk and Shaman are very strong laning heroes with the correct
Ito,
combinations. It's not as if there's a weak support, and look how happy they are. They're ready.
Create
They're
group.
locking in the counter picks. Look, he's pointing. Look,
It's like, look.
no, look at this one. Look,
this
we're doing
man and
this.
his papers.
Yeah.
Asan si Cloro? Si Cloro yung inaano ko
Burning
eh.
a lot of reserve
PM na ba si
time at
Cloro?
this stage of the draft.
Naiintriga ako dun sa
I
HOK.
think send Miro to the send GPK to the Wolves.
Nag-PM na ako, boss.
Yeah, let Pure be the be all and all.
Pakilala kayo
Somehow
kung sino
he
kayo
escapes
dito.
all the wolves all the time
At
anyway,
kapitbahay
right?
mo sila Wais.
Okay. Go for the warlock.
There's a
Ano?
lot of
Amo.
kind of
Amo.
counter picks left for the mid lane.
Magulang.
Instead, they send Pure to the Wolves.
This is
Ay, wala
really
na.
cool.
2-0 na ako.
This is actually
2-0
such
na
a
ako,
nice
guys.
adaptation because I don't think Liquid.
Gusto nyo sumabay?
Sure, you can expect Pure to play
Betboom
like
2-0.
100%.
Mhm.
But
Nakita ko na
when you
yung
pick a
nice
TA
Pure.
like this, it might not be the first hero that comes to your mind, but you can also see that they left a lot of these illusion-based heroes in the pool for Betboom to pick and choose from, and Betboom still didn't bite that bait.
Tuesday.
What's Lifestealer doing better than
Cloro,
Terra
PM
Blade would
ako.
have done?
I feel like
Player
May
comfort
GC na po
plus
ba?
radiance
Wala pa.
and natural armor.
Di ata
Right?
pwede gawa ng
Rare
GC
Comfort,
pag walang ibang
Radiance,
tao.
You're playing with Darkseer.
Kaya nga GC, ano ba?
Incredible combo. Then you have Fatal Bonds.
Kailangan
Radiance,
more than
Iron
3,
Shell.
di ba?
Like your mid-game potential is through the roof right now.
Sino Art of 15?
And they
Kanino
put
yun
more
doon?
into Lifestealer. So often
Wait lang.
BB have picked the Lifestealer
Oh,
as a response to the
Liquid!
Dawn because the Lifestealer doesn't die in lane. With that tag team, the shards, maybe they're seeing
May
a way
hold
in
ba
which
sa
they can kind of
Dawn?
just muscle through it.
Should be Shadow Shaman though, right?
Wait lang, last pick muna.
Probably,
Muntikan ko
or
na matayan yung
Arbor
2-0.
with Tusk.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Teka
with
lang, may
Orion
Don yung
Boxer.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Teka, teka
Yeah,
mga
they
lods.
can flex it
Pick-
one way
pick
or
off
the
to.
other.
I would prefer,
Pick off to.
I think,
Shaman,
Tusk to lane with the
Tusk,
Dawn,
Don.
just
Sure
because
kill
you can
yan.
then pull waves easier if the lane does go a bit poorly. different mentality though. Maybe they start the
Ginawa
lane,
na nila to sa
push their
Betboom
fight.
eh.
Thing is though with the Warlock,
Bugbog
it is very
Betboom,
nice.
laging
You just
patay.
keep the lifesteal alive, you survive for it.
Maybe it's actually even better for the safe lane if you have some shackles when they're diving under the tower, chicken fingers, hex. Maybe it's better.
Possible first
than
blood.
just ice shards.
Liquid.
And also, we're not 100% sure that Templar Assassin's
Skip
gonna
nyo
be
na,
the
wag
safe
nyo na
lane, so
tayaan match winner.
maybe the 23rd pick from Liquid
Yung
might
Don
make
kasi.
the side lanes a little bit more clear and where
Don
Tusk and Shaman
Naix.
go.
Liquid, they just need big time jump, right? The Storm Spirits, I find the back line, I start the fight. And very quickly they do. Storm
Ay,
got
nag-lock
banned.
yung
Very fair.
duration.
Very good.
Nag-lock
defense
sa
there
akin, guys.
From BB.
Tiny still in the
Natayaan niya
pool.
ba yung 37
They also have
kanina?
ultimate
Ako
last pick.
natayaan ko.
That's also an issue now for
Wala nang
Liquid
37,
because of
guys.
the heroes that are left in the pool. If you go for, let's say, an Ember, there's a Huskar left on the other side.
Baka
and
microhin nila Naya
things
sila.
can go
Nice.
real bad, real fast for you.
Depende. Kasi may Darkseer eh.
They need to
Brony.
find the right bank
Pwede
here
kasing
to enable
i-ano
themselves
ni
to
Darkseer
pick
si
these kind of chaotic
Naix or other
backline
way around.
jumpers that right now
Sino
they
Arto
don't
10, Arto
truly have.
15? Nawala
The
ako.
thing for Liquid is, do they have enough
Wala
in
pa,
their
wala pang
lanes
full
to
draft
punish
blood.
the fact that Lifesteal and
Napaisip
Darkseer
sila.
are
Kasi
farming
ginawa to
side
ng
heroes?
Liquid
At the
nakaraan eh.
moment,
Tong
I don't
combo
think
na
so.
to.
Because in
Task
game
done.
1, there was a beautiful overlap where they do it. They ban the Husker, probably indicating that they will pick Ember. And at least that means they have a hero that can connect the dots. Dawn wants to farm,
Ang baba
TA
ng
wants to
ano,
farm, they need
2-0.
someone to set stuff up. Ember can go do that.
1.7.
He
Parang
can kind of
pipitik pa to.
bring
Feel
the
ko
Dawn into the
pipitik
game,
to.
bring the supports into the game. But it does
Hindi,
put quite a
mag-time
target on his
mag-proceed.
back, right? If
Delikado.
Ember
Yung
or
Dawn
whatever Nisha
kasi.
plays here gets shut down,
Oo.
it is going to be just a farm fight between
Ginawa
both
na nila
sides,
yan.
and
Combo.
I think I'm leaning
Task
towards
Dawn.
BB's draft.
Set
feeling
ni
better
Task,
in the
bagsak
mid
si
game
Don.
once,
Ano
the
taya
first
mo,
couple
boss?
items come into play.
Oh, actually, they go the next step.
Nag-ano ako,
They slash the
duration
tank.
over 37
And
kanina.
I was
Naabutan
thinking
ko.
it's gonna be the other way
Bongo ko.
around. They pick the Ember, and then the answer is the
Ikaw,
Pango on the other side.
Parang 1-1.
Because it would also be pretty decent for Betboom.
Favorite din na. Yes,
They
tama.
can
Tapos
also, by the
nakuha
way,
niya.
it's not like a
Sana
one-way
ito na lang
street.
yung
They can
kinuha
still
ng
pick the
BB.
Ember here and be happy with it. If you're on Betboom, it's still a solid draft for them.
Solid pa rin naman yung draft ng BB.
There you go. Now,
Pagbagsak na doon,
this
babagsak yung
team
bullet.
is like the Darkseer's dream
That's
right
true,
now
yeah.
on Betboom. Every like
Who wants an Ion Shell?
who wants an Iron Shell? Who wants vacuum into Fatal Bonds, into Marcy jumping in and some Golem? Their team fight is strong. The Iron
Oh.
Shells, you can cast them on every single
Sino
one of these
R10?
heroes.
R10 ano?
At least on the other
Liquid
side, you have some ways
R10.
of dodging. Like you have Snowball, you have Rolling Thunder as well. You have ways of negating the power of the Fatal Bonds. So
Wait, meron na
that's
ba?
nice, but overall, I do think that Betboom
Ay,
have
nakalock.
a pretty nice draft.
Hello,
To win the lanes once
R20 ang
again, maybe
meron.
snowball off of
Hindi ko
them.
naabutan,
I think my concern
sayang.
for Liquid
R15.
is
R15 lagi mataas
once
eh,
BB
times
get
2
items
lagi
on
yun
their
eh.
cores, they can take an initiation, they can stand their ground, like they don't need
R20,
perfect positioning for their
di
team
ko
to
mano
feel
yung
good in the
R20,
fight.
pero
Also
R20 na
Liquid,
lang kayo,
they've got
Liquid.
A Dawnbreaker who has to jump on top
Pwede
of
kasing
someone.
kumambak yung
Pangale
Naix
has to
pag
commit to a
R20
role.
na eh.
If
R10
TA
lang
is ever
sana.
exposed by herself
Ayun,
or steps
R15
up, she's gonna
nag-open.
get mauled and put down. So it's
So
like,
pwede,
there's not
R15
really
guys.
a natural hero that can
Sa Liquid.
start the fight for Liquid. It's always like you have to go with
Saan
force.
map
You have
1?
to go with
Malakas kasi
break the
naman
back
pick off
line.
dito
And when I say
ng
start
ano
the
eh.
fight, I mean more like
ng
survive the fight.
Liquid early.
It is
Kaso
difficult.
pag
Everyone's
tumaba
playing
tong
for
Naix,
themselves.
Yeah,
It's
pretty much. So play
pag
for yourself, right?
na-babysit to
Take
ng
the Shadow
ano,
Shaman, you get pickoffs with Dawnbreaker, maybe some
ng
Pango
Darkseer
rotation as
maya-maya.
well. You have
Hindi to
ways of
mamamatay.
actually killing off Pure in a single go. And I think that's something that a lot of teams have missed against
Saan map
Pure in
1,
the
boss?
past.
Now we are getting into game number 2 of
Kung
the
matuloy-tuloy ng
elimination game
Liquid,
for Team Liquid. So
oh,
let's
late
get some
game
more
na naman
positive
yung
approach
BB.
splits with Nomad.
Kung matuloy-tuloy ng Liquid at hindi sila ano,
Interestingly in that
ang
last
pangit
game,
kasi
obviously
sa
Ari's
ginagawa ng
coming in,
Liquid, puro
he's
sila
not a
kill.
5-player,
Nalilimutan
and
nila
now
mag-proceed
Boxy's
sa
moving to the
push
5
eh.
instead,
Pero
so
maganda rin
that's
yung
a little
part na yun.
surprising to me. Could you explain
Pero
why you got
sana
that
ang
decision?
i-punish nila, pag
We
na-punish
just
nila
kinda
yung
wanna
Naix
make Ari feel
dito,
at home. I mean,
panalo
we woke
Liquid.
him up like 5 minutes before this game.
Nag-PM na ako ko.
We just wanted to make sure that he had a
Etang
good
si Cloro
experience and stuff like
inabangan
that.
ko.
Obviously, we're not conceding or anything like that. We're gonna play hard, and we still try.
Ayun,
we're
ayun,
trying
ayun.
to win, and I think we were really close in that last game, and so we're having a competitive series. But we want to make sure that our
Okay
stand-in,
guys.
who's gracious enough to like last second pull out
37
of bed,
message request.
is put in a good position. So
Dami
that
nun.
was kind of the decision making
Ano
around
to,
that.
baranggayan ata yung
Excellent. And
gagawin
were you
natin
happy with how everything
GC.
went in that first game, other than obviously things falling apart in the mid, but you know, with terms of the lanes and how Boxy and Ari were moving together, did it look good to you?
Yeah, for sure. I think that game was
Comment
really
nyo naman,
competitive.
pati
and I
ano
think,
yung ambag
you know, if you
nyo.
ask Betboom, it was probably in our favor for a large portion of the game, and then they just kind of clutched it out. They do what we normally do to teams, which is like you make 1 or 2 clutch plays, things go a little bit haywire, and they did a really good job with that. But I think, you know, that was a warm-up game. We've had our 1 scrim with Ari, and so now we're ready to roll, hopefully.
Ari's woken up hopefully from
Ay,
his,
sorry
his
guys,
interruption.
inasikaso ko yung
Excellent
GC.
stuff.
Wait
Let's
lang,
see
maya
how
na
this
yung
game
GC.
2 goes with
Maya na
Odibixel
lang.
and Kezi.
Game muna.
Thank you very much there, Nomad.
Over
Let's,
frags.
Here we are, game 2 time.
Patayan to guys. Pwede kayo mag ano, over frags. Ano yung over frags? Frags total. 50 na naman.
We did have some good back and forth
Wag na.
in that game 1. Just ultimately Betboom able to find that chance to just close it up, run down the
R2
mid.
15 liquid,
let's see if
yes,
we get some more
R2
back and
15.
forth here. See if Liquid's able to give a better,
R2 guys,
better
raise
shot.
to
As it
15.
starts,
Pag
though,
sinabing
Bouncy
R2
Rune
15,
will be 3
raise
of them
to 15
going away.
frags
Betboom
or raise
to
to
start things
15
off.
kills.
Slight
Yan.
favor, of course, for them.
Sino manalo
Liquid
dyan
did
sa
get
second map,
themselves
boss?
the
Wala
hands
kasi
on,
si
like, all of
Insane
the
eh.
heroes that they kind of love, right?
Possible
The
i-2-0
fast
to.
pace,
Ito nga
you
yung
go
sinasabi ko
together,
sa
you
inyo
make stuff
kanina.
happen.
Pwede
So
itong
we'll have to
ipilit
see
ng
how it goes for
i-2-0
them,
ng
because I
Betboom.
will say that
At the same
Betboom,
time, pwede itong
they
madaliin ng
kind of have the
Betboom.
heroes that I would
Kasi
want if I
kailangan
had to play
nilang
this Liquid.
matapos
You know,
agad
you've got
tong
the
laban na
Life
to.
Stealer against Dawnbreaker
Pero,
has been their
ito yung
answer
sinabi
in
ko
a
sa
lot
inyo,
of the games.
papalag tong
You've got
liquid.
the Warlock as
Which is
well
yung
that's
nangyari
gonna
sa
drop
draft
down all
nila.
of the stuff, and you've got
Yung
the
draft
team fight.
nila,
Most importantly,
papatagalin nila yung
one of my
game.
favorite heroes, and Miero has been having good performances on it, the Darkseer. Against the TA, against the Pango, very good Crimson game. I think Betboom was set up for a
Ang
good
ganda
game.
nung Darkseer
Yeah, sure. And,
dito.
especially with this bottom lane setup, right? It's very aggressive. You know,
Absolutely.
having the Marcy with you, you're going to find these opportunities to dispose people back into these double iron shell targets. A lot of damage is going to be.
Grabe yung ano din ni Sib, no? Uy, wait lang, bakit ganyan?
Onto the 2 of them. Might just be able to find that first one. Okay, the Fairy Fire's there, so
Hindi,
safe will be
Fairy
fine.
Fire.
But see Liquid punching at Betboom very hard on the level 1, making sure that they're left in not too strong of a shape to fight on.
Wait,
once
nakaano
they do
pala
hit the
tayo
level 2.
R215 sa liquid. Sige,
I'm a
go
very
lang,
big fan
go
of the
lang,
Saints
go
swap.
lang.
We saw this
Ba't
yesterday
ko
with Spirit as
pinigilan?
well,
Sige, patayin
where
niyo yung
they
bet
swap
mo.
their supports back and forth. First of all, you put Tusk with the Dawn against the Warlock, super good. But secondary also, TA Shaman against a Marcy Darkseer lane. I'm
Pero
really
ano,
looking at Liquid to have a
Dilin,
good
sorry,
time
natigil ko
in
yung
their side lanes.
pagsasalita ko.
Sure, Lifesteal is good against
Possible
Dawn in the-
manalo
in the
dito yung
game, but when
liquid.
it comes to
Pag
the laning
na-continue
stage,
nila yung
you
combo.
highly
Combo
out
kasi
CSM,
nito yung ano
especially
eh.
with the-
Yung
how your
task
new
at saka
innate
Dawn.
works, where you have a lot of damage, the earlier you are in the daytime. I mean, Ari, you just want me to
Ay, pigilan. Sorry, pinigil ko.
Uh-oh.
Oh! Oh, body block, body block.
May have got a little too
Body
much
block.
time now.
Good trade, 1-1.
It's still going to be him going down the first. Will mean that Mickey gets
Meron
a kill in
pa.
return. It's going to take
Attack.
quite a bit of damage though from the tower hit and the shell.
Wag na.
So we'll be left pretty low. Same time up top, TP out in time.
Paano yung R15
on the
liquid?
Tusk
Paano
here
yun
for
itaya?
Boxy to get out. But getting the first blood.
Raise to, frags, raise to, wala na ata, Lods. Meron pa ba? Wala na, Lods, ata. Ay, meron pa, frags, raise to. Win to 20, 2.26.
You really can't, and this matters a lot. Like Miero in
Uy,
this lane,
tumaas
the
yung
faster
odds
he
ng
gets to
raise
the
to
Vanguard
15.
against these 2 range heroes, he'll be a-okay. He also got a lot of solo XP.
Yep.
And we've seen the Marcy lanes. You double shell, you pick your brother up, you get on top of the enemy. It's very hard for them to deal with.
Oh.
A little flip back into the tower.
Let's got the refraction up and creeps in under the tower. CS so far looking fine here for Mikke. Each time I think get the shells out to two of them, especially then now that the level 3's there. It's a lot of damage. Shackles are there to hold at least back the one of them. So Mikke's going to be fine. Maybe now see if they can turn their attention back over to ward save. Still with the iron shells, it's ticking them down pretty quickly. Mikke and Ari trying to survive through this. They'll turn, get the kill on a save with the melt hit.
Bakit inawat
back
mo?
up, but Mikke has to run.
Akin.
Shell on the creep.
Ari.
Oh, he got blocked.
Patay pa
Foul
rin
play.
siya dyan.
Miro, can he get the punch in? He can't. And now, and turn back over towards Miro.
Sige!
I mean, this lane is, they're both living on the edge here. Both teams could lose heroes quite easily. Same time up top, Boxy was able to get in on top of Katsuomi.
Yep, there's some. This bottom stuff
I mean,
is not over.
it's indeed.
Ba't
Mikke
ganun?
could
Parang
still be in
langaw
trouble
si
here.
ano.
The shells on the creeps. Miro
Someone
coming in
is
with a
dying.
dive.
Patay si
Mikke,
ano.
Chicken fingers.
He's got a few one charges and he's
Ba't
fast.
parang
enough to
langaw
stay
sila,
away from Miro.
Naya?
Turn their efforts over towards Ari. Get themselves the easier kill.
Nako.
Still, this is going to be waves pushing under the tower. Mikke, he's getting held back from the farm.
Which means a lot of
Ilipat
creeps
nyo
gonna
naman.
die under Mikke's tower here that he cannot get any gold or experience from, which of course is a little bit sad.
Darkseer kasi yan eh.
But there was a
Ganyan
lot of
talaga,
high skill stuff
expect mo
going
yan
on, like
mangyayari.
Ari keeping away safe from Mikke to keep him alive. But all these
Bukas?
windows of
Mamaya na
opportunity that Liquid have,
Bukas
I
pa
think
ba?
they're kind of closing.
Alam ko
Look at
mamaya na
Piero's
laban
game.
nila.
After this creep wave is dead, he's gonna have a full Vanguard.
Yeah, he could just get in there with a shell on him and cause a lot of problems.
Pure?
Top lane, Pure's gonna get taken out. Boxy and Saberlight
Very nice stuff.
able to push him out of the lane for now.
Wala na,
Not an
inalis
easy
na
kill
yung
to
race
get, but one
2.
they're
Natayaan
able
niyo
to
yung
find
ano,
there.
race to
So
15 na
far,
ang
Pure's on a
taas.
pretty much
Ang
free
taas
farm
ang
up
odds
there,
kanina.
22-9 on the CS. Liquid taken down.
It's good stuff.
Nagdoble ako ng taya
Early six
at
on your
R215
Donald.
liquid.
So Mickey
Flip back.
is going to try and go aggressive on to save.
Nag 2.5
It's
eh.
good burst damage here with the meld. They're able to take down one of them.
Ba't ganun sa Dota boss kahit low HP ayaw umuwi? Nagre-regen kasi yung buhay dyan, Lods, hindi tulad sa ML.
Just go all in on save so you eliminate the
Tapos ano dyan, yung trabaho ng support, i-heal yung damager. Kunyari, ikaw yung core ko, ako support. Bibili ako ng potion para i-heal kita. Eh, hindi mo kailangan umuwi.
Liquid getting
Ganon.
a lot out of their bottom lane. With the both of the cores in the bottom are kind of enjoying themselves.
Kasi
Both
hindi
Miro
ano
and
eh,
Mickey with absolute free farm.
ang mga carry at core sa Dota,
Saberline box.
hindi yan pinapagastos sa mga simpleng bagay like potion or firefly or whichever. At saka pag umuwi yung core, malulugi sila sa lane eh. Magagap sila sa XP at saka sa gold. Dapat ang gagawin lang yan, papatay sa lane, pupunta sa jungle, papatay ng minion sa jungle, papatay ng jungle creeps, balik sa lane, ganun lang. Kumbaga, ang trabaho dyan, para kang caretaker. Map to liquid, boss. Depende. Iba kasi late power ng BB. Hindi ako nagmamap win dito, guys. Pero aminin ko sa inyo, late game, BB to. Kasi yung Naix, pag hindi, ito yung winning condition ng Liquid. Kailangan mapatay nila yung Naix. Pag-pad ako, DC, Weevil. Sabihin mo yung pangalan mo. Pakilala ka, PM ka, tas pakilala ka. Para alam ko. Kaya screenshot mo yan, Senbo. Ayan yung sinasabi ko. Uy, napatay nila yung Naix.
Saberlight under the tower will fall. The bonds linking the three of them sets up for Boxy to get cleaned up. They'll look to dive on forward to try and find Ari. Nisha's here considering if he wants to enter into the fight, but there's no fight to be had for Liquid. Nisha has to hold back. 3 dead on Liquid. GPK coming in with a clutch rotation and if anything, sure, Pure dies, but I guess the end of the day was a bit of a bait. They were like, Pure, you might have to die for this, but we're going to clean up big time.
Si GPK ata ang bubuhat, hindi si Pure.
Nisha able to stop Katsomi from getting the wisdom.
Sayang yung wisdom.
A kill here, and are able to protect their wisdom.
Some players are so greedy. Like off of that, Katsomi got 3 charges on the Grimoire, and he's like, that shit ain't enough. I'm gonna go steal the next thing on the top lane as well. As Miero did get the kill with the shell earlier. So he's been very happy about this. Let's see, Team Liquid, you've got the role available, as Nisha wasn't really able to connect it anywhere, but that means you have it on the 8th.
Sabihin nyo kung anong bigay nyo, boss. Siyempre, unfair naman sa iba, maglalapag ng Nostra. Tapos kukunin nyo lang. Ayoko naman ganun.
They wanna bait it out with the golem.
Let's be ano tayo. Ay, ito yung sinasabi ko, combo. Guys, nagagawin ng Liquid. Kaso mali yung kinombo nila. Tingnan mamaya masakit yun. Ngayon kasi wala pa silang items eh. Pero mamaya ang sakit na ng combo na yun. Ang ganda naman ng golem ni Samurai.
Definitely means that
Kano
Liquid
kaya
will have
yun?
their
Ganda ng
spells
golem
available
nyo.
a little bit faster.
Samurai.
As of course golem cooldown is quite high. Let's see
Kaya
if
ba kuya
Betboom gets to put
60.5
some tower
frag?
damage up here.
Uy! OA mo! Ay, sorry. Ang OA na rin ako. Hindi, Lods, hindi. Ang taas nun.
Boxy watching from the side, frozen a shard, but cannot stop them from killing the shaman off. And now GPK is ready to look for more. Heads over to Boxy. Boxy tries to snowball away over towards the mid creep wave. It's taking a lot of damage there from the bonds as the creep wave gets cleaned
Tina, kabisado mo volleyball?
Still trying to chase.
Kasi Tina kasi kilala ko to, nakikita ko to sa live nila guys.
Anything just drawing their attention back off the tower. Betboom, they'll get back on with the push, but the golem does come to an end, so if anything, Liquid there with that poke and play, they lose Ari,
Kapag
but they
may
do
rad
manage
na
to
LS
limit
tas
the
may
amount of
Iron
damage
Shell,
that Betboom
totoo.
are able
Yan
to
yung
do to the
sinasabi
tier one
ko.
mid.
Yeah, they're very happy with that. Sure, you give
Ang
a
sakit ng
way a
LS
life of
dyan
Ari, but
mamaya.
the tower lost like couple hundred HP to the first golem of the game.
Pero napatay ni LS eh,
Very
kaya
good for
safe.
them.
Tignan nyo kung nasaan na yung LS sa ano,
I wonder if Liquid will
network.
ever look to play towards
Pang
their own safe
lima.
lane. Like TA is first of all really hard to kick out, but it's also really easy to play
Hindi,
through
wala
her
yan.
with all
Hindi,
of the
hindi ko
traps
inaano
that
yung
she'll have in
TA
the lane.
kay Mickey.
Yeah, I guess for now,
Kasi
Mickey's
may,
chilling.
may ano yun, may
And,
Dark
in
Seer eh.
terms of sort of finding opportunities to go aggressive
Ember
like
pa.
that, it's only really Mirror that sometimes shows his
Wala
face.
ano
and
yung refraction
he's a
yan,
hard one to
lulutuin
get,
lang.
even if they do get that slow off with the traps, with them have the surge at the ready.
Tapos yung first skill ni Warlock.
Sableye, back up to the
Wala.
top.
Yung
Good
ano,
ones
yung
for
chain,
him.
yun
Probably
ba
gonna
yun?
get
Yung
this
chain?
Vlad's into the
Tama ba?
Aghanims.
Chain ba yun? Tapos yung parang
Look
heal
at
na
Pure,
sumusunog.
invading the enemy triangle, wants to get into the ancient
Naubos
tree,
yung
built
oras
on the
mo,
10-minute
unti-unti.
rune plus the mid-fight.
There's an amplified damage
Kaya ba
rune.
40 minutes
So
duration
Sugar
map?
Guardian come in again. They've got the lockdown
Mahirap,
on
Lods.
towards
Mahirap.
save.
Kanina,
Now
yung
they're turning
37,
to
dapat tinayaan nyo na yung 37
GPK, but they haven't
duration.
got enough to kill it.
Habang
Wolf's gonna
meron
get
pa.
dropped down, but they're already out of there. Only gets the illusion on Tanisha.
Feel ko late game
Pure
BB ulit
able
to.
to
Opo,
move
late
in,
game
take
BB yan.
down Boxy.
May mga
And
galing
good
yung
fatal
AP
bombs
na
here onto the
ngayon
two of
sa
them.
PBL
Chains as well
tournament. Yung
from
ibang players
GPK.
nasa alas, pero
Nisha.
baka isa rin for
He's got the
natin.
swashbuckle.
Hindi, bali, ano,
It's getting healed up by the shadow.
lapag nyo lang kunyari may dalawang
Just
sure
support
kayo or
for
isang
support.
sure.
Betboom,
Lapag nyo
they're
sa
still able
GC
to set
tapos i-parlay-parlay
onto the
na lang
tier one after
natin.
that fight.
Ganun. Kunyari
They
may
can
isa.
take the
Ito,
enemy off lane
tatayaan
tower, at least
natin
in the
ano
meantime.
sa
Can they hold their mid
parang
tower?
ako, ganun din sasabihin ko. Ito
Looks like they
tayaan nyo
can.
sa Dota.
A decent amount of damage done this time though by Betboom.
Yeah, definitely like the rotation there from Pure.
Wag kayong maglagay
You
ng
have
high
to
risk.
adapt against the
Lagay
team
nyo
you're
lang
playing
yung sure.
against.
Kahit
We all
maliit
know it.
odds
You're
nyan,
Liquids,
safe
you're
yan.
gaming
Kasi
gladiators, they play fast.
doon kayo nas
You need
ano
to be
eh.
there, you need to
Huwag
adapt
kayo
your
masilaw
gameplay,
sa
you
high
need to
risk,
adapt
high
your build.
rewards.
Pure also looking
Minsan
for the early
yung
onwards.
ano, small pero
Try and get
sure,
in onto him.
mas masarap bombahan yun
Rage
eh.
at the ready, shards off the mark, save. He's
Ganun
gonna
yung
jump in,
ginagawa
try
ko
and
eh.
two them back with the stun.
Parang ito yung mga binibigay ko sa
Gives
inyo,
Pure
mga
more than
ano
enough
lang.
space to live.
Very aggressive, but
Do
eyes on
kahapon
Mickey in the
tumalong
bottom.
tayo sa Betboom.
They want this
Hindi ko
kill.
talaga expected yun
GPK
nangyari.
straight in on top of him. The remnants. Mickey surrounded. They drop the golem as well. They want this TA dead, and they'll get him.
Tignan nyo, walang nangyari sa TA,
Quick move
sa
from
refraction.
Betboom. No chance of
Yung
Liquid
nasabi ko, walang
responding.
gagawin
Solar
yung
Guardian was
TA.
still on cooldown.
Ang
Even
taas
if
ang
it
gold
was
mo
up,
dyan,
might have been
babatokan nila
too
pababa.
risky of a move for Sableye to try and
Pinaka-advantage
back
lang
up
nila
Mickey
dito
on his
yun
own
doon
with.
eh. Kaso
Sableye
mukhang
pushing the wave out pretty far top. TP's now coming in from GPK.
Nice.
Pure trying to start things off. GPK's in with the slight chains.
ganda nung
Score
buy time
Ari.
nung ano, shaman doon, no? Hinatak na yung
Finds himself a
Ember.
little bit
Para
of
hindi
time with the
humabol.
shackles, but he'll still be going down. Save and Pure, they're still looking to dive in for Boxy. It's got a snowball at the ready. Buy him a little bit of time, catches the two of them with a stun under the tower. Boxy, it's in. Is it gonna kill it?
Ba't naman dito nakatingin? Dapat sa Naix. Ay, patay nga siya.
If he had any tower region or the
Nag-tick
stick
pa.
was available, of course he would live, so save.
Expect ko
Very
Naix
cool
yung
guy, getting
mamamatay.
off the kill with the blood grenade. I mean, Liquid are doing well when it comes to some of the networks, but I think
Hindi,
the next
gusto ko lang
couple
talaga
minutes,
mamatay
they
yung
could be
Betboom
hard.
kasi naka-liquid
Click on
ano
this Dark
tayo.
Seer. He's got
R215.
a Crimson Guard available against a TA Dawnbreaker Pangolier draft.
Yeah, it's
Delikado
this sort
pa
of optimization is gonna be
R215.
fantastic
Kung
here.
lagi
Go
nila
fast,
isa-shutdown
straight
yung
to
ano,
Shiva,
Dark
safe
Seer,
from Mirror.
oo, delikado.
He knows how to be unkillable. We saw it on his quad last game, and this game,
Nawawala yung combo ng ano eh,
similar
ng
sort of
task
just
eh.
style that he's going to bring this sort of beef to the fight that Liquid in the team fight. What do you sort of do about the Dark
Ako
Seer? Do you
sunog
just have
kaya
to
kay
try and find
Charles
these
parang
fights where
hindi
the Dark Seer
veteran.
is
Ang
not
sakit
around?
naman
'Cause
nun.
if he's in
Sa
town
tulong
here,
parang
Mirror,
hindi
he's going to
veteran.
stop everyone from dying.
You either need to try to have like a really good role in Solar Guardian
Kapag
where you
walang
just get to
lapag
fight
idol,
through
bawal
the
sumali.
Crimson,
Bago lang ako
or
sa
you poke
betting.
it with
Ay wag,
something
hindi ko
easy
naman
to
kayo
back
din
off and then
ine-encourage
for the
na ano,
re-engage.
mag-betting.
As of course it does have quite a high cooldown.
So they can
Bet
catch
wisely
Pure.
pa
They
rin.
need him from the high
Tsaka
ground.
be
Got a good angle.
responsible.
He's already into the Ancient though. Chop the circle
trap.
boards. We'll be able to block him. They get the Hex immediately.
Yan lang.
TPs are coming in, but Pure's gone.
Good
Yun
move.
talaga yung kailangan nilang gawin
Back
kasi
to
lagi
wall,
dito eh.
down onto both
Ma-shutdown
Ari
yung
and
Naix.
Mickey. Jump in
Mapatay
for
yung
save.
Naix.
Straight in on Ari. Ari will fall. Now they can turn towards Mickey as well. The TPs were quick from
Hindi kasi
Betboom.
pwede
Mirror was ready
magkaradi
with that
itong
back
Naix
wall
eh,
onto
o
the
kaya
two of them.
magka-item.
Boxy
Pero
also
ang laki
getting
ng
chased
sacrifice
out.
nila doon para sa Naix.
I mean, they get Pure.
Parang
but
hindi
again,
good
these
trade.
responses from Betboom, if the TPs are up and movement available. They're
Hindi
pretty
na
much
sacrifice nyo para lang mapatay yung Naix.
Yeah, they are. Liquid
Oh,
are
it's a
taking lot
winning
of kills.
condition,
Sure,
pero
you get the initial go onto Pure,
parang hindi siya
but
good.
they will always pay the price.
Libre gold pa.
Some wards getting farmed as well.
Libre gold.
And I like the cheap stuff that Betboom are going for. You know, it's not just the Crimson. You're getting a double Pavis on your support.
Hindi talaga good trade kasi apektado kaming lahat.
Lineup, at least for now, from Liquid.
Yep.
Kalma nyo.
14-minute power and coming into play. It's gonna end up down bottom. Not
Medyo
too
mahirap siya.
exciting,
Nasa
just the
baba nga
invis.
siya eh.
Well, they're going for a smoke
Lagi
through the
nilang
gate.
aanuhin
They know that
yan.
Mickey, of course, he respawned and he TP'd into the bottom side, which means he's kind of stuck there.
Let's have a look how much Mickey senses this sort of play coming in.
2-0 na ata tanggal.
But they
Ang
might
tagal
be
nga
just
eh, no?
barely
Nag-i-expect
dodging it
ako
out.
ano eh, parang ang nangyari, natatakot sila kumombo.
They don't get scanned out by that.
Kasi nagiging responsive yung Betboom. Patay
So
ito.
Liquid, they're not gonna expect this
Naku,
at
wala
all.
na. Wala na yung
Just
R215
boxing.
natin, guys.
And at the least, this will get the information for the cause
Wala
for
na.
Liquid to get out of this area.
Kasi kakatch up
At
pa
least
to
they
eh.
do only lose Boxy. They have a ward that kind of scattered out Mickey, but they feel that he is too deep.
Hindi yung rad inaantay ko, yung inaantay ko yung combo nung task eh.
Liquid should be looking for the next round of items. You need the blink on the Pango, and at least the Desolator on Mickey to like try and cut through something, because he's gonna have to hit through double pav his Crimson Guard.
Yes, you need a lot to be coming out from that initial burst of the TA.
May pick up to. Kita nyo, ayun oh. Packet sila kay Don.
Draw the attention away from Roche, and then maybe go there with
Ayan na
your
guys.
Tusk TA
Ayan
or
nyo.
Tusk TA and Ari on the Rasa.
Saberlight. Betboom's on the hunt for him.
Bye-bye,
They dropped a good lane
R215.
ward into the search. Can he flip it back?
Hatak.
He's looking for that
Hatak,
dispose.
Darkseer.
He's gonna get it.
Ay, si ano pala yun? Marcy pala yun. Akala ko si Darkseer. Diba?
Straight onto the tier 1 as well. Betboom
Wala na. Sorry, naigat sa R215.
making these strong, coordinated early game moves.
Diba?
Starting
Sabi
to
ko sa
take
inyo,
up the
hindi
map a little
sure.
bit from Liquid. Liquid
Hirap
not
talaga
really
nung
finding
R215.
opportunities
Nung
to
isang
fight
araw ko
back
lang kasi
themselves
natutunan
right now.
yan. Siya yung pinaka, para siyang ano, first blood.
First of all, you need to commit a lot, and the counterplay from
Pero panalo
the
yung first
Betboom
blood
side is
kanina.
No joke. It's Golem,
Liquid.
Crimson, Vacuum Wall. There's even like there's Pure can also
Sa
save
mga
people
nag-first
with
blood
Infest
sa
Bomb.
Liquid kanina, panalo.
Gonna steal an ancient stack.
And there's the desert
2-0 na guys.
They
2-0
might
na
even
kayo.
wrap round to dive Boxy here under the tier 2
Hindi nila
tower. They'll
nagawa
go
yung
straight
combo.
for him.
Ay, ang baba na ng 2-0.
Another death on
1.1.
Liquid.
Buti naabutan ko
Betboom.
yung kanina,
Onto
1.4.
tier 2s now here. Just 16 minutes in. Betboom feeling incredibly strong with these timings. Liquid just not quite ready to fight.
I mean,
Nasabayan mo yung
it's
2-0
absolutely all
kanina?
Betboom At this point, they're,
Go.
they're tanking up on the heroes. They've got the team fight
Wala
for
na
themselves
guys,
too.
papatagalin na
Pure
lang
got
yan
their
ng
outlet
ano,
working into the
Liquid.
Radiance. I do like what Liquid are potentially trying to do here. You put pressure onto the bottom
Wala kasi
side,
gagawin talaga
get
yung
what you
TA dyan,
can,
mga
force
lods
them
eh.
around.
Oh,
Susunugin
Mario's
lang
able to
yan
farm
eh.
up a little stack here.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Serpent wards.
I mean, they're just not in an ability or in a position where they can fight Betboom, right? But if you force Betboom now to
Buti
go
inalis
bottom,
nila yung
maybe
Agha
you can make
sa
a
Serpent
fast
Ward,
move,
no? Ang
take over
daya
the top
nun
area
eh.
and look for Roche yourself on Liquid. It would be quite big for
Nag-match
them.
yun naka
It's a tough
Betboom
ask.
lads. Congrats.
Because Mickey is on TA, one of the hot and contested
Ay, oo,
heroes
patagalin
right
yun. Naka
now.
It's
37
one of his
over
best
pala
heroes,
ako.
absolutely.
And how does this game sort of look
Nag-match,
overall with the
nag-map win
prospects
na
of
ako
a
eh.
TA being
Sa
able to carry?
Betboom.
It's
Map win at saka
fine. I
2-0.
wouldn't say it's
Yeah.
amazing because there's a lot of annoyance.
Oh, and they're coming for him. Katomi's ready with the opening, drops the golem down. Mickey's not getting out of this one. The Solar Guardian's coming in. It's a little bit ambitious
Wala.
here for Saberlight, it feels, because Mickey's dead. Saberlight might be in trouble as well himself as Betboom will look to chase him. Betboom's going to have those hands on Ari at the side. The rebound's there to stop the attempted TP out from Saberlight.
Uh-oh. That's
They might have just wanted
Kaya
to
pa ba
let that team go
37?
down there. I don't know if there was any way
Actually,
that they were saving Mickey.
nanganganib na
It
yung
looks a bit
37.
desperate there from them.
Baka tatapusin na nila agad.
this is some of the trouble. I mean, I see Boxy drawing a lot, maybe trying to set up some of the next moves because, yeah, playing this game at this
Bilangin ko
pace
yung
or straight
tower.
up like
1
this is just
minute,
not
2
working out. Look
minute,
at
may
Nero's game.
rocks.
I will
3
say there is a
minutes,
huge
so
reason that
20
when you
minutes
first
to
pick
24,
TA,
abot ng
you're
24
supposed to ban
minutes.
Darkseer
Unless
at
i-try nila
nearly
end agad
most
sa
of the
bottom.
time.
I-end kaya nila agad sa bottom. Susundot ako sa 35 under. Kayo guys, gusto nyo ako sabayan.
The itemization absolutely perfect to just completely ruin a lot of the hopes that Liquid
Naka under 44 ako kanina. Congrats sa nag-under 44 ha. Sabi ko ni, mas okay yung 44 under. Buti na ano ko yung 44 under kanina.
Yep, you've got the 7K lead
1.6
now.
yun eh, mas
They've got
mataas
everything
yung
that they
odds.
kind of want on Betboom. You've got double Solar Crest, Radiance completed, Crimson. Next up on the line is kind of Roche.
Pero tingnan
I wanna
natin
see
kung
how Liquid wanna
papatagalin ng
deal with it.
Liquid.
Do they just try to
Baka
split
ganun
the
yung
map?
maging
He's got the
strategy
blink now
nila eh.
on Nisha. I believe it's flying out to him, so he's more mobile when it comes to the map.
Yes, Carlo. Sabi ko nga kanina, di ba?
As Betboom,
Mas
they're
good yung
just swarming the
44
map.
under.
Save.
Insta break on
Pero
the
naka
smoke.
37 over.
I mean,
din
do Liquid
ako
want to try and do something here, or do they just want to get out? They might want to just leave Ari. Ari's actually going to get the chance to drop the Serpent wards down. Liquid, they're considering if they want to
Hindi,
try
at saka mamadaliin
catch them
talaga
in
nila yan
return.
kasi
They'll find
kakalabanin pa
attention
nila
on
yung
Lord's Captain,
GG.
so that's the Warlock gone. But Mira, he's got his hands on Mickey, drags him back into the wall. Okay, we'll get a trap down to try and slow them. Good sharp block as well from Boxy, trying to stop the
Okay
chase.
ka
So
dyan.
Guardian Heels coming in
Ano
for
tatakbuhin
Mickey.
mo dyan?
But he's getting surrounded
Kahit
by
harangan
GPK,
mo yan, may
that's
Marcy.
Mickey gone.
Ibabato
Saber's
lang ni
gonna try for the
Marcy.
TP out. He will make it. Nothing to put a stop to that one. And meanwhile, under the tower, Pure looking for Nisha. Nisha gets the blink off just in time. So able to sort of cut their losses there on that
33
one. Liquid,
over
but it's
44
still
under.
Mickey
Yes
going
po,
down,
tama
and
po.
the TA is their big hope right now.
Championship na ba
to have
yung
a chance
laban
of
ng
turning
GG?
this
Yes
one.
po.
Items are going to continue to fly out for Betboom as they take out this second tier 2, or at least
Hindi
force
naman
out
lahat ng
purification,
second
get
game
Pure
fast
very
game.
close
Nakadepende
to
pa
having
rin.
that radiance.
Ito kasi condition na
So
nila
if
yung
you want to
fast
go
game
away
kasi
for him on the
may
life
laban pa
stealer.
sila sa GG.
Yeah, it's on to Liquid to try and stabilize the map. Like,
Yes,
keep pushing
tama.
out the sidelines, maybe play some wards in
Papatagalin
between,
na lang
'cause
na Liquid
the
tong
5
mapa.
on 5, you cannot take it. I believe it is just not possible anymore.
Umabot
Nisha's
ako
having a
under
good game,
35,
1-0-3 on
40.
the Pango, but
Ay, 40.
he needs the Axe.
2.40.
They need more items on Liquid. They need to stall the game.
And there it is. 20-minute armlet radiance for Pure. Some time as well if they want to look up top and take the Tormentor.
Yeah, poor man's shield as well.
Ano thoughts mo
As
sa
if it's
GG
already
versus
not hard
BB?
enough to kill these heroes.
Lasunan yan, Lods. Lasa ng BB talaga, sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kahit nung ano pa, nung dati pa, ang tinatayaan ko lagi, Parivision at saka
Might be looking
Betboom.
far ahead into the future, but if
Yung
you're
sa
Liquid,
TI,
I wouldn't be surprised if they're
Ay,
talking about,
TI
okay
ba yun?
guys, we need to slow down the game, split the
Hindi,
map,
hindi ata
and
TI yun,
eventually get
tinatayaan
to
ko
like
nakaraan.
1 or 2 more rounds of items.
Pari
The
at
Axe
saka
on the Pango,
Betboom tinatayaan
and
ko.
an eventual nullifier. Without doing this, like without splitting them up, or at least having the nullifier in the 5-on-5 to cut through the double
Yung Aurora nga,
barrier
hindi ko
of the
tinatayaan
Solar Crest
yun
and
eh.
the Crimson, I don't see how they can fight. They need to outmaneuver Betboom on the map and give themselves more time.
Inaantay ko tumaas yung map win ng Betboom.
And for now, Liquid having both supports sort of in position between
Pure
potential
did this
moves.
yesterday where he was on some Wisdom Shrine. He didn't take it and someone went for the steal. Would give me a giggle if it happened again. For now, he's just clearing some creep waves in his little prowler friend.
Wala na to, guys.
The good old
Sakit na
BSJ
ng
cosplay.
nais.
There we go. Into the pit.
Boxy
Betboom.
did get out some good wards.
Tingnan
He
na
knows this
item
is
na
happening.
Nike Lods. Show mo nga sa akin.
I mean, he's going to go
Tingnan
for
ko
the
kung may
steal, right?
chance
Yeah,
pa.
I'm not surprised if they even drop
Hoy,
the
hindi
gauntlet
worth
with
it
him
yan.
to just like try to make it happen.
Let's have a look.
Can he do it?
Can he read sort of the timing? He's a little too early at the moment.
Pag
Well,
na.
he's still making time. He's giving
Okay.
good space to his team.
Katomi's going to try and stop the blink play. Box is in good spot here. If he goes about now, it'd be pretty good.
Oh!
Pasok, sapak.
He's not going to
Ay,
be
kabado.
But it's a little
Kabado, ewan ko sa'yo.
Can he
Sinignalan na
actually get
kita
away
eh.
from this, Boxy? He cannot.
Wala,
So the idea
wala
was
to
there, the
guys.
execution not quite early enough. Well, that's kind of cute. Never mind.
Wala,
back
may
use
dark
there.
seer.
It's
Hatakin
still
ka
good
pa
stuff.
balik.
Like even though it doesn't work out, it's one hero that's making sure for Betboom that they need to keep everyone in the
Sayang.
shot.
It's
Di ba
not
kasi
it's
nakinig
sure to
sa
kill.
akin.
True, it's not sort of a situation where Betboom can get the Roche, immediately TP out to split the lanes.
Exactly.
Nasilip mo na eh.
Because at least in the last 2 minutes, you know,
May bilang
they
yun
did
eh.
get to hold the map.
Alam nyo ba
It's
na
at least one of the
nabibilang
things
niyo
you
yung
have to do. You give
kaltok
up
ni
roles, but
Roshan?
you need to
May
put the
tunog
map in
yun
a
eh.
position where you make it hard for
Tok.
Betboom to immediately go for the play.
Ano siya, para siyang Garelo.
Very difficult position for Liquid to be in.
Hindi
but
siya tuloy-tuloy
we have seen them
umatake.
fight their way out of some tough spots so far in the tournament. Nisha,
In Mickey, I trust.
the move would dispel the
Ako
smoke of the
hindi.
two of them.
Sunog
GPK and
kasi yung
Katomi.
TA dito, Lods eh. Halos lahat eh. Counter na sa kanya eh. Sa
Good old
Ember pa lang eh.
Chain gang, root, vacuum.
Patay na
Buy some
naman
time
si
here with the
ano.
snowball, but no chance to
May
blink
na-X
out.
yun eh. Patay.
Will die in the mid tier 2. Nisha pings out the mid wave. He wants to cut the incoming wave from Betboom here to try and stop the push. Will be able to do so.
We'll see again on the replay there. That nice little attempt from Boxy to live as he was able to push his way up to the high ground. But of course,
And back down,
Vacuum
brother.
was ready to drag him back down.
It did have a little bit of a chuckle.
Sinilip ko kung mag-all in ako sa ads ng
Got the
Betboom.
axe completed for Saber.
1.025. Mapapanalunan mo. Kunti lang.
1,000
mo, 100.
So they of course understand the memo.
they just got to try and prepare everything possible for the high ground defense.
Yep.
Mas lamang pa yung kaba. Buti
Down the
nakataya ako
line, they could
kanina.
get some crazy
2-0.
items, you know, Boxy. The Aghanim is obviously a very distant dream.
Yep. But it
Hindi
is a
kaya
dream.
It is a
mamaya,
dream, you know.
boss. 33
Those
over
dreams can
44
become real.
under ng finals.
It looks like
Yung
Betboom,
44,
the best
magduda ka.
answer to split
33
push is
over
to just
pwede.
force the enemy back into their base.
GG yun eh.
Boxy.
GG yun, Lods.
It's going to get caught outside of the base.
Oh, Nisha, he's closing in on the Ags, but he's not close enough.
Uy,
They
kabado
will
na yung
forfeit
37
this
ko.
Rax by the looks of it.
Okay lang. Safe
Yeah,
naman
just
yung
all
ano,
in on
44
trying to
under.
prepare for the
Bawi
bigger
lang.
defense. Slow them down for now with the fortification and maybe see if they can poke them back. I mean, they have made their way all the way to the tier 3
Sama-sama
on
ba
the
yung
bottom
44
lane.
under?
They will go into
Good
the
job.
mid-ranks,
Madalang
but
mag-under
for
44
Liquid, they
dun
are
ako.
getting a
Oh,
Crystallis on
madalang.
Mickey soon.
Yep.
And the
Pag
Aghanim
first
Scepter on
game.
Nisha. These are big items.
I mean, we're going to
Umaabot
get
din.
some
Parang
TPs back
kanina,
here.
di ba?
Now.
Pumaltik siya
Just going to
ng
be GPK to
40
deal with the push on the bottom lane.
Of course, he can return
33.
at any point to his team when he wishes to the
What
remnant.
time next game,
Liquid.
boss? Waiting na ako sa
Making these
bracket.
sort of calls. Like, we got to let these objectives go, see what they can at least pick up before they put everything together for their final
But they will
attempt at
fight
holding
this.
them back.
You will fight this Rax. You're not getting any bigger timings if you wait for the third
Sure.
Rax.
Yeah, as you said, they're going to have the crit,
Or are
and
they
they're going to
not?
have the Aghanims.
I mean, I still see Mickey on the
20
map.
20
There goes the
CSG.
TP.
2 hours
Nisha.
from now,
He's
nakalagay
gonna
sa
try and get
akin.
in onto save, but he's going to have to go outside the base for this. They do get the Hex and Shackle in onto Pure. That's him gone the once.
Aegis.
Solar Guardian coming in. They've caught GPK here. GPK able to jump out with the Remnant. So they get the Aegis out of Betboom. Nisha. Roll up. Is caught by the chains. Anything to get him out of this box. He's going to try and jump on. Nisha's able to swashbuckle up the high ground. Shield crashes back in.
Kita
but
mo,
Nisha's
gano'n
dead.
sila kalugi
Sableye
sa
has the
clash.
Starbreaker hit onto GPK. Damage coming in from Mickey, but the shields are up on GPK. He's fine. 3 dead on Liquid as Katsumi gets the
Ember
double
pa
kill
lang,
here with the
sunog na
Golem.
sila eh.
Miro jumping in, looking for Ari. Mickey will be
Ano
able
yun,
to
hindi
get back into
maka-forward
the
si
fountain
Mickey yung
just in
TA.
time. But he's the only one left alive
hindi
here on
maganda
Liquid.
first
They
pick
do
TA.
have a few buybacks to play with. But Betboom, they'll have the space to keep the push going. Onto the mid-tier 3. And when fortification comes out, Mickey trying to clear out the Golem.
Delikado yung mag 37 over, guys.
It's very close to succeeding in doing so. He's caught by the chains. Quick force backwards. Jump forward from Box. He gets the punch up. That's the first buyback here from Liquid coming out on Ari. The rest of them should be able to wait. They'll clear up the Golem and get that.
Binigay kasi nila yung Marcy kay Save.
Mickey on the front of the fight.
Naku, patay pa si TA.
They're going to try and save him. Mickey.
Pike in 2.
Snowball buying time for the Pike called down.
Eh,
to keep back
hinatak.
up. Drag him in, gets the chance for the blink out. Boxy will lose his life for that one though. But Mickey survives.
Uh-oh. Ari should be okay.
Betboom, they'll back
Hindi
off. A
makakill
little bit of
Mickey.
breathing
Hindi
room
siya
for Liquid.
makakalapit ka mo.
Only back off
Pag
momentarily.
lumapit
though.
siya,
Betboom, they're
patay
ready to
siya
come
eh.
back in.
Wala na agad
Look up at the
refraction
Hex.
niya.
Wants to get the job done.
Naka-radiance na si Naix
Finishes
eh.
off the melee racks.
Tapos yung burn pa ng Ember. Plus factor
Betboom
mo
now,
pa
they wanna
yung
stick around for more.
tawag doon yung
We'll be
parang
seeing if anyone
chain
steps
na
outside the
skill
base. Liquid's got to be careful. Betboom,
Warlock.
they're ready to jump back in if Liquid step out.
Wala kasi BKB.
Well, it is very, very costly for Liquid. They lose
Kahit mag-BKB
nearly
siya.
2 entire sets of racks.
Masyadong logi.
A lot of gold injected into Betboom here. 14k lead at the
Check mo yung
27-minute mark.
item check mo yung Ember. Pakita mo.
Betboom. I think they're going to be ready to come straight back at them. Here's the smoke.
Pakita.
See who they can find from Liquid that's sort of dared to stray
Oh, hindi
outside
talaga
of the
siya
base. Both
makakabawas sa
Sableye and
Kashiba
Mickey
at saka
are out
ano
here
to.
right now. Mickey.
Mickey.
They've found him. There's no saving the
Oh,
TA.
so
That's
now.
Mickey gone. Does not have the buyback gold. 170 short. He's out for a minute. Betboom, they're ready to push on for more. Make the jump over to Nisha.
GG sa mga nag 37 over. Ooh!
That physical damage is going and bring them so low. He's going to try and roll away from
Congrats sa mga nag 45
Betboom, of course,
under.
have the creeps coming in, so they'll be able to finish off the mid set.
Mas safe nga sabi sa inyo, mas safe yung 45 under.
Very close to starting to be able to look towards those mega creeps here. Saberlight is trying to cut the way for now, but they still have
Sama-sama
this
by
wave
2-0
pressure coming
sa
on
akin
the mid
dyan,
and the
congrats
top
din.
Betboom against Liquid's base. So Betboom, they can keep the push going.
Liquid need to put up a defense here. You can't do anything on the map here, Saber. If you try to cut some waves, it
Wala
won't do you any
kayong
good.
resources. Yung winning condition nyo kanina, naging downside nyo. Nag-all in kayo sa Nix, tapos pinapatay kayo lahat. So hindi siya good trade.
Saberlight, the goal
Patay
dropped on
dalawa.
the two of them. He's out. Does have buyback the two of them. Still need a few seconds until
buyback
Mickey's
pa kayo
back
dyan?
in. So the Guardian setup coming in, but the save's there. Save's able to bring him out with the rebound. They get the chains to hold back both of them. Mickey
Chain ulit.
moves forward.
Slow.
Miro drops the wall
Hatak.
for now. No, they'll back away from this Liquid.
Pasok, Ember.
Backdoor protection coming into play.
Ay, hindi, ginaw.
Bottom racks are safe for now. Slight change once more. Pure's moving in.
Patay! Atak! Ganda ng set!
With the jump big time. Mickey trying to scramble back to safety, but Pure and Save are ready to chase him down. 3 dead, 4 dead on Liquid. Nobody with the buybacks. GG is called as Betboom
2-0, guys.
And with that, the series 2-0 to move on to the grand
45
finals
under
to play
save,
against
1.6.
Betboom really, their
Kanina,
progression through this
kumpara sa
tournament has
37
been
over.
kind of astonishing even. They play really, really well as Miero on the Starks here.
Diba? Mas
Yeah,
okay
just
yung 2-0.
free game beyond
Congrats,
godlike
guys!
Liquid.
Paldo,
Of course,
paldo,
playing with
paldo.
a stand-in, not the best situation,
Sarap,
but yeah,
sarap.
Betboom, they look real strong.
Yeah, they've been powering up, as you say, throughout the whole tournament, and yeah, they're going to give us quite the battle against Gaming later today. Betboom, they'll knock Liquid out of the competition here in this lower bracket final.
Naka-liquid ba si Wise? Kanina?
And that means
Ba't
that
sabi nila liquid
we
daw
will
yung
be
tinaya ni
crowning
Wise?
a new champion here at
Pinost niya, diba?
Wallachia as the 2-time defending champions have now fallen here in the lower bracket finals. Not an ideal situation, as I'm sure you guys would agree. Not being able to have their full roster, and even for the beginning of this tournament didn't have their full roster. It became Toby, then Insania, and now back to Ari. But that's nothing to take away from Betboom's fantastic performance this series and growth to this point.
Absolutely, they
Ay,
had
gogi, naka-liquid na si
more
Wise.
stand-ins,
Naka-liquid pala
more
siya!
series with the stand-in than without.
That is true,
in the
actually.
tournament.
BB
So,
all the
yeah,
way.
congratulations to Liquid
Laban
for
sa
making this
GG.
far. I think
Parang
it's still
palag.
a pretty good
Parang palag,
performance
guys.
and pretty good tournament to
Laban sa
participate
GG.
in, to get some extra knowledge
Kung ganun yung
coming
play,
into the rest of the season.
naku.
But for Betboom, man, like these guys are just powering
Pero
out
depende pa rin talaga sa
every
draft.
single day, every single
Malakas
series, I would
mag-counter
say,
drop ang
even. They're
GG.
finding new different approaches.
Huwag kayong
and new
huwag
different
kayong
small
pahapak
little
masyado sa
spices,
BB.
ingredients to make their drafts even better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the draft, sorry. in
Ayaw
this
mo
game
mali
two
nila
was
doon,
exceptional
nag-first
from
pick
BB.
TA sila.
They pretty much exploited every single pick from Liquid, where, you know, as much as, yeah, Liquid have stand-ins, when you have this amount of pressure on you, you need to make sure that your drafts are at the top of their game. If you have
First
any
pick pa yung
weaknesses
TA.
and you've got a stand-in, it is
O
going to
Dark's here.
compound to even a more difficult game. And BB, they saw the TA, they counter it, they saw the Dawnbreaker, they already had the lifesteal. Like the entire draft was built around
Hero drop lang
aggression.
talaga.
And
Yes.
I
Wala
love
kasi
how
sa
quickly
lakas
they broke
lakasan
the map.
kasi
It was sweeping
lahat ng
movement.
players
You saw
dyan
Pure in the
magaling,
mid lane,
oo.
diving tier 1 tower very early on.
Ang
Same
labangan
thing,
lang
like,
dyan
another
yung draft
glue
kasi
collecting the pieces.
kahit anong
GPK
sabihin mo,
on the
ganito
end,
yung
but
hero
TP
mo,
in
ganyan yung hero
is
mo,
going
ganyan yung combo nyo.
super, like, aggressive,
Eh
like,
kung
everything that you could ask
pagdating
for
naman
in
sa draft
regards
ng
to the
kalaban,
from the
counter
dark side,
lahat.
did exactly what it needed to do. It
Wala
was
rin.
just
Tignan nyo, ang
layers of
ganda ng
fighting
combo ng
for
Liquid
They
dito
just
eh.
did not have
Aminin
any
natin
of the
maganda yung
tools to
combo
rebuttal
nila.
this.
Eh kaso,
Definitely, I think
yung
got
TA
predicted a little
nila,
bit because Templar
sobrang
Assassin
hard
has
counter.
been a
Na hard counter
mainstay
ng
for
draft
Team Liquid
ng
when they can get their
Betboom.
hands on it. And Betboom
Tunaw
team
eh.
knew that
Darkseer
with
pa
that
lang
being a
eh.
possibility, they
Darkseer
had all the tools
Marcy, wala
necessary to
na.
dismantle it.
Yeah, it's a hero that has defined
Radiance
the
pa
last
yun
couple of
na-X.
series for
Lahat
Liquid
sila
as
pang
well,
sunog ng
and
refraction.
the one versus GG too. But
Yun
when
na nga
it
lang
comes to
advantage
Betboom,
ng TA eh.
I just
Binura pa.
am a huge enjoyer of these guys just doubling down on their own stuff and their
Siguro
own
kung sniper,
strats
papalag
and
pa.
not necessarily looking
Yung
into
sniper naman yung
what the
Liquid,
enemy team
diba?
is doing. Sure, of course, you had
First pick kasi
multiple
TA.
layers of dealing with refractions, of
At
having a
nila
decent
sinecure
lanes,
yun.
but just take Betboom's draft away and don't even look what's on the left
Tawa na
side.
lang siya eh.
I'd say this draft has
Natawa na lang
50%
siya.
chance versus anything in the current meta. It's that good. So they found their identity either with some co-ops offlane or just enabling Pure and GPK from the mid lane. And this
Ganda ng
man
laban
has,
guys, congrats
he
ulit
is the
everyone.
heart of the battle.
Talo
in
yung
almost every single
37
game.
over nyo.
I mean, the fact that he went for the Crimson Guard early on was, you know, exceptional. Right, you're playing into
Hindi ko na sa
tough
inyo,
TA,
mamadaliin nila yan
even
eh.
the Pangolier, like just,
Second
you
game.
get all this tankiness onto your team, prevent any of the right-click damage, you feel really good.
Para
On top of
makapagpahinga
that,
pa
you
sila.
know, Solar Crest on the Marcy, like they respected how Liquid can win.
Mag-i-start na
in
pala yung
a
game
kind
yun
of
eh,
difficult
sa
lineup.
GG.
And we'll,
Ay,
what,
unti lang
we-
yung
we'll
break,
buy a
saglit
couple
lang.
items, and then there's no chance for you to play it out. So not only did they have a good draft, the items made sure that
Kain
this
at
game was
water muna kayo
as
guys.
much of a stomp as it looked.
Congrats everyone.
Well, why not get some thoughts from the heart of the battle himself, as Nomad is standing by with Miero for a winner's interview.
Easy 1K.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, Miero, your second grand finals back-to-back from the last tournament as
Okay lang,
well. How
boss.
are you feeling about that?
Talo natin
I think we did
isa
our job
no,
very
isa
well,
lang,
so
isa.
I'm glad to play
Yung sa
with our
37
boys.
over dito.
Absolutely. Now, you know, coming into
Panalo
the
lahat
next one, of
kanina
course,
game, man.
you're playing against Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals. Do you feel
37
like with the
over
way
na
you've
talo.
been
Buti
playing
nag 44
and how
under din
strong
ako,
you
sabi ko
felt,
din
you're
kanina
very
eh.
confident in this one?
I think we're confident.
Alright, panalo under
we
ko.
won them,
Di ba?
on the previous
Mas pipiliin ko yung
online
walang
tournament.
pahinga.
There was a Fisher
Talaga
episode,
ba?
we won
Ako
them 3-0,
ano,
so
mas
I
pipiliin
think
ko yung
we're
nagpahinga
gonna do the same.
pag Dota. Kasi computer yan eh.
Right, so, all right,
Hindi
well,
naman
we'll
yan
see how that one
mobile eh.
goes. I mean, do you feel like
Masakit sa puwet,
overconfidence can
masakit
ever be
sa
a problem
mata,
for
masakit
your
sa
team, or do you
daliri.
think that can only be a good thing?
I don't think it's our
Aminin
confidence,
natin, hindi comfortable maglaro ng Dota ng matagal. Lalo na ang tagal ng matches dyan.
Excellent stuff. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about your hero pool as well. Some interesting stuff coming out recently, especially with the Queen of Pain. I mean, is this hero just good? Like, it seems to be, you can play it anywhere. You've been killing with it in the offlane as well.
I think it's good in the
Tignan nyo.
competitive mod. So, and this
Si
also
ano,
good in the pubs. Yeah.
Sinsay niya, masama na
Alright, well,
pakiramdam,
make it look-
pinaglaro
What is
pa.
it about the hero that makes it so so strong? What makes it broken?
Mahirap kasi talaga.
It makes him broken in like a good laying stage, and after this you deal a lot of damage if
Oo,
you scale a lot
nakaka-apekto
with
sa
your
laro.
axe
Legit
or
yun, totoo yan.
some stuff like this.
Yeah, it looks very strong
Nakaka-apekto din
indeed,
sa play.
especially in your
Pag may
hands,
inaano ka,
Miero.
inuunda ka.
You guys
Insane
have
na
been
kahapon.
playing very fast. When
Nag-Phoenix
you
siya,
get
ang lamyan
ahead,
ng
it
Phoenix
feels like
niya.
you just all know what you're doing at any given point.
Naalala niyo
Is
yun?
that the case?
Nag-Phoenix sa
What's the
insane niya.
communication like? Are you actually even talking that much when
Nag-skill
you're
yung,
moving around the map as
yung
fast
Void
as you are?
Spirit, nag-skill. Napa-react siya. Hindi naman siya dapat
strong,
mag-react dun eh.
and we can do some kind of stuff on the map. So
Pumasok siya,
we're
tapos
just
yung
trying
egg
them
niya, nasa
to
gitna ng
kill
river.
heroes. Yeah.
All right, killing here as well. How's working very well
Anong
for
oras
you.
sila
I'm
si
going to let you
GT
go
versus
and prepare for the grand
Siguro
finals against Gaming
6:30,
Gladiators.
6:15.
Miero, thank you very much for talking to me, and good
Mga
luck
ganun.
in those grand finals.
Ewan ko, Lods eh.
Now this is a
Running
grand
time kasi
final
sila.
matchup that has happened earlier on in the season. It was Fissure Universe is what
Ay,
you
hindi
said?
nila sinusunod yung running time.
Universe,
Tama ba?
which had
Tama ba
Game
yung term ko?
Gladiators go down 3-0 against Betboom team. So going into grand finals, Betboom team are definitely comfortable in this environment, but this is the strongest that we have seen Gaming Gladiators in quite a while. And now, because of these two teams being there, that means that Liquid are not able to defend their two-time anymore.
Yeah, this time around they're not. Maybe in one of the future seasons they can come back and swoop the crown. It won't be back-to-back, of course, but once again, nothing to be ashamed of. They ended in the third place. I think that they had some obstacles that weren't Dota related, of course. They had a stand-in the group stage, stand-in in their last series as well. Stand-in that's not even position 5, right? So they had to switch up roles a little bit. All things considered, I think Liquid are completely fine. Of course, they'd like to do more to win, but with the circumstances, fans cannot be sad about this one.
For sure. And the fans of Betboom team are looking at this lower bracket journey that they've been through, and what was the statistics that the past 3 of the 4 champions came from the lower bracket?
Exactly, 3 out of 4.
So history's on the side of Betboom team for this one.
Yeah, normally it feels like in the grand finals is always a favorite, and coming into the grand finals, I think I would have probably said gaming, but how well BB just played. Again, sure, stand-in, whatever.
Pwede kasi
I feel like the
pumangit laro
draft and
kapag
the kind
walang
of the
pahinga,
logic that
dagdag
BB
pa
applied,
pressure.
they made sure that
Totoo.
they win the game on their authority, right? Especially that game
Safe
2.
na yung over
So I think if
37
they can
mamaya
harness
GG
that
kalaban.
Game
Yep,
2
safe na yan.
energy into the first game of the grand finals.
Meron na
then
ba?
we should have a very competitive one on our hands.
Abangan nyo kasi yung
Looking
over
forward to
32
it.
yung
And
talagang
all
ano.
of you will have something to look forward to in the meanwhile, because as Betboom team and Gaming Gladiators prepare for this best of 5
Ayan,
grand
magpe-prep na
finals,
sila. Best
we've
of
also
5 yan,
prepared a
guys.
little something
Sana
for
hanggang
you.
game 5 para
Nomad had a
maraming
chance
taya.
to speak to
Mas gusto ko
three
yung
legends
matagal
that we
eh,
had
kaysa sa
earlier in this
mabilisan
tournament.
eh.
Puppy, Kuro,
Kasi
and
ano,
Notel joined
wala
in
lang,
for a little
pagkakakitaan niyo yung mga
podcast,
naglalaban.
a little commiseration between these
Gets you ba?
legends, and we recorded it, and we're going to share it with you right now as we prepare for our grand finals. But that's it for us. Hope you enjoyed, and we're going to get into the final series of PGL Wallachia Season 5.
Magpe-prep na sila guys for
Welcome
finals.
to the Lounge of Legends, where I am sitting down with Puppy, Kuroki, and Notail. We're just going to be going through Dota history, everything from the very
Wait lang, anuhin
beginning
ko lang
right
yung
up
GC.
until now. I want to start by asking how you guys all met in the first place. So, firstly, Puppy and Kuroki. Puppy, how did you meet Mr. Kuroki? When's the first time you met in person?
Sad to say, but it was a dating app. I think it was called Rate Me.
Rate Me. Interesting. And what did you rate him?
You know that answer. Come on, man. Everybody knows that answer. No, I don't know. Actually, thinking a while back.
You don't know?
I mean, first of all, we met online.
Yeah.
As everybody, one of us. But the exact first time, it was probably, tournament that we went to.
I mean,
Hano?
I played.
Sino yung
Hano
volleyball?
DreamHack was the first one.
DreamHack
Limutan ko
was the
sino
first
yung
one.
volleyball.
Yeah, no.
He stood in for my team, Mouse.
Ano
Yeah,
yung
but I don't remember who stood in, but
WNBA?
It was with Twisted and stuff like that.
Ah,
and
women's
Formula One
basketball.
hotel and everything, you know?
Yeah, we all together in the hotel.
You know the Formula One hotel?
No, DreamHack
Seven-
Hotel? Is that the one? Not the Scandic next to it.
No, not the cottages. I'm not talking about the
I was
cottages.
to the cottages, but there was a Scandic Hotel right next to the
Yeah,
arena.
that's where the normal people got to
This is
go.
what you call the Formula One?
No. Formula One was a better hotel.
I don't remember the name.
I
But
mean, worse. Sorry, as in better sarcastically.
Okay.
Back to the question. First, I played against him in a host league, Clan DCE. Do you remember that?
Of course I do.
Your nickname was like Puppet 41
Yeah.
Hydra.
Yeah.
46
Didn't have to say that.
with the brackets.
Very edgy.
Didn't have to do any of that.
Puppet 41
Ah, si Tina. Si Tina pala, naalala ko na.
They know
And
anyway.
I played him, probably owned him. He played Lycan. With the Invis Wolves that bashed.
Wolves had bash.
He always liked his Lycan. Yeah, but we met. I was playing with Mouse. He was playing with. Was it already King Surf?
No, well, King Surf was Hanover.
It was right after, I think.
Yeah.
So he stood in and played DreamHack. We lost to MYM third place. We did the roast double
Ganun,
one.
hindi kita
Did
ma-add.
cheat,
Add mo
remember?
nga sa FB,
Yeah,
Tina.
exactly.
What, the crowd noises?
Yes.
Iba na
Yes,
kasi
yes,
FB ko
because
eh.
they
Alam ko dati friend
randomly
kita eh.
checked the Roshan
Kita nakita ko na.
in a tournament in
Ah, may H pala.
Never been done, by the way. Before.
2000,
Never been done.
2008.
Never been done before. Some guy yelling.
Iba na kasi FB
I
ko.
don't think they cheated, but they had to.
Nawala yung FB ko eh.
There's like I don't know if, but we found out it was some Danish friend that they had in the back.
Naglabas na.
Yeah, it's some guy. I mean, some
Check
guy
out,
that's
check out.
fanning for their
Maybe we
team
can
or his
still
friend
remake it
or
today.
whatever.
I mean, I remember the game even. I remember I played Tinker that
Yeah.
game. I
Yeah.
think.
Wala pa sa
I
akin.
don't know
Ba't
if you
sa'yo
played
meron
Lone
na?
Root or someone else.
Una ka
The
pa.
strat was based
Somebody
on
had.
some Lone
I mean,
Root.
we had Broodmother too.
You
right?
played Shaker, I think.
We had a Broodmother.
Ay,
thing,
ta
right?
meron na nga.
Somebody
Yeah.
was Ursa.
We were playing and stuff. It was a
Somebody
great
was
game.
Ursa. Was Roshan involved?
He was doing really good.
Sure
shot
ba
calling,
yan,
remember that.
Bautista?
Yeah, we lost.
Wasn't that good, I guess.
No, it was,
Dapat
it was because of the
basketball.
road situation.
Ba't
ruined it.
WNBA
It
lang?
ruined the game.
It was,
We got our revenge later. We're gonna get there.
we did.
When we went to Hanover,
And then we stomped them.
stomped them.
And what about Kuroki and Notel? When do you guys remember when you first met in person?
I think it was MLG. Because I saw you with Era, I think.
Ay,
first
inalis
time
yung
together.
duration.
Yes, but did we also not play online
Don't you?
before we met?
Kaya ayoko
We
nagpo-post
definitely played
eh.
online.
Kasi
For
baka
sure.
ma-detect
Cannot
tayo
happen
eh.
that we didn't play online.
Because I asked.
Wala na
to
ding
join your team.
37
You
over.
were standing in, and then
Yeah.
the only reason
tsaka
you
40
actually didn't end up joining us was
47
because
over
our
yung
last teammate
kills.
from Heroes of Newark decided, okay, I'm switching anyway.
Nako
Was
ano,
Red Honey,
inalis yung
right? And he was like,
pinagkakakitaan
"No, I don't
natin
wanna switch game."
guys.
So, okay, we're
Otak
one
sa
guy
1x
short.
bet
Taking out
ah.
the German.
that was the idea. But yeah, I don't really remember.
I
Maybe it
think-
was MLG. Was that really?
I feel like Poland was first.
Could have been.
Maybe.
So we switched around 2012, like sometime after TR1, we started playing Dota 2, but we still played Han. I don't even remember my first LAN, but it was definitely some Poland.
I think it was the Poland
I
one.
want to say,
Maybe
yeah.
the same for
where
you as well.
where
probably,
you
right?
were. Yeah. Well, the one with like ROTK one, I think, or something like that, with DK or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if it was one of the first. Might not have been the first, but yeah, okay.
So Kuroki, on the lead up to TI1, what was that like? Because obviously, you know, a lot of money on the line, you know, the first big tournament, and Dota 2 was barely even out at that time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't out at all. They just started the beta version, like I think less than 2 months before TI started. I was playing with Puppy. Then I remember he messaged me on the IRC.
Sa
like,
TS pala ako
emailed me,
natalo
asked
kahapon.
him to
No?
join.
4
We were
talo
in
ko
big parties
kahapon.
back then.
Yeah.
Ngayon isa.
Still are.
Hindi natin ko madadagdagan yung talo today.
Why are you laughing at that?
Na-tilt kasi ako kahapon kaya hindi na ako nakapag-isip. Na-tilt ako dun sa ano, yung shaman.
You did it.
No, wait, let me.
Na ano ko dun sa shaman, benta.
He did it.
Spirit
Let me
yun,
finish the
no?
story.
Same ano kasi
He
sila
messaged
eh.
me like, yo, now we ask it. That's all
Same yung org na nag-i-sponsor sa kanila.
It was pretty much.
It was just
GG
falling
mode.
apart. And I was like, to go find
Ito
your
4
luck.
to 5
Like,
map
this
lang
is like not
matatayaan.
working here.
Kaya nga sabi ko,
Alright.
ang weird. Sa
Yeah,
Betboom.
he went on to win. And that was the experience. And I went with a crumbled team because I didn't even want to go.
What does that mean? Why?
Because I hated Dota 2 at the start. Like because I was so in love
Sa
with
NBA,
Warcraft
madalas mo ba?
mechanics and Dota. And, I mean,
Talaga
Dota 2
ba?
was, like now
Ba't
it's
ngayon mo lang
for sure
sinasabi?
like the best game I've ever played. But
Alam ko,
when
friend
I'm
na
like
kita,
competitive
Aaron.
gamer, I want real game. And anyway, this is what happened. Yeah.
Ilang taong ka na ba?
Didn't wanna
Nagdududa ako
go,
sa iyo
got kind
eh.
of forced to go. And yeah, then after TI, I quit Dota 2 immediately. Yeah, went back went back to Dota 1.
Carlo.
Dota 2, like,
All
didn't
that's
like
over
it.
natin
I
doon,
played
bas
Dota 1
pumalag
like, for
Templar,
like 6
walang
more months,
buyback.
and then
Kahit,
the game was
kahit di siya mag-buyback,
kinda
wala
dying
talaga.
in terms of like competitive
Ay, kahit
scene,
may
so,
buyback pa siya,
yeah,
wala
forced
talaga.
to switch.
Susunugin lang siya
And
doon.
then, obviously, you won the first TI. I mean,
Fisher
what was that
Universe.
like, you know, like, was
Wag
it,
kayong
I'm
magmamatch
guessing it
win
wasn't
doon,
quite
guys,
the
ah.
same as any of, like, the TIs
Ano
that
doon?
followed, because
Uso
it was just
experiment at
very
saka
literally,
draw.
like,
Tandaan nyo,
the game
TI
is released,
TI na.
here's a tournament,
Next week.
loads of money on the line still, but
Huwag kayong magmamatch win doon. Yung
I mean, I would
sinasabi
say
nila,
that the first
huwag
TI
kayong
one was
maniwala
still
sa sa mga nagtatago ng drop. Totoo yung nagtatago ng drop. Huwag kayong dyan. Huwag kayong maniniwala sa mga nagsasabi ng ganun. Diskarte din talaga yun. Kasi tandaan nyo, sa Dota, ang grinding sa Dota, hindi naman sa hindi RG, hindi live stream, hindi ang grinding sa Dota, tournament. Sali lang ng sali ng tournament. Doon kayo mag-experiment ng mga drops.
But I feel like the first one was still mattered a little bit more.
Tournament,
because,
pustahan,
I think
yan.
during that time we were all still young.
You could have bought GameStop with all that money and you would have...
Dude, it was Imba, man. It was Imba, dude.
There was like 20 heroes in the game.
There was 20 heroes, yeah.
20 heroes.
Yan tulad ng ML.
I mean, it was like...
But they were Imba, like the Navi Storm, like it was next level.
yeah, I was going to ask about your perspective from it, and then of course
they were too good.
We did have strategies that came from Dota 1. And the funny thing is, like, the people that were playing those strategies, they didn't think they were that good for some reason.
Inad mo na ba
And
ako?
so when we played against people, we were like, I mean, Furians and stuff like that.
Uy
people
guys,
didn't give
wag
respect
naman
to that.
kayo underage.
Actually, your team started doing that Furian split.
Na
pushy,
ko
Naga
eh,
stuff,
baka
you know,
sabihin,
and then
tinotolerate
in
ko yung mga
Alliance, you
bata,
made Alliance,
kumusta.
So, screw you.
Yeah.
But
Screw myself.
But that stuff started becoming really
Wala,
popular.
walang nag-chat sa akin na
We
Sherwin.
started abusing it, therefore we started getting like, I mean, TI1 was a weird tournament because it wasn't necessarily a tournament who's the better team. It was mostly about who will adapt faster.
May tennis na kami.
Who will adapt faster and who believes
Saka
in
volleyball.
the prize pool, because a lot of people didn't.
All right, well, let's jump ahead. We had TI2, of course, where you came back, made it to the grand finals once again. In fact, we got a ton of grand finals.
Wala kang chat,
between all
Sherwin.
of you've played. Do you know how many grand finals, if we
May
count
sumasali,
all of
gusto
your
ko.
grand finals together,
13 years old.
how many you've attended?
Gagi ko.
4
Ba't ka
for me.
tumataya ka na?
TI finals, yeah. I've been to.
3?
Yeah.
So 9 in
9 in
total.
total.
Yeah, 9 in total. Because you guys went together as Navi on
Nag-delivered
TI3.
na?
all
Sherwin?
together.
Ba't ganon?
Won that one.
Saan ka nag-chat? Baka ibang coffee yan, ha?
Who cares?
Coffee Padilla.
I mean, I think that grand finals though was
Wala talaga. Baka sa
I
page
would
ko
describe
ikaw
it as one of, like,
nag-chat.
the foundational moments of like Dota
Yung
2, I
DP
think
ko,
is one of the reasons
naka-hoodie
we're
ako.
all here, 'cause it was just
Hoodie
like,
na black. Tas yung profile ko nakalagay in progress.
BKB and they're like, oh my god, it's gonna work. And then everybody BKB is like, oh fuck shit, it didn't work.
But the end snare pierced
Yeah.
you know?
Oh right, the Naga one.
Yeah.
Pag tinignan yung profile, may makikita kayo in
Look at that,
progress.
I can't believe they thought it would work. But yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
no, you're all good, dude. You're all good. I mean, that was like incredibly hype. You know, as for me, it was one of the reasons like I started going to like really into Dota.
Boss
because
Koff,
of
may
that
viewer
grand
ka naman,
finals.
di
It
ba?
was, like,
Next, meron.
an incredible series to watch. But I mean, what was it to play? What was it like
Nung
to
una, wala
to-
eh.
to
Kaya nga,
be in that? And
tago-tago lang ako
I was always
nag-ano.
asking how much is it
Pero sige,
strategy
gusto ko
versus
makakollab si
mentality at that
1X.
point in the game's development?
1X, mag-collab tayo ulit. Hindi kasi ako
know,
dapat
say-
talaga, may collab na ako kay 1X dati.
You're talking about TI2,
1X bet.
say, like the play and all those
Kaso,
moments and stuff like that, or?
nung mag-i-start na ako kay 1X,
TI3 or Alliance?
nawala yung page ko, nawala yung unang FB ko. Hindi ko natuloy.
yeah. Sorry.
The TI2 finals is the reason why I play Dota 2.
Oh, off-covered Potter. Sherwin?
Okay, let's
Wala
go
akong
back to
nakikitang
TI1
Sherwin
for a
dito,
second.
Lord.
Let's talk about TI2
Legit,
for a
di ako
second.
Let's talk about
nagsisinungaling.
TI1 actually. Let's go.
Napunta ka pala sa spam. Ito pala.
Sure.
I was playing Alina.
Ta.
Anyway.
Kita ko
So,
na.
play TI2 inspired me. Like to play, I didn't want to play. I played a stand-in with some team.
Yeah.
You totally remember?
It was something. It was mouse again.
You didn't want to play TI1. You didn't want to play TI2.
Yes, I didn't want to play TI2. I didn't really play Dota 2. So he played finals.
Nasa spam pala yung iba. Ang dami kasi. Hayop dami. Dami talaga ng PA.
You know, he's doing so well. It's like, oh man, I need to get back in there. And I saw like IG lift the trophy, ignited my heart.
Boss, map to may isip na ito.
TI3, alive.
Tawa talaga ako din sa isa. Boss, gusto mo bold.
Sorry.
Ignited my heart.
Yeah,
when the IG won.
Yeah, they lifted the ages, and I felt like I can do that too. So only then I started playing Dota 2 like actively. Yeah. So I messaged him. Let me join your team.
Ako yung Carlo ko, naka-delivered na din. Anong ambag mo? Ano ulit sa'yo? Carlo?
It's 10 years ago.
Uy, baka pare-pareho na tayo. Huwag naman pare-pareho.
I don't know.
Right, just roll it.
Diba? Kasi pag pare-pareho kasi tayo ng tatayaan, baka may tendency na magtalo-talo tayo ng idea. Siyempre, magda-doubt, magkakaganon, ganito ganyan, wag na, ito na. So, abot sa point na masisira yung tiwala sa isa't isa dahil sa taya.
I got a big message on like a Dota forum to join a team from a guy called Admiral Bulldog.
Oh.
And I didn't know who he is and stuff, so I just ignored it.
Damn. Ghosted Admiral Bulldog.
Carlo Dota, ML10.
Pero
Ay, meron na. Meron na. Yung kilala ko sa tennis, talagang ano sa tennis yun. Yung nilagay ko sa tennis. Pinad ko doon.
It's not the question.
Was TI3 a battle of strategy?
Kobe, parang familiar si Kobe. Familiar si Kobe. Parang nakachat ko na yung Kobe.
Obviously, it's gonna be both. Yeah. I think till TI5, I don't know. After every TI passes, I think it's less and less about strategy and more about like how you play and how you think of the map and stuff like that. Before I felt like
si Dilin busog sa notes ko eh. Si Dilin yung kachat ko. Dati ang kanostrahan ko si Dilin. Tennis, kaso hindi na siya nagbibigay sa akin, nahihiya siya kasi daw baka talo. So ako naman, huwag kayong mahiya. Wala namang sure sa sugal eh. Ilapag nyo yung tingin nyo, kahit isa, dalawa. O, kung nahihiya kayo, edi ilapag nyo yung sobrang sure. Sabi nyo, boss, ito sa akin, trade ko. Saan ka sure sa Dota? O, ganunin mo ako. Sabi, sige, bigyan kita. Ito, sure. Bibigay ko pati explanation sa'yo. Si Dilin, ano na yan, busog na sa note sa akin yan.
Replicating that stuff back in the day, there was just like people just didn't know that.
Over under, match wins, pati status ng players.
For them, they were definitely, I would say, better than the rest. Probably.
Okay, mag-alala guys, magla-live naman ako kahit wala kayo sa GC, bubusugin ko kayo dito sa notes.
I'm not,
isa lang talo natin, 37 over. At di ko na sinabing 37 over. Alam ko na eh, sinabi ko na eh, under to, 44 under. Bibilisan nila yung laro.
I would say mentally.
Sinabi ko na eh. Yun minsan din sa akin.
Like also,
sinasabi ko na.
Like Clement saying,
kinukontra ko pa.
The strategies and the heroes look so broken. And I remember me looking back at the games. I looked at this broken stuff and I just didn't even know what I'm looking at, kind of. You know, I didn't fully understand and embrace, and I didn't really know how to replicate it. And I think that was a bit of the nice era, where it's like, yeah, you had all these undiscovered cheeses and stuff. Now, like he's saying, also you reveal your card, the ace only works kind of once, you know? I mean, yeah, nobody would be caught by surprise anymore. You can practice all your strats and whatever, but now if you have a really good strat, you're also giving it to someone else potentially, you know?
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are more ready to receive and copy.
TI3 was your first
pinaka-idol ko yung ano.
And what was that like for you? And
yung nag-1K to 1M.
These two playing it out on the main stage.
I mean, really magic for me. I remember that I thought, wow, my dreams have come true in a way, you know, before I lost, obviously. When I just got to Seattle and we're in this Bellevue area, everything's so clean and nice. It's one of my first times in America, and I don't even think we had practice rooms, TI3.
No.
We did not have practice rooms, so we were forced to also socialize and hang out. And it was like a super nice experience, I remember.
Yeah, we had to go like some boot camp. Sorry, not boot camp, some LAN cafes.
Yeah, 2 years in a row we went there.
Yeah.
Break muna din ako guys, kain lang ako. Dinner guys, kain tayo.
We got there and it was like, oh nice, you get to touch a PC again.
It was chill though.
It was really chill.
Remember he's talking about the TI3, but he's not saying that they recommended us to do stuff against the Lions. Remember when before the grand final started? Remember that?
Right, you asked us. Yeah, I mean, I was talking with you both about what to, how to beat them because we were their kryptonite. Yeah. We were the ones that they had the choice of picking us or LGD, and LGD was the top dog in China, and they picked LGD over us, and we're like, all right, at least we got that, you know. But we had strategy. It was like you had to destroy Bulldog on the lane, leave Loda for later. If you can destroy Bulldog first, then you focus S4, and like this was our simple way of approaching the game.
And we asked them, and they recommended us some strat. I don't even know if you listened to them.
I think a tri-lane.
We lost the game. We insta-lost the game.
Insta-lost the game.
We insta-lost the game.
Put Venge Venno on the scene, and we were like super desperate because the Alliance, they just kept beating us.
We lost first game like it's just... Okay.
The first game, 20 minutes, like...
We had no idea how to play the strat, no idea how to, like, what to do.
It was just like, what are we doing? Like, call GG.
This was the Venno against the Lone Druid, I remember, because we had the idea you gale the bear, you tri-lane the bear, you just hit the bear.
Something happened in that game that was not going to work.
Yeah, so we dropped the game, we had to recover,
Yeah,
we won the next
We did find out stuff. We did find out how to ban.
Yeah, then we knew how to ban. Then it clicked.
Call Naga, Chen, get those heroes out of there.
Subs,
yeah, we targeted their subs instead.
Because they were... we figured that the strategies were based on them, actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually about the Lone Route. It was actually about them. No Chen. Like, we contested Chen both ways. Because Puppy played Chen.
Yeah.
Naga, Ench, Caudle, and the IO. And then the IO. The IO was the key, was that we were like, we don't play IO. I didn't play IO. And neither did Dandy. I maybe played it in some pubs. I don't know. But we only had so many bans, so we're like, let's just play it. We never played it before. We just didn't touch the hero.
Yeah.
So I think that was my first IRO game. Was in the TI3 finals.
Damn, that's Chad.
It was fun. Kind of fun
for sure. Yeah. And then we had TI4. TI4 was the first time you went in a grand finals, Puppy. Weren't.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, how was that for you? Did that suck?
I don't know what's going on. Why?
Did it hurt?
Did it hurt?
Did it hurt?
Did you cry? Anyway, team was breaking apart already.
What happened? Why was the team falling apart? Was it your fault?
Maybe. It's everybody's fault if you think about it. Deep.
That's what you say, but that's not what you think.
Anyway, regardless of whose fault it is or not, it's just was happening. That was the worst part. It was happening.
Remember your placement?
It was like 8th place.
Yeah,
we lost to Cloud9. Yeah,
2-1.
And I mean, the thing is, like, once the team starts like breaking apart and you're not getting things done and whatnot, you just start playing worse. Worse and worse.
-1 GG.
And you just don't even want to play anymore.
-1?
Because,
meron na ba? Wala pa kanina eh.
It's like, what, 11 years
Port,
since that
port
moment
map yung pwedeng tayaan kanina.
I felt
Weird.
at that moment to quit. Because it was really annoying to play. Like, really annoying to play.
Uy, 35 over, oh.
That way.
35 over, guys.
I mean, I felt this way before, afterwards, after TI4. But it's just like, it's a funny thing that was like 11 years ago, and at that point I felt like quitting, So that's why it just sucks. Sucks when it happens. I don't know why you bring it up.
Sorry, dude. My bad. Well, I mean, something grew out of
35 over, meron.
The only time when the three of you were on the same team was that very short era of Team Secret. But Nota, what was it like joining these guys for a short run?
Yeah, I mean, for me it was... I came to Dota and I came really... I would say my ego was filled to the brim from my previous game. We were the best, nobody could beat us, everybody was so bad. So we thought we were going to go to Dota and do well. And my first scrims against these two, they made a fool out of me. Like I felt... very humbling experience. They made me feel like I'm really far away from understanding anything. And it's not like I can blame my teammates. They were like doing it to me.
No, you can't.
I wish I could. It was like I was trying to play some Visage and they would ench me, and then I would play the ench and they would Visage me, and I just didn't understand like how's it working. I couldn't. So I felt like I was many steps behind. So when I had the chance to, of course, also party up, group up. I mean, Kuro and me, we had very long, deep conversations about Dota, live,
Okay.
many things. And I think after that TI, I could also tell that, I mean, I was last place, so I was a very broken man and a broken player. But I could also tell that, yeah, what they have been going through was a rough period. I mean, individually, as a team, whatever, the experience. So, I quite liked.
Sa head-to-head
I learned a
nila,
lot
halos panalo
from both.
BB.
Not just playing with them, also playing against
Tasan
them.
nga
but-
BB, sabi
so
ko
especially
sa'yo.
seeing it from
Baka nga
the
manalo
inside.
BB dito eh. If you
We had
ask
a funny
me.
group.
If you
Really,
ask
really
me,
funny group
honestly
with
ask
Feeble
me.
and Misery.
Ito
Really funny group.
Hindi ko masyado natayaan tong
S4,
GG. Sa BB
yeah,
ako, BB at
and
saka
Fly,
Pari.
I mean, Misery came at some point, but like it was a really good experience for
BB,
me.
Pari,
I also,
Spirit.
I think,
Yan,
got
yan
to
yung mga
taste
natayaan ko.
experience, like real
Rora
raw,
nga, hindi ko
good
natatayaan.
Dota experience. Some things,
Nag-visit ako dyan sa Rora.
concepts and ideologies or whatever you want to say about the game that never occurred to me.
Yeah.
Hilig mag-late game drop.
That team could have been something, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
but young and stupid.
Yeah.
Tapos aminin ko sa inyo, nag-match
the
win
grass
ako
is
sa
always
BB.
greener, I guess. Also, but a nice learning experience, regardless. Also, like even the fallout and the secret that was built after, and you know they also had success, and I had to sit and watch them also have success, and I couldn't still touch them or beat them, and I got stuck on cloud 9 after. Oh my god. Woo! And then I almost quit.
I know
Coffee
that
kaya
feeling.
map 1 ng GG.
But
Ito pa.
It was nice. As in,
I mean, then you went and made your own team.
Yeah.
And then
I
you
was
won.
so close to quitting. So
Okay.
fucking close. And then
I remember.
Kaso sumisingaw.
So I wouldn't be who I am without also
Okay.
these experiences as a player. Like I'm sure that these two also
Wait lang, ano yun? Coffee kaya
any
map 1
other
ng
opponent
GG.
that I have, you know?
Ito isang team.
Eventually, the
Na
Puppy
tatandaan
and
nyo
Kuro
lagi.
story had to end
Lahat
where you guys
lahat
stopped
ng
playing
games,
together at last.
lahat ng team na
Was that
nagkaroon
a
ng
difficult
laban,
decision to make, Kuro?
pagdating ng next laban nila, usually talo. So, expect nyo na makakaisa yung GG sa first map.
Easy.
I don't know if I would say difficult, but
Na mananalo
it
yung
was
GG sa first map.
experience.
Like, yung expectation nyo
I had
siguro
to go my way.
70%,
Puppy had to go his way.
30% may chance manalo pa
We
yung
played
GG.
a lot together. We're like,
Iba
you
kasi
know,
sa Dota yung ano eh. Kung
stuff
sa ML
happens.
yung nagpahinga,
So, yeah,
matatalo,
then it was like everyone has to prove himself.
may warm
so I
up
made my
yung
own
may
team.
laban. Sa
He
Dota
kept doing
baliktad.
his things.
Kailangan ng pahinga
Being
dyan.
brand new teams though.
Kaya nga tignan nyo, minadali nilang
It's not
tapusin
like
eh.
anybody stayed or anything.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, Secret became a fully new team, basically, right?
Yeah, and back in the day, like that.
Tayo, lahat ng
concept
sinabi ko
didn't matter
nung
because
game
Team
2,
Secret
lahat
wasn't
yun
Team Secret
tama, di
what
ba?
it is now.
Yeah.
Wasn't boring.
Ipipilit nila
This is already a
2-0,
team mate.
Yeah, it was
tatapusin
a team.
nila agad,
It was
mamadaliin
just-
nila. Hindi nga umabot ng
I don't
30
even
minutes eh.
remember, like, I was just down because nothing worked out. You know, we lost.
Wala
TI,
silang time.
and our team was very powerful because we
Promise.
won the last 4 lands before that. I think in a row.
Yes, we
7
did.
months you were winning everything.
Yeah, we won
Yeah.
everything, and we didn't practice a single game. We didn't scrim a single game, but we still won every land, 4 or 5 in a row. I don't remember.
4, I think, but maybe 5. Hard to know.
So we felt like we're the best. I mean, we were the best.
Well.
Yeah, so the whole TI experience was just, it was soul crushing.
Mhm.
Because I think that we didn't expect to win, but obviously, like,
High
win or bust.
expectations.
Yeah, win or bust. So it all came together, and yeah, that's the story. And then he played Dawn with Secret. Anyway, kept dominating. I made my own team. Was also owning. Yeah, we moved on. Just did our thing. Johan moved on, did his thing.
Almost quit while doing his thing.
Yeah, he almost quit after TI4. You were almost after
TI5.
TI5. Me after TI1.
Well, you almost never started, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's like the short, nice version of it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we had this really cool period where you guys were all in your own separate teams, all taking games of each other. We had like the spree of like the Frankfurt Major, where OG won against Secret. We had
Shanghai.
Shanghai, where Puppy won against Kuroki as well. So, and then
Nice
Manila,
one, guys.
where Notel won against Kuroki.
Yeah, nice, guys.
Sorry, bro.
Well,
Wait,
beat me
well,
on
come on.
major
You're-
final.
We're about to get to TI7.
Everyone's taking games on each other,
right? TI7's coming up, man. Come on, it's all good.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. TI7, Kuroki. We need to skip a bit anyway.
To
So,
be honest, many people might not even know we're watching this video, so they're like, "Oh, when is he gonna win, bro?" Dude, this guy sucks.
What do you mean, second place? With a new, fresh team, okay?
TI7, of course. I mean, your big moment with Team Liquid.
We can pass that one.
Yeah,
You want to pass that one?
This is boring.
Notel, how did you feel watching Kirky win TI?
I mean, I was happy for him. I was also, I mean, TI7, we actually, this was the one where we came in as, I would say, partly favorites, because we had won 2 majors.
Mm-hmm.
We were doing really good.
We were main favorites,
I would say main favorites. I'm trying to be humble.
Okay. Sorry, man.
We obviously had high expectations, and we also had, like, what was really crazy, it was one of the best boot camps ever. So when we went in, we had high expectations, but then to watch ex-teammate, my good friend, win, it was bitter, but it was also very sweet. I mean, I felt like he deserved it more than anyone for that tournament, for sure. Like, if it wasn't going to be me, I wish it...
Safe ba Idol over 35
oh, yeah,
safe?
I mean, TI7
Game 1 safe,
amazing.
35. Teka, ano na game 1? 35 over.
TI8
Safe yun.
and TI9.
GG yan eh.
I mean, firstly, obviously, starting with TI8.
Ang pwede lang kayong kabahan sa first game sa Betboom GG. Baka hindi maglabas masyado nilalakas yung BB. Baka ipahinga nila yung first game. Pag tumamala yung laro ng BB sa first game, expect nyo na sa second game silang babalagbag. At ang downside doon, pag matamlay sila first game, early, nako, baka hindi pa masayang 35.
No, I thought they have it in them.
Kaya may minus 1 GG.
That time still, it's still
hindi ko get yung
good
minus 1
contact.
loads.
I thought they can do it. I mean, because, like, it's not there, man. You know? Creative gamer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I believed in that team more than I believed in what it was formed. EG, I guess? That was...
The TF5 EG? You mean?
No. The EG that was formed when your team broke.
Okay, that one.
I still believed in the Seb No-Tail thing much more than I believed in the breakup combo. Even though the breakup combo, as in the EG combo, did pretty well, still, like, relatively speaking.
Surprisingly well, actually, to me. But
yeah, I guess.
Nice, I love this. Let's bash it. Let's go.
But I remember we scrimmed a lot before TI8.
Yeah.
I think you won 0 games against us.
So this was actually, I mean, I don't know if we ever said this one on camera. They made us for TI8, for our bootcamp. So we had a bootcamp. We had more than one bootcamp because we had to go through opens. And our opens was, for me, it was crazy. Every day in the morning, I ripped myself out of bed. I did everything I could for every moment of the day, and we made it through opens, and we built something nice as a team. We built lots of understanding of the game. We built lots of joint passion and motivation for creating things and moments in the game to happen. Like, we're really doing something great in a very short time. And so we come to the TI bootcamp, we're bootcamping in Canada, and we continue, and we're actually, nobody has a chance, it feels like. Both in strategy and in gameplay, we were just on top of everything, was my feeling. And then we play Liquid, and they like 10-0 us. And they make the same thing. They made me feel like a child, but the whole group. So after scrim number 10, we, like, every time we played them, we went in full force. Like, we prep, we talk, we get ready, we go in, and they just smash us. You know, they broodmother us, they lone druid us, they nakes us. Like, we had nothing against the bullets that they had. And I remember the last time we scrimmed them before TI, we went outside on we sat down on the grass, all of us. And we were just, like, empty, like, defeated, you know? We're not broken, we're not apart, we're still a group. But we look at each other and it's like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong? As in, we didn't, and the only conclusion we had was like, guys, we need to play faster. We need to be better and faster, like much, much faster. And it wasn't until that moment that we actually, I think, created the team in a way. They made us. So thank you very much.
Part of the game.
Yeah. Because fuck, man, like, I'm telling you.
Why didn't you help me?
So what happened is, like, we played like a fast-paced Dota, like,
Fucking
which nobody did actually. But like, I love that Dota.
Yeah.
I felt like Johan, like, he was humble about it because he understood this is the truth about the game.
Yeah.
My team understood it because, like, you know, it's my team. Nobody else understood it for some reason, but he did.
Mag-cash-in na yung mga magka-cash-in, guys. Kayo.
But what OG did is
baka meron na naman problema sa cash-in. Hindi ko kayo matutulungan dun eh.
That's what they did. They made an evolution of it because we were stagnating slowly.
But TI9, I think I mean, I got to my highest level, and as a team, we got to the highest level.
I really felt it was just a better version of what I was running with my team. That's really how it felt, because your playstyle was similar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Liquid made us, for sure, at TI8.
Betboom champion.
I mean,
Tiwala ba
everybody
kayo
had
sa
to
akin?
do that afterwards.
It's just the evolution of competition, right?
Everybody
Like,
had to
there's
learn
always the
from
best
all
team,
the stuff. Yeah.
and then like the next hungry guys come, they take that.
Yeah.
I mean, every good team you see, like they have their like model team.
Yeah.
All of these, they just do. They take it to the next level. It's kind of how competition works.
Absolutely. And, you know, you gave them that basis to work from. And then after TI9 as well, like, I remember one thing, like, you left the arena with your team and you were smiling and you were saying, you know, it is what it is, but we put in a great performance, and, you know, you were smiling all the way out the arena, which I thought was like a great testament to you as a captain and you as like a kind of friend to your team as well.
I'm just
Sino champion para sa iyo, Basko?
what I go
Betboom.
through in my life. Always
Sorry
grateful,
pero
win or
Betboom.
lose,
Alam kong GG
fine,
kayo,
everything from God
pero
for me. So just feel super grateful for my
kasi
life.
dati
Even
dati pa ako fan
going
ng
second
Betboom
place,
eh.
going last place, not even
Kinokontra
going
ko
to
lang
TI.
sila ngayong PGL eh.
I'm still very content.
Sobrang unpredictable
Always
kasi nila.
It's mainly like
Ngayon
it's
parang
kinda like about the
nanunumbalik yung
experience you make,
pagiging
right?
fanboy ko
Day
sa
by day.
Betboom.
Because all these days pass by. We talk
Dalawa
about
yan eh,
it so
dalawa yung
fast.
ano ko eh, Betboom
All
at saka
pass by.
Boom
It's
Esports.
gone, like so fast, though, but look how we talk.
Tas
some more
Pari,
memories, like we're living it
Pari
again.
Spirit, yan.
So
Never ako
just,
naging
you
fan
know,
ng
be grateful
Aurora,
and
sorry.
live
Kahit
your
Aurora
day,
sila
like,
B.
but just
Never ako fan ng
to the
Aurora sa
maximum.
Dota.
Absolutely.
So that's what you saw on that moment on the true side.
Well, this has been an awesome conversation. This has been fantastic, and I mean, Puppy, it's been great watching you play. I'm excited to see what you do coming into the next season. Kuroko, good luck
Yeah,
at
I'm
TI.
the only player. What the hell?
Yeah, these two are coaching.
Pero may chance
You guys
dito
are
on
talking
GG.
to a bunch of coaches
Kung
here.
kung walang
Puppy,
kung yung
Kuroki,
championship
Notel, it's been
bukas,
honest
hindi
interview, guys.
ngayon,
Thank you so much for
may
coming,
laban
and,
yung
yeah,
Betboom.
good luck.
As in talaga legit.
Thank you.
Iba talaga yung ano, iba yung play ng naglaro sa hindi dito sa Dota. Iba yung pahinga dito eh. Walang pari na laglag sa Betboom. Yun nga eh.
With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting.
Naka-reserve kasi sila sa TI eh.
Intuitive interface
Pari.
and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Putulin ko kasi si Wise. Wise, tiwala ka. Betboom champ.
Backing your every move.
Ay oo, sinong ano sa volleyball? Magi-start na oh. Ang bilis lang. Dapat 2 hours pa eh. Pero biglang magi-start na.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to PGL Wallachia Season 5. And we are getting ready for our grand finals here. Before we dive into our two teams sitting on those grand finals, I first want to take a moment to let you guys know that if you enjoyed that trip down memory lane, if you want more of it, or if you only caught it halfway and you want to see what you missed, then you can watch the director's cut live. It's on YouTube right now, and it's youtube.com/PGL. Did you enjoy the trip down memory lane, Jenkins?
I did. I thought that was very insightful. One thing that I found very interesting, hello Fear by the way, was that speaking of legends, was that a lot of very legendary people such as Clinton over here, when they are faced with something very negative, something very bad, it's like, okay, we got destroyed in this game, we figured we didn't understand the game, they somehow spin it to be a positive, you know? And he's like, this made me. And I was listening to a podcast the other day by the guy who made Halo, one of the co-founders of Halo, and he calls it the wall. He says when entrepreneurs and very highly skilled people hit a wall where there's like some financial problem or some problem they think that they can't solve, they view it as something that's like exciting, something that's challenging. It's like, okay, this is the make or break moment for the company. And a lot of people, they just quit when they get to that point. So I definitely will be checking out that director's cut for sure.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff to be said. I know they kind of glanced over TI5 Fear. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that was
I mean, I wasn't very memorable for those players in particular. So, you know, you're going to go for the ones that give you the most memory. And I think when you do hit a wall, every player will do it. It's about the determination and willingness to keep going, which everyone who has won a TI had that, right? Like, they played for a long time, didn't work out, but eventually if you keep at it, you learn from your mistakes, you will eventually win.
And what is it for you then? What was the motivation for you? Because I feel like everybody...
I mean, I lost a lot until I won, like years and years of Dota 1, right? And then there was no specific moment where I was just like, this is it. It's just, you keep trying, you find to better yourself as a player, you find out what people you need to surround yourself with, and eventually you find that combination and everything clicks. A lot of it is luck too, I have to admit. So like it does come down to a little bit of luck, but you can't give up. That's the big.
You think there's a little bit of insanity there? You have to be kind of insane to keep trying. Everything feels impossible, but then the clicking eventually happens.
I mean, being a esports athlete is insanity. Yes,
yeah, it's any
I
athlete.
think it is something that you have to really keep going at. Any athlete in general, right, has to go through. There's lots of training with no one guarantee. You just have to love the game, and that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, there's one big difference.
Inaabangan ko yung reply mo eh, Tine.
Champion.
Yung Chocomucho daw kasi.
Nomad was also with 3 TI champions. So you're only talking to the success stories, and I would imagine there's a
This is true. We need my input on this.
Anong gagawin ko? Lalakasan ko? Hihinaan ko?
I feel like there is also a step in between where you do get to go to the competition, but you just, you finish very low every time, and then at some point, what is the wall? Is there a wall, or are you, and this is gonna sound mean, is there a wall, or are you just bad?
I mean, it could be both, I guess. Like, some people just aren't cut out for it, but I think in a lot of cases, maybe Jenkins is too, he probably didn't put 110% into it, and having it as like, I'm going to be the best, I'm want to win, and you have that self-belief,
May 33 na.
Put in the hours every single day. Some people will half-ass it, and those people will never be successful.
I think at least for Dota, it requires like 100% of your energy and effort. Like, a lot of these players, they
pero wag niyo masyado pahalata yung bombas over. Wag kayong magpo-post ng over 33 ha. Aalisin niyo na yung 1x.
Go to the gym, have like a healthy life.
Also, any competition, really, it's like
whatever
you're doing, the next guy is doing more than you.
There's somebody out there that is trying harder.
If you're not working 120%, that guy's going to surpass you because you know he's out there.
Somebody's willing to sacrifice everything, so you have to be willing to
sacrifice
everything.
We're about to have 10 players playing in the grand finals of PGL Wallachia that have given up a lot to be able to be playing at this level. And of course, winning Wallachia is great. There is TI on the horizon, which would be the ultimate goal for all 10 players. We're going to find out who has the better step in the right direction here with our upcoming best of 5. I'm talking about Gaming Gladiators and Betboom. These are the two teams making it through the bracket, and before that, of course, making it through the group stages as well. Reflecting back, Fear, on the road that these two teams have taken, Can you say you're surprised about either of these teams in the grand finals?
Gaimin, no. Betboom, a little bit, right? Like they went to the last day of the group stage looking really shaky. They dropped down very early on to Liquid. You know, no big surprise there, but they were resilient in that lower bracket. This is a team where oftentimes we think of, you know, being very inconsistent, losing to teams that shouldn't lose to, but them making a lower bracket run and continuously getting stronger and powering up through is going to be very interesting to see how they can go against. I think the Goliaths are definitely Gaming Gladiators, so they've looked way better than every other team here. So they got the work cut out for them, but they proved they're the team to be here. They're the ones that's going to show us that if Gaming does have a chink in the arm, they're going to show it.
I think another really interesting thing about Betboom is that they just played with a stand-in. And they looked very consistent with that stand-in, and their stand-in looked very consistent himself. And then Pure comes back in this tournament, and the games that Betboom has lost, the games that they have looked rough, Pure is often feeding. Like, it is so black or white for him, where he's a very polarizing place. But then, you know, come the last few series for Betboom, and Pure is the MVP. He's playing Lifestealer and having like godlike flawless games. And yes, you have GPK, of course. He is doing exceptionally well as well. But 6-1 on Lifestealer. That is a crazy stat line for a hero that, quite frankly, nobody else was valuing in this tournament.
Look at all his heroes played. Like, he has 2 heroes or 3 heroes that he's winning with right now. Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, TA. I feel like if he doesn't get one of those heroes, he's not showing the level he needs to be at for this tournament. Because I'm just like looking at the past games that he's played, like Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, played Ursa, lost, played Nature's Prophet, won, played Lifestealer, won again. These are like his past 7 games. All wins with Nature's Prophet and Lifestealer. Sure, his TA is good too, but that one's usually banned in the first phase. So I think for Gaimin, there's, from my perspective at least, if you shut down Pure, that's your best chance of beating this team. But I don't know, a lot of teams aren't respecting his Lifestealer enough, and I don't know how his Nature's Prophet's still getting through. These are things I don't know if Gaimin's going to allow.
Well, Gaimin has had a little bit of a painful record to Betboom, so I would imagine they did some extra prep for it, because if we even look to the only times that they faced in 2025 for these two teams, it's always gone Betboom's way, including Jenkins, a grand finals.
Yeah, Gaimin has a very interesting history with grand finals. I mean, in particular against Betboom in series, it is looking very Betboom favored. But you have to take all of these things with a grain of salt, because we haven't seen Gaimin at this caliber for a long time. And the way that they play is they are a very all-or-nothing team. They have a formula, they stick to it, and they stick to it perfectly. They do not make mistakes. So the question is that formula good or is it bad? And it looks really good right now. And we can see that this is the type of team they are. These are all the grand finals in 2024, 2025 that they've played in, and they have either 3-0'd or gotten 3-0'd, aka it is binary. Either the formula works or it doesn't. And right now, Betboom is up against the wall of a very well-functioning formula. But also Betboom has looked like one of the most resilient teams in the tournament. A team that can learn game by game. So I'm really hoping that it looks really hard for Betboom game 1, and they slowly learn, and maybe we see some sort of reverse sweep action with a really competitive game 5. That's the ideal.
Just make it sound like Betboom's playing versus a computer.
They are playing against OpenAI. Like, Gaimin is legitimately OpenAI the team.
Well, I do want to touch upon the playstyles of the two teams. There might be people watching that have not watched the entire run of these two teams. So when you're saying that Gaming Gladiators, they have a formula fear, how would you describe the formula to someone who's not watched their games in this past week and a half?
Typically with this team, it's all about itemization and certain abilities on heroes, and usually it's damage mitigation or healing and auras. This is like Gaming Gladiators formula, right? Like, they're picking heroes that have heals or mitigation. They're buying all the auras they possibly can, distributing them very well. They're not buying the quote-unquote best item for the game for the individual hero. They're buying the best item for the team and that aura that can benefit the team. And then Watson just kind of slots in the hardest carry he can think of for the game, and then they just finish the game that way.
Yeah, and speaking of Watson, we have to mention the niche picks that both of these teams are willing to play. picks that allow them
Analyst
to
natin
get
30
big
days.
advantages in the
Natayaan mo.
draft.
Natayaan
For
nyo?
Watson,
Baka
and
di
these
nyo
are some of the
natayaan,
heroes that just are
sinabi na
pretty
namin
unpicked
kanina.
in the rest of the tournament. I mean, just PL unpicked
Pero
in general
mababa
for
kasi
like the
odds eh.
last year, but they were able to find the
years,
perfect.
I'd say.
Yeah,
Watson
2 years.
talaga, oh.
The perfect PL
Kaya
game,
nagulat ako sa
and
PL
he did
ni Watson.
exceptionally well in that game. We saw a point where there was that wall where PL became completely unkillable. There's the Venge off lane, which we've seen. That was
Ito kasi yung
against
ano sa
Batrider,
GG.
and also, by
Ganda
the way,
nila
a perfect ace hero,
mag-counterdraft.
in my opinion. Like,
Doon
it's
lang ako
a
natatakot
Vlad's
sa
buying
counterdraft
or a
ng GG.
carrier. You're kind of doing
Pero
the same thing
pagdating
every
sa
time.
Mining type of
very
hero.
weird
Yeah,
drafting,
exactly. But
unpredictable
this does go
drafting,
both ways.
Betboom ako eh.
Betboom has also shown that they are perfectly capable of doing niche picks. We saw, for example, Katomi play Dazzle just yesterday, and we were questioning, is this good? Like, are they picking this just to dumpster the lane? No, it was really good. He was owning
Ayan,
in
no?
every fight,
Dazzle.
baiting,
Doon ako
healing,
nagulat eh.
forcing
Dazzle.
really, really good engagements.
Sila din nagpasok
Save
ng
has played
Lion,
Witch Doctor.
si Save.
He was playing it into Axe, just making it so Axe could not initiate. Miro, of course, on his summons offlaners, and now at this point, I feel like it's a staple for him. If they pick Queen of Pain, I honestly think it's just going to be Miro's hero. And then Pure, we saw them win with the carry Lush. We were questioning it. Every other ranged hero was banned to go with the Naga because they banned them.
Ba't parang nawala
And
sa akin?
he did very well with also the facet on Leshrac that nobody goes for. He went for the building damage edict facet. He went for the facet that's so bad that we don't even call it what it is.
Mamaya matalo.
Right?
Wait, it's just called the other one.
Well, the facet is
Sabihin
the
naman
one
sa
that you
inyo,
hit.
hindi ako 100%
Well, you hit and you gain mana. Right? This
Ang
technically the
ang
facet
bag ko
doesn't do
lang sa
anything to
inyo
edict. It's just that the
is yung
other one changes edict to be better.
Yeah.
So this
Nasisipa.
this facet makes
nasa inyo
edict
pa rin yun, Taya.
crappier. But he went
Kaya
for this
pa
one
ba
because he felt like he
45
needed
point?
power damage.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it
Wala
different. I
pang
wouldn't
draft
say
kasi boss eh.
worse.
Kaya di ko
Less
masabi.
damage to heroes,
Minsan,
but
meron kasi ito
objective-based.
may mga
Yeah,
draft
you can
kasi
kill
na
towers with it.
Yeah,
Which
and I
hindi
think if you're a
pang
carry,
patayan.
that's essential.
Yung tipong kahit i-clash
To be able to
mo,
push
kahit
towers.
manggang ka, hindi mamamatay yung
job.
kalaban.
So how would we describe Betboom's
ganon,
playstyle?
hindi
They have
magkakapatayan.
seemingly
Gets nyo
a
ba
little bit
ako?
more niche
May
picks
mga
coming
draft
out.
na
I know
ganon eh.
that
Kunyari,
Fear, you've called
yung
Miero
Omni,
your goat
tas
of the
may
tournament, but I
regen type
think
pa.
yesterday I might have seen a shift in you where you
Sa
might want to
kalaban.
shift that to GPK.
I might.
Hindi mamamatay yun.
I mean, they're both great,
Madadaan sa push
honestly.
yung laban.
I think
May mga
GPK,
ganun eh.
his DK,
Meron
he
namang mga
made it
laban
work
na hindi
somehow. This is
magpapatayan,
a hero
mag-ano
that
lang.
we've just called bad,
Push-push
but he
lang.
found a
Para
way
kanina
to
sa
make it look
Betboom.
good. So there's always that. He is playing heroes
Hindi sila
like
masyado
Puck, which
nagpatayan.
he's an
Nag-push
absolute
lang.
magician on this hero apparently. Just doesn't die. Even if he loses the game, he's still doing incredibly well. And then his Monkey King looked fantastic as well. And yeah, we saw on the group stage, he's playing Batrider mids, getting
tama.
rampages.
Hindi kasi yan tulad
What
ng
can this
ML
guy
na
not really do?
tatayaan
Like,
mo
look at
kasi
the meta
magaling si
heroes.
ganito, magaling si ganyan.
Quap
Hindi.
in SF. I guess
Lahat
he's not
yan
playing
magaling.
the heroes that are meta right
Sa
now,
draft
but
talaga
he
dyan.
does play a lot of heroes really well right now. He's outplaying everyone in the mid lane. He's scaling hard.
Best example,
As much as
kunyari,
I'm
ang
talking
galing
about Pure
mag-top,
and like,
ang galing
oh, I
mag-Queen
feel
of
like
Pain.
this may be
Si
one
ano
of his
magaling mag-Queen
weakest
of Pain,
tournaments
ganito,
where
ganyan.
Betboom is
Ebinan
doing
yung
well
Queen
in.
of Pain.
I
O kaya
think Miro
napunta
and
sa kabila.
GPK are just
Oh.
really stepping up
Hindi
for
wala
this
na yung galing
tournament.
niya.
They
O kaya
are,
nag-Queen of
and
Pain siya,
I
ganito,
do want to
ganyan.
mention
Eh yung kabila,
the
nag-Bat
Monkey
Rider,
King for a second as
nag-Bane,
we'll take a look at Miro's heroes.
kung ano-anong
He's
counter
been
sa Queen
pretty
of Pain.
versatile, other than the Queen of Pain and Lycan, which I
Gets nyo
feel
ba?
like have been more
Wala
his
sa, hindi natin pwede
jam for
sabihin
like
yung
the last
galing-galing.
couple of series
Sa draft
where
talaga.
they're
Parang
looking to
kanina
pick
si
him
Mike, TA yun.
last pick heroes.
Grabe
like
mag-Templar
Darkseer,
Assassin
we
yun.
also
O
saw him in a
counter.
perfect Darkseer game where he was hard
Ember,
countering. So
naka-radiant
yeah,
yung
really
Naives.
interesting hero pool from him. The
Tapos,
Centaur, he had huge
yung-
impact on a lot of other people. The
Basta
Centaur
lahat
games just kind of
counter
looked like
sa
generic and
Templar.
okay, but
Anong
he's hitting
ginawa
these
nung
like big
Templar? Wala.
3-4 man hoof stomps, doing really clutch saves with the cart. I did want to go back for a second to Monkey King as a hero.
Basta
'Cause I
Dota,
feel like
guys,
that'll be a pretty
drafting
big
yan,
one
hindi siya ano.
in this game. To me, the way Gaiman is playing is it looks like they are just really good at putting their
Hindi siya parang
heroes in a
pindutan. Yung
spot
sa ML kasi
that
madadaan
the enemy
sa
team does
pindutan
not
eh,
want them to be.
Oo, galing
I really
yun.
want to compare them to OpenAI
Nagaw yung
because
Lord,
I
shit.
watched Quinn play against
Dito
Nisha.
hindi.
He dumpstered Nisha up until level 6 where Nisha was
Bago
Storm
ka
and he was
mag-Roshan,
Monkey
baka
King.
patay ka na.
it wasn't anything crazy. Quinn wasn't doing any crazy dives. It
Dito,
was quite
ano
a
eh, hero
boring
eh.
lane to watch because Nisha was a good enough player to identify, like, I can't do anything to a Monkey King until I'm level 6. The moment Nisha hits level 6 on Storm, Quinn doesn't even look mid. There's creeps hitting the tower. He goes bot towards Mickey, and he goes on the Luna. And then he kills the Luna. And then after that, he goes top where there's like a creep wave. And the way that it looks like to me is Gaiman is just playing the game like economically. You know, it's like they're not thinking about lanes. They're not thinking of one-to-one hero matchups. They will just slam pick the Monkey King, even if it gets like countered mid. if there's a lane that he can eventually go to at some timing to pressure. It's just about taking as much from the enemy team as possible. And GBK, on the flip side, he does the exact same thing with Monkey King.
I guess it sounds like that if there was a textbook that told you exactly what to do and where to go at which moment of the game and studied it, and they're doing it to a T.
And I think Monkey's the best hero for that, because, Fear, tell me, as like if you're playing like a melee carry, I feel like Monkey is one of the most annoying heroes to just show up in a lane against you, to just be there because you're like, oh, I can't go lane, right? So I feel like that's why you're seeing a lot of Gaimin picking Monkey when they don't know Quinn's matchup. Number one, because the matchups against Monkey just aren't as good in the current patch, but then also because there's always somewhere you can go eventually with a rotation to feel good in the game about just like denying the enemy team some sort of area.
Yeah, I mean, he fits the archetype of what mid laners are excelling at right now. It's like, if you're playing carry, these Pox, Void Spirits, Pangoliers, Monkey Kings, Storm Spirits, they all have this jump that they can come out of fog and just kill you instantly. And I think Quinn has been perfecting this playstyle for a very long time. Like, I remember back in the Quincy crew days, I would play against him, and I was playing support at that time, but either way, like, he would always dumpster mid, but instead of continuing to dumpster mid, he would always just go ruin another lane. You just like walk into the carry's lane. It's like, oh, carry's free farm.
Yeah, he gives some support mid that's good at staying there, and then he dumpsters another place. And then once that's dumpstered, he goes somewhere else after that and dumpsters there.
I mean, so it was much easier for him in NA because he had no competition really in the mid lane. But even if the lanes are even for him nowadays, he still has the same mentality of like, if I win my lane, I don't have to continue to sit here and farm and be useless. I'm going to take my advantage. I'm going to make it so maybe this free farm Lina or whatever it might be in the top lane, I'm going to go kill her twice in a row. Now her game is completely ruined. And now the map is in shambles, and that's when the auras start coming online, and that's when they start collapsing on you, and you start to get suffocated, really, in the game.
Yeah, when we see the hero matchups as we just did, and maybe people are wondering like, wow, the hero diversity for Betboom's players, it's really high compared to Gaming. It's an optical illusion, because overall, this Wallachia, it's Gaming Gladiators that have gone through the group stages 3-0, and obviously via the upper bracket, their route to the grand finals. They've played a total of 13 games, and Betboom, they went the hard way, and they have a total of 25 games. So that is quite a different sample size.
That's a lot of practice.
It is a lot. Like, it's almost double.
And I feel like for a team that was clearly figuring out their identity in terms
they needed
of,
it.
Yeah, in terms of like Pure was having some really rough games, but now he's been excelling. I feel like they really needed that practice for sure.
And I think as critical I am about Pure right now in his hero pool, I think he'll get his heroes, because you're very much so going to ban Naga no matter what. Katahomi's look too good on the hero. Save has some specialty heroes you're thinking about. I mean, Katahomi is very high on the potential ban radar, because his Bane has looked absolutely amazing. His Nature's Prophet too is really amazing. Same with the Naga. So maybe Betboom has finally found that system that works for them, and Pure is just, you know, the cog in the wheel here, where he just has to play a couple heroes to make their system work.
Yeah, we haven't really touched upon the supports that much, but it's definitely worth mentioning these two position 5s. They have left their impact for Formality, of course, the most recent addition to Gaming Gladiators. It took a little while for the whole team to find the right flow, but I feel like with Malady on board, Jenkins, they definitely found it.
Yeah, he has looked amazing. He's really clicked for the team. And speaking of Naga, I don't think this is going to go the other direction either. You're definitely not going to give Malady his Naga.
It's permaban.
Yeah, we have seen some insane saves where he songs in at the perfect time, baits the entirety of the enemy team in, and then you just see like a triple TP out. And it's got to feel so bad. Like, you watch that as a team that's going to go up against them, and you think like, okay, this guy's not getting Naga. So I think it's permaban, and I do think also the game and supports are both very good at helping Quinn in the mid lane. They'll rotate to his lane, they'll get kills, they'll help him secure runes, and Malady has been a big part of that, because in order to do that, you also have to win your lane, right? You have to be able to leave the carry alone in the lane, and they've been pretty much dumpstering every safe lane that there is. Does help that Watson is rank 1. I think if you're laning with the rank 1 carry, it feels pretty good to leave him alone in lane.
Yeah, I feel like there's one role we haven't really mentioned that much yet, and that is the position 4. Why is that? Is it just because at the moment the other players are more of the stars of the show and these guys are more the supporting act?
These guys are just so good every tournament that
we talked about them so much.
It's just that how many times do we talk about Betboom and like save is always the centerpiece of their success? Very, very frequent. So it's like kind of feel like a broken record talking about save. But I think Tofu, he's definitely, when Gaimin was at their prime, he was one of the reasons why that was so. I feel like whenever a Gaimin lineup is doing well, all 5 players are functioning as a unit. It's not one individual standout performance. And yeah, Tofu's back. He's looked really good. A lot of the heroes he enjoys playing are back in the meta.
Yeah.
But I think even more so than Tofu, who's very consistent, there is one player that feels a little inconsistent for Gaming Gladiators, and I feel like that's Ace.
Yeah.
And this tournament, he has not been. He has been on point, and I feel like when Gaimin like knows exactly what they're doing, he's playing a certain style every single game, and he's been doing that. Like they're just looking at some of this here: Dawnbreakers, Omni Knights, Underlords, Konkos,
Vlad's,
Brewmaster, and the one game they lost recently, it's because Ace played Axe. It does not fit the archetype of how this team wants to play. So if he's going to be pulling out an Axe and these type of aggressive like offlaners, that's not what they want him to do. They want him to just be this team fighting or a buyer that has some utility that either heals, does damage reduction, something that adds bonus to that.
I feel like the stock in Axe has gone down, generally speaking, because people realized how broken it was, and so they started actually valuing countering it. Like we've seen Undying against Axe, if that does get through, that looks pretty good. We've seen Doom against Axe, if that gets through. You know, even Venge as like a swap out and save against the Axe. Like there are options to deal with the hero, so
it's going uncontested this grand finals, very likely, because I don't think Miro puts a lot of stock.
I don't think he wants Axe either. Yeah,
and Ace 100% does not want it. It does not really fit. Like Axe was kind of like shoved down our throats by Liquid a lot. Like every game we've had Liquid, there's going to be an Axe, and there's teams that really enjoy it. I think the hero is good, but the teams currently playing, this isn't their style. Axe is definitely, you got your initiator, now you can have like your carry mid, you can have like a harder carry as well. You're gonna really rely, you're not gonna have many auras because you have an Axe, but you're gonna have to burst a hero really quickly, and Axe is really good because he does have that Blade Mill, Blink Call combination, which is obnoxious.
Well, maybe we can take a look at the most contested heroes that we've had here in this Wallachia, just to get an overview, but also to see if we can pinpoint which heroes these two teams in particular will fight over more than others, as we do have the Batrider as the most contested. I would imagine that for both of these teams that is still a coveted hero.
It would be very unusual to see Batrider get through at all in this grand final. Unless it's like
might. So it's like it depends on Gaming's approach. It's either you're targeting these supports like the Naga, you're targeting the Batriders, the Undyings of the world. Shadow Shamans are also really good for this playstyle. Or do they want to potentially try to target Pure? He's been winning every game on Nature's Prophet. He's been winning every game on Lifestealer. You're gonna have to make a choice.
Honestly,
you can't ban everything.
Yeah, I would rather leave in like Undying than give Pure Nature's Prophet, for example.
Kaya ba over 27?
You have some of these heroes like Nature's
over
Prophet
27?
that are not only considered like S tier in general, but also it's one of Pure's big
45
three. So
sa akin, but
I
say
feel like it just
27.
makes sense.
Saan ka tumataya?
Puck we saw
Sa
actually
GG
making it
lang.
into some of the most
Okay,
picked
sa
of the
GG.
tournament. This was not the case in the
Akala ko,
group
nagulat
stage.
ako.
Puck was just a good mid, not like this S tier broken mid. So I don't know. I feel like there's not there's a non-zero chance that at least one game in the grand finals we see Puck in the first phase.
I would say so, especially considering it's a best of 5.
It's just in most
it's a big beast.
Most teams are like, I don't think we've seen Puck first phase banned yet in the playoffs. It's always like second phase banned, or it gets ignored and then like pre-countered and then it gets picked anyway, you know?
Yeah, and keep in mind, Gaming Gladiators is the team that played Puck, as we saw earlier, on Tofu. So they have played position 4 Puck and they have that flex.
I think that's more likely than a Puck ban, actually. Like, I could totally see Gaimin just picking the Puck with the anticipation that they're going to flex it. But to be fair, in that game, he was playing against a Jakiro, and the double hit is giving Puck 2 charges of the innate. When you dodge, you're gaining double the amount of HP and mana, so that was pretty insane of a combo.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. We are in our grand finals. It's a best of 5 Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, Betboom, Dire side, and we have first pick going the way of Betboom. Gaming Gladiators, they have preferred overall second pick.
a lot of heroes are going to get through the choice to ban Terrorblade, Shadow Fiend early on. And Gaiman also realized that giving away these bans, I think, are really good from Gaiman. I think maybe the best you could possibly do. I think you eliminate the early TA from Pure, you eliminate the flex of the Nature's Prophet from Pure, and then you also ban these OP supports that have looked so good. And then Puck actually makes it into the first ban phase because they want to pick the Quap first pick. It could be GPK. It could also just be on Miro. It's a flexible hero, and Puck is just good versus it either way. So I'm curious now what we go for. There's been like Dawnbreaker first picks from Game. They really like that hero on Ace. And Ace, he invented like the new Dawn build, right? Everyone was going for this Blade Mill first. He decided, nah, I'm going to hit that mid-game timing. I don't really care about my hero so much. I want to make sure that when I get that Axe, Vlad's is available too. And then plus one item, whether it's a Crimson or a Pipe, depending on the game. We just hit this in incredible momentum in the mid-game.
I like the idea a lot too. I think
hindi ko tuloy malaman.
You just don't care too much against about the Queen of Pain.
Hello, okay na? Pasabi.
Is kind of a preventative measure for Monkey King as well. And they go for Abaddon, which, depending on the game, we've seen it work one way or the other.
Ni Abaddon
in terms of actually laning against Queen of Pain, like Guap can be fine against Abaddon. However, Gladiators will play Abaddon as a 5. Malady will play it. I think as a support, this looks a lot better against Guap than.
So dito,
you just sit there and get hit by Queen of Pain, right? You
depende pa rin kung anong makakasama ng
And
Abaddon.
then a few seconds later, she has another dagger, and then you.
Pero wala ngang Batrider, so may palag na yung Queen of Pain.
This is their idea against Axe as well. Similar to Quap, has this damage over time ability, and they just put on 5. And if you look at Betboom, they've mainly played this Quap in the offlane. Like, sure, GPK played it once, they lost, but Miro's 3-2.
Ayan o, tignan nyo, binan nila yung, Templar.
Okay. I mean, you're gonna ban out my Naga and heroes like that. I'm gonna pick this Abaddon. It worked really well against an Axe. It should have some impact here.
Ito kasi inagaw kanina ng sa Betboom Templar. I-counter.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to go for that age-old Abaddon Vlad's build. Like that was like the classic when he was first played in the offlane.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Wait lang, nakaabang na ako sa race to 15. Gusto ko yung race to 15. Nakakakaba na alam mo yun, yung iba yung pakiramdam.
Yeah, that's true.
Nakaka-hype siya. Kasi yung iba halos sure Minsan lang matalo Ito talagang kakabahan ka. Para siyang first blood.
It's not as good.
So with an Abaddon 5 potential, a lot of carries become a lot more viable.
R2 15, 1.8, R2 10, 1.9.
Morphling now has to be in consideration for Betboom. Like you can always have a Watson last pick Morphling coming out here, and it's going to look really good. Of course, until that point, they're going to go for the generic, extremely good heroes such as Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman great against Queen of Pain because you have the Hex Break eventually, which will break the Facet from Queen of Pain, and then also your Serpent
Sana di pagod BB.
This is the first
feel ko magdadrop sila ng mga play safe. Daniel, ang BB
which
dito.
Is surprising considering it's one of the highest.
That is shocking. You are right.
Feel ko lang
I mean, Tofu hasn't really preferred that hero, but I think when you do pick a hero like Abaddon and you're debating if it's going to be a support or not, we heard in this interview, he wants to make sure that there's good synergy between the supports. And Abaddon doesn't have any stuns, so it is pretty logical to potentially just get a hero into the game that will give you that lockdown at some point in the game. Hasn't really needed to pick
Pag
it
nag-pick
till
itong Betboom ng isa pang escape hero, expect nyo na for the rest, takbo push, ganun. Baka maging ganun.
A lot of the auras have been coming from Malady plus Ace.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Tofu even whipped out the Ringmaster the other day, and then in the interview he said, yeah, I don't think the hero's very good, but I thought it was just a perfect game for it. The box save was really impactful, so he picked it, and he played really well on it, so yeah, I feel like he's definitely the type of player that can just be slotted in on like whatever is really necessary for the game.
Yeah.
And picking Bane into Abaddon, you can shield off Fiend's Grip, but also, yeah, you can shield off everything. But also on the flip side, you can, Nightmare Abaddon, he's going to have to pop the ult for that. You're stunning and disabling multiple targets. So it's not exactly like a one-to-one counter, like hard counter as people might think.
They love doing this, by the way, on first pick. They love picking like a core, a Kataomi hero you know for certain, and then some Morta / because it could be pure too, right? I like picking the support that could also be a carry for them, because you just don't know and you can't overreact to this.
Now you have to plan for both.
Yeah, essentially. And they're gonna pick Lina, which I assume this will be their flex to the end of the draft. And with this Undying being picked,
kaya ba under 40 may chance? Ay, ano?
Morta, you might have a
Wag kang under dyan, boss. Wag, boss. Wag kang under dyan.
It's pretty good versus Abaddon.
GG yan, boss. GG. Kaya magpahaba ng laro ng GG.
One of these two heroes is Maldives.
When I mean kaya, kahit panalo na sila, papahabain pa nila.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because
ano yan, nang papagod ng kalaban niyang GG, mga boss.
She loves blinking into Alina and reflecting all of the magic damage. Like, you will heal to full HP with the amount of magic damage that Lina does. But then, I mean, I guess on the flip side, you're also
34.5 duration. Uy, Nox, congrats.
Undying Shadow Shaman, like a lineup.
Ay, si ano pala to?
Other than
si
Alina,
City Girl, hello
really
to you.
To, like,
nakita ko yung DP mo sa ano,
Ladybug.
Alam mo ba isa ko sa artist ng Ladybug? Ladybug! May bago akong project eh, ano eh. Jamie and the Tentacles. Mag-i-start na yung project si Jamie and the Tentacles.
We said Muerta's pretty good carry against Undying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why they picked Undying, right? Just so
47.5 frags kaya ba, boss?
But I'm very curious.
Dito sa nakikita ko,
or does he think it's good? I mean, if you get out of the lane, the Lifestealer is
antayin ko yung
game,
last two draft.
You have to get out of the lane.
O, diba? Takbo. Kita nyo na? Kita nyo yung lineup ng ano, BB.
This will be
mga pantakbuhin. Stan at takbo.
Morta, because I don't know if there's a better pick.
Lycan.
But if you kind of look at their core duos, or
sabi sa inyo, pagod
here, it's Lycan offlane, Queen of Pain, mid, or carry. Yeah, there's actually a lot they can do. I mean, I forgot. Pure hasn't really played it yet, but the co-op could be a carry in this situation.
I'm sure it's available for him
pick
as
by
well.
NP dito. Nakaban yung NP, boss.
They slotted in some GBK last
first ban yun eh, unang-unang binan.
That could be good. Some Pango or something like that.
Kailangan nila ng pang-hold dito. Disruptor. Ay, di, may ano na pala.
Lycan is very good against
hindi, pwedeng offlane tong ano.
all of Game and Zeroes.
Undying. Ay, ba't ako nagsasuggest sa GG?
I know it's not support, it's gonna be
Pango.
most likely the offlane.
Pango sa BB.
I mean, Undying or Abaddon support.
Like, yeah, any of these heroes do not like playing
Disruptor ang masasuggest ko dito sa ano, GG. Disruptor, kulong. Para hindi makatakbo tong BB. Magiging takbuhin to. Tapos laging ano, alay si Bane.
But then Lycan can get like a nullifier later on into the game, and then you're playing still an
Pango, ban mo Pango para mabawasan yung pantakbo nila.
And, counter him in that way. So
ganda din
Disruptor, yes.
Yeah, and they still think that
City Girl. Siya ano siya ngayong ano namin sa tennis eh, si City Girl. Sa kanya din ako nagtatanong.
Essentially, Abaddon, Undying have
game in first map, boss.
Counters,
yep.
Right? Like
diba sinabi ko sa'yo, pagod ang pag may laban, pagod.
I don't know what other
pero ito, pero teka, ang ginawang strategy ng BB, kasi dahil nga pagod sila, ang hero sila pantakbo, natakbo, na push, takbo, hit, takbo, alay si Bane pangligtas. Yan ang draft ng BB.
Sure.
Actually, open pa yung na-X niya. Ay, hindi, naban pala. So, Pango.
Why not?
You did say 9class was playing it, right? In his pub?
He has, yeah. I just saw one game of it. I don't know if he's spamming it or not, but
it's 9class
Ember,
spamming
it.
Probably.
Ooh, Storm Spirit.
Cool
ay, hindi, wala pala sila support.
They can go any direction that they want here. And they decide
Rubik's.
to just go for the Rubik.
What makes this a good Rubik game?
Abaddon, Shadow Shaman.
Shaman.
Oh, the Ember is banned. Okay.
Takbuhin blues ang BB, madiskarte.
I mean, you
Huskar's already banned.
38 duration map, boss. Kaya ba? Kaya?
It would have been a good Huskar game then.
Kaya, sa nakikita ko, kaya.
In the mid lane.
Fuck is out.
Wala naman pang fast game push dito maliban sa Shaman.
I mean, they did a good job at.
Ay, sa bagay, may Lycan. Pag kinapi ng Rubik yung Shaman. Pero tingnan natin kung doon yung gagawin ng strategy ng BB.
that's a good matchup, and then you pick something for
G1 boss.
that's good against Lycan in the laning stage.
Nakakabisit yung lineup ng BB boss eh. Pag nag-disruptor tong GG, GG ako.
Maybe Sven could be okay in a game like this.
Kasi po kung support yung Undying, hindi offlane eh.
He has a lot of options. I mean, illusion heroes are good, but I don't know how good they are.
Ay, yung mag-disruptor.
For the entirety of the game.
Hindi, pwede kasi sila mag-hard carry dito sa gilid eh.
I mean,
Lods.
Carry.
Like yun nga, Sven.
I just really like the idea, I think, of
Pango,
Watson's hero
Sven,
to be picked
Pango,
here. I'm not entirely sure what
actually, Axe maganda din.
They kind of need like
Open
that
ba yung
beefy
Axe?
frontlining AoE hero. Like Pango would be fine, but I don't know if you like the lane.
It's not as free as a PL game as the one that we saw before.
Nakakatakot ko ng GPK.
I mean, CK would be fine, potentially, but Muerto's kind of good against these heroes. You have a lot of AoE control. You buy Mjolnir.
Yeah.
You can burst them pretty easily.
An Axe coming out last.
So they're going to go for the Abaddon carry, then I still think it's going to be, mid Lina. I mean, Axe is... They're going away from their, script, as Jenkins. The OpenAI is adapting here. And I think the Axe is like... This is a hard counter to Muerta. Just... She can be ethereal all she wants.
First map boss.
But
Axe nga!
damage to herself. So you will kill this hero
Tama, Axe pang hold.
every single time. But
ano?
really have
kakairita yung BB.
Crazy,
Ngayon pa lang nakakaramdam kung ako yung maglalaro sa side ng GG. Nabibisit na ako. Takbuhin to mga lods. Bibian first G. Possible nga eh. Possible kasi micro nila to eh. Possible magtakbo-takbo ilag eh.
You do really well on lane, right?
Yes.
Ang ganda ng lane ng BB. Nakakainis. Pang-asar.
I mean,
they could still do the formula if Axe is carry. But they didn't.
They'll do it like normal.
Pero pag ang masakit kasi dito guys, pag nag-blade armor, ang side ng GG, itong hero ni Pure na Lamerta, magiging walang kwenta.
And it's a really good Lycan game.
46
sure,
frags.
You're not going to
Boss,
attack
kaya
the
ba,
Axe,
boss?
but you don't need to.
Can they just run these
I think
heroes
aabot,
on these
yung ganon, yung
positions, but then
tipong
swap the lanes?
aabot, yung ganon.
Doable,
Parang ganon
yes.
siya.
I don't know. That's kind of like a concept that's been lost in time.
It has.
Parang
yeah,
aabot,
like a lot of the time your carry
Ronald.
will just play safe lane always.
Yeah.
Sige, ako
People don't- I don't think they get a
mag-45
huge
ako.
advantage by.
45.5.
So I don't think Watson has a lot of experience playing versus like a Morta Bane lane. And if his lane
In
is
the
off
over,
lane, in the
pwede
off
duration,
lane,
pwede.
it could be really bad. So I think they'll play it safe.
You can like always cut creep waves and stuff too. It's pretty easy
First
to
and kills
50-50
map
lanes. People
winner.
know like the cheese strat, so you probably just
GG.
throw the Abaddon off lane like normal.
Now we did say
Pang-hold.
that the one time that we've seen
Pwede,
Ace play
puro
Axe
takbo kasi
did
sa
not
early
go
tong
in their
eh.
favor. It's literally the only game
BB.
Gaiman has dropped
Mamaya pa
this
sila
entire
mag-i-skill
event.
eh.
This is an
Tapos may
S tier
shaman
Axe
sa
game though.
hold.
Okay.
Like he's
May
playing
Axe
against
din sa hold.
Quap, Lycan, Muerta.
ano pang
You call any of
process
these
natin?
cores, they're dead.
Well, I'm sure that it's going to be working out, at least to a certain extent, for Gaiman with the help of their coach CY that has plotted this all out. Isn't that
Sino
right,
lamang sa
Norman?
draft boss?
Let's hope so. CY, how you
Pag
doing?
bakbakan,
This isn't the first
lamang
time you've
ang
come across this
GG.
team in a finals,
Pag
right?
takbuhan,
I don't think so. At least.
lamang
Alright,
ang
Fisher,
BB.
finals, online, what's
Takbuhan,
different this time
micro.
around?
Alam mo
I
yung
think we played
hit
much better this
takbo.
time around.
Hit
In the
takbo.
Fisher, finals,
Malakas
they
sa
crossed
micro ang
3-0,
ano,
if I
BB.
remember correctly.
Pagod
So
ng
let's
BB
not
boss.
repeat that,
Oo
but
nga eh, kaya nga ang
obviously
hero
we
nila
play
puro
much better now,
pantakbo
so,
eh.
like, I'm pretty confident that we will 3-0.
Puro pantakas.
Alright, and what's the
Hindi
game
pa
plan
nila
then?
kaya
What are you going to
mag-ano,
do differently which the other teams here have
balagbag.
failed to do against Betboom?
Like, I think Betbooms are very strong laners generally. Like, they're very like crisp on their lanes and stuff, and like I think we secure some
Hindi ako
strong
dito
lanes,
mature.
and
Hindi ko
hopefully
pa
we can
nakikita
execute like
mag-Berta si
gameplay
Puroy.
wise.
Logi si Puroy
tough good
dyan,
matchups,
pag
so
nag-blade
we'll see.
armor yung ano.
Alright, and was there
disabled
any
ang
consideration
Muerta.
about the Axe going carry?
There was actually. We discussed it for like.
Mukhang
quite a long
lalasan
time,
sa
to be
frags
honest.
yung BB. Pwede.
Watson, we played some battle cup and
Yung
Watson
BB
played
baka
next carry,
lumasan
so
sa frags.
maybe it was ready, but like maybe
Pero
not
dito
quite,
first
so,
map GG
yeah.
talaga. Pagod
Alright,
talaga
very
ang BB.
interesting in the
Sinasabi ko sa inyo,
toolkit. Thank you
guys.
very much, CY. Good luck in these grand
I'm
finals.
sorry,
We'll send it
pero
over to B-Cop and
wala pa
Lacrosse.
akong nakitang
Thank you
may
very
laban
much, Nomad,
kanina.
coming into the grand
Lumaban next, di
finals
panalo.
here. Gaming Gladiators against Betboom team
Baka
for
ba mag-Merta
another
yan?
time. With us
Si
at the
Pure,
helm, we're looking
actually hindi ko pa din, same tayo, hindi ko pa siya
should be a
nakita
much
mag,
closer
Merta.
matchup. You know, they did
Si
talk
Pure.
about that fissure final that did
Pero
end
sa
up
review
3-0,
ko,
but I don't know, I
Abaddon,
sense
Abaddon,
a much
Undying, at
closer
saka
final. I
Axe.
feel like,
Itatapat mo sa
don't hate me
Merta.
for it, 5 games. I sense
Kawawa
it.
Merta eh.
Well, there are two
Itong
different
tatlo.
stories here. Wallachia produced some of the best grand finals we've seen in the last couple of years, and also it is
Blade armor
Gaming
type tong
Gladiators
tatlo
in
eh.
the grand finals. So there's
Yung
a bit of
Merta
a,
kasi, pag
you
binid
know,
armoran mo,
'cause
kawawa
last
eh.
5 grand finals that they played
Masakit
was
kasi
either
siya.
0-3 or 3-0.
Tapos, dahil masakit siya, masakit pag
And
bumalik.
the last grand finals that they did win was Riyadh Masters previous year. So we'll have to see. I think these teams are
Oo,
quite
baka
evenly
mag-BM
matched
dag
in
lang.
this matchup. I feel like both of them show
Hindi, yun
great
din talaga yung
performances so
mangyayari,
far.
BM
Gaming
dag.
Gladiators, maybe
Kasi
in this
ang
one,
lineup kasi ng
they
BB,
are not
takbo.
playing the strategies that they
Takbo
did
yan
play.
o,
I think they
Lycan.
wanted to
Palitan
adapt
nyo,
to. I talked
takbo.
about the Betboom
Rubik's
team
Leaf,
being one of the
blink,
fastest
blink
teams.
out.
It's always these
Ang
Eastern
alay, ang
European
tanging
teams which
maalay lang
focus
dito yung
heavily
ano
onto
eh,
the lane, so
Bane.
they needed to match
Kaya alay yung
that
Bane.
that
Kahit
energy,
itong
and
Lamerta,
we'll see
tatakbo
if it's
yan,
gonna
ulti
be
yan,
working out for
pantakbo.
them because I'm seeing this Axe and Shadow
Sino
Shaman.
Mach 1, boss?
Undying is a super strong laner
Ayoko
with Abaddon.
tumayabos
There's a
ng
lot of
Mach Win.
sustain. You
Pero
can keep
sa
them low
bakbakan kasi
HP.
boss, panalo
It's
dito
also
ang
against
ano eh,
Lycan Rubik. You
ang
should not
GG.
be losing this lane. This is a
Pero
lane
malakas
that
kasi
Gaming
mga
Gladiators
micro
are
ang BB.
definitely going to be winning because, again, it is Rubik. I think somebody might out there be like, you know
GG
what,
sila sa
this
habulan
guy
dito.
organized
Totoo.
a hate club for Rubik. You
Kaya
want to
nga
pick it
Axe eh.
straight
Kaya sabi
away,
ko kanina
get it
Axe
out of the
to.
system, game
Kasi,
1, out of the
pero
fight
kung
potentially,
nag-disruptor
and see what's
sila,
going to happen afterwards.
I was going to say,
top
we're in the middle of
lane,
a pause. You can get your soapbox
tawag
out and
dito,
go after Rubik
side
for
si
as long as you
Undying.
want right now.
Yeah, Rubik right now is not
Mas
doing the
prefer ko
greatest.
sana yung
I
ano,
believe he's sitting at
disruptor
42% win rate.
kesa
It
sa
is
Axe.
not the greatest. He's
Kaso
been
sa
played
bagay, walang
7
mag-aano sa kanila,
times.
mag-front
So
maliban
nothing
sa
too
hindi
crazy,
front yung
but
Undying.
again, this is a very good Rubik game in theory because
Ganda ng
one of the
Rubik.
issue that I do have is he doesn't
Kaya
have
ayoko
that
tumaya
good of
sa
a front
map
line.
win.
Huerta stays a
Ito
little bit
kasing
further.
Rubik.
Queen of Pain might be blinking in with the Blade Mail. Lycan is going to be causing some of the issues for the supports, Shadow Shaman specifically, with his summons, with his timing on that helm.
Tama.
But yeah, Rubik, if you steal Tombstone, Decay is great, Aphotic Shield, this is
Oo,
probably going to be
nakasalalay
your
kay
best one.
Rubik yung play
LSA, anything from Shaman is good. Even Call for the later stages of the game is going to
Ano
work out
ako,
nicely.
frags
So,
ako sa
none of the,
ano,
like, big spells,
frags to
everything's
race
going
ako
to be on relatively
sa
short cooldown,
GG
and this is what
early.
Rubik wants to have.
Yeah, Rubik definitely trying to steal anything
Race to
that'll work.
15
And I feel
ako
like if there's a
sa
team that's going to
GG
make Betboom,
early.
or going to make Rubik work, it's Betboom.
We saw the games where Rubik is going to like try to steal anything because he's such a shit hero that he's going to be like, yeah, I'll
Over
have an
kayo,
extra spell,
duration.
take
Over
whatever I can.
37 ako.
Especially against Abaddon, we saw that last
Magtatagal
Rubik
yung laro.
game where it was always
Boss, ano yan?
miscoil.
Takbuhan yan.
I think they got a Aphotic Shield in that game once. But something I want to talk about is GPK. I mean, this guy has been
Sasabihin ko yung Rubik.
like
Kakainis
the
talaga
last
yun ng
5
hack ng
games,
account
he's died a
ko.
total of 3
Shoutout sa
times.
kaibigan ko.
I mean, that is
Kinuha niya lahat
unheard
ng
of.
imo
Right?
ko.
That is insane. He has just had so many good games,
ba't niya
and
hit?
it's not like he's doing it with one particular hero. He's doing it with
Ang ganda naman nun.
a
Anong skin ni
bunch
Lina
of
yun?
different heroes. He did it with the Puck.
Parang
He did it with
goddess. Ang ganda.
the Monkey King that he played up against Team Spirit yesterday, and then he played it with the DK and the Ember coming into this grand final. I mean, this guy has just been perfect.
Yeah,
and
we
it's
saw some really,
insane.
really good laning coming out from him, but so did Quinn. Quinn's having a blast of a tournament, pretty much dominating every single matchup. We saw him yesterday when he was playing against Nisha, getting the solo kills. Huerta will TP to the top lane, Pure. Doesn't have TP ready.
I want to see how Quinn does with this Lina. We saw it played by Betboom 3 times in a row by Pure. What's the difference that you get here from a safe lane Lina to a mid lane?
You're pretty much buying into the same items. You're going to be building into Maelstrom. You're going to be building into Boots of Travel as well. You're going to have, I would say, slightly better timing on Boots of Travel compared to the safe lane Lina, because we've seen some safe lanes Lina not having that great of a time, so you're forced to buy into Pyke, you're forced to buy into BKB early, but for mid Lina, you can kind of afford to go for it. Also, this lineup from Gaming, they're strong in the lanes, but this is not a very explosive lineup. Abaddon, he needs to farm his Radiance. This is not the fastest farmer in the game, so he needs to have a good laning stage. Then you have mid
Kailangan
Lina,
maganda yung
which
lane
can
ng
pop off.
Abaddon.
Axe needs a little bit more time, especially if he goes for the Vanguard
Ang
build,
epal
which
kasi
seems
dito
like
yung
that's going to be
Rubik.
the item of a choice for Ace.
Bantayan niyo yung
Yeah,
Rubik,
looks like
guys.
Bracer,
Yung
Vanguard,
Rubik,
and
guys,
then
yung ano.
eventually we'll see
Ito,
when
yan.
he gets
Yan
maybe
ang
Blade
Rubik.
Mail and Blink Dagger. We've
Ang
talked
power
about Axe
kasi
a couple
niyan,
times where it doesn't feel like he
power.
has to
Ang
be
skill niyan,
until about that
manguha
20-minute
ng skill
mark
ng
where the
kalaban.
Tormentor is up and objectives start to get taken.
Ang pwede niya
So
kasing
it can
kunin dito yung
be a
skill
little
ng
bit
Undying.
slower for
Yung
Gaming
ito,
Gladiators,
yung nasa
especially like you said with the
jungle.
Abaddon. You know, I'm very curious though because they do have heroes
O
that can
kaya,
kind of chase
sa
and play
shaman.
aggressive. Like both their supports, you land a tombstone there, or you've got you know Tofu going in as well with the Shadow
BBK.
Shaman. He offers a lot in control early. I could see
Between
Gaming getting a
talaga
couple
yan.
of kills, but for Betboom, I am curious to see what they put together, especially with their supports of Bane
Isa din
and
sa malakas
Rubik.
mag-
Right now, they
Ito
can't do much,
si
especially in the
ano
bottom lane. They
Queen.
really don't want to play this lane. It is a very difficult lane to play against, so they are going to be pulling the creeps, getting it closer to the tower. I mean, it is Undying plus Abaddon. Rubik has Fate Bolt, which deals 100 damage, reduces your damage by 5%, which is usually around 3 damage, which is
Arcana
insanely
yun
good.
eh. Yun ang yung lumilipad.
And
You don't
yeah.
sound convinced.
No, not really. And you can't really trade. It is also dispellable, so not the greatest spell.
A lot of
early
faith in
levels.
this hero. I mean, 3 damage doesn't feel like a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot either. I don't think it is a lot. But maybe combined with the Lycan, they can get something done. It's not easy, right? Photic Shield, as well as the fact that Undying will have a couple of decays, has a tombstone. I don't think they get a couple of kills in this
When you start thinking about it, the combo is their Fate Bolt, Howl, damage reduction. It's going to be pretty okay. Maybe not at the moment, but once those spells are maxed out, could be pretty good.
Now, where does that rank, though? Pretty okay.
Pretty okay, like 2.7 out of 5.
Okay. That sounds pretty okay.
Kung ako, bliblinkan ko na
This
yan
mid
eh.
matchup so far has just
Kung ako'y
been back and
naglalaro,
forth, but Quinn is
bliblinkan ko
pretty
yan,
low
yung
on
Lina.
health, and
Blink
it's
sabay
2-1 with
Scream
a
of
skill
Pain.
point health so far for GPK. Not a surprise that he's doing well in the lane. I mean, we have just watched this
Aasiman ko
guy
yan.
blossom throughout this tournament. He's a good
Wala na,
player, but
nabigay na.
you know, there were some struggles for Betboom early on in the
Naka one
tournament
dot fairy
where
pala, kaya di
they
niya
started that
binibigyan.
first day losing 2-1 to Edge.
Yeah, they
Di ba
definitely
pala
powered
one
up as a
stick pa
team.
lang?
We haven't really seen them struggle as much. Usually it's the other way around with Betboom team where they dominate and then they crumble, but this time around it is different. They are definitely upgrading their game. Maladich with the pause. So far, no first blood.
Nakalimutan ko
Hero
passive ng
is
Lina.
relatively
Kada
low,
skill niya
8
bumibilis sa
decay.
atake niya.
So losing 8 strength. They might decide to dive. Maladich does have Tombstone and does have Blood
Tawan ko,
Grenade.
nagbago na ba? Mukhang
You
over
see what
duration
happened? There
na
it
ito.
is. There's the
Yep, over
tombstone.
yan.
Looking for Miero.
Good body blocks by
Puro
Miero with that wolf.
takbo-takbuhan.
Can he grab the tombstone? Is it worth giving up
He
first blood?
denied
No,
it.
he denied it. So now Save, he's pretty low. A decay hit, Save's down to about 50 health.
I'll just throw it out there. Well, wait a
Ay,
second.
hindi
They're
pala
out
sa
of
kanila yung
GPK
aba
against
doon.
Quinn.
Might
Sa
end
GG
up being
pala.
very
Kala ko sa
fire.
Rubik.
Fairy Fire, right
Na-expect ko
clicks in on a
mag-heal.
GPK, leaves him at 95 health.
Really pushing the limits there. We'll see if it's going to be Queen of Pain winning that one, or if it's going to be maybe Quinn in Pain. Because, yeah, if you lose, like if you die solo in this matchup, it could be pretty tricky. You could die one more time with the supports rotation 6 minutes in, because you will have that level 6 available, that extra
Mamaya pa
bit of
ito
damage that you do
magkakapatayan.
need. Keeping things pretty even
Over
in
yan,
terms of
boring
CS in
ng
that
early.
mid lane.
Sabi ko nga sa inyo, takbuhan lang
These
yan.
decays are getting annoying, but not
Ganda ng matchup sa mid.
a lot
Dun
of mana
lang.
left at the moment for
Dito
Maladich. He does
takbuhan
have
to eh.
himself a Lotus as well as 8 charges on that stick.
Wala pa rin patayan. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, parang
Dead
ano,
shot comes through, but
ang tanging
there's also Shackles on the other side and a battle hunger on the
aabante
Bane.
sa bawas. Itong GG.
Queen went all the way back to base.
Kaso,
shows up
ang
here for the
nakakairita
full
dito
mana with
sa
the full bottle.
BB,
Meanwhile, again over bottom.
hit takbo, hit
Look at the
takbo.
HP, everybody over and everybody's
so
low.
Alam mo, low na lahat ng BB,
Kinda
guys.
expecting a dive again, but he doesn't
Ah, ito
have the mana
mamamatay
to just
ito.
drop down a tombstone.
Buti na lang, may
Nightmare on
ano
to
ka.
Ace. Still chasing Kataomi, but the dead shot connects from Pure, so he'll save his Bane. There's no first blood so far, but I feel like it's not for a lack of trying.
No, it's definitely.
Ayun nga, kaya hindi ako nag-match win, Kobe. Hindi ako nag-match win kasi ako palang ini-imagine ko na yung sarili ko sa position ng GG. Yung giggle, yung buisit na tumatakbo, yung patay na, hindi pa mamatay. Makaka-choke sa akin yun eh. Ano kaya mapasabay? Over 37. First, R215 ang GG.
But still just don't quite have the damage. And now Tofu, he steps up. That may not be the place that he wants to be. Kataomi is also coming through. Maladich is
Ay,
here with
hindi
a
ako
two-man
nag-match win.
decay.
Ang tawag dito?
Brain sap Tofu. He
Ano,
has a
overkills
Lotus,
pala.
but he's
Overkills
gonna die here for first blood.
42.5.
Didn't
Total
get that
frags.
Lotus off. Maybe it
It's a bit
could have made the
unfortunate.
difference, yeah. First blood for Kataomi, and he got a good sleep. Save ready with the lift.
Telekinesis, they go to the tombstone, but Quinn, he's gonna die, and they'll take out the trade on a save.
It's a level 3 Shadow Strike. It's a lot of slow and damage. They will kill the tombstone. Extra 125 for GPK. Thinking about maybe jumping in, but knowing that Tofu's gonna be here as well. They're not gonna commit.
Sa taas?
Giving up a couple of kills. First blood went the way of Bane, who
Ano?
picks up boots. So
GG.
gonna be moving a bit quicker. Also getting a blood
GG
grenade
yan
and smoke.
dito,
Maybe
Lods.
expecting another move from Kataomi. GPK, this is how he gets
Hindi ako
started.
nag-match
All of a sudden,
win.
he gets a kill
Pero,
over mid. He's got some help.
kung iaano natin,
He's got access if he wants it
GG.
over to the Sonic Wave, but if he can control maybe
Ang
the minute
ano lang
we
kasi
can see him
dito sa
rotate
BB,
over.
takbo ng takbo to mga Lods. Mamicro
This is definitely
yan.
something that they're
Hit
gonna want
takbo,
for the
hit
axe, is
takbo.
these
Ganun
stacks
gagawin
being made
yan.
by Tofu as well.
Baka doon madali
Still
yung
going for this
GG.
Vanguard.
Wag lang sana sila manggigil.
Not too far away from it, 230 gold.
Kasi doon sila
He's got that
matatalo
ring of
eh.
health already. He's holding on to a Lotus.
Nag-match win ako BB.
So him and
Pwede rin
Tofu
kasi,
both have
Chloro
Lotuses.
pwede din,
They both
pwede
have
din naman.
regen in this lane.
Kasi pwedeng
We'll see
mang-micro
if they
eh.
can
Alam
get
mo ba yun?
anything.
Pwedeng
We've seen
mang-micro.
before
Pwedeng mabwisit
a
tong
couple of
GG.
carries rotate, and I honestly
Wala
wouldn't
silang
be
pang
surprised
hold
if
do,
Pure
maliban
maybe
sa
even
Axe
made the
at
rotation.
Shaman.
Pure was very active on some of the heroes,
saling
especially when
may
he was
hold sila,
playing
isa lang.
MP, teeping in as level 4. We saw
Pag nag-6
him
itong
rotating
Lycan,
with other heroes as well through the Twin
takbuhan na
Gates
to.
when he was playing Monkey King, I believe. So
Kasi
this
nasabi
is
kong
not the
poke, tignan
easiest
nyo yung
hero to
Lycan,
get.
may
So
may
maybe
dalawang
this
alagang
time around
aso.
we're not gonna be
Sila lang
seeing that
babawas.
Twin Gate rotation since you're playing into Abaddon. Lycan doesn't provide you with much damage. You just can't kill him that easily. So most likely he's just gonna be continue to farm up, try to get as much as he can, while Tofu is stacking the triangle again for his axe. Maybe the big camp is gonna belong to Lina, because
kasi
Quinn did
iniisip
die
ko
that
eh,
one
yung
time in the mid
sa
lane. Would definitely love to
Shaman.
recover. GPK.
Shadow Strike
Nako,
and a screen.
patay ka,
Tofu looking
Tofu.
pretty dead on his screen, but he gets into the trees. He'll have some help from Maladich with a 2-man decay, but
May
save is
screen pa
here,
yan eh.
and they get the kill on a Tofu. Another kill for GPK, just continuing to raise that KDA.
Oh, matatalo pa yung R215 na.
He has
Namamicro na kayo ah.
had a little answer from other teams, and it has been a tough nut to crack.
Not an easy Queen of Pain game. There's a good amount of control that they do have. Axe with the call, Blade Mail as well, Shadow Shaman, even Lina. I also want to see if Quinn is going to commit putting more than 1 point in LSA, because if you're playing against Rubik, you might just keep it, and you're also playing like a bit of a right-click oriented Lina. He also wanted to go for the Tombstone. There was nobody around, so maybe it was better that he didn't use it, that extra 125 gold.
Would have just boosted up GPK even further, and I mean, even that kill really does boost them up more. They show up mid, they immediately get jumped. You've got two supports that offer control with the Nightmare as well as the Telekinesis.
Pwedeng matalo yung
You've got Fade Bolt
R215
now,
pero
level
sa match
3,
win.
on top of which they're going to steal these stacks, and now
Oy,
this feels
gagi,
even
yun
worse.
lang.
You're here at the 9-minute mark, and both these supports on Betboom are closing in on level 6.
I always love the play. Even Muerta's going to come in pure, getting some of the last hits as well. Bringing in numbers, placing the observer ward, so they saw any kind of rotation. If
Nag-ano ka? R25? Sa BB?
This, like, you lose a lot, not just because you don't get that far, but also your position 4 hasn't really been doing much on the map other than stacking. It takes a good 15, maybe even 20 seconds to walk in there, stack, secure the rune, but they were also not securing the runes. GPK again, Maladich, he just can't catch a break in this mid lane.
Drops the Tombstone, immediately goes to the Blood Grenade.
Sonic Wave
pushes back Watson, but misses on Maladich. They'll blink over, they get the kill on Ketomi, and it's an illusion rune for GPK, who will refill that bottle. They don't really have an answer to go after these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and they won't be getting this Tombstone either.
Somebody needed to help them out, either Axe or Abaddon, because they don't have enough damage, and this is the right move, I would say, from Gaming. Try to bring in the number, because this lineup, again, is a bit on the slower side. You need Radiance, you need your blink on Axe. Lina can't really make the plays, needs to be the supports, but they're also like, very reliant on bringing in numbers. They also need the levels. Tofu right now, on the level 5, 11 minutes into the game.
Kasi mag-i-stack si Shaman.
Level 6, and they're gonna give it the lane.
Nasira yung calculation ko. Kasi kinuha ni Queen of Pain yung stack para kay Axe, para makadagger si Axe. Ayun, nasira yung calculation ko. Panalo R25 BB. Oo, panalo.
Maladich is dead. GPK with a quick fingertip, while he's also helping out the rest of his team to get Watson.
laking pera kay Queen of Pain yun. Nakakuha pa sila Merta.
This is level 4 of
Top tutuloy yung dalawa.
It goes down to 6-second cooldown, so you can pretty much use it all the time. You do
Doon
have
talaga
arcane boots.
Kaya nag-react ako
A
dun.
really good game involved in 5 out of 6 kills.
Pera si Axe.
You also have this troll creep, which is going to be the tower with the catapult, with the wolves.
We've talked about save so
Grabe
much
si GPK,
throughout
di
the
ba?
back end of
Kay
this tournament,
GPK din ako
especially about
kahapon ko pa
how
inaano
he
yan
has
si
felt like,
GPK.
the
Sino ba yung
quieter
kumontra
MVP,
sa akin?
but
Si Yong
GPK
ata.
as well has just been
Si Lars
definitely the
daw. Italo
showstopper
si
for
Lars.
them.
I'm really
GPK talaga yan.
trying hard to find more praise for save, and I think over the last couple of years, it's just very hard because he's been so stable. He's playing one of the best Dota from position 4 we've seen a while.
Sino
He's
nag-match
definitely
sa
up there
BB?
with the Goats, with the Jeraxes,
Nama-micro na
and
sila,
the likes.
guys.
He's super
Patay
consistent.
ka.
Whenever
Micro
Betboom's
yan, oh,
going.
Lycan.
Shapeshift, Maladich, he'll throw down a tombstone, but
Wala ka gagawin dyan.
I mean, they're gonna at least get that
Ang ganda naman
tombstone
ng
for an
worst
extra
move,
125. They'll
Lycan.
try to chase Maladich, but he's going down the river, so he's a bit slower, and they'll focus on getting this tombstone. I mean, 125 gold, you don't get the kill. It's definitely a good consolation prize.
Well, they're probably gonna get the tower as well. GPK blinking in aggressively.
Lagay ka na
Very
over.
always
Sige,
does
sige.
have
Magganyan
shield
ako.
rune and pop that one.
I-edit
That's
ko.
extra 700
Simulan ko
HP
sa
almost.
sa EPL.
He's
Gusto
trying
nyo?
to...
Ganyan ko na lang kasi madami yung EPL eh. Best
He
of ko
knows
lahat.
that with the Photic Shield, they can play this fight relatively easy. Katomi unfortunately can't use
Ganda ng
Steam Strip
rotation
as
ng
long as
Prosper,
Abba is
Prosper.
alive. There's a
Sonic
Sonic
wave on a
Wave
Quinn.
him top.
Ngayon ko na lang narinig sa Dota yun. Prosper, Prosper. Sa ML ko lang naririnig yun eh. Ito na yung sinasabi ko. Nangyayari na guys. Wala pang dagger yung Axe.
He'll steal Decay, but it doesn't matter. Both supports die on the side of Betboom. And Gaming Gladiators,
Wala pa
again,
dagger
they've been
Axe, ah.
successful. It's been because they're bringing the
Magka-catch up
numbers.
yan. Lugi
That's what
talaga
they
sila
need
sa
to do,
Clash
try to
guys.
cover each other, and also finding
Pantakbuhan
Rubik.
to
I think
eh.
this is very
Pag
important,
nag-blade
especially
armor
when
tong
he has a
dalawa,
good
kahit
spell.
dalawa lang.
Stolen,
O sabihin
but
na
this time
natin
around,
yung
he had a
tatlo,
Photic
sinakses
Shield.
nila yung blade
It was a
armor.
bit maybe too
Ang
aggressive
dying
from
Axe at
GPK.
saka
I assume he wanted to
tawag
try to
pangalan
bait the
nito?
spell,
Abaddon.
maybe put them in a spot
Patay
where they're
tong
not
hero ni Pure. Walang gagawin.
that comfortable taking the fight afterwards. But they also have a good
Boss
amount
ka
of
rin sa-
tankiness
sige,
on
sige,
game.
sorry.
You
Sorry,
have Abaddon,
Chinon.
who doesn't die
Sorry
that
na.
easily. Axe as well with Vanguard, Magic
Biglaan
Flame
na rin
charges.
kasi tong ano eh.
He's also
Ang dami
going
kasi
for
nag-request
a bit
ng
of a greedier
PTL.
build, not opting to
Sige,
go for
kakaririn
the
na
Blink
natin
Dagger,
to
thinking
para
that
sa
they can
inyo,
try to
guys.
out-farm them and not needing to take the fight. So keeping things pretty even so far. 1k gold lead now for Gaming Gladiators.
Tapos nagalit si Muntun,
that
no?
gold lead,
Sabi ni
but
Muntun, bakit kami
Muerta is top
ni-skipping mo,
of the net
Dota?
worth pure.
Dapat sa ML ka
Just kind of
nag-a-analyze.
free to farm here, and more stacks being made.
Okay na,
on the
si
side of
Club
gaming
B-Wise
to
na dun.
Accelerate that farm for these
Sa
heroes
Dota na
that
ako
kind of
aambag.
needed Axe. He's towards the middle of the pack. He got that acceleration with the stacks that he's taken. He's
Tinanggal
almost
sa
into that
trabaho
blade mail.
yun. Bawal
14
ka na
minutes
sa
in,
ML.
not a
Dota ka
bad
na lang.
spot to be in by any means, and then he can go into that Blink Dagger, and they'll have that initiator as well.
Hindi, okay lang.
Shadow
Wala
Shaman's
naman
doing
akong
the same
ano,
thing,
hard,
though. We
hard,
see this with Shadow
hard
Shamans a lot,
contract.
going into the Blink, looking
Kay
for Blink
Dota.
Hex, as well as the
Ay,
Shackle
kay
control.
ML.
Maybe get an Aether Lens from
Ayan,
afar, but sometimes when you
makakadagger
skip
na si
that
Axe.
Aether Lens and go straight for Blink, we've
Ay,
seen
hindi, Blade
Shadow
Armor agad
Shamans go
siya.
for something else, right? Like a
Tama
Dual
ba?
Scepter in the
Dual
past, or a
Scepter
Full
against
Staff.
Axe, for example, is very good. Always a Glimmer Cape.
Iba na ba
Don't
recipe
necessarily
ng
need to
Blade?
go super
Dagger?
greedy on this hero. Let's see, Ace. That's gonna be Blade Mail, so Blink Dagger
Hindi,
is gonna
Blade
be
Mail
delayed
muna.
by
Para yung
quite a
Lamerta
lot. This is gonna be
disabled.
probably one of the
Blade Armor to, di ba?
later Blink Daggers that we've seen so far in
Open
the
cam ka
tournament,
na
because
rin,
he
boss.
did go for Vanguard, he did go for the Phase Boots as well,
Sabagay,
and
baka
Blade Mail.
masuspend yung YouTube
Instead of
ko.
going for auras,
Buti
like we
sinabi
usually
mo,
see on
wait lang
Game,
nga.
they usually have like these auras
yung
between
webcam?
Malady, if he's buying something from position 5, maybe even a Holy Locket, maybe a Vlad's or whatever, and then you have maybe sometimes Vlad's on Dawnbreaker, AC as well, or if he's building into Pipe Crimson. Maybe this time around he's just opting to go for a bit more like tanky build because he's not building into auras. And it's just sleep on Abba, which is going to be fine.
takbo,
Relic
no?
is online for Watson,
Matulog
needs another
takbo.
600 gold to finish off the Radiance.
Save doesn't have anything stolen in the moment. Would again really love to grab that Aphotic
out,
Shield if he could.
Just walk to the
Pauwi
bottom
ko
lane
ba talaga
and
si
steal
Briggs?
Aphotic Shield and run back.
Not honestly that bad of a plan if he's the only one there. Might as well just steal it and get it. The whole time it is leaving both cores in their respective safe lanes and just farming with where we've kind of sat at for the last few minutes or so. things have been very complacent. Had those couple of fights over mid. Since then, things quieting down quite a bit.
Once they finish off the Radiance, I could see Gaming Gladiators try to smoke, go for the fight. You have
guys, nakaabang ako sa match win. Tataya ako ng match win. Inaantay ko lang mag 20 minutes.
Tombstone with Shadow Shaman, Mass Serpent Wards.
Kaya kung gusto niyo sumabay, nakaabang ako eh.
So Radiance, Blink Dagger, Blade Mail. If they feel
Pero feel ko
that
talaga
they need
GG
Blink
to.
Dagger on Axe, they could wait it out, but I could also see them try to take a fight, maybe even force a Roche. Smoke up, because they have more than enough damage to bring Roshan down. Betboom is going to do the same thing, trying to look for some kind of an opening.
They don't necessarily need Axe to be the initiator immediately.
No, they're very good at counter-initiating.
Yeah. And they've got Tofu who picked up his blink.
If he dies here, Kataomi's going to find him. Ooh.
Baka tandyan si Daniel sa
Gets hit
taas.
by the Nightmare, so that actually puts him in a position where he's not going to get caught. TP attempt out, nobody's going to stop
diba,
him.
takbuhin. Nakakainis, no? Yung drop ng BB.
We'll find him. Yeah, they've got the lift. They go to the Fiend's Grip. Anybody there to help? The Tombstone is dropped down. They hit the Sonic Wave. It's going to be out of the Lina. They get the kill onto the Queen. Lina and take him out quick. But now, double Tombstone, the Shackle, but the calling stops that. They've got this giant Serpent Ward doing some decent damage on the GPK, but just not enough damage. Number's not quite there, and now they're going to shapeshift and go around the back to go for this kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Kataomi with the Brain Sap, the Howl, as well as just hitting that foul play and then getting the kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Betboom again.
My R215 is shaking.
They will take out 2.
That was a really quick response from Betboom, seeing that they rotated 3 heroes.
Sinasabi kong
and Kataomi
ng
finding the right place to TP out from. TPs to the mid lane, gets the grip, knowing that Abaddon can't be there because he was showing, 3 of them were showing in the top lane. That was a really nice move, and this is also a big
ako sa ano nung Rubik's Arcana, namimiss ko yung account ko sa Dota.
Heroes that deal well with it.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Who deals with this Helm of the Overlord creep?
Ay, nakuha niya yung... Ay, hindi. Alam ko nakuha niya yung Tomb. Ito lagi kukuhaan niya ng skill eh.
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask the question. You said
R210. Saan ka nag-R210? GG.
Yeah, well, that is my question. Who deals with Helm of the Overlord? I thought you were just doing that.
Si Doraemon to, guys. Si
You hear me say
Doraemon.
something, and then like you just kind of let me continue and panic. GPK, Shackle, Laguna Blade, but Save is here with the telekinesis. He's going to throw him on top of Tofu. That means
ganda ng backup.
Shackles. Quinn's in trouble. Pure gets the kill. He'll pierce that veil and pierce the heart of both the Lina and
Mamaya
the
pa
Shadow
mag-i-skill
Shaman.
yung axe
Double kill there
dito.
for Pure.
Hirap talaga ng Lods. Wala kayong panghuli.
This is why
Sabi ko sa inyo, disruptor na lang eh.
is good if you're building the right items. So he has mana boots, he does have Pavis instead of useless Etherlands, and he can actually save his
Kaya nga
heroes,
nakaabang
like
ako.
Extra bit of
Nakaabang ako.
physical damage barrier.
Pag nag-scale
250,
kasi tong axe,
he wasn't dropping low enough to, you know, die, but
wala namang makunat sa
just
ano,
making sure that
BB.
he doesn't die is also
Puro
very, very good.
takbuhin yan eh.
GPK is going to become more tanky now that he is about to finish off his Kaya Sanj as well. Still yet to see Abaddon getting involved after he finished off that Radiance. But we already talked about Rubik. It's a good game for Rubik with the spells that he can
Solid
steal.
talaga support
and
namin.
Shadow
Diba?
Shaman,
Sila save.
Shackles with
Ang
the
galing nila
increased
mag-backup,
cast range
no?
from
Talagang
Arcane
babysit.
Supremacy.
Tinatawag na
Anything from
caretaker.
Abaddon, anything, I mean, a Photic Shield.
Basta abot kaya late yan,
could also
abot
be
late
pretty good.
Right now holding on to Shackles. He also switched his Cobalt
Ito nangyayari na kasi yung error ng GG. Yung
so he's getting some
Giggle.
extra GPM
Takbo
to
kasi
get
ng
towards that
takbo.
Solar Crest. He's also got Essence Ring, which we see picked up.
Sa kagustuhan nilang humuli, sila yung
Not a
nahuhuli.
bad item to have, and there's that 20-minute
Dapat
torment
wag sila
being taken
padala.
by the side of Betboom, which
Gusto
adds
nilang
more to the net
huliin
worth
eh.
of this Rubik by
Siya
giving him
kahit
his
shaman
shard.
pa lang nila,
It's big.
nanggigigil na eh.
This is actually pretty big. Knowing that
Wala
you
ka
can
pang
place
pantaka
people,
shaman,
whoever gets initiated
nanggigigil
on
ka
by
na.
Shackles, pushing them away from Axe as well when he gets the call. And he immediately switches to left,
Sabi na
which
pag
I'm fine with.
na-GG,
Like,
mag-GG.
just don't rush this item. Like, get one item in between.
Yun
It's a
yung
very
shaman,
good
wala
game to
pang
keep the
dagger.
distance.
Nanguhuli.
And just make sure that you can get your spells off in a fight. Shackles, again,
Gandang
a Photic
support ng
Shield.
Rubik's,
If he can keep the
naka-medallion
distance,
guys.
they also don't have the
Hindi
best
medallion
jumpers
to
right
Ito
now.
yung
There's
upgrade ng
pretty much
medallion
only
eh. Wala
Axe.
kang armor
Abaddon
pag
doesn't have a
ginanyan ka
Blink
ng
Dagger yet, so
huli.
it should, in theory, be very good for
May
Rubik.
dagger na yung axe.
Cole connects, and Queen is here as well. They'll try to get the kill onto Save and eventually use that Culling Blade. They also catch Ketaomi, but the Sonic Wave hits onto Tofu, and now GPK is going to start to retreat. Giant Serpent Ward is down on the ground. Miero looking for his opening point. Well, he's in that shapeshift, but the blink, as well as the call, it lands onto the Lycan, but what else?
Mawawala yung wolf ng Lycan. Mawawala yung wolf ng Lycan.
Stand his ground as he's getting chased by the Ancient Black Dragon that's controlled with this helm of the Overlord, but they're still going. They find another call. It's on Miero. Pick up the foam, Miero. He keeps calling you.
Tignan mo, tatakbo lang yung Muerta.
But instead,
yung
it'll
sinasabi ko,
stay on
guys.
the hook and he'll be killed by
Nangyayari
Quinn.
na. Nangyayari na. Yung sinasabi ko.
Finding Rubik immediately before he can get anything
Mukhang
off. He tried to toy with them. Use the soul
Pagod yan,
ring.
be.
Use the
Hindi sila magdadrop ng pantakbo kung ano. Kasi isipin mo, kung hindi yan pagod, ang draft niyan, pangpalag, pangsugod. Ang draft nila pantakbo. Hit and run.
I like that Tofu blinked in, even though he was relatively low HP, seeing that Abba is also behind him, even if it means that he sacrifices his life for the kill on Lycan, it's still gonna be worth it.
Takbuhan talaga
Kind of
yun.
a long
Mamaya
fight
tignan
where, hold that thought.
Ito lang lakas nila eh.
Pierce the veil, as well
Yung
as a couple of
pick-off.
wolves here.
Hold
GPK is
pick-off.
also in the area. They'll
Kaya
get a
dapat
quick kill
itigil ng
onto
GD yung
Quinn.
ano, ganyang play.
And I was going to say, you know, a long drawn-out fight
Pero
where
pag
Axe has the
nag-team fight,
opportunity
GD
to get a
sila
couple of calls in and get that connection and hold
Unang-unang
on to
tatakbo
that
dyan,
Lycan.
Muerta.
Landing a lot of calls in these fights and calling quite often, kind of like your food couriers. But now after that kill onto Quinn, they will go for Roche.
Yeah, they do have the damage. And Miero has been
Winning
looking pretty impressive on this
condition
Lycan every single time he played it.
Ah,
Pretty much going for the same item build.
makahuli.
Helm, into
Ang winning
AC,
condition na ng
into short
GG,
sometimes,
dapat
but
sama-sama
sometimes
lang sila sa Axe.
Kinda going for nullifier immediately
Wag na
after.
mag-def,
There's
no?
a lot of good
Pag
things
ginawa
that you
nila
can do,
yon,
especially the Aphotic Shield.
lugi sila sa
supports get their
Lycan.
defensive
Kasi
items.
ang Lycan, malakas
Solar Crest is
mag-push.
ready on Maladin. You know that supports love to buy into Ghost
Sabi ko
Scepters,
nga ano
and
eh,
if
ang
they play
ganda,
against you, Solar Crest
yung
Glimmer,
draft
so they can
both
try to
sides,
hide you with
maganda
that
naman.
nullifier. It's not
Pangpalag
gonna be a
yung sa
thing.
GG.
And also nullifiers has
Kaso,
been buffed. They also
epal yung
see
draft ng
Lina
ano,
does have
BB.
Hurricane Pike. I'm not
Tignan
sure
mo,
for what
Lycan
reason
bababa.
Nullifier got buffed in this regard, because it has been already one of the most annoying items to
Ngayon,
play
may
against when you're a
magre-respond.
support. And now, it also gets nullified. Sure, you push him away from you, but you still stay in the same place pretty much.
Mag-enjoy na tong Lina.
They can get to that nullifier pretty quickly.
Wolves have
This
been
is
doing
gonna
a
be
great
insane.
job. Like Miero scouting things out, which did allow them to get the kill in the previous fight on Quinn, and then they got Roche out of it. They might need to pick up the gem early on Gaiman.
Dati hindi ganyan yung ano eh, wolf ni Lycan eh. Ngayon nagtatago na eh. Parang wards na eh. Mag-GG ako mapan, boss. Kaya
Which is a
pa.
little bit tough.
Kaya. Kaya kung hindi
Don't
sila
wanna be looking to give
magigigil.
back that gem so
Gets mo
quickly.
ba? Kailangan kumalma. Ayan o, ganyan. Sama-sama kayo, kalma lang.
In the pool, so Lycan will turn that into a great
Pag di kayo kumalma, yung ginagawa nyo, isa-isa, isa papasok.
They do lead by a little bit. They do have this Aegis. We'll see if
Papatayin
they
kayo, tapos
smoke
pag
and look
napatay,
for a
out
play.
yung
Maybe
BB.
they're just waiting
Ganun
for
lang
this
gagawin nila
AC
eh.
to get
Patay
delivered
out,
here
patay
on
out.
Miero, which he has coming out on his
Post lane.
courier. They have a smoke ready to go on Save, who's got a Photic Shield, and that will give them also that a little bit of sustain to feel even more confident in these fights.
He's about to lose it in like 25 seconds or something. We'll need to steal another spell.
They're not going to find anybody, though, if they continue to retreat on the side of Gaiman.
Nasa taas yung Axe.
They rotated
Pag
over
nakita
here
nila
towards
yung Axe sa
bottom, but just
taas,
a little bit late on
go
getting
to.
Tofu or Quinn. Blink Dagger for Pure. He wants to dive into these fights.
I think he sold it.
Yeah, he
Ah,
bought it
nag-Blink
and sold
Dagger
it,
yung
so he's
ano?
immediately back to 2,600 health.
Ayun na nga. Mali ka doon.
They'll find the shackles and
Mali
get
ka doon.
GPK, something that's been a very
Takbo,
rare
mga
occurrence for
lods.
these teams up against
Wala,
Betboom
alay
team.
si Bane.
LSA lands and Kataomi's going to be
alay
dead second.
Bane.
Two heroes gone on the dire side, but the chase is on. Tofu wants more. The calling is down. The shackles are out, but they're still chasing. Axe
Walang
maybe even
blink
thinking
yung
about
ano,
going
wala
for Fury
pang
went the other
dagger
way.
yung
They knew
ano,
that they have
Ruby.
this kill
Patay
ready to
ito.
go on to save. Could they find Pure? No, they can't. Knew he was a little bit too fast and Ace just a bit too far behind.
Without GPK, they're not going to be taking that fight.
Lasa na
He is a
matalino
lot
ang
of damage. A lot of damage over time as well. Pure.
Ay, natayaan
And
nyo,
he toyed
times
with the
3
idea that
GG.
He needs a Blink Dagger there, but maybe
Baka
against
hindi
the
nyo
BKB,
na ano, nag-ano ko,
like, this
nag-times
BKB is going to
3.
give him
Nakaabot
protection
ako.
against Muerta,
Yung
which is going to
R15
be
may
really nice.
pag-asa
She's still
pa.
going to kill herself onto the Blade
Meron
Mail,
pa.
so that's one way to protect herself. And Axe going for a bit of a different
Mag-i-scale
itemization. A
yung
lot of the
Axe eh.
times you would see
Pagka-chat ko, times 3
BKB
GG
on
boss.
X as is pretty much his third
Good,
item
good
after
job,
the
good
Blade
job.
Mail and Blink. But this
Pala
time,
yung ginagawa ng
he is going
Lycan,
for
libre
Aghanim
gold.
Scepter.
Taas na, no?
Easy 250 gold there for Quinn, who is being
Libre
chased by a
gold,
couple of wolves, picking up 82 more.
Huwag
So
ka
that
mamigay
was
ng
some very
gold.
fast gold
Alam
for
kong
Quinn.
pagod ka,
It's also
focus
going
lang,
into the BKB.
Yeah, there's
Ay,
that
GG
Axel
pala
Max.
ako. Sige,
I
go
think
lang.
he wants to be
Go
able
lang.
to reduce the damage coming up from Huerta as well. So that
Hinaboses
he
mo,
doesn't
Lord. Sorry,
die
sorry.
when he uses the call on her. It can't go up, like these numbers have been nerfed, but it can go up to 72%.
GG yan, times 3. Sorry.
It's quite a bit.
Nahahalata na yung pagod ng BB.
Another
Namimigay
pause
ng gold.
and, some
Delay
on TeamSpeak.
Team Speaker.
That's my bad. It's actually 60%. It is 5 stacks instead of 6.
Hinaan ko na lang ba?
Yeah, it was 90, I believe. Whoa.
Meron kasi nagre-reklamo.
100%. Yep, you were just not there.
Hindi daw niya marinig yung Dota.
Bought for the first time on this hero though. In the grand final, switching it up, going for this Aghanim Scepter.
A little surprising, considering the amount of times we've seen Axe being played so far.
Wala na, takbohin na to. Na ano yung, Lycan. Kaya napakain niya si Lina. Hindi pa rin.
I like the build that he's got so far.
Sino yan? Nawala eh. Sinagot kasi ni Deb eh. Sabi ni Deb, kung gusto mo marinig yung Dota, doon ka manood sa BGL. Sabi ko, sabi no. Hindi si Gio. Commentary nila Notail kanina. Sa bagay, magandang input din yung ano nila Notail. Oo, pakinggan nyo rin guys. Maganda din yung input nila Notail. Makes sense. Well, oo, yung iba. Joke lang. Input lahat nun. Okay, goods. Ako kasi, ang input ko, more on possibility. Binabase ko kasi sa ano eh. Gagawing combo, gagawing skills. O ano yun? Plano, biglang sugod. Ang gaga ng BB. Pag-resume, biglang susugod. Nakatanim pala yung ano, nakatanim yung ano, ni Lycan doon yung dragon. Naka-spy, nakita niya yung shaman. First map, GG na. Yes, GG. Huli, sila Muerta. Nice sleep.
Has the Croaker now. 20-second cooldown on that mini ravage.
Calling his place. There's the
Ano
shadow
yun?
strike and then the aphotic shield from Watson.
Bago sa akin yung monster na yun, no? Ano yun? Grabe ang support ng ano? Ang support ng BB, grabe. Pero kawawa kayo, Lords. Ano yun, no? Ngayon ko lang nakita yung monster na yun, yung humahabol sa Undying. Ito na yung sinasabi ko, guys. Takbuhan Blues. Pakotong. Wala. Babawas kayo, sabay tatakbo. Congrats sa mga nag-times 3. Kaya ba over 39? 39 minutes, 39 kills, 39. Dugtungan nyo po kasi hindi ko po alam kung ano po yung over 39. Like table. Gago. Ay, sorry. 39 minutes. Kaya. Hindi pa nagpo-push yung ano, hindi pa nagpo-push sila, GG. Wala pa silang push. Ang maraming push yung ano, BB. Taas odds ng BB match win. GG yan, Lods. GG yan. Sabi ko sa inyo kanina, GG yan. Nung nag-times 3, kumembot na ako eh. Pumindot na ako dito eh. Ito yung cellphone ko to yung may ilaw.
Which is 9 seconds. And you do get extra 30 armor. So everybody around you gets pretty tanky in 900 AoE. It's also one way to deal.
Kahit di niya masama yung Bane, mahuli lang ni Shaman yung Bane, safe na. Mapatay nga lang nila yung Bane, wala nang gagawin tong ano eh. Bane yung pang-save nila dyan eh. Siguro may isa silang pang-save yung Rubik. Pag nakakopy yung Rubik ng ano, ng Shackles. Shackles o kaya Apotic Shield, pangligtas.
He's already got that first part of the plate mail picked up. We saw Tofu get his Yules right before that fight broke out. His supports are pretty farmed, and including the Rubik too. The only one who really
At pala sinabi ko kay White.
is this Bane, who
Si West gusto ko sabihan dito eh, siya tumaya eh.
That's the combo. So just trying to make sure they have the control.
Ang liit kasi ng minimap. Ito lang yung ayoko sa Dota eh. Liit ang minimap. Sana lakihan unti. Alita ng minimap. Nandun pa yung mouse.
Cooldown ability or 6-second cooldown on Abaddonski. It is very difficult,
Ay, ito na yung sinasabi ko, guys. Hindi, out. TP out. Munti ka na siya doon. Munti ka na. Pag napatay kasi itong Bane eh. Pero ang yaman ni Pure ah. Ang yaman ni Pure. Yung Lamerta. Kaya siya yung magiging walang kwenta. At pala nag-R15 lang din ako. Nag-ano ka ba?
Slightly more active in terms of bringing in the items using that network. Knowing that maybe the rest of the team is also going to be playing a bit of a slower game.
Wag lang may mag-solo. Pag may nag-solo pa dito sa ano, sa GG, talo yung R15 natin sa BB. Pero hanggat kasama nila yung Axe, walang anuhin to. Wag lang humiwalay. Nako, may ispatan nung Lycan, yung top. Nandun yung Wolf eh.
We've seen a couple of instances where Tofu, if he was able to use those items, would have survived getting through those trees and maybe able to blink away. See if that shard makes the difference in the next fight.
R10 ako GG din kanina. R10, delikado talaga yung R10 eh. Kaya R15 ang sinasuggest ko eh, R215. Never ko masasuggest yung R210. Patay si Bane. Nice one, pero wala talaga. Kailangan kasi nila mapatay talaga yung Bane. Go Pure! BKB! Nako, talo! Nauna sila! Na micro! Sabi, bawal manggigil eh. Nanggigil! Wala, talo guys. Nanggigil. Wala. Bawal manggigil, sabi ko ni. Hinabol kasi nila. Dapat din nila hinabol. Grabe yung kite. Nanggigil ang GG. Pinilit. Na micro. Nasabi ko yung talo yung R15 guys. Hindi ko malma.
Pure landing a couple of dead shots in there that extended that chase, but they were tunnel vision. They wanted this bait. There's still a tier 1
BB na ba first map? Dahil sa nangyari?
Even if you get a kill there on
Bane,
he still has enough gold to buy back. He's sitting at 950 gold.
Naniniwala ko sa GG.
Solar crested by his Rubik.
Pero posible kung mamamicro ulit sila. Na-micro sila dito, ulala. Hatak. Pag.
And then he gets gripped afterwards. He can't do anything, losing some of the mana.
Safe pa ba humabol GG map 1? Wag na kayo mag-map win.
Silver Edge on Muerta, you can break Axe, and it also means that he can't spin.
Wing call, Nightmare, Hurricane Pike push back. Pierce the veil into.
Kasi ang gagawin lang talaga ng BB dito, hit layo-layo, hit layo-layo. Wag sila manggigil. Etong GG. Kasi hindi naman kaya niyan ano eh. Hindi yan lalapit. Ayan oh, tingnan mo, hit layo.
See if they fight with the Sages, if they're the aggressors this time. Do you pick up a smoke on it?
Kung totoong GG to, tayaan nyo na habang malaki pa ads. Mahirap kasi, pag mahirap, mas gusto ko sumugal sa overkills at saka duration kaysa sa match win pag Dota. Pag Grand Finals, sobrang hindi sigurado yung match win kasi, tingnan nyo ito, grabe yung mang micro yung BB. Kailangan kumalma ng GG dito. Kita siya.
They hit the fear, they'll get the kill, and then they get a plus 175, maybe. There it is. They got the vision.
How many times are they gonna miss?
Oh my god. Just missed like 7 times in a row.
It's the Gaben's Gladiators buff.
GG, Gigil.
This
Gigil Gaming.
is trying to be stoned. And successfully done so by Katomi. I mean, nobody's out.
Nakakairita kasi.
We're just showing over in the top river.
Kahit kayo mapunta sa pwesto ng GG, maiirita kayo dyan. Yung takbuhin. Nakakainis yan. Tapos lalo silang na-tilt yung nag-post. Nakaka-tilt yun yung post. Laguna. Ay, hindi umabot yung Laguna. Ganda nung save. Hey, Sonic Wave. Pags, Laguna. Patay ka dyan, Lina, wag. Pure yan eh. Ay, pure. Lamerta yan eh. The tilt is real.
And they will take him out as well. It all breaks open. The hinges are off the door here for the side of
Wag, show. Wala, binastos. Eh, binastos. Oh shit, tinilt. Oh shit, trash talk. Walang magkokol. Oh shit. Inasar sa Torre, inasar sa Well. Gigil kayo ah. Tignan mo. Nag-rocks pa sila. Ilang minutes na ba? Hindi ko makita, ang liit kasi. Patay kayo ulit. Die back. Oh! Inasar, binastos. Wala, ano na. Hindi na mataas kumpiyansa ko sa GG. Gigil talaga sila. Palit na kayo pangalan, Gigil Gaming. Tilt yan. Next G, tilt yan. Binastos sa Well. Tapos anong bastos sa Well, Rubik? Kulit din ng BB, di pa tinapos. Ay, di, okay lang. Naka-over pala kami. Hanggang 37 over pala ako. Ay, safe na ako. Panalo na ako, 37 over lahat. Yung ano na lang, fragment na lang kulang ko. Naka-ano ko eh, 42. Ilan na to? 30, 36 pa lang. Nagkasundo kami ng BB. BB, tama yan. Talo ko sa R215 pero binawi nyo. Buti na lang, di ko nabigay. Times 13 na yung GG. Times 13 na daw yung ads ang GG. Pag 38 over, 38 means 1 sec win na. Yes po, tama po. Times 37 BB, go po Roy. Betboom na ba mananalo dyan, boss? Oo, feel ko Betboom na. Tilt yung GG doon, grabe. Grabe yun. Grabe yung ano yun, micro. Grabe yun, mga lods.
Oh my god, was a $2 coffee.
Nang gigil.
I'll take the outpost and they are right up towards this top tier 2. They'll clean that
At
up.
yun yung isang tatandaan nyo sa Dota. Pag pinasok kayo sa Well, malala pa siya, trash talk yun. Trash talk yun, yung ganon, yung tayuan ka sa Well. Trash talk yun. Kasi ibig sabihin ganun kakahina. Sobrang hina mo, hindi ka makalabas ng Well, tas sa Well ka papatayin. Oh no, Lina pa. Patay, wala kayong buyback. Umabot pa kaya game 5? Nakaano ako eh, 3.5 nga ako dito eh, game 4. Sa Dota 1 mas malala pag binasagan ka ng Well. Oo. Pwede nga pala wasakin yung Well doon, no? Oo. Hindi, ano nila yan? Aasarin pa nila.
so far, but Tofu getting ripped apart by the Muerta. The ace is gone. 3 heroes. Buyback down goes Tofu. Heroes are
Champion BB. Tama ako, Champion BB. Nakataya ako, Champion BB, guys. Kanina.
and get a full team wipe before the throne explodes, and Betboom will take game number 1.
Oh, Game and Gladiators, they managed to find a couple of good fights when they brought in the numbers.
Na-tilt yung GG. Akala ko GG ka, hoy. Map 1 ako, map 1. Hindi, sinasabi ko lang, pero hindi ko tinayaan. Sabi ko, GG yan, map 1, pagod yung BB. Eh, kaso na-tilt. Tanga. Na-tilt eh.
We're just able to just dominate from a certain point in the game. We're gonna
39.59 natapos. Talo kaya? Over 39 ko. Pasok yan, pasok. BB fan since June 29, 2010. Okay.
I just want to do a special
Same.
shout out to what they did at the
Ang love
end of the
trip
game,
nun,
which
guys.
is,
Grabe.
diving the fountain, going for the kill on Quinn, stealing
Tilt
the
yung GG.
Abaddon. Like, I unironically think that in a best of 5, stuff like that is really important to just like show how dominant you think.
Panalo talaga dun GG dapat. Sa totoo lang. Wala eh. Gigil eh. Error yun eh. Sobrang error. Ayan oh. Chase oh.
With a Rubik. Like that's a pretty insane thing. And I mean we saw in this fight, he stole the ward as well. Like save.
Rubik talaga nagdala. Tignan nyo si Save, guys. Bantayan nyo yung Rubik.
When we see this hero come out, you know, Lacoste especially is like, it's not a good hero. It has to be a very specific game to make it work.
Si Lina nagpahamak. Nanggigil kasi. Nanggigil mga lods. Pwede namang hindi. Hindi nyo habulin. Gusto patayin talaga. Wala na sila dyan. Hindi dyan yung gigil eh. Hindi rin i-play. Yun dun yun eh. Naalala nyo, yun nasa gilid. Sa right side ng map. Hinabol nila yung Bane. Hindi naman nila habulin. Tapos dito na sila binastos. Na may Rubik. Oh, wala akong pake. Oh, sige, go.
So I guess I have to pick Axe. And this completely not only did Betboom
oh, ilang beses bumalik yung Rubik. 3-0 na ba? Hindi ko masabi. Kung na-tilt nila yung GG sa game 2, baka 3-0.
And they just shifted where they needed the pieces to be shifted and ended up making a really good draft to exploit what game.
Talo yung ano ko 3.5. Ay, 3.5 yung ano R215 ko sa GG. Painis ng gigil. Talo tayo dalawa. Sinadjust ko pa man din sa GG.
Was one of those, but other than that, he was doing a lot of work, a lot of tanking. You know, once again, being picked a hero.
Sobrang safe ng drop ng GG. Natanga. Hindi ko expect yun. GG magaganon. GG talaga kayo. GG. Bawi next G. Hindi natin sure. Sabi ko sa inyo, malaki yung effect ng pagpasok sa well. Malaki effect nun mga loads sa Dota player. Ayoko magsalita ng masama eh. Basta ganun siya kasama. Nakakaano yun. Nakakaano ng pagkatao. Ganun kakahina. Pinasok ng support sa well. Support. Tignan natin sa draft ulit. Ang galing ng BB, no? Yung drafting talaga nila, nakakaano. Pero ang nagdala talaga doon yung gigil, nung GG. Parang pinagtitipihan ka kung sa ML na boss. Ay, yung TP, ano lang yan eh. Yung TP, asar lang eh. Yung TP sa ML, asar lang. Yung pasok sa well, bastos yun. Bastusan yun.
There was a good shield, there was like a good dead shot. This was good too, but they're still going. When do you call this off? You know,
parang nagtampo sa bigas.
They were so deep. I don't know what Kataomi did to them, but they really wanted
Kung Dota player kayo, alam nyo kung gaano kabastos yun yung pasukin ka sa well. Legit, guys. Kasi, yun na yung entrance eh. Kumbaga, yun na yung entrance mo sa laro. Tas, doon pa lang di ka na makalabas. Yung iba nga ginagawa, alam mo yung iba, kumbaga may Earthshaker ka. Lalagyan ng harang yon. Lalagyan ng gate yon. May gate pa yon. Lalagyan ng gate, ganyan. Kung may Faceless Void, lalagyan ng Chrono yung well. Yan. Kung may Luna, lalagyan ng Eclipse yung well. Ganon yung mga bastusan sa well. Tapos ang masakit doon, ang nang ano sa kanila, yung support. Si Rubik. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, ang ganda ng Rubik pick eh. Grabe yung Rubik pick. Pero pinaka nagpatalo talaga doon yung Giggle. Ang error ng Giggle doon. Nakaagha yung Axe. Oo nga, no, nakaagha. Bakit siya nag-agha? Dapat nag-defense na lang siya.
You're spinning a lot, you're reducing damage, and it's kind of a way of playing like utility axe, kind of a way of dealing with the summons. But and we did see one.
Hindi kasi long range sila eh. Hindi ka dapat nag-agha. Mali din pala siya dito eh.
It really did it for him in that fight. And to me, this game.
Buti kung melee yung mga lalapitan mo, i-range yan eh. May Rubik pa. Same din, Lods, Basagwell kasama Ursa. Sa Dota 1, Basagwell gamit CM, Crystal Maiden. Lala eh, no? Sayang effort ni Ace. Wala, nanggigil. Nanggigil yung Lina. Kanina. Nasa left side yung Lamerta. Sinusugod pa rin nila yung Bane. Ang shot call doon, basta patayin natin yung Bane. Panalo tayo. Pag wala kasi yung Bane, may chance sila. Eh kaso, hindi naman dapat nila ipilit. Sino nanalo boss? Late ako. Betboom. Wala, parang nabawi ko lang yung talo ko. Nanalo ko sa ano, nanalo ko sa duration tsaka sa, ano tawag dito? Over. Pero natalo ko sa R215 tsaka sa R215, hindi pala ako nag-match in. Sinuggest ko lang yung GG sa first map. Yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi 100% yung prediction ko. Kasi base pa rin sa laro ng player. Kasi tignan mo, ang ganda ng draft, ang ganda ng counter. May axe kayo, blade armor. Yung Lamerta na-cancel nyo. Wala, pinag-scale nyo yung Lamerta. In-ignore nyo kayo Lamerta. Sa sobrang na walang kwenta nyo yung Lamerta, in-ignore nyo. Nag-focus kayo sa Bane. Patay tuloy kayo.
I'm here with Maldi from Gaming Gladiators, Halolson from Extreme. I'm here with Omar from Nigma, and we are going to be showing you a highlight from a previous Valachia game. Now, I'm going to tell you a hero of that game.
Game 2.
Tignan
natin. Na-excite ako. Grand Finals, winil ka. Noel. Lala eh.
Do you watch a lot of the competitions of the Walachias?
I do watch most of the competitions when I'm not playing. Yeah.
I don't know shit about highlights.
Okay, alright, very good, very good. Well, you'll be terrible at this game then, so let's pull up the first clip.
Ganda din kasi ng draft ng Giggle, no? Ang gandang strategy din yon. Pagigilin yung kalaban. Ang gandang strategy. Ang galing naman nun. Si ano to eh? Betboom. Si Pure yan, no? Yung na... Ay, hindi.
Did that jog any memories for you then? Do you think
DK?
No, I do watch most games, but I don't really remember like.
Na-X? Wait lang. Ang nagna-na-X si ano eh.
I don't remember the details.
Si Pure.
Someone saying things like late game. Minute 90.
Yeah, it's pretty late on. 3 rapiers going.
Kung nag-disruptor sila, may chance pa. Siguro no, kung nag-disruptor sila, may chance pa. Para di sila manggigil. Kasi disruptor, ibabalik niya yung tumakas. Ibabalik niya sa pwesto. Tapos abangan na lang nila. No? Mas okay disruptor dun kaysa Axe. Kasi sa Axe, manggigigil ka talaga eh. Kasi hahabulin mo, lalapit ka. Tapos ito taunt mo. Sana nag-disruptor na lang sila.
They're at this event, and no, it's one of the
Gigil
quieter ones,
game.
not Navi, no.
Wala
We
na,
haven't
ano
seen
to?
so much of this year.
Face palm talaga yun. Winel ka.
Left.
Welcome. Winelcome. Welcome to the finals, GG.
Eastern European team.
BB na to.
I can't say that would be that would be a little bit cheating.
Maniniwala ba kayo pag BB
Aurora
champion?
wasn't fun back then.
Ba sinabi ko sa inyo.
They haven't been at many events this year.
Oh, I know. Betboom.
No, not Betboom
It's not
either.
Betboom.
It's not Betboom. You got to keep going down the list.
And this is what rider.
Sabayan nyo ba ako? Champion Betboom. Kayo bahala.
Trust me, I've got some skills in this guessing game.
Dami nagsasabi, GG. Ako Betboom talaga.
Was it Antares? No, he's level 30, but couldn't be him.
Spirit, DK.
Antares?
Yep, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, it is Antares. Well done. Yeah, this is from a while ago, so maybe you hadn't quite got the levels up yet, and maybe that was baiting you a bit. But yeah, that is indeed Antares. Very, very well done.
Thank you.
VP?
Yes, it is VP. And who do you think the Batrider player is?
VP pause 4.
Yeah.
Oh. Who was it back then? Antares?
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
Are they in this tournament as well?
They are in this tournament as well,
What
yeah.
the hell?
Bomba bet.
From Eastern Europe. Aurora?
Not Aurora, no.
2-0.
The team is Virtus Pro, which means the Batrider is...
Pwede, ma-2-0. Malaking tilt talaga yun, Lods.
Correct. Yes, that is Antares playing the Batrider, yep. So,
tignan natin. Hindi ko kasi alam kung meron silang parang motivational speaker itong GG. Motivational speaker. Yung papagalitan sila, huwag kayong manggigil next G. Chill lang mga guys. Kaya natin to. Yung gaganon. Yung parang, just relax. You don't need to chase. Mga ganon. All you have to do is wait. Kasi kung tutuusin, nasa inyo na lahat ng hold eh. Parang yung kanina, wala silang ginagawa, pumasok yung Queen of Pain. Diba kaya nila? Kaya nila antayin, pumasok. Hindi naman nila kailangan manghabol eh. Eh wala, nanghabol sila. Wala talaga. Ano din siya Nostradamus second map? Mabilis yung second map. Mabilis second map feel ko. Wait. Check ko yung second map.
Welcome back. You're watching the grand finals of PGA Wallachia Season 5.
37 over.
For game number 2 in this best of 5. We have Gaming Gladiators and Betboom. And before game number 1 started, we heard from CY
parang mas safe yung 44 under.
that gaming is a lot stronger than when they last met in the grand finals, where
parang mas safe 44 under.
and this time, surely, it would be gaming.
Hindi ko kasi alam kung may ano eh, meron silang parang tilted pa rin ata GG sa second map. Kung wala silang ano, parang nag-aano sa kanila. Kasi may ganun eh, may mga ganun sa team eh. Kay Queen talaga yun kanina, yung Lina ng Gigil. Inignore niya yung Lamerta sa kaliwa niya. May Lamerta sa kaliwa niya, di ba? Tapos hinabol nila yung Bane. Hindi nila pinansin Lamerta. Pinansin nila yung Lamerta, late na. Bigla nilang tinira, nakapag BKB na. Tapos ano sila, nag-blade armor, late na. Kung hindi sila nag-focus sa Bane, dapat kunyari, chinase sila yung Bane. Tapos nag-change target sila, bigla silang Lamerta. Pwede pa.
Yeah, what CY also mentioned in the interview, James, I'd love your thoughts on that because we talked about it on the
IGL. Anong ibig sabihin na IGL? In-game.
They were thinking about it. On hindsight, do you think it would have
ano yung IGL?
yielded a different result?
Over 37.
I think so, honestly. I feel like
mabilis yung game to, guys.
Comfort levels because I mean he's like rank 1 guy for a reason. They've been
gusto ko makita yung ano, yung mukha ng players ng Betboom. Feel ko tumatawa din sila.
But generally I'm very confident in Watson's ability.
Si Rendon Labrador kailangan nila. Motivational speaker mo pero si Rendon. Kumain kayo ng rice yung tigwa 100.
He's a good punch. Like as long as he's last pick in a good game. So yeah, definitely like
malupitang boss Nostra all in 400. Wait kay draft kasi baka sa akin may isisi yan eh.
He looks like literally the best offlaner in the
Taya ko nga ano lang eh 300 eh.
I definitely think it was interesting, like you said, Fear, to see Game and push
Wait, game draft.
them out of their comfort
Hindi
zone.
muna ka mag-ano.
In terms of pure.
Titignan ako kung
but is it
giggle.
worth also having your team out of their comfort zone when you're a team that's like known to do very
Under
well
44? Oo, feel ko
high
under
formula?
44.
Probably not. So I would like to see maybe
Ang error
even
nung
just
ano,
give
no, sa
Pure his
Betboom.
hero
Ay, sa
and
GG
play normal
kanina.
game and strategy,
Lala.
and maybe that's enough to actually beat
Hindi ko
Betboom.
expect na ano.
I mean, we're the ones saying that they have the formula, right?
Kakainis
That's what
kasi
we
kahit ako.
observe, but
Sinabi ko na eh. Start pa lang sinabi ko na eh. Bago mag-start yung laban, nakakairita yung BB.
I think that is not gaming, but after watching
Kahit
last
ako
game,
yung mapupunta sa pwesto ng
right?
GG,
Maybe everything
iirita ako eh.
starts
Parang
aligned.
gusto
Maybe
kong
that's just game
habulin
one.
eh.
It's like we're gonna try something new. And
Templar?
prove
Kanino
that we are
Templar?
versatile, we can
First
play
pick
different
Templar?
playstyles. That'll give us
Huwag mo
confidence,
gagawin sa
but
BB
I
yan.
think if
Ay,
they're fully aware
kala ko
of
ginawa sa
what we
BB.
call the formula of what they've been doing, they'll switch
Ay,
it up
nakaban Dark
down
Seer!
0-2 grand finals.
I would be very shocked if they were in that situation. I get your hesitation and thinking maybe they are, because like it's 80-something% of their games they're first picking Quinn and then last picking Watson. Like, imagine just accidentally doing this.
There we go. This is
much better. Much better. And they have to sacrifice
May
giving Pure
doon.
something that he's very
Mukhang
comfortable
kalmado
with.
na yung
But I
GG.
think
Pero
it's
tignan natin.
totally worth
Nakaban yung
trying
Naga.
to just play your standard Gaming Gladiators Dota that has looked unstoppable and beat Pure at his own game. Especially
In-game
because we
leader
have
ata
seen
yung shot
Dawnbreaker.
caller.
This- it's a fairly good hero against TA in lane. You can
Gets ko
man
na.
up against
Alam ko
TA.
na yung IGL.
You have damage over time to take off the refraction charges. You can get on top of her, especially with a good duo. Maybe
Kobe,
they aim for
Betboom
like a
win,
tusk.
under
Yeah, I mean, I think
40
you only have to
minutes,
change your
3.8
style
odds.
once it stops working, but it hasn't stopped working, so I really don't want them to change the way
Ano
they're
yan?
Yeah, and this
Ano yan? Isahan? Isahang taya o magkakaiba?
the same. It's just the sides that are different.
Ano
Like
yan?
this one,
Hindi ko ata alam
we do
yan.
have the Queen of Pain in that first phase ban
May
as a
natututunan
reaction
na
to
naman ako
previous
sa
game.
inyo. Ang
And
alam
that
ko lang
does
ano eh.
mean that we
Duration
are
tsaka
having
over-under.
puck still in the pool.
Yes.
So that's something to keep on our radar going forward.
Meron po
as
isahan.
There's only one bound
Kakatakot
from
yung
Pain.
isahan, so pag tumalong yung
They
isa,
do get
talo
kicked
na
out of
lahat.
phase, so they might be wanting to pick that up themselves. We've seen them use it as a flex
Saan
pick
yan?
as well.
Frags?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many high-value heroes that you're wanting, and there's a lot of mind games going on here. Of like, if this team takes this hero, what can we take to respond
Bakit
with
wala
it?
sa
I
akin?
think the puck is definitely a very high-value hero for both of these teams. So we'll see which one wants to pick it up. I think last game it was banned because the Queen of Pain.
Anong
was so
name?
cool, and that is generally
Frag Total?
best lane counter. And
Frags
I don't know
Total
what
even. Ay,
Queen
hindi.
of Pain
Ito, ito,
loses
ito.
lane to anymore, 'cause
I don't either.
It was Puck, right? I guess that was the hero. So he just played for Selena. That seemed fine. That used to be a really bad matchup.
Yeah. Speaking of losing lane, the last time Gaimin picked Dawnbreaker, first they did follow up with a Jakiro. They often second pick Jakiro, and
Parang
I feel like
itim ko sa camera.
against TA, it would feel really good. Once again,
Win
another
to
hero
end
that can
duration of
be
the
in
map.
lane against the TA with the Dawn.
Nakita ko na.
Of course, Tusk is still
Win to
available.
end duration
That's
of the
good as
map.
well, but they could still
Yes,
aim for like
tapos, okay, ito.
Tusk Jakiro.
Over 40
They
kung
for
yes.
some reason just seem to think that these heroes work really well together in the game. I guess the like counterplay potential out of Jakiro plus a Dawnbreaker is like insanely strong.
Beno Cancer.
Some other damage over time.
I was gonna say the Monkey King ban was a little interesting. I mean, I get it. Quinn looked really good on Monkey King. It's good versus TA.
Beno Cancer.
But I thought
Anong
Betboom
combo?
might eyeball it too, just because
Kanino yung combo?
this
Para
is
pang
like
sunog
the
kay
dawn
TA
counter to me
sa
so far this
refraction.
tournament.
100% win rate.
Just feels like
Ooh.
Feel
Beno Cancer ka talaga ngayon.
middle of like some Monkey King or like
Let's see.
a boat, something like that.
It is pretty funny to see that.
Nakakabwisit yan eh. Lalo na pag nag-agha.
This Wallachia.
Cancer talaga.
Tofu played it, I believe.
Yeah,
already
and
once.
Laurel played it.
I think Pure's
And Saberlight played it.
Pure's getting some
Nahilo ko sa
PTSD
ginawa ng
here 'cause
GG.
And Malady.
Mali ng GG yun, Lods. Like, hindi naman nila kailangan sumugod eh. Pwede sila mag-abang.
Okay, well, they're like
Kunyari, alam mo pwede nila gawin doon? Yung axe nakatago. Yung Lina nasa gitna. Tapos pag sinugod nila yung Lina, biglang papasok yung axe. Bigla silang i-hold. Pwedeng ganun eh. Pwede sila mag-bait. Tapos, ubusin nila yung BB. Ang nangyari, tirira ng BB, hinabol nila. Parang binato ng bato tapos, nye, pangit mo. Tapos nagalit yung bata, hinabol niya yun ng bato. Parang ganun yung nangyari. Di ba parang ganun yung nangyari? Parang yung nag-aasaran yung dalawang bata. Sinuntok, tapos tumakbo, umiyak, tapos sinabol niya yung nanuntok. Parang ganun. Parang ganun yung nangyari. Imbis na abangan mo, ano duration mo, boss ko? May Beno Cancer kasi. Parang mas maganda yung under 44.
Okay, so they just go with the counterplay of very
ay, counter sa TA, mga lods.
But it's like long range poke, you know, Ember can from far like chains, sleight of fist, Veno can put the wards down, Gale and use his ult from far, Jakiro can poke with the
tignan natin paano niya ika-counter to.
All of his spells from far away. Like you don't really have to commit anyone other than
Napang open.
Maybe you're okay with Dawn just going in and dying if all the other heroes are going to stay alive.
May pack mid pa. May pack mid. Ay, binan.
Because the Shadow Fiends banned, the Monkeys banned. It's like, all right, we
ay! Hindi, pack mid nga!
We've seen this matchup a lot this tournament, and I'm starting to think the same way Betboom's thinking that.
Nag-under 44 kasi ako. Oh, parang under 44 to.
A lot of teams are like, I want to pick Ember versus Puck, but GPK has showed us time and time again versus all these mid laners that he's going to punish them just hard, and you're going to get coiled, and you're just going to die.
Yeah. But he has not shown it against Quinn yet. So this is a new opponent.
Sure, he showed against many other
R210 boss aling team.
I'm curious to see if Quinn changes up the build.
R210? Naano kasi ako sa R210 eh. Pwede bang R250 na lang? Pati dyan, sugal ako eh. Kira matalo nga ako dyan kanina eh.
So yeah, maybe he changes it up.
Maybe even not Blade Mail? Maybe Mage Slayer for the magic resist?
Wait ko yung huli.
In this matchup? Not sure, but like
actually, open pa nga si Majin eh. Open pa si Majin sa side ng Betboom. Anti-mage.
Still dies anyway. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, GPK gets his puck. Looks great.
Hindi, offlane pala kailangan nila.
As usual when he picks his hero. It's scary.
These supports just do not do anything.
Ano bang magandang offlane?
At least in terms of killing puck. But if you show up to a rune fight, Puck definitely also can't just like commit to a Jakiro and
Nakaban yung Undying.
Like they're
Monkey.
really strong roaming
Nakaban din
supports
Monkey.
on Game of Gladiators. It's just that they don't have any like instant lockdown. You know,
Centaur! Centaur!
The puck and kill Puck.
Alright, Miro gets the last pick here.
Wala pa, hindi pa ako nag-aano. Duration mo, boss, under 44. Oh, under 44.
Miro, he gets to see at least the support.
I feel like he
might be
sana makuha ng BB Centaur. Maganda Centaur dito.
Right? I mean, I get that maybe in lane,
pwede Lycan ulit. Nakakainis yung Lycan ni ano?
Like very punishing to a Lycan in lane.
Kaso baka yumaman. Hindi, okay lang. Ganun nangyari. Nang buisit lang ni Wolf, sunod lang ng sunod eh.
This is a crazy good Lycan game. But maybe Gaiman has some sort of last pick in mind for Watson that would counter Lycan if they leave it.
Wala pa nga eh. Hindi pa nga kompleto yung draft eh. Oy, dumating na yung M6 ko.
Do that as well, and it still worked. But maybe they didn't utilize it as well as we would have.
Thank you kay Moonton. Ayan
I'm just hoping.
Thank you.
This is a Watson pick. I don't want to.
Kahit di ko na kompleto yung ano, binigyan pa rin ako.
Ace.
Bait.
Last pick here, and Watson's playing the Dawn.
Bait.
Kind of like what happened.
Ang bait, makakain ko yan. Charot, joke lang.
So they banned the Beastmaster. Very, very similar to what Lycan does. But a bit more stable, I would say.
Yung pack, ang ganda ng pack pick.
Yeah, does mean they are leaving in the Lycan.
Pero, naano ko dito sa Beno Cancer, 100% win rate daw yung Beno Cancer ng GG. Tignan natin. Maganda kasi dito, ano, Centaur. Para kumunat sila. Kasi masusunog na yung ano ng TA eh.
I feel like there's quite a few options still in the pool.
They're all pretty good.
Make Miro comfortable.
Ano pa bang open? BB, Lycan, Centaur,
see if they can counterplay whatever is coming
naban
their
yung
way.
Omni.
Yeah, I mean the disengage is pretty good. Having
Ano?
this game would be
Panda. Tapos odds ang
Seal would be
R15
really
sa
good.
BB. Legit ba?
I think they'll probably like in our Centaur.
Ang baba lang sa akin,
Really cool pick
1.45.
up there. I mean,
Ilan sa'yo?
Abaddon doesn't look bad either. Just a lot to dispel.
Abaddon? Pwede, pangtanggal ng lason ni ano.
They do not. They will be a
Kungka!
Interesting.
Pwede. Hindi makatakas si ano.
Like you mentioned, it's a really
Tapos
good
pag
late
bumagsak
game.
si Dawnbreaker, babagsak mo din yung barko.
Definitely think
Counter
when you
combo.
Look at the two supports from Game, and this is such overwhelming magic damage. Now the question is for Watson, is there something that can really heavily punish a Kunkka in the game and also win the TA matchup? They tend to like to give him the winning carry matchup.
Yeah, punishing Kunkka is
Watson.
not easy.
Pag to nag-PL,
The routes of these Monkey King Racer
Phantom
types,
Lancer.
There's heroes that can just be played against Kunkka.
Pag to
Like
nag-Phantom
Morphling,
Lancer.
That just doesn't really care about the harass that comes out constantly, gives him a lane. If he wants to
Tapos mo sa
steal.
frag boss. Wait lang.
But yeah, I think maybe
Pag
that's
to
the big
nag-Phantom
difference
Lancer.
because, yeah, it's one of those heroes that it's not easy as a carry to pick against. He's a very strong laner, especially with Shadow Shaman in the lane.
The carry that used to be picked against Kunkka was the Razor, but that hero is kind of
Ay,
dead.
nagpa-Phantom Lancer by GG?
Razor,
O
Monkey
Betboom?
ban, or Razor's in the pool, Monkey's banned.
It's a lot to
2-0 na yan.
side of Betboom, but it is really good against TA
Sakit
too,
tong pack pick dito.
if you can get the link.
They will be the Morphling.
Ay, Morphling!
So Morphling's in a spot right now.
Huy, may
where
palag!
He isn't like super OP against anything. I guess he never has been that, but there's certain heroes that he's not going to really punish the Kunkka lane, but the Kunkka's not going to punish the Morphling, and that's the big thing, right? It's going to allow Morphling to have a lane. This is what we like to see in the
Nag-morph!
game, right? He picked the carry-to-carry matchup. This is going to absolutely destroy
Nako,
TA.
mukhang hindi sure yung 2-0, guys.
Kunkka doesn't punish it in the laning stage.
Sayang 2.7 din na umabot.
Enabling Watson to be that hard.
Beno Cancer yan, guys.
At no point do we think this Abaddon was just going to take over the game. It's not the type of hero that does it. So
Under 44.
the way we like to see them.
Sana yung under 44
that is
duration? Ay,
promising to
shit,
see in
wala
this
nung
game
under
too here,
44.
but Betboom, they're going to fight back. GPK Puck is nothing to laugh at. Purist TA is one of his best heroes. Kadomi got Warlock, save on Shaman. It's going to be a great game.
So we're kind of feeling like Gaimin finally has a lineup that fits in their playstyle, right? But so does
Feel ko
Betboom.
long
Yeah,
game
this is
to,
a fair
Chloro.
matchup. This is no like bullshit mind games going on. This is like
Sakto lang, hindi siya long game.
classic game
May Beno Cancer
versus
kasi.
Betboom having
Malakas
different
mag-push ang
heroes,
Venomancer.
so
Summon lang ng
I think
summon.
we're gonna have a very very balanced game.
Okay, we'll see
Under
what Hunter
44.
team has favorites coming into
Under
this
44.
game number 2. Lacoste,
Tapos,
going to you first this time round.
Yeah, I think
raise to
this is gonna be very
15.
honest, Dota. How much damage over time do you want to have on the side of gaming? The answer is yes. They have pretty much everything. They wanted to
Combo,
ruin this Temporal
Betboom,
Assassin. We'll see if
TA.
he's gonna be able to survive through all this damage over time.
Templar.
What do you want to see, B-Cup?
I think Betboom have a lot going
Parang
for them, right?
magpa-first
They've got
15 dito
some
yung
decent
GG.
team fight with Chaotic Offering and the Dream Coil. They've got two heroes that love to take Roche pretty early on. The last time we saw the Kunkka for
Betboom
Betboom, he
ako.
was going more into auras. He had Pipe as well as Crimson. Like, I love what Betboom
R215
have,
sa
but
Betboom
I
ako,
do think
guys. Hindi ako
Game Gladiators have a
mag-GG.
good lineup too.
Pero ano,
Let's
pag
see who's
inano
gonna
ko,
take this game number 2
parang
with the
GG yung mag-first to
Thank you very
15.
much, Shiva. Coming into game number 2 here, Betboom have themselves a 1-0 lead in this BO5.
Best of 5 to.
And,
Hindi
it's
best of 3.
looking like it's going to be honest, Dota. Like you said, something pretty close overall. I don't really
Kung
expect
sinong
this game
lamang,
to be too
hindi ganun eh.
But we have
Last
seen
time lamang kasi may task. 'Di ba? Naalala nyo kahapon? Lamang may task, may axe, may ano, tas sila pa yung talo sa race to 15.
Yeah, we did save.
Talo din ako
Leading the
dun eh.
charge. He does have chicken fingers.
They're going for a first blood fight.
Tignan mo dito, sa GG, lamang sila sa race to 15 kasi malakas mang sunog ng buhay eh. Ang GG. Pero tignan mo sino namatay? BB. Ay, GG ang namatay. Sino lamang sa draft? Pantay. Nag-morphling last pick kasi. Pero kung na-tilt talaga nung game 1 yung GG, BB to.
Good amount of sustain in the lane playing with Warlock. He's going to be feeding him tangos, using the Shadow Word. It's going to be all about that survivability.
Ang cute naman,
so that
Baby
he
Roshan.
doesn't die. It It's not the
Sana all may
lane
Baby
that
Roshan.
Gaming Gladiators did run with TA, with the
Miss ko na yung
refraction,
account
with
ko.
Abaddon against that Axe and Marcy. So they can take the refraction relatively easily with all this damage over time. You are playing with Venomancer, and you also have Dawnbreaker. This has been, I would say, gaming's bread and
Sunog
butter
kasi
in
to
terms
eh.
of how they've been playing.
Yan kasi
Strong
pangit sa
mid
first
laner,
pick TA eh.
strong safe laner, as
I-high
well. Beno
counter.
talked about
Pero ang ganda ng pack
this
pick.
being a relatively good game for
Pero
Morphling,
grabe
a
naman
good
si
lane as
Queen.
well, where he's not going to be caring too much about what he's playing against. And we'll
Pero
see
si
how much
GPK
Watson's
to,
gonna be able to
tandaan nyo
make
si
out this
GPK
lane.
mag-pack.
I'm curious to see how the Morphling
Hands
does,
down.
especially a little bit later too, right? Like if
Pack
you
ni
get the Shard
GPK.
and the
Ay,
Templar Assassin, which is normally a pretty standard pickup.
match win. Kung magma-match win kayo, suggest ko, kanina sinuggest ko GG, natalo. Ang tanga kasi ng GG. Sa kanila lahat ng advantage eh. BB to, BB.
Also, Gale misses in the
Nag-R2 15 kayo, BB? Nabutan nyo?
Did not connect onto Pure.
Save Fairy Fire. The creeps though will kill off the Shadow Shaman top.
Under 41 boss kaya. Ano yan? Duration ba yan?
Tofu taking some decent damage.
Starbreaker connecting onto both of them, but Tofu also does have 8 stick charges. He's gonna be fine.
Mystic
There's
siya
a lot of damage over
Ayan
time.
yung lason.
Might need
Tignan
to
nyo yung lason,
sacrifice
guys.
himself here, unless he can get the heal off. They used a lot of spells.
Ay, may heal
Like
si ano.
minute and a half into the game, 8 stick charges on Tofu.
May heal nga pala si Warlock.
He's forced to salve, and he is trying to get as much life back as he can. Not going to spot him at the moment, but can he even go for this? I mean, this is now Tofu.
1.8 na lang. Duration, 41.
Like you said, these warlocks, they want to get that shadow word and heal up as much
Alanganin.
as especially if you're breaking
Ay, hindi.
through the
Pwede.
refraction, and you know you can put that damage in heavy
Pwede,
on the
pwede.
Pure early.
Parang aabot to ng 38. Ganon.
Not an easy lane
38,
for Pure.
36.
Like right now, because he got the
Aabot
first blood,
to.
he's getting extra bit of a gold, having that blades of attack. But once they initiate on him, it's not going to be as easy. Kataomi will need to use Fatal Bonds immediately. Try to keep
Yung
the
ikaw
goals
yung
with the
Venomancer,
gameplay
pero ikaw yung
aggressive in this lane.
nalalason.
I think that's gonna
Ikaw
be
yung nasusunugan ng buhay.
Pure
Ay, sorry.
on pretty much full HP and try to keep them as low as possible. This Fatal Bonds is doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, not only are you getting the CS, but then you get those imps that come through and try to put on some more damage to these heroes, which makes things
Kinancel yung
a
ano,
little bit
stack.
more uneasy for Gaming Gladiators. The longer Pure can stay in this lane, the better.
Yan pala, alam nyo ba na kapag
Assassin is one of those heroes that
nagtanim
can
kayo ng
back
ward
up
sa
the
inside
jungles,
range,
stacks have been made
nung ano, hindi pwede mag-stack yung kalaban. Ganun yung ginagawa namin eh.
Place the sentry, which is outside of that small camp.
Maka W8, 5 frags, 3 DD. Ano yung W8?
Forward
Ano yung W8?
at this top
Hindi ko alam
lane.
ano
We
yung
actually
W8.
see Tofu, but Celestial Hammer thinking about going for Kenthomi with the Starbreaker. Shuffles to the side. Fatal Bonds are there. Tofu shows himself. He's one shot from dead. But now trying to put the damage on these creeps. It's not going to be enough to get the kill there onto Ace. But Maladich ends up dead. Watson able to wave forward
Masakit
back,
dito
and
mamaya
Miero
yung
survives with
Morphling.
a sliver of health.
Maybe if they could get to level 4 on Miero, this could be pretty big. He can. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. I guess he TP to a lane once they made that move in the bottom lane, so he will need to get a TP healing salve most likely, try to get back himself to full HP.
The aggression that we're seeing from Betboom bottom has really opened up the lane a lot for Pure.
It did.
They're sitting so low on Gaming Gladiators, just constantly in this lane. And Ace, he's got 5 stick charges.
Yung Beno cancer nyo, naging cancer sa
He's
inyo.
buying a salve that Tofu's going to be forced to pick up.
Buti nag-BB ako.
So Tofu picks up that salve and throws it over
Expect
to
ko
Ace.
baliktad eh. Expect ko yung Venomancer na dun sa taas.
And now these heroes are finally with
Pero sa bagay, nandito kasi yung ano eh, TA eh, refraction.
and they're affected by these fatal bonds. This Celestial Hammer really doesn't grant them much of anything. Top lane save.
Kanina pa namamatay itong ano.
Kill here again onto Maladich.
Maladich, kanina ka papatay.
Involved in yet another kill.
Watson is fine with these trades, losing position 5, getting a kill, getting a solo XP,
Pack
getting
ni
that gold.
GPK. Kaya nga eh, kaya ako nag-ano sa Betboom.
While Maladich is missing from the lane. We saw Quinn and GPK in the mid lane in the previous
Sa mga
game.
walang alam
Break up
sa
relatively
ano,
early on against each other,
wag na
really
wag
pushing the
ibibigay
lanes.
yung hero na pack kay GPK.
A lot of aggression and ended up
Eh, nasa
started
kanya.
to really fold over was when that 6-minute mark hit and these heroes were coming over to defend against these.
Bigla ako nag-crave ng soft drinks. Teka nga. Nag-crave ng soft drinks out of the blue. Sino lamang, boss? Betboom. Wala pang coil to eh. Ang nangyari kasi, ang ginawa ng GG, kinounter nila yung Templar Assassin ng Betboom. So, basically, yung heroes nila, pang burn sa isang hero. Tapos, wala silang ano sa ibang hero. Pero nag-morphling sila last pick. Yung morphling kasi, kaya kumopya ng ibang hero. So, yun yung naging parang pinaka pwede nilang advantage. By time. Maybe under 35, 30 frags ba? 30 frags? Pack ni GPK, 30 kills.
No chicken with his fingers.
Hindi. 28, abot ng 24, 27.
Betboom, and that's because
Bet.
these sideways
Solo yan?
really well for them.
Sa ano lang, sa BB lang, no?
This glyph wasn't even supposed to be used for Miero, but they got the extra bit of a value. They did glyph it for the mid.
Pwede. Nakikitaan ko pwede. Kung solo lang. Kasi kung akala ko total eh. Pag total, papatay pa tong ano. Pag tumaba kasi tong morphling,
completely dominated Laurel. He did not have a game on Ember Spirit. We'll see how they're gonna approach this one. Quinn.
si Larl. Naalala ko. Sino nga ba yun? Yung bumoboto kay Larl kahapon. Kawawa si Larl eh. Ganda naman ang skin ng Jakiro. Hindi nabaog yung TA, no? Yun yung goal nila, tas hindi nangyari. Over 28.5 BB. Tayo 26 kasi. Pero hindi ko sure kung 30. Wala bang 25 pataas yan? Castillo? 25 pataas pwede pa. 26 kutob ko dito. Sila pang araw sa late. Totoo. Kinounter nila tapos sila yung Liamado. Ay ano, yung Aurado. Wala, yung Beno Cancer naging Cancer. 100% win rate sila sa ano, sa Better Bancer. Na ano yan? Na ano ng game 1. Sabi ko sa inyo guys, malaki yung epekto ng ano, well. Na well ka. Well ka talaga. Kung offlane Beno, pwede pa siguro makakalason. Truth, eh kaso support eh.
Pick that up alongside those treads. And he's sitting top of the net worth. Watson though not too far behind him. His lane's
Carlo, ilan taong ka na? Hindi ko inad si ano eh, si anong pangalan nun? Kanina, si Alberto ba yan? Sa GC. Kasi bata. Baka mapagalitan kasi ako eh. Na inaano ko magsugal yung bata. 19? Ah, wag muna. Next time na. Para nasa 20 plus ka na. Kakadebo mo lang. Bata pa yan. Sa mundo namin, hindi pa tuli yan. Wala pang alam sa mundo yan. Tay. Congrats sa mga nag-ano, R215, ang taas ang odds. Ang requirement sa GC, kailangan yung height mo 6'1", pataas. Tas puro Pinoy. Lugi sa 6'1". Nag-require ka sa Pinoy, 6'1" yung height. Taga Big Bird. Inaantay ko nga magkaroon ng betting sa PBB eh. Tatayaan ko si Sneer. Magtapos ka na muna sa college. Oo. Kasi natatakot ako baka ipantaya mo yung tuition. Baka sa akin pa magulit yung mama mo. Baka magulit ako pang tuition pala yung tinaya mo. Meron maganon sa PB. Uy, wala! Joke lang naman yun. Ang seryoso mo naman. Kinakain ka na ng sugal pag gano'n. State you. Si City Girl yan. Siya yung ano ko sa tennis. Sa kanya ko nagtatanong. Pero hindi kanya galing yung negro ah. Tawan-tawa talaga ako doon. Pag sa negro, natalo ko. Talo 2-0 yung negro. Ang ano nung sinabi sa akin. Walang sense. Doon ko na-realize sa walang sense. Pwede na ba yung 20 na sa August 6? Ano ba? Ano bang expertise nyo? Teka lang, focus tayo dito sa laban. Wala tayo eh. Nakakampante tayo na ano yung Betboom dito eh. Kasi aurado ang GG. Malay nyo, biglang magsalita si Naruto sa loob nila. Kaya natin to. Ilalaban ko ang bayan ng Konoha. Dumating si Doraemon. Ba't wala sa PBB pero Santo Papa meron? yung tungkol sa Diyos binetan mo. Tawan-tawa din ako doon. Nagbet sa ano. Santo Papa. Tapos ayaw niyo idamay si Lord sa sugal. Ano ba talaga? Wait yung morph time mamaya yan. Yun nga eh, yung inaano ko eh. Baka mag-scale yung morph. Kasi top 2 yung morph eh. Ay, spotted ka. Spotted ka, boss!
He's in trouble, but he might get a kill on Maladich before he dies. Chaotic offerings in, he gets the refraction off again, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on Pure. Solar Guardian, but they hit the shackles. Uh-oh!
Anyari? Oh! Na-cancel! Wala, safe. Napatay din yung morph. 1-1 lang. Safe lang. Hindi ko talaga ramdam yung Beno Cancer. Pinuri-puri pa nila yung Beno Cancer. GPK, wag na. Ay! Sinampal ng Kungka. Kaya pa isa. Mga tumaya. R15. Magkano tinaya nyo? 500.
Because he survived long enough for fraction, got another off. I also love that they're layering the TPs. Kataomi coming in first using the rock because he's the most important hero to try to break the fight. And then
Tobalimbing si Cloro. Sabi mo Morphling. Namatay kasi Morphling. Bawal mamatay Morphling dito. Winning con nila. Namatay. Isa pa. Hindi. 7 naman eh. Namatay din yung TA eh. Pag namatay pa ulit ng isa, kawawa na. Munasahan. Wala siyang waveform. May wave siya dun hindi pa siya nagwe-wave eh. Wala na. 3-0 yan basta maganda hero ni GPK. Wag! Kailangan umisa pala yung GG. Naka 3.5 ako. Mataas yung adds ang 3.5 kanina. Wag. Wag. Tilted na tong GG. Nagsisisihan na yan. Mali kasi talaga yung ginawa nila kanina sa Axe. Yung... Uy, bumalik pa. Nako, pag namatay yung Murph, GG na. Walang waveform.
Shackle, Solar Guardian, this is gonna come in. That'll save Watson for a second. He's still not gonna be enough. Quinn's here, but you already lost your Morphling. You get save in GPK. Pure, he escapes. They hit the torrent. Now Miero's on the run. This might actually be a good counterplay from Gaming Gladiators, all things considered. But the fact that you've lost your Morphling. Tofu moving forward, looking for Miero, lands that blood grenade, and now pops that blade. Now tries to turn it around. He goes into
Huli! Ay, di siya nakahit! Na-slow. Wala, na-slow siya.
The control is in, and Miero eventually will, in fact, fall.
Very good kills.
Sayang na-slow siya. Patay yun eh. Pag na ganun niya. Kasi isa pa yun eh. Kaso na-slow siya. May slow kasi yung hit ni Jakiro. Slow yung normal attack. Tapos may Venomancer pa. Sayang R15. Hindi yung inano, Betboom. Sinobi ko kanina. Wala kayo dyan. Sa inyo yan. That's on you. Saka Betboom.
It really isn't much. You don't have that instant stun. Maybe you can try to surprise him with the ice bat, which is okay, but it's the only level 1 ice bat.
Player diff Lods. Hindi na player diff yan.
Now going Ags.
Tilt diff na yan.
He's still middle of the pack though. The one suffering in the
Discipline diff na yan. Kailangan nila ng motivational speaker. Rendon, pasok ka dito. Nag-ano na yan? Yung ano na yan, kasalanan mo. Nagagano na yan.
This has been very tough for him, dealing with these dream coils, dealing with the aggression, the hex,
na well diff. Yung well talaga yun eh, no? Sabi ko sa inyo, malaki epekto ng na-well eh. Kahit nag-counter sila, ayan o, 100% win rate, nilabas nila. Ano nangyari? Asan yung 100%? Pero wag tayong magsalita, malay nyo. Out.
The shackles on the Queen, but the damage coming out from Pure might be able to clean him up. They've got the X, but the Ghost Ship coming in, it's going to be off the mark, but it'll hit on a Watson. They get the control, and now they'll get the kill and take him out. Maladich is gone.
Panalo na ako. Kayo ba? Nabutan mo 2.8? Oo, 2.8 sa Betboom. Nabutan ko.
Yeah, he is in trouble, and he is dead. Pure burning from the Celestial Hammer fire, but it's not going to be enough. They've got the Waning Rift trying to TP out with the damage.
Hit.
Is it enough? They've got Yules anyway. They have the lockdown, and they've got another.
Yung Warp humaharap.
Man, this is just a bit too much. Again, chasing
Tilt
for
na nga. Tilt na nga, guys. Wala na yan.
25 seconds. Now chasing save instead. And he had tranquil boots ready. So
malaki kasi yung epekto, guys, ng game 1 talaga. Yung nangyari doon. Ano yun? Hindi ko kasi masabi word eh, kasi sobrang bastos. Parang ginanon ka. Nostra mo dito ko. Ay, mag-match win na tayo, Betboom. Match win yun na, kahit unti yan, sure naman na yan.
They had the wick, it was there, they found their flint and steel, and they got themselves the spark needed to ignite them as a team, and they have only lost 2
Tapos nabaliktad, no? Parang sa ano? Saan ba yun? Betboom Liquid ata yun. Ay, hindi. Spirit. Spirit at... Saan ba yun? Na ano ko doon, 2-0 na eh. Hindi nag-2-0. Kasi binenta yung laro. Hedge mo na 3-0 yung 3.5 ko.
Yeah, this one is also getting slightly out of control. It needs
pagpangit yung draft ng game 3, heads ko na. Naboboring na yung ano.
Dealing with the control, they are going for Roche.
Umuunat na eh. Liquid ba? Ayun. Visit ako doon. 2-0 na, panalo na. Tinano pa. Wala na, late game dyan ako. Early na ng Betboom. Wala na. Papatagalin na lang ilaro. Congrats sa mga nag-44 under. Nag-44 under kayo. Sabi sa inyo eh.
This is the build we saw before for Kunko when he was seen last time. And
tapusin nyo na.
Oh,
sarap. Times 2.8.
Like we talked about before the game started, that early
buti nag 500 ako dun. 41 under ako ko. 41? Wait, bilangin ko yung Torre. Wala naman Torre sa mid. if they don't play with their food, play with your food, Englishero. Pag hindi na naman nilaro ng Betboom tong pagkain nila, panalo yan. Eh, alam niyo yung ugali ng Betboom, di ba? Sabi ko sa inyo, kahit kahapon pa. Ibig sa tapusin, ayaw. Kahit kanina, hindi nila tinapos isa DK. Nag-rocks pa sila. Tignan nyo, hindi na nasusunog yung ano ng TA. Oh. Tumayo na lang siya sa macro fire. Wala na gagawin mechanism mo dyan. Mechanism ka pa. Ay, e-end na nila. Goods na yung 41 mo. Binigay din kasi nila yung pack kay GPK. Mag-GG na kayo, dali na, tama na yan. Yung na-GG nila ko pa sarili. Ayaw mo naman sila mangarap. Di natalo buong group stage pati playoffs. Pagdating sa finals 3-0. Oh shit, tapos winel. Oh shit, ganun kayo kahina. Welcome. Na-welcome kayo, welcome. Ay, gagawin sama ng ugali ko, nagtatrash talk. Sorry po. Uy, nakaagha na yung Dawnbreaker. Malay nyo. Ay, we, nag-post yung ano? Yabang, oh.
No, feels like he needs another item. For now, it's just gonna be a Dragonlance.
Deserve.
We'll definitely love to have
Kaya pala sila winel.
They will take Tormentors.
Kasi nang ganun sila.
You can use the items as well, and the chickens last for 3 seconds, which is really nice. And I like that Pure.
Yan talaga yung GG guys, dalawang first runner up sa TI.
He doesn't care about Morphling, at least not for now. Getting the butterfly, he is playing
Deserve.
with the disadvantage in this
Sa nakikita kong gantong play, Filteris, hindi nila deserve mag-champion. Grabe, ang bigat naman yung sinabi ko. Hindi deserve. Lahat naman deserve mag-champion. Parang langaw si TA. Bakit ganun? Nagaganon. Di ba ganun yung langaw? Skin ba yun? Tignan yung ano, TA oh. Alam ko di nyo pa masusunog eh. Wala na nakipansunog sa refraction. Ang gagawin nyo. Tapos
Watson's gone. They'll face this Dawnbreaker. Ace on the run. This should be another team wipe for them if they can get around on Tofu, and they will. It's a 5-0.
Ayan o, nag-30 ka? Sino yung kanina nag-30 under? Eh sabi ko, hindi sure yung 30 under. 26 over ka? 25 over, ganon. Sabi ko kanina. Meron kanina, ano, Betboom 26, nagtatanong sa akin, sino yun?
Getting schlacked pretty hard. I don't think they have the damage to finish off the game immediately because there's still a tier 2 tower bottom, tier 2 tower.
Panalo ka kung ano, in-over mo. Wag under. Ito yung pininedig ko kanina eh. 28. Kaya maganda mag-25 pataas. 29 na oh. Pag nag-30 to, talo ka sa 30 under. At magta-30 to. Magta-30 plus to sa Betboom.
Yeah, I like that more. He had that Ag Scepter as his first/second item if you count in the Blade Mill. But
39 na. Yung mga nag-overkill ng ano, ay hindi, 43 pala. Lowest. 43 nga.
And second ghost ship also is going to be pretty good. And look at this. 6.5 minutes faster than the average.
6:40 and
7 minutes when you round it up.
Almost 10.
Basically 10, yeah.
He had this item at the beginning of the game.
Oh, can't they get this kill in bottom lane?
They'll try. This would be huge. Pure out and alone. That's a bit nasty there to kill off Pure, but GPK going around
Medyo na,
that.
tama na yan.
The shackle, the dream coil, and a kill for GPK.
41.
If you get Pure, the problem is you still got GPK popping off. He's 12, 1, and 11. The guy doesn't have an off switch. Chaotic offering with the Fatal Bonds comes in, and they've got Miero here too. GPK with another kill. Ghost Ship flies in, pulls him back with the X. Oh man.
Nasa point na sila na pati. Pati yung Warlock din nila mapatay.
Oh man, what a team. Betboom bringing in 4 heroes, still managing to take that fight without Pure, who's the biggest damage dealer pretty much in the team.
Hindi main page,
GPK is gonna be the one stepping up. Parasma, Yule Scepter, Blink Dagger,
Win 2, 40 minutes under 40 minutes under 3.8 odds.
Every single time this guy plays the
Betboom yan, Kobe. Panalo. Ikaw pala. Panalo yan, panalo. Kung i-edil ah.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. You're always good with those acronyms. The best I could come up with is
Panalo yan, Kobe. Meron kanina nagtanong yung solo, Betboom. Kung yung kills. Si ano ata, si... Kaya nga mukhang play with your food pa sila Wag na kayo mag-play with your food. Tama na yan.
Dream Coil plays down onto the Venomancer, and he's gonna be fine.
No, but I always gotta ask him.
Tama na yan.
If you're keeping it up and you're like, yeah.
Play with your food.
Keeping it up. Keeping it up. Are you sure? You're like, yeah.
Betboom champion. Sino mga sumabay sa akin dyan? Champion Betboom.
This game looks completely cooked. Unless Morphling can get some big damage. Problem is he's playing into silence. He's playing into trap silence.
Nakita ko na sinad sa GC.
Like control from Shadow Shaman. Save has been
Kupal.
all over the place. He's been involved in 25 kills out of 34. Damn.
They're smoked up, but where do you go? I mean, this is what, to get some vision down, but it doesn't feel like you can win a fight.
Ay, nag-over 40 si City Girl. Nakita ko yung ano niya. Sa kanina. Nandyan ba siya? Natali yung Betboom niya. Nag-over 40 siya kanina. Sayang. Hindi niya naabutan yung 33, 37.
Tofu trying to swipe. And he might be in trouble because this isn't going to be an easy kill for him at all. If he wanted to get anything from it, he had no chance to get the kill once the TPs came over. And then GPK has just been bullying Tofu. It's the rough life. Blink Hex, Serpent Words to block the path. A big 1,000 damage crit there from Pure.
Sitting underneath the trap, immediately save. Very quick with the initiation at the right time as well, at the right place. Let's see, they are pinging the high ground. Roshan may be alive in the top pit. It's gonna take another minute or so. That seems like they don't need it. They feel like they don't, and that's gonna be the last left for game.
Ayaw mag-GG guys, nabibisit na ako. Mag-GG na kayo, utang na loob. Next game na. I-hedge ko na. Amoy 3-0. Hedge ko na to. Saan yung 3-0? 1.7. Baka kasi bigyan nila ng isang panalo eh. Mabait ba yung Betboom? Nangkukupal ba yung Betboom? Baka ano eh. Baka sige pa isahin natin. Kawawa naman. Teka lang, antayin ko na lang yung drop. Baka scripted. May curse talaga yung upper bracket. Ang OA naman ng curse, pag nag-upper bracket ka, tilteris ka. Alala nung tilt, Lord, sorry. Alala nung tilt. Nag-aantay lang Roshan para iwas choke. Hindi na sila choke eh, sobrang gap na eh. Nilalaro na lang talaga nila. Grabe yung Morph, kinope yung TA, tas di siya pinapansin. Kinope yung TA, tas walang pumapansin sa kanya. Oh yan, nag-GG na sila. Auto. Oh, tignan nyo, nag-auto-out yung Morph. Tilt yan. Sabi ko sa inyo, tilt na yan eh.
You see Pure 6-8 minutes in, going for the rune, getting a kill. They're bringing in numbers every single time, and the Game and Gladiators, they were not matching those numbers in this game.
No, not at all. Betboom moved fast. They were objective-taking, efficient, and everything worked
3-0,
well. 2-0
yes.
lead. We'll send it
Dali, habang may ads pa.
Take it away.
At this rate, Betboom is looking like the most dominant team we've ever had in the Wallachia Grand Finals. They leave no room for Game and Gladiators to go for their formula, which is what
Auto-quit. Ate por yun. Alam niyo yun, yung pag sobrang pikon ka, nangyari na ba sa inyo sa Dota? Sobrang pikon mo. Ayaw mo na mag-proper exit. Ayaw mo na mag-claim ng rewards. Ate por na lang. Pasok off TY under 15. Good job, guys. Bibili lang ako soft drinks, guys. Balik ako. Congrats sa mga pumaldo. Under 44. R215, Betboom. Tapos, ba't ba ako dyan nakatingin? Nandito yung taya ko. Match win, Betboom. Tapos, map 2 pala. Map 2 win, Betboom. Nag-under 42 pa ako. May under 42 pa pala ako eh.
But if you think about it though, right? Like, if it works, it's like, oh, he's a genius, you know? We have the Venomancer versus the TA. We're gonna crush Pure in the lane. Yeah. And, like, I get that. However,
nagsundot ako sa sa 3-0. Baka kasi paisahin nila. Hindi ko alam kung mabait yung Betboom. Malay mo, hindi mabait. Ala, gusto ko makaisa yung yung GG. May taya pala akong 3.5 over na naka-parlay. Pero makontilt na sila. Malala yun eh. Auto-quit. Yung Morph. Back ulit JPK po, so ano yan, 3-0. Antayin ko yung draft. Pag sobrang ganda ng draft, all in ako sa 3-0. Wala na mangyayari. Tignan nyo yung Morph. Ayun Morph. Kinapin niya yung TA. Refraction. Pak. Walang pumapansin sa kanya. Sige, dyan ka. Ito, tirahin mo yung ahas. Patay. Easy and cough pag nakapag-SF si Queen. Pwede. 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 Eh nga sniper. Hindi nila ginagawa yung strategy. Gawin niyo yung strategy na sniper. Talaga. 100% nyo, hindi na 100%. Nilabas-labas nyo pa. Feel ko kap makakaisa GG. Kala ko pa naman Morph time. Iba kasi yung epekto talaga ng well boss. Sinasabi ko sa inyo lahat, yan sa mga may hindi pa alam. Malaki ang epekto ng well. Pasukin ka sa well, sa player sa Dota. Parang tinapakan yung pride mo, parang ganun. Ganun siya kalala. Nakaka-doubt siya sa sarili. As a player hindi naman ako nag-pro player, naging player lang. Nagtutor na lang dati. Pero mga barangay lang. Nabutan ko pa nga yung host si Madam Aloje sa Guadalupe. Host si Madam Aloja. Yun yung unang-unang kita ko sa kanya. Ang payat-payat pa niya nun. Basta sila Dexy. Na-miss ko tuloy. Wala lang. Nakakamiss mag-Dota. 3-0 na ba ito, boss? Wala pang draft, boss. Wait lang. Hindi na paisahin yan. 3-0 na yan. Tilted na gigil si Puroy. Isang season hindi siya naglaro. Wala na nga. Feel ko nga rin 3-0 na yun. Iba yung nakita niyo yung auto-quit? Yung iba kasi hindi alam eh. Pag may red line na nakaganon sa hero, ibig sabihin, nag-auto-quit.
wonder if that's the route they're gonna go.
Kaya nag-GG na yung mga kakampi niya. Nag-Alt F4 na yung ano, yung Morphling. Wala na siyang magawa doon eh. Alt F4 na yun eh. Ibis exit, Alt F4. Pag nag-exit ka, reconnecting nakalagay eh.
Less even early on compared to game number 1, and that's why we already saw fairly early on, Jenkins, that we had some great fights for Betboom.
Yeah, there was one really early fight where
Hindi naman maganda yan
is
eh.
trying to go on pure. I understand it feels like he's kind of out of position, but guess what? Warlock is very high level. He, you know, turns
Patay dyan yung Morphling eh.
Golem, you have Dawnbreaker ulting in, but guess what? GPK is there, and he actually sees the Dawnbreaker in the trees, interrupts the Dawn ult. So this is just where you have the GPK puck factor coming in. This is a full 5-on-5 engagement. And GPK
Oo, sa Betboom maganda. Akala ko sa ano, GG. Yan o, nasampal yan eh. Nasampal ng Kunkka, natira niya yung minions. Pag!
Get the last hit. By the way, Miro has been hitting some insane Tidebringer cleaves on Kunkka, even though he's going for a utility build and he's
100%
for, like,
no.
defensive items.
Naging
This is like the second or third time I've seen him hit some,
90%.
like, insane
99.
clutch.
Ginawa kayong
banger in a
germs.
fight. Like we talked a lot about GBK on puck, but Miro has like low-key been owning on Kunkka. I know we talk a lot about his summons heroes, but Kunkka has looked exceptional.
Ay,
for him
balik
as
ako
well.
guys, bila ko soft drinks. Good job sa mga tumaya. Last game na ba to? Susunod? Tignan po natin yung last draft. Kasi sa nakikita ko, mukhang tilted na talaga ang GG. Talagang At congrats sa mga sumabay sa atin, Betboom champion. Yan. Ang taas ang Adson kanina. Nabutan nyo ba? 2.6 ata, mga ganon, or 2. Nandito. Nandito ngayon taya ako. Teka nga. Ang daming ano, win. Ay, may dalawang talo. Ay, oo, kanina. Natalo nga pala. Pinarlay ko pala. Ay, pinarlay ko sa HOK! Sa ano, sa All Gamers. Win 1. All Gamers dapat manalo against Dragon Ranger. Yung ano ko, champion. Salamat sa nag-share nung ano, HOK. Pero yung 3.5 over na ano ko, parlay mukhang ma-GGD. Naka-parlay pa man din doon yung ano, yung volleyball. Taas ang odds ko doon, 4. Taas din ang taya ko. Sana mag ano, GG isa lang. Sige na, GG isa. Bili lang nga soft drinks guys, balik ako. I shall return.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight, where we're asking pro players and coaches to name the player in these clips. I'm here with Sunbeat from Edge. I'm with Ace from Game and Gladiators. I'm here with Shad from OG. Shad, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing?
It depends. Sometimes, like, when we're eliminated, I don't want to watch more because it's just, like, sadness, but, you know.
Fair enough.
I don't pay attention to Dota scenes that much. I have been lately, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, it's going to be from all of the previous Walachias, so...
Uh-oh, okay. Let's see.
Drop in confidence, but let's see. Let's throw up the clip and see if you know who this is.
I did watch this game.
That's a good start.
But this was a while ago.
It's a lot of stuff which isn't in Dota anymore now, right?
What was this? What was this?
Io Marcy team?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
But we're watching the Kunkka. I'm going to ask you who the Kunkka is, but...
The Kunkka?
It's satanic, maybe?
It is not satanic, no.
Because it looks like it's a carry Kanga, maybe?
No, it's in fact, I can give you the role. It is actually an offlane Kunkka.
Okay. So it's win range a carry, I guess.
Yeah. It's
a while ago then.
Oh yeah. This is an old one.
Oh, this was Nigma against Parry Vision, actually, I remember. I think... Wait, was it?
It was
no,
not
it wasn't.
No, neither of those teams.
No,
but
I'm thinking of something different.
I like the enthusiasm.
No.
Oh my god, I haven't got the slightest clue.
Well, weirdly, the Io Marcy might lead you to the answer, because even though the Radiant aren't playing the Io Marcy, they are known to play Io Marcy quite a lot as a team, which is a little weird in this clip.
Is it Liquid, maybe?
Yeah?
Oh. Is it Nisha?
It's not Nisha.
It's not
no.
Nisha?
But it is not
Wait,
Nisha.
is it Saberlight?
It is not Saberlight either.
Is it Mikke?
It is not Mikke either.
What? Who was playing Kunkka in this team? There's a stand-in.
It wasn't a stand-in either.
It wasn't? What?
So, it's from
I don't
a
know.
Western EU team, a team which you know very, very well.
Saberlight?
Close, very, very close.
Free?
Yes, it is 33 playing on that Kunkka off lane,
Got
yeah.
Who was it? Oh, was it Netta?
Yeah, absolutely right.
I see,
It was.
I see.
A mental block. Broken through those chat and we did get there.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even remember who Liquid's offlane at the time was.
That's interesting though.
Oh man, I don't even remember what I ate yesterday. This is too hard. Okay, I don't know. Ace?
Ace, Liquid Ace?
Yeah, definitely
Not quite.
Liquid Ace, no?
Not quite. But you're very much on the right tracks. I mean, why do you think it's Liquid?
I mean, I don't know, maybe that's like Mikke Windrunner or something.
Okay.
It's like,
that's correct. That's correct. We're nearly there. I'm not
33, I guess, at the time?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, well done, Sunby. That is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka.
Damn, wow.
I'm shocked at how you managed to get from like seemingly lost in the woods without a way out to suddenly like seeing the light of Liquid. How did you get that?
I have no idea who Dire is, but I mean, this was when Windrunner was super duper broken, and I think Mikke did enjoy playing this hero.
He sure did.
Yeah, so it had nothing to do with the Kunkka. It was just it's like the carry player that kind of made me guess.
Hey man, the journey doesn't matter as long as you get to the destination, and that's exactly what you did. It is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka against Nouns actually in Valahia Season 1, so big throwback here. But yeah, well worked out, Sunby.
They try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
33 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mikke's on top of him. Corden in some trouble, but Mikke is too. Force Staff gets to the far side. The relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down Woods? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either.
It is Betboom that is 2-0 in this grand finals against Gaming Gladiators for PGA Valahia Season 5. I want to see Gaming do a little better because we've never had a 3-0 here. And I feel like, let's not start. I want to have a little bit more competitive because Betboom has just been absolutely dominant. So we're going to help them along a little bit. I got two very smart minds on my left. And they're going to say what Gaming should be doing in Game 3 and where they should take this draft. Fair?
Very interesting. I think their drafting seems to be okay.
Okay.
For the most part. They're only kind of lacking in a couple areas, which is making the match hard for them. I feel like the GPK effect is the thing you have to worry about the most right now. All the other small things of like, yeah, sure, maybe Ace should itemize differently, but he's only itemizing this way as a reaction to what's happening in the game, right? It's just his puck's out of control. We need an Orchid, right? So he starts building it. But the problem that's happening in both these games is you have a Lina mid, which this hero just farms. It's not that great, and you barely get by. And then you feed the rest of the game because you're playing versus these Lycans and stuff. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Lina mid. And then the next game, you give GPK Puck, which is a meta hero. So Puck, very meta. Quap, very meta. You try in 2 games to counterpick this extremely meta hero that GPK's been dominating on, and you have failed 2 times in a row. And I think that has just made a hemorrhage effect throughout the entirety of the game. So you have to deal with GPK's heroes better. Like, take that Puck, ban that Quap, whatever. Just do not let him have these meta heroes because your responses are not working.
Well, they did change it up by having first pick, Jenkins. That should help them along a little bit, changing things up there.
Yeah, they can try to go for the snipe of Puck and see what GPK can do to counter it, because
he's gonna Monkey King you, and he's looked great on that too.
You can ban Monkey, pick Puck, because honestly, like the other one is DK that has come out, and GPK did really well in that game, don't get me wrong. He won, but it feels to me like Puck, Quap, and Monkey King are the ones where he'll really pop off.
But you also have to worry about the Nature's Prophet, the TA.
Yeah, Pure's heroes.
A lot of like interesting decisions to be made here, because like if you focus GPK, then you have to worry about Pure.
Yeah.
But I honestly full-heartedly believe that you have to shut down GPK this game. He's been a problem, a very big problem. He has not allowed Quinn to enter the game. And Quinn has always been, you know, we talked about when he does well and what he does to the map. He has not been able to do that.
He just shuts down the map, yeah. And
neither of his games.
And Gaiman plays really well around Quinn controlling and shutting down the map like this. Okay, so Betboom gets one of the age-old, very good counters to TA. Batrider has some of the most damage over time abilities in the game. Literally all of his abilities do it. You can also lasso the TA, pull her in, break her refraction charges. So, not a hero we see going through, but Gaiman still values the TA. I want to say one thing about last game too, finally.
Uy, drafting agad, ang bilis.
I think if it's 9 class playing Venomancer, like, I understand that Jungle Venom's not
Sorry.
He's the one that gets Orchid. Like, Tofu needs to have a
Sino
game.
nag-Batrider?
He is usually the one that is responding
Ay,
to
gagi!
the game itself with both his picks and his itemization, like solving things in the game. And Ace is doing this kind of standard formula.
Sino kayo nagda-drop sa kanila? Wala na ba na yung SF?
But last game, Tofu just did not really have a game. And perhaps it's just because
Matatawag mo pa bang game yung ano ni Tofu?
to solve the TA, and then GPK just becomes a problem, and then you're left with this conundrum where Ace is farmed, Tofu is not farmed, Ace has
Paano
to
mag-cope?
Ace is no longer going to auras, Quinn is having a bad game.
Ganto din ba kayo? Kulang yung maliit.
Tofu also needs to be picked something.
He has it
to have a game,
doesn't he? The bat?
That's on Betboom.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah.
I just saw TA and I'm thinking Betboom.
Yeah, they
Never
first
mind,
picked
my
TA,
bad. But yeah, he needs something like the Batrider.
Yeah.
That is not. I mean, I'm not gonna say the Venomancer won't work. I just think Malady, his response to Warlock, shut the Veno down. I feel like that was just such a good pick, but there's a lot of picks like that, right? He could pick as Abaddon. The Oracle was the ban of choice they did, because they know, like, if you can...
Pumapaldo si Kobe, ah!
It doesn't really do much of this Venomancer hero. He doesn't do what he did last patch. He can't just farm jungle.
Yeah, I think we write that one off for now. Like, the game also that Liquid picked Veno in was a very interesting one, and other than that, it's been kind of unpicked. It also was totally uncountered in that game. I like the Dawnbreaker is ignored up until this point too, because I do think the value in the hero goes down the more people figured out that to counter it, you just go...
Ang laking sugal kasi yan eh.
She ults, you just put all the crap on the ground, and you've committed a Dawn, you've committed whatever hero she's saving as well.
Oh, sarap.
You turn the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like the Dawnbreaker, the Axe, these are heroes that, as the tournament developed, started to look really good, but I think we've now
after
reached a
ilang
point in
years.
the meta where they've been figured out. Like,
ganito nga pala yung pakiramdam uminom ng Coke.
In both of these heroes, so it could be a liability to
Kaya ba under 41 duration? Tingnan ko lang yung mga tatayaan, guys. Sorry. Bumili kasi ako soft drinks. Sorry, guys.
Whoa. So they took
Patawarin niyo
a
po
very
ako.
long time to think about this.
Yes.
But they end up banning the puck themselves because they
Wait,
have
don't
the chance to
tell
pick it up,
me.
and they go for the Warlock, maybe preemptively already countering a potential Dawnbreaker coming out. But there will be a puck in this game.
Huh?
By the way, in
Bakit
terms of the bans that Gaming went for, we talked about the Monkey a lot. Brewmaster, we don't see in the hands of Betboom that often. Is that just because they have the TA?
It's an interesting one.
That's an interesting ban.
It is good versus TA. I think Ace has done it himself once, and he looked really good.
Binandi nila yung bounty.
Batrider Brewmaster lane, very hard
Bakit?
to play against as a TA. So, and they take the Warlock away. I think strategically they used a lot of time to think about this because the Warlock, it stops the Dawn, it stops potentially the Axe as well, the team fight counter. It doesn't allow Gaming to potentially get this Warlock that could stop the counters to the TA, because if Warlock does one thing very well, it's he will neutralize any lane, essentially. And TA's happy with that if you're first pick. I think so, because you're just going to shove every lane, go pull, shove every lane, go pull, and you'll eventually get out of it. And they will take potentially a Malady hero here against the Batrider.
Yeah, and still, we gotta mention it again, not a bad ace hero either, because you can take the Fatal Bonds off in lane against Warlock. You can farm perfectly fine in that lane, which means if Tofu is playing a hero then he could be left alone in that lane and go somewhere else. But also an amazing hero with TA in the safe lane to take all the Batrider, like Napalms, Batrider W. Dispelling all of these things feels really good.
Yeah, you can just run at the Batrider in circles and just shield yourself to give TA.
Kanino to?
No pressure there.
Willow.
I like this from Gaiman. This is a really good draft.
Maganda.
And they pick up the Willow. This could lane extremely fine with Abaddon. These two heroes are not the worst at killing Willow, but also I think Willow can like jump and kill a bat or a Warlock. It's a
Papay na GG. Hindi. Willow to.
So it's basically Abaddon is still open to be the 5 or the 3 with this pick.
Bakit puro tinidor yung binigay sa akin ng tatay
There's that
ko? Paano ko
lifestealer. We talked
kakain?
about it quite a few times. It is a hero that Pure is exceptionally comfortable on.
He is.
Now you probably run the Abba as a 5 with that pick.
Ay, GG na!
Actually, because I think both these teams
GG
want
na!
Beastmaster pretty
3-0 niya na.
for the offlane, but yeah, if you are a 5 Abaddon
Gusto niya na.
and a TA, you have no
Mag-hedge
way to
na
really
ako.
kill these boars that are coming at you. I mean, later on, yeah, the shield is nice to have if you are going to just like play defensively against the roar. But I think
Kasi itong lifestealer, pwede yan sumanib sa summon ni Beastmaster.
for the team.
Pwede din yan sumanib sa summon ni Warlock. Pwede din yan sumanib kay Batrider.
Run around inside of the Helmet Overlord with the Gore Storm.
Oh, maganda yung Leshrac ah. Wait lang.
Strong combination.
Biglang gumanda yung Leshrac.
It is, in my eyes, not a very easy Leshrac game. Like, I feel like you're running into Warlock ulti.
Wait lang, biglang nag-Leshrac. Maganda yung Leshrac. Okay, mag-all in. Wag nyo ipindutin yung bet. Wait lang.
He does have an Abaddon to save.
Sober undercuffsan tayo.
1+.
Overkills. Check ko.
Also, I will say the modern version of Leshrac doesn't play like the age-old.
Under 41 minutes.
Get in there. It's
Pasok
like you
to.
do get in there, but you're not this like damage over time, you know, slowly whittling everyone down, eventually killing them type hero. You get a blink dagger
Kaso
and
may
you blink in
Leshrac
and you
eh.
like insta burst somebody. So Quinn just has
Under
a read
41 to.
that this hero is good into the Betboom heroes. We'll see if his read is correct, because previously on other patches I would say like Betboom's
Wait lang,
lineup
gusto ko
looks
yung
pretty hard
tinayaan
to
ni
play
ano,
Leshrac too. Would you
yung
agree?
may win,
I
ano yan?
think this
Yung
Leshrac is,
combo.
could be very explosive. I think that's what they
Win
want
to
have.
duration
like,
of
your
map,
supports
ayan.
can die before they do anything.
Over
with the Lesh
39,
blinking on
over
you. But yeah,
38,
Lifestealer doesn't
under
care about you too
41.
much. Beastmaster,
Under
I think when you get
41,
the Helm
yes.
the Overlord, you're a pipe buyer. You're gonna have some tools against that. This, I think, truly is going
tumataas.
to be
Sige nga.
a mind game for the mid lane. It's like you've got to pick your hero here, and you get 2 bans. And this we've seen shuts down like the Pango.
Hindi tumaas to kasi pwedeng
We've
manalo
also
yung
seen,
GG
like,
dito
Monkey
eh.
King
Leshrac kasi
struggle
yun,
against
guys.
this matchup. Lesh is good versus a lot of the heroes that GPK so far has currently played, and a lot more heroes that have been like very annoying for Leshrac in the past, like these Linas and snipers. They haven't looked good in this patch.
They have not.
So this was definitely very strategic by Quinn. Like, this is what he could pick on last pick, and it's 100%. Actually, it's not 100%. This bat could go mid, which is kind of an interesting prospect looking at this. This is like
Maganda
kamikaze
sinabi
lane,
niya.
this kamikaze lane.
Maganda sinabi niya. Pwedeng mapunta yung bat kay GPK.
If you're even on levels, bat's damage is a bit higher, but also I'm remembering this based on like pre-facet Leshrac where the damage was less, and then also
Tiny
Bat
mid.
Rider didn't have the double napalm.
Ooh. So
Ace will play the bat, and most likely.
yes.
Yeah, and they're gonna have a 5.
Hoy! Maganda yung sa GG.
This hero is very good at protecting your towers.
Naka-duration na kayo?
Like safe lane shove.
Tinker to, long game to.
March on Machines is great for that. You can just spam March, make it so
Magi-spam March yan eh.
every objective that he wants to. Defense Matrix has always been insanely good versus heroes like Bat Rider and Beastmaster because you get status resistance. And we're gonna get Bat
Mid bat. Okay.
Oh,
so you
bat
know a
mid
lot of
nga.
great stuff about Tinker, but he's only been picked twice this event so far. What made and he was obviously very popular before this. What made him fall off?
Ano duration, boss ko? Parang o-over to.
Was it also just
May
the
Tinker.
changed too much for this hero?
Sabi ko na eh, antayin natin yung draft eh.
I think the nerfs definitely hurt him for sure. The Holy Locket nerf in particular hurt.
Nawala na yung over 38.
Unless you're like stacking other forms of healing restoration, that one was really rough for him. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is. Like I also think
meron
Beatles was
pa,
becoming
over
more
38.
popular in the meta.
Frags total.
And like these are things which counter Tinker because you can take off
Over 40-40 kin ko papalag. Over 44.5 papalag.
This is a way to spin the current meta that I don't think is like picking some like absolutely garbage hero, but it changes the meta to be like the one that's like
Kaso mid yung ano.
and I don't
Support
know
yung Tinker. Support yung Tinker eh.
how they like to play plays into Tinker, you know? There's a chance this is just better than Betboom's strategy because their damage is a lot of like damage over time, you know?
I mean, it's great with the Lesh though, right? Like you have the Abaddon shield.
Ay shit, nag-lock yung Frags. Nawala yung 44 over. Saan map 3 boss? May chance yung GG. Kaya ata umisa.
If Betboom can take this one 3-0 or if Gaming Gladiators can punch back.
Iba kasi mag-assist ang Tinker, guys.
Before we head into the game though, we're gonna hear some words from CY the coach.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, CY.
Iba ang support Tinker.
Tinker last pick, but I'm interested in the Bat Rider pivoting to mid. Is this something you were ready for?
Over 44 sana.
Like we're always ready for it. We know the CIS teams especially likes Bat and likes to just put it mid against like anything. So we had to pick also a hero that like can go against it, which like Lesh can.
R15.
So yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, well,
Wait.
do you think that anything
Combo
sort of
skills.
clicked after these first two
May
games? Do you
Tinker,
feel like you've kind of figured
Laser,
something out?
March, heal yung
I
March,
think it's a bit interesting with draft
Leshrac,
because like this TA is obviously a very strong
bottom
hero. We've
lane.
seen like Betboom winning every game with it. We owned like Liquid pretty hard. Like Watson played really well on that like yesterday. It's a bit weird because like Dawn usually very good against TA. I think
Ay,
used
mid
as
pala yung
Bat
Bat Rider.
Venomancer there, like, 'cause
Mid
the wall
right.
just destroyed
So
us.
Shaman.
Whereas like in some matchups, like depending on how it goes, it can go better. So yeah, some things can click, but it's also a bit about like gameplay. Like he starts with first blood on TA, like if they play slightly
Mid
better,
Bat
if we play slightly
Rider.
better, let's say it can look like we own them, and then it
Na-exit
can be
tsaka
like,
ano sa
okay,
baba.
now TA loses
Ay,
progression
na-exit
because
ano
maybe
sa
you can
taas.
play Dawn, something against it, etc. So everything kind of accumulates, and it's always a bit hard to like assess correctly. It kind of also depends on like how playing is, and like how lanes go and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, you got to filter through that for sure, and that's of course the challenge here. Is this the start of the 2-0 reverse sweep? Is the comeback coming?
Kita kayo,
We're
nag-march
like
na.
mode Ashore in Kuala Lumpur. We're gonna do the 3-2 sweep instead.
What a throwback! Thank you very much, CY. Let's go check it out with.
Parang ayoko mag R215, hindi ako sure.
Thank you very much. Coming in to this third game, Pure getting away with that rage as we start this one off.
May shield kasi Aba doon eh, tas may heal naman sa kabila. Mahirap mag R215 sa Betboom.
To hold that one off, and it is currently just 3 bounty runes were picked up by the side of Gaming Gladiators to start, and we do see this Leshrac Bat Rider lane mid. When we saw GBK on the Leshrac, he absolutely dominated the game, but he
should know the matchup here when he's playing this Batrider, right?
Yeah,
Teka, pinaprocess ko yung combo sa utak ko.
There were only 4 core Batriders. By core, I mean mid Batriders so far in the tournament.
Mid-bat kasi to eh.
75% win rate from these
Tiwala sa Leshrac.
The one who did lose was
Sino fave mo to win map 3?
And let's see, GPK.
Betboom gusto ko manalo. Pero yung strategy kasi ng GG, yung siya Leshrac at saka Tinker. Kasi nag-mid Batrider sila. At ito yung sinasabi ko sa bottom lane, no? Yung March. Hindi mahihirapan yung TA sa lane niya. Alangan ma-3-0 sa finals yan, boss ko. Hindi mo masabi. Puso sa Dota yun. Masiro ka.
Pure taking a lot of damage up top. Struggling a little bit, and he is definitely struggling. The one thing that
Tiwala ba kayo, GG? Na 15? Mag-R2 15, GG. Medyo nasa side yung R2 15 ko sa GG, pero natatakot ako tayaan. Saan tayo map win dyan? Kutob ko din GG. Kutob ko iisa GG.
Yeah, he's had great success. He did win 6 out of 7 games.
Hindi kasi, kahit mabuog si Puroy, kung si GPK ang taba, okay lang. At saka, life stealer yan eh. Sasanib yan kay GPK eh. Maya. Batrider pa man din yun. Over 39 duration. Pwede. Parang aabot. Alam mo yung aabot ng 39? Oo, kasi may Tinker.
MVP of the tournament pretty much so far.
That with save, but I feel like save is just so consistent. Where this is just a outstanding.
Sila well nakasanay. Oo, kaya nga sabi ko, kahit mabaog si Puroy, kung tumaba si GPK, mabubuhat niya si Puroy, mapapataba niya si Pure.
That last game was certainly one of those games on that puck. Here with this Batrider, top, they look over at Tofu, another Bramble Maze placed down. We'll pick up that Lotus at 3 minutes. And early on, you look at the CS difference, and it is all favoring Gaming Gladiators.
GG talaga yan. Pak! Nabuhay pa. Dapat, ay, di, okay lang. Sabihin ko sana dapat Warlock yung tinira niya.
It's almost a 2k gold lead. And there it is. I love the build on Abaddon. One null talisman, that's exactly what you need. Tofu's gonna chase him down, Bramble's gonna connect. This lane, I think it might have been better.
Nag-GG kayo?
Straight away, seeing what happened in this lane afterwards.
Sinabi ko R215 GG
Really good time fixing it. They need to make some moves.
Wala, maghihil lang yan. Tas di ka tatama kasi na laser ka.
Off to a good start that he can take over the game, and so far he's doing really well. And not just that, but also the offlane is popping off. This type of a lineup from Game, and they have a lot of sustain. We're talking about Tinker with the repair bots. You have Abaddon, you have TA with the refraction. Not sure if there's gonna be enough damage, especially at the early starts, to be able to deal with all this tankiness on Game. And
baba ng ads.
Tankiness on Gaming Gladiators is certainly an issue, and maybe as time goes on.
Duration 35 over meron. Wala. At sa akin wala.
They do have a lot of pick-off.
Wait, 34 over oh, bumababa nga eh. Alam kasi nilang lalampas to eh. Natatagal eh.
Shadow Realm goes into the rage, now starting to back the other way. The Shadow Word is healing him up a little bit, but now the focus is on Aketomi for a second. But he gets under the tower this time.
And also Orb of Frost, reducing the amount of heal. You're playing against Lifestealer, so Gold Frenzy / Open Wounds, like you're not lifestealing as much with the Feast, with the Shadow Word. And now that has been upgraded, considering that he's having that good of a start. Orb of Corrosion and level 2 Curse of Avernus. It is a lot of damage over time, plus also that heal reduction.
He's not working with a lot of health, but has a Photic Shield if need be.
35 over, tatay ako 35
fine
over.
In this lane, has sustain and some help. Diabolic Edict, but then backing away.
Tinayaan ko 35 over.
He is 23 and 2 compared to the 31 and 9 from Quinn. But now again, Shackles from save.
Mas copy ng 42 kills ako, okay lang ba? Okay lang.
A kill here on to save.
Pero nag-raise to ano kayo? Sa GG.
top lane's not gonna be able to do much. They got no kills, which means Black Grimoire is not gonna be like slightly earlier when you might need it.
Basta guys, wag niyo ipopost wag niyo i-post yung mga ano, yung win nyo ng mga under over. Wag niyo i-post kasi baka tanggalin ni 1x. Kaya nakikita nyo hindi ako nagpo-post. Kasi ayoko mapansin. Baka mapansin ni ano. Mag-thank you na lang kayo pag nag-post ako, ganun okay na yun.
He's trying to go for it. Just trying to go in and grab this kill on a Quinn and doesn't even need it. Yeah, that was the exact rune he wanted. Ace, he'll end up dying to Kataomi.
Nag R1 to 5 ako sa GG. Hindi mo naman.
Just couldn't help enough.
Kakakabayan.
So even throwing the tip onto this Abaddon. It's still a 2,000 net worth lead here for Gaming Gladiators, but some of the success is showing from Betboom team as they turn some of these lanes around. But overall, it feels really good for the Ravens.
Kasi yan na nga lang yung pinagkakakitaan natin pag inalis pa yan na 1x, ano, wala na. Tiis tayo sa map win.
Not even use Flaming Lasso. GPK was thinking about using the lasso. He was 1 creep away from level 6, and now he's level 7. So sticking a palm, not maxed out yet. He is playing with Arsonist Facet, which means that
ang weird nga nung ano, yung isang parlay ko, nag-refund yung ano, yung iba. Pero tinignan ko yung score sa Dota, padalo naman ako.
Certainly a way to get an easy kill
Hindi
over
ko bakit
in that mid lane if
refund.
he wants to go that way. But the TP save towards top. Bramble Maze, he'll navigate it. Curse Crown, though, means he's not really going to be able to add anything to
Wala
this.
yan.
Not going to be able to use the
Kaya
shackles.
potik
Nice
shield pa
play
yan.
from Tofu.
Yeah, kind of being
Nag-BB
patient on
R15
that
ako
Curse
kasi
Crown
small
where it
bet
could have
lang.
been thrown elsewhere.
GG,
but
sabi ko
waiting
GG
for
kanina.
the Shadow Shaman to kind of show himself. With
Pero
that,
tignan
though,
natin,
those
malay
supports,
mo.
they're starting to rotate over towards mid.
Kasi mid bat eh.
Quinn needs to be careful. That's left Miero
Ang ano
alone.
kasi dito, kaya ko sinasabing GG, etong Tinker. Yung Tinker kasi guys, wag naman sana mag-aga siya. Hindi mag-aga siya. Kailangan ko pala mag-class 1. Ayan, yung mid. Patay. Yan yung sinasabi ko, yung mid.
A simple kill for Betboom.
Dito sila
They
babawi.
need these type of kills, and suddenly the game is pretty even. GPK did give bottle to Kataomi, who's gonna get that region.
Ang ganda. Ang rare nung skin na yan, yung owl sa Batrider. Diba Batrider pangalan mo, pero owl sinasakyan mo.
Betboom bringing in numbers again.
Chaotic offering, a Photic shield was used, and he is going to be
Oh shit, nagbabawi ang Betboom, tatama si City Girl.
Shadow Realm strike, but the infest save is there. Kataomi under the tower taking some shots, but GPK is going to die to Quinn, who has some big damage.
Ito na yung shock na sinasabi ko.
Not hitting anything, it's just kind of walking at these heroes.
Sakit yan guys. Sakit to guys. Kasamahan mo ng Tinker.
To try and go for safe.
It was a nice play there from Betboom, going behind the tower, killing Gabba, who is still level 5.
Tama ako under sa frag last time. Tapos kinabukasan biglang may win 1 ganun.
He needs to have a good game.
Huh?
And so is Watson.
Hindi ko naintindihan. Sorry.
Save needs to be careful.
R1 to 5, congrats!
Flame break, gonna push him away. Still, diabolic edict.
Not enough, yeah. And GPK is just in too far. He tries to play
GG
aggressive,
yan,
but
guys.
we've talked about how
Tignan nyo yung nagagawa ng Tiny at Leshrac. Kahit sumigaw ka dyan, pag, alis muna kayo. Kayo na yung patay. Diba?
From mid to bot, Tofu being a big help to get these
Medyo naguluhan ako dun, Nak.
more gold and an injection of an advantage.
And he also has Earn. They also have big
Paldo na R to 5, GG. Congrats, Ate Tina.
Lotus at this stage of the game.
Ate Tina, yung volleyball pala, tumama din.
They have Earn of Shadows.
Hoy, sino yung nag-ano ng HOK? Teka nga, sila natin. Boy pa ba yung HOK natin?
One of Photic shield comes through. Terrorize. Repair bots, which are maxed out now. Gonna be a good amount of healing at Maladich.
Hindi na!
He just needs a recipe, and he's gonna have that holy locket. Not an easy
Tumalong!
game by any means. We'll see. Next fight, next 2 fights, if they lose them, Gaiman will take control over pretty much the whole map. With the damage, with that Deso TA, you can take over the objectives. We might see something from Betboom.
3-0 ng All Gamers. Pero panalo ko dun sa Panalo ko dun sa panalo yung, nag-win 1 ako eh, sa All Gamers.
Yeah, he still has Helm of the Dominator, but he needs Helm of the Overlord.
Yun lang yung tumalong.
Time, open wounds, save coming in, hits that Hex. They've got the Shackle. That is a kill for Pure. Getting him closer to that Relic.
Tinayaan ko lang kasi under lang yung frag, di kasama yung mananalo, yung team. Tapos kinabukasan, nasama taya ako kahit nag-under frag lang ako. Kinabukasan, nasama sa taya. Nasama sa taya mo yung win. Tama, kahit nag-under frag ka lang naman. Baka naduling ka.
Definitely felt like it was not necessary.
Baka naduling ka. Hindi, I mean, baka lang hindi mo napansin, ganon. Oo, nasama yung match win. Yung natayaan niya bali yung match win plus yung under over. Ewan ko.
Yeah, when GPK played it, I don't think he died a single time in that game. Maybe one that, but this has been the story of GPK so far at Wallachia.
Nasisi pa. Mali ng 1x yan. Kakampihan kita, mali ng 1x yan. Naiintindihan kita. Kasi ganyan din sa akin eh. Pero sa akin, malupit, refund. Binawas.
Will throw out that primal roar. Now the terrorize thought about, but Tofu doesn't commit to it.
Joke. Ina-assert siya ng terrorize. Wala, hindi ka na makakalapit. Nagpamark siya. Ganda ng counter.
Way too many that they do have. Holy Locket is ready.
Kaso dinaan sa push. Basag mid.
They will get something done from the mid lane. At least getting something. Miero. This Helm of the Overlord will be delayed.
Ay, formation na ganyan, napapalitan yung taya nila. Kaya nga yung win. Lalo na pag mataas yung win. Yung sa akin eh. Nakaano ko nun eh, 2,100 plus na ads. Tapos 7 ata rin eh fan. Sabi ko lang. Kag. BB tayo dito, Idol Cup. Hindi, GG. Sabi ko GG, kanina pa. Gusto ko manalo yung BB. Pero ano na ako, natalo na yung 3.5 over na parlay ko, kaya sige lang, kahit manalo na yung BB. Natalo ko sa ano, sa HOK. Isa lang naman 3.5 over ko. Wait lang, parang gusto kong ano, ihabol to. 3.5 over. Sa, ano to? Ito ko napunta dito.
They have very limited amount of stunts. Maybe he thought I can rage TP out. They don't have enough, but you also
maghahabol ako ng ano, +1 sa GG Gaming Gladiators. Kasi ano yan eh, 2.84. Mataas odds niyan, guys. Pag nakaisa yung GG. May tiwala ba kayo? May tiwala kayo sa akin? Tataya kayo +1 sa GG? Ha? Eh kaso nag 3-0 ka sa BB boss ko. Hindi ko natuloy kanina, 'di ba? Sabi ko, hindi ko muna itataya hangga't hindi ko nakikita yung draft. Eh hindi ko nataya yung ano, yung 3-0.
Both shrines, that's going to be big experience for the supports on the side of Gaming Gladiators. It's two cores that take the shrines.
Parang gusto ko tayaan yung taya ko. Wala pong nakakapansin.
By the way, has more farm than Miero and is closing in on having more farm than Pure.
Makakaisa to eh. Ay, bumaba na yung ads. Ayan na. Bumababa na yung ads. Teka lang, ako muna.
But if you do get a good amount of farm, he's 3-0 and 6. And when he finishes off Solar Crest, Holy Locket, with the repair bots, his defense matrix gets maxed out. That's 30% status resistance plus the barrier. I'm not sure where the damage is gonna be coming from because Betboom right now, they are very limited.
Pumatay pa nga kayo, BB, para tumaas yung ads ng ano, GG.
But he also can't be the only damage dealer in the team. GPK, even though after getting those 2 kills, he did get shut down. Has some stacks to fall back to, but Miero's game is completely ruined.
He has no farm in the moment from an offlaner, and you could see Pure trying to infest and look for something, but going after Ace is not an easy kill. You're not really
parang magtututo to. Feel nyo, tuto. Parang feel ko tuto. Ang paganda ng laban.
Maladich, he'll throw down the repair bots, and then they should be
able to get this tower with the catapult. No deny there. TP mid. And Dark Will was there. Chaotic offering comes through.
They'll get any kind of kill they
Flame
can get.
break, Tofu, and the Terrorize
Patay
is
ka.
a complete miss.
Yan, para tumaas yung
But
odds.
Save will get the kill on a Tofu. They'll start to take
Toto
the
yan.
serpent words for some extra gold.
Tapos BB
They
panalo,
do
no?
give up that kill of
Scripted.
Tofu. Worth 388 for Save.
Not too bad. Any kind of gold influx they can get, it's pretty good. Save.
Ayoko
hands off
mag-ano eh.
keyboard.
Baka kasi
He is
mag-game,
playing lifesteal
baka kasi
after all,
mag-pack
not many things
bigla
you
eh.
can do.
Sa game 4.
Not really.
Pag nag-pack sa game 4, lista nyo na.
For Ace.
Kahit nga hindi pack eh.
Kind of expecting this game to
Napabilib ako sa
a little bit
Naix.
long.
Kaso biglang nag-lesh rock.
Picked that up and
Mag-Ghost Scepter lang si Lesh Rock. Wala na.
now going into a Radiance. They picked up the Orb of
Tititigan na lang siya
Corrosion
ni
before.
Naix. Ayan na, tumataas na yung odds.
Maybe a little bit surprising to see that Midas, but when you expect the game to kind of go 45 minutes or so,
Yeah, this is
it'll
also
pay off.
something 33 does. If he feels like he needs to go for different itemization, whether for a blade mail, Orchid, Octarine core as well, lowering the cooldown with your facet as well, could come in pretty handy. But also if you want to scale, there's always the Radiance option. And speaking of Radiance, Leicester just did finish off his. Quinn, Kaya, Arcane Rune in bottle. This could be a good fight for them. Maladich is sitting behind him, so Quinn can play very aggressive.
Watson looking for the Desolator. 1,600 gold away from that. We've talked about how these Lifestealers can do well with the Ancient Black Dragon, but he runs in.
They have the damage.
3 heroes.
Bakit?
He needs to be careful. Edict
He is
Ay,
really
wala.
getting a lot of damage.
Basta
Bramble
dumaan
is
doon.
down. He ran into that, and
I don't think he's going to be running into that again.
nobody else was there from Betboom that responded. Oh, okay, Pure.
Taking that pure damage from Diabolic Edict. And also Templar Assassin.
Nag-over
even
na
before
ako.
Deso. So like this creep that
Ba't
he takes
dumaan
over
si
and
Puroy?
also creep from
Ano yun?
Beastmaster are not gonna be doing much.
Sabi ko sa inyo, papaisahin nila eh.
He got him.
Yeah, he'll have save. This is such an easy kill.
Wala na.
These heroes just melt.
Hindi pwedeng mamatay si Puroy eh.
Melt or meld?
Hindi siya pwedeng mamatay.
Well, they definitely will. That is maxed out and also Deso once he
Kasi
finishes
naghahabol
off,
sila eh.
fight damage. Who's
Tapos namatay
gonna
siya
pick up?
doon.
Quinn?
Tapos doon siya dumaan.
They are controlling all the runes, all the power runes belong to Quinn. This is what you want to have on Leshrac. GPK has Pike ready.
And Lasso.
Ilalaso mo, Leshrac?
You're lassoing somebody who's hurting you. Doesn't even have to click any buttons after that.
Kateomi tried, or at least
Parang
wanted to for Chaotic Offer and then realized he's dead.
hindi niya pwede ilaso yung Leshrac, guys, kasi parang sabi niya, sige, patayin mo na ako. Parang ganun yun. Nilaso niya yung Leshrac na nakaano.
Stabilize at 5k, even with these 2 kills that they just lost.
Is it all on Pure?
It pretty much is.
Ano, nag-map win na kayo? Nag-map win na ako, third map.
Losing one of those and
Sa GG.
7 times, so we'll see if he's going to be able to replicate the same thing. Problem is they're so tanky. Tinker's becoming tankier and tankier. As mana boots,
Kunat
that's
na rin
probably
yung ano,
gonna be
Tinker.
Guardian Greaves as well.
Pag nag-aagah pa nga si Tinker, kawawa pa sila eh.
Not sure who's gonna be
3-1 BB. Hindi ko sure. Parang 2-2 City Girl. Parang 2-2.
This would be a big kill.
Sino naka-nullifier?
Can they kill Quinn before anybody gets melted? They can.
Ang yaman naman nun.
They would have loved that to be on, say, GPK. But this is gold coming in for the
Ganito pala ang
Warlock, where
pakiramdam
he's
na
looking to get
nag-cook.
a 4-staff. He's already got himself
Para
a
kang
Glimmer
busog.
Cape. If there wasn't a Tinker in this game, we would probably be saying that Kataomi has a lot of fun.
Tama.
But because he's now able to be compared to the Tinker, who is giga-farmed.
Kung walang Tinker eh. Tignan niyo yung Tinker. Ayan, ito yung Tinker, guys. Tignan niyo. Wala lang. Ganyan-ganyan lang siya. Tapos uwi.
Seeing that there's tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, if they need to steal this rune, they
Map
can't
3
allow
bago
Quinn to get it
mag-start.
again.
One last ride. Pero baka umabot ng game 5.
Working on that 4-staff.
Parang nga eh.
Just picks up that arcane rune.
Sayang yung 3.5 over.
However, it doesn't have serpent words. They'll go for the Tormentor top. This
Natali
will
yung
be
ano, all yung sa ito.
kill
Okay,
for
isa.
Betboom team.
Paldo sana.
Save gets that shard. And again, having that upgrade to the foul play. He's coming towards top, but there isn't really a hero here to follow up. They have Miero, but that didn't really seem like that was going to be enough. So save TP's bottom. Looks like they'll give up this tier 1 tower. They want to take a tier 1 tower of their own. Shard helps them cut into this, and now they've got themselves the Hex. Pure moving forward, but the TPs are coming through. The Upheaval's going to be committed to this.
Hindi naman sa atin yun eh. Sa
Abaddon TPing in. Will he commit to this TP? He will. So Ace commits that TP while Quinn gets a kill on a GPK. That was also nearby where this fight is going on. So they can start to drift down towards the bottom.
May chance yung DB. Napatay nila yung Tinker, guys.
Miero, save. Seems like they're keeping out.
Hard farm yung
Tofu also
Tinker.
has an idea. Maybe he's trying to cut them off here on this little bridge. Seems like that's going to be enough. Getting GPK. This is one of the few times where we see GPK having more than 2 deaths in a game. 4 deaths already. Not an easy game for him.
GG win to, no?
What was his average? 1.6
Wag lang ma-comeback.
as of that point.
Wag lang matanga. Ulit yung GG.
Like
parang kanina. Sana nagkaroon sila ng heart-to-heart talk bago nangyari yan. Kasi sinasabi ko nila Tinker tapos Leshrac. Nasa kanila yung advantage dito.
Pretty much doubling that value.
Mahirapan yung Batrider dyan eh kasi may Leshrac eh. Uubusin lang siya niyan. BKB counter sa Leshrac. Okay, mag-BKB ka. Tapos
94 gold. Ooh, another amplified damage for Quinn. This has been sitting there for a couple seconds.
May TA.
Pure's going for the Ags.
We've seen it before. When it's a good game for it, he wants to lower the cooldown. It goes down to 20 seconds. Wants to play slightly longer fights. Have that extra bit of a damage. Doesn't disarm anymore, unfortunately. Would definitely love to have that against Templar Assassin. Link Dagger on Miero. It's like they want to smoke. They want to be playing the pickoff game, get a kill, and then maybe try to get an objective afterwards or deal some of the damage. But it's not going to be...
Ay, win na yung R15!
Batrider,
GG! Win R15!
This is a big one if they
diba? Tama tayo!
Good job there by Betboom team. Miero pulls and gets that kill. 338 gold for him. And he's starting to recover. He's recovered really well because he was down there with the Tinker and now he's up there with Ace.
Ay, hindi pa nabibigay. Bakit
They will need so many items. Like him sitting the same amount of farm as GPK, you said close to Ace. I want to see what he started. Like, it might be a good game for Shiva's Guard because there will be good amount of healing. You're playing against Abaddon, you're playing against Tinker with the Holy Locket, repair bots. Not the usual item on a Beastmaster, but might be a good pickup in this one. And they also are going to be needing the Nullifier. Removing those barriers, removing the fence matrix.
Pero ang yaman namin naka-nullifier.
This is very annoying to play against. And them having no abilities that go through debuff immunity, so that also means that he can always rage DP out.
As long as he doesn't soak too much damage. Quinn came towards top. The trap is down. Glimmer Cape using the trap to try and get this kill. And almost gets it.
Sayang.
That was pretty close. Maladage not there in time to put down these Tinker bots, but using the trap to try and get that kill onto the Warlock. Still with Pure keeping up with the net worth. You never know what he's able to accomplish with this one. It's one of his best heroes.
Dragging the creep wave. This creep is pretty speedy. Almost 400 move speed, burning them down with the Radiance. When he gets out of it, also deals the damage. Pretty much one-shots the creep wave because of the Gore Storm facet.
They scanned. They know that they were there. Quinn's actually waiting for them on the other side. Might even...
It was a nice play. Showing the hero in the bottom lane. Rest
Nag-under ba ako?
relatively close by, but also
nagsabi ba ako ng 41 under kanina?
The Twin Gates try to punish that, whoever is pushing the bottom lane. Instead, Game and Gladiators, they have a better option. They have an option to go for the tower.
I think hindi. Sinabi ko tatagal yung laban dahil sa Tinker. Diba? Sinabi ko? Long game to dahil sa Tinker.
He's had this for a while, and the net worth has kind of stayed pretty
over 40 per point time. Tama.
For a while. Gladiators really haven't broken through this wall yet. Pure. Range TP. Just goes all the way back.
Tama, over. Mahirap mag-push kasi ganyan, no?
They can't really jump Maladich with the assumption that the Templar Assassin is nearby, and still is. Arrow's gonna continue to farm for this
Ang conditions para matapos na maaga, mapatay yung Tinker.
Wants a blink dagger to get some initiation going. Might be able to drop Watson.
Deso na to.
Now
it's way too risky. With the Tinker TPing, bringing all these auras, solar, defense matrix, now even mech.
Ang taas kasi ng high ground ng ng GG. Ang pang-counter nila dito, tignan mo. Hindi maka-forward yung Naix. Parang i-clear yung lane. May Abaddon pa.
They are smoked.
They want to take the tower in the mid lane.
Yep.
Bringing in numbers, and let's see. Maybe they can try to catch. They're
Gusto
trying
nila
to punish
mag-push.
Tinker here on
Kasi
the side.
malulugi sila late game. Kailangan nila ipilit mag-push.
Double BKB now
Kaso
ready.
ide-dep ulit ng Tinker sa top.
Batrider's not there though anymore. Hex hits immediately a TP from the Templar Assassin. And for Staff, the damage not enough.
Di umabot.
And an escape from Safe.
Very limited lockdown. They will need
Ang hirap mag-push dyan. Uy,
be
pasalamat ka, wala pang ano.
Still not that much
Sight of
damage,
Vice
like
kahit isa dyan sa mga yan.
through debuff immunity, but not enough damage at the moment. They've been splitting the map nicely. Betboom always doing something
Pangtakbuhan
in the
pa rin
side
hero
lanes.
ng
Like
BB.
even Warlock right now in the bottom lanes using Fatal Bonds.
Hindi pantakbuhan, pero wala silang choice kundi tumakbo.
So far, Gaiman, they haven't been
Kasi
able
ano yan eh.
to punish that. Just
Tawag
said,
dito,
like, they need
Beastmaster
extra
yan eh.
these abilities to be able to
E-engage
get that
yan eh sa set yan eh.
initiation. Abaddon might need to get something like a basher, but seems like he's
Kaso,
going for
mahirapan
a bit
sila
of a
kasi
more
Leshrac.
cooldown-oriented build.
Tapos may
Something that we
Tinker
said
pa.
that 33 does.
Yung Tinker kasi pag na-laser kayo, hindi kayo tatama eh.
Longer fights win
May
off of
Abaddon
that.
pa, counter dito sa Batrider.
GPK, he is
Ano mo,
looking
Pax.
very much in trouble, but the chaotic offering with
Kahit-
the lasso of the BKB. Can he turn this on to Quinn? He doesn't have a
Go.
lot of health on GPK.
Clash.
How much more can he go for? But
Ayun,
they got
napatay
the
Tinker.
They get the kill on Maladich to look over for Quinn, but he's got that aphotic shield help from Ace.
Okay, good. Pero pag nakapag-Sight of Vice,
Only onto the Tinker. They've got this ancient black dragon. Throws down a fireball, doesn't really matter. The curse crown pops on a Pure.
ang galing micro ng BB. Galing nila mag-kite.
GPK, he's healing up and might be able to return to this fight with a lot more damage. Queen doesn't have a lot of
Walang mana yung Leshrac.
They've got themselves a circle ward, they'll invest it on the Queen. They've got the Fatal Bonds that hit Tofu.
Patay.
Tofu dies first, Quinn dies afterwards.
Nako, may pag-asa, BB.
Even with all the sustain, with
Walang
the
mana yung Leshrac.
the aphotic shields, it's just not enough. Betboom persistent in this fight.
Lakas ang micro.
Dealing insane amount of
Nag-buyback
damage.
yung Tinker, oh.
It's on a low cooldown with the Aghanim Scepter.
Mali kasi pwesto niya dun eh. Andun siya malapit sa Naix kanina.
And managing to find Maladich. This is the first target you want to kill. This is also pre-nullifier, and I think he just might be getting nullifier plus the radiance. Like I don't think he's gonna be this.
Tatagal pang map 3 boss ko. Oo, sabi ko nga tatagal talaga.
It is gonna be pretty insane removing all of these barriers.
Lalim ng Tinker eh. Mali pwesto niya dun. Dapat dito lang siya sa outside, tas pa-march na lang niya pa ganun. Bale, hindi niya kailangan gumit na. Layo lang siya, laser. Aether lens, mag-Aether lens na lang siya. Ano? Walang mana dito yung Leshrac oh. Patay, wala kang mana. Kaya ang signal nila, tara pasok, walang mana yung Lesh, walang mana. Wala yung skill. Natawa lang si Pure.
His good lifestealer performance again.
Pulls the net worth to even.
Alam ko dati yung agha ni Abaddon, parang skill ni ni Faramis eh. 'Di ba?
Well, not so much the Batrider back into the game.
Nako, alam nila walang skill si Willow, patay ka.
Completely isolated. They are starting to TP in.
Maybe they can immediately. Pure's like, I'm out.
Grabe. Kita niyo yung ligtas ng Tinker? Basta tama pwesto ng Tinker, kaya.
These heroes pinching in and did not want to take the chance.
Again, this is favoring Betboom. They're waiting for the next round of items.
Oh, itemization lang.
Beastmaster
Kung
wants
nakapag-Sight
AC,
of
wants
Vice
another
yung Tinker,
aura.
GG sila.
There was a game where GPK played Batrider, he did go for AC of his own because you do benefit from the attack speed on the Batrider with this Arsonist facet. Going for Manta style this time around.
Daedalus almost finished for the Templar Assassin. They do smoke up. Taking a look.
They saw the courier. They saw the courier.
Oh, they found him. TP in though.
Nako, Tinker bag.
And there's the chaotic offering. Borrowed time's gonna put him back towards full. He blinks away, and now they stacked all that, and they're gonna lose GPK top. That's the smoke that works out for Gaiman.
And when they are making this type of a move, this is the third time GPK gets punished, where he's playing away from the team. I guess somebody needs to be showing in the lane, otherwise it's gonna be slightly too obvious. Tormentor is ready.
Agha, kahit agha lang sa Warlock.
Tormentor's ready, but the
sakit na ng TA, oh, kita niyo yun. Ilang hits na yung ano.
Is like a minute away. I got 2 thumbs up for that one. I was told I was correct.
Si Pure ang ano dito, guys. Si Pure.
We did struggle.
It only took me to the grand
kasi
finals to get that
BKB lang ang pinakakailangan ni Pure eh. Tapos ang talagang pinakakailangan mapatay dito, guys, yung Tinker. Pag napatay yung Tinker sa Clash, lugi ang ano, lugi ang GG. Kasi itong Leshrac maubos at maubos mana niyan eh.
Tier 3 towers. Roshan's not allowed yet. About to respawn. I would also be fine if Pure gets Nullifier and then still goes back to Radiance. Maybe he's just valuing the Radiance for the farm speed, but if they feel like they need it, he could also be buying Helm of the Iron Will, then disassemble it in the fight if they really need it to dispel, and still go back for Radiance.
With that kill in GPK, as well as getting that Tormentor, they went from that 1,000 net worth lead to getting it back to the 6,000 that they were at before.
Croaker?
Patay ka pare koy. Patay ka pare koy. Oh, wag manggigil. GG.
Ace was on him. Flame break pushes him, but he's got borrowed time. Or does he?
Walang borrow time yun. Kakagamit lang kanina. Sinasabi ko wag kayong manggigil eh. Ano kayo ngayon?
So GPK moves in. Flame break a little bit late. He's still just moving on.
Kayo manggigil, GG. Wag manggigil.
Guess he did not count this one in.
Just hit that 15 recently and the Hex breaks.
So he broke him and they killed him off instantly.
Ewan ko, sino ba yung aba doon? Kanina din eh, siya din yung kanina eh.
He did go for Octarine Core, fully invested. Now the full wraparound. Let's see how they're gonna approach it. They want to climb the high ground, save. Can he catch him?
Patay.
No BKB.
There's the last one they terrorize. They got Tofu, they'll look for Watts in the 4 staff. He has nowhere to go. No place to move around, and now it's all on a Roche.
Nako, talo pa sila.
Moment, pretty much. Save that Hex on Abba.
Throw yung aba doon.
Also getting another initiation on Templar.
Palitan nyo na yung...
no way to save him. And they're getting even more items. The Nullifier pretty much is on its way.
Getting this Aegis, taking a fight.
Buti na lang buhay pa yung 3-0.
Really taking it in.
3-0 na tayo.
Fresh air here for Betboom in this game.
May pag-asa pa yung GG. Nakikitaan ko talaga. Huwag lang silang mag-ganun. Player diff talaga. Parang nasa player na. Walang discipline. Chase ng chase. Wala kang ano.
Did die 3 times in the laning stage. Got focused pretty heavily.
Walang ulti yung aba doon.
Now top 3.
Pumasok.
Pretty much has the same amount of farm as Lifestealer. They've been struggling to deal with this Lifestealer going in. Infested in a creep. They cut the creep wave so many times. Always making
same spot. O nga no. O nga no. Doon sila na-choke kanina. Doon ulit sila na-choke. Tapos ganun ulit. Aba doon ulit. Sino to? Si Ace. Tat sa ulo si Ace.
He needs to be slightly more careful.
Pero mo Octarine ka na.
Has 3. Tinker can kind of be there at any time. The scan connects. They know where they're at. They at least know something's over there.
This Hex could be pretty big.
If they could start out the fight, he's got a blink, so he can surprise them.
Tinagal pa si Daichok.
The call time was 35 minutes. They show up a little bit late. And
tama, pa-expire nyo Aegis. Di nyo kailangan pumalag. Di nyo kailangan pumalag. Pa-expire nyo lang Aegis.
Tinker pushing bottom. He'll try to get out.
Huli! Nullifier. Alam mo yun, ito yung hindi ko ano, nung ako nagtitinker, TP sa mid, dagger sa hindi nakikita. Tapos yung patakbo ko pa ganon, sa gilid. Tapos dagger ulit. Bakit ganun, ewan ko, ganun ba? Pag pro player, isa lang, sa pwesto ka lang. Diba? Kayo, nagtitinker din ba kayo? Sa gilid. Wala, ito yung sinasabi ko pag napatay tinker. Wala kayong ano. Baka batalo pa kayo. Wala kayong tinker dyan mga lods.
What a play from Betboom, splitting them into two different directions and might get both of them actually. Tinker has no buyback.
It could force him into a bad fight too. They do not have this Tinker, but now he's got buyback. The glyph is available and they'll use it. Flame break though, thinking about it, but uses that BKB.
Wala, out na kayo. Buhay na yung Tinker.
But Betboom, they're not fully back just yet. Maybe they're looking for their way in.
Pati item ng Tinker, hindi ko masasuggest. Wala pala siyang dagger, guys.
Tinker buyback. This is pretty big. What he brings to the table, but there is nullifier now on.
Wala siyang dagger, kaya pala.
There's a reason why they wanted to get lifesteal pretty much in every single game possible. Having a good read and pure.
Oy, safe na yung 38 over.
Lifesteal one more time. 75% win rate.
Ay, 37 over.
Has himself enough gold for that
chance to win this game, not a win rate, but whatever. But I would say that let's check what their win rate was so far in the tournament.
It says 75-25, but this feels like it's one fight away.
70% win rate for Betboom team so far in the tournament. Wasn't too
30, ano na yung kills? 33.
Too far away.
No, it wasn't. I think the shocking thing is, Gaming Gladiators what, 12-1 coming into this series?
35 pala. 35 over nga pala tayo. Sorry. Okay, win na yung 35 over. Ang 35 over nga pala. Kanina. Sinabi nga pala kanina. Di siya tumama. Dapat mag-ghost scepter to si ano eh.
BKB's running out in a second. Then the damage can be thrown over from the TA. They're also going to have Ace to try and hit him up with that defense matrix as well as the aphotic shield.
Ba't wala ka kasing dagger at saka ghost scepter, Tinker?
Now Pure's got to fight back. However, he's locked down and killed. 3 heroes gone. Keto is going to be next. He's trying to get rid of the high ground, but the Curse Crown is there. The control with the Yules, and that is a dead Warlock. A big fight here for Gaming Gladiators. They do lose Watson, but they come out ahead.
That's a fight without using any of the buybacks on their side. Getting into the fight did split. You could see Flash Track finally getting the damage in.
Yan ang gusto ko.
Tama!
Ang laki ng tinaya ko sa match win ng GG. Manalo kayo.
To get anything on top of him. So he chased him down. His rage.
Grabe yung heal ni Tinker.
And also Abaddon.
Alam mo,
4 aphotic shields in the previous.
ang kailangan lang talaga nila Ghost Scepter kasi hindi naman sila may hit ng Naix eh. Hindi pwede mag-Ghost Scepter kasi yung Bat Rider tapos nandun din yung Warlock. Adi wag kayo lumapit doon. Hindi naman lalapit yun eh. Bat Rider lang nilalapit eh. Nga mo.
Didn't manage to survive long enough but they still get killed in the end. And then there's the amplified damage. Not sure who even picked it up. It was
Scepter sa Lesh, tama.
But them fighting close to the Abaddon with the Photic shields, with the heals.
Ang nag-Ghost Scepter pa yung kabila.
Keeping him alive long enough just so that they can get stuff done. And then Ace shows up full HP. And that fight is over.
Warlock pa yung nag-Scepter.
From the side of Betboom in that loss of a fight. They're still the ones at least leading when it comes to the map, but
si...
back to the net worth lead.
Oo nga, nakalock sa 40 odds. Akala ko lang nakakita. Hindi ko sinabi.
Have that extra time in between rages to survive in this fight.
It is 21-second of debuff immunity if he doesn't overlap it. Plus, then you can get another one slightly later. It is a 9-second BKB. It's going to be extended by extra 2 seconds once he gets rage level.
Prinsip ba kayo mga boss? May talo dalawa.
he wants refresher. If he can get that double hex, knowing that they only
Natalo
have
sa
so many
R215
saves, they have,
at saka
like,
sa...
first half, Glimmer Caves, these type of items, but if they have vision, and they should be
Saan ba
having
natalo?
vision, because Dark Willow does have gem, they could lock onto a lifestealer and kill him.
Bet history.
Getting that gem back from that fight.
5.6
R215
could mean a lot if
kanina.
you can get to the refresher.
They know this is pure. And you look at the damage that he's taking.
That's
he
level
needs
25
to back
left.
away. Yeah, the damage is a bit overwhelming to force that BKB from pure. Not the way he'd like to use that BKB, but
Isa lang, R215 lang pala.
lackadaisical over mid.
Isa lang. Yung isa parlay ko, pero hindi sa Dota, natalo ko sa HOK.
The only thing that Pure
Hindi
is
sa
afraid
Dota.
of is pure damage from Leshrac.
Ay,
Those
mali
explosions,
yun.
level 25.
There's the lasso. Can they get the kill on a Queen before this all pops off? They go to the chaotic
Patay.
Queen's gonna be dead, but he's gonna buyback immediately.
Tofu,
now,
also
on
dead.
the side, they get the kill on a Tofu. He's got buyback, but does he want to come back into the fight? Leshrac will get there in a second, but things aren't popping off as much as they were in the beginning of that fight. Now that Queen has to re-enter.
Trying to
Wag
reset,
na.
but also trying to make something happen.
Wag na, GG.
This was also a pretty late Blink Dagger picked up by GPK. I'm not sure if they saw that he does have Blink Dagger, so he dragged him away with the Pike and with the Blink Dagger away from a fight. Roar comes onto the Abaddon so that he
Ayaw kasi
can't follow, he
mag-set
can't get the
ng
Aphotic
Koya
Shield,
mo
he
eh.
can't dispel it.
O kahit,
It was such a clutch
o
play
kahit
from Betboom.
linken, para hindi ka mahatak ng Batrider. Maglinken ka.
It's 5 seconds
Leshrac.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably more than 5, more like 15. We're waiting, we're looking at the clock top.
Just give me 2 thumbs up, come on.
Hindi ko maramdaman yung TA. Hindi ko siya napapansin sa class.
Yeah, you know, it's back though. And they see it. Quinn buying back is a massive blow here to the offerings of Gaming Gladiators in the team fight, but they're the ones who are sneaking over to Roche with this smoke.
Trying to use this opportunity, knowing that 2 supports don't have their ultis available. It's a lot of damage. This Roche goes down so quickly.
Mabilis yan. Sobrang bilis niyan, legit.
Damage has been done. Somebody needs to go in. They're scouting things out. GPK made the slot.
Uy! Nakuha!
But he picks up the refresher shard. Maybe he can survive.
And cheese. Eats the cheese.
And the cheese. He's ethereal and will get...
Gagi, nakuha niya yung refresher. Ni Batrider.
And now, Niero, he's gone to the other side. He looks over at Maladich. They're gonna refresh and GPK. He's got this BKB. But Pure...
Nanolifier. Tinker, save nyo, Tinker. Hindi pwede mamatay, Tinker.
When he's still alive, Watson, BKB is gonna run out in a moment. They took the first life out of the hands of Quinn. Can they...
Ang Tinker kasi ba't walang dagger? Nai-stress ako.
These heroes are here. Infest is ready. He got silenced. Infest.
Itakbo mo, TA. Itakbo mo, ilayo mo.
He needs some help. The terrorized connects. Pure's all alone. Where is your team? Oh, Pure dead for 100. No buyback.
Oh, this could be pretty big and safe. He got nullified. He doesn't have foul play ready. Does have buyback ready. 1,000 damage crits coming out from Plempo.
Mga umover. Congrats yung mga umover. Ginawa. Wala siyang tatakasan. Sumanib siya sa TA. Eh pag nagtago yung TA, lalabas siya.
They also blinked out, I believe, into the middle of 5 heroes and rest of the team not ready to back him up. Clutch play though from GPK, going in, getting the refresher, getting the cheese, almost getting the Aegis as well.
Uy, pero ang lupit nung Batrider, nakuha niya refresher, nakuha niya yung cheese, tapos nag-cheese siya, tapos nakuha niya yung refresher.
Once he sees that they're infested in, they move back towards the rest of the team, and nobody from Betboom's there.
Nararamdaman ko na yung TA, napansin na kita. Kanina wala.
Close to 50% win probability. Still trying to buy time.
3 kills. Ay, oo nga, 45 over, Frogs.
45 seconds. So pretty long
abot
time.
yan, abot.
And Quinn, after dying there,
pero kailangan manalo yung
This
GG.
is a fine item, but I also
GG
need something
manalo
else.
ka.
I need something different. I need more survivability.
Ayoko
Knowing
maulit
that
yung nangyari
I
sa akin
don't
sa
have buyback
Spirit.
available. A lot of level 25s here. 25 on TA with that melt hit bash. Level
Spirit
25
kasi,
Ava,
Lechi.
Mist Coil. It's 350 AoE.
2-0 na, naging 2-1 pa eh.
He wants to get Abyssal on Ace.
Just to have more control. Lifestealer is pretty much doing all the damage, even though GPK does a lot, especially now with level 25. He has magnifying monocle, so that's extra bit of attack range.
Ipopost ko na lang yung link. Ay, baka masyadong maraming umad.
Even Tinker has BKB ready. Like they're getting bigger and bigger.
Even Tinker almost has 25 ready. He's 23.
shard
Pati
for
na item
Quinn
ng
now.
Tinker.
That's a lot of area denial in these longer fights, especially when the BKBs start to run out.
Tingnan ako ng item ng Tinker. Tataka ako, hindi siya nagda-dagger.
Stunned and then deleted
that shard
at Hardy style by TA.
It is not 3 times anymore, it is 2 additional times. Still very strong if you're fighting in the middle of it. Does have Timeless, debuff duration, spell amplification with Pyrrhic Cloak. If you're using that on any of the heroes that don't have any kind of a dispel, they're gonna die. And there's a lot of Lincoln Spheres.
Na ano kasi ako, ayoko ng mga underage sa GC. Hindi naman sa madamot ako, pero bata pa kayo mga be. Tapos nagsusugal na kayo. Baka hindi natin masabi, baka mamaya yung pantuition nyo itayan eh. Diba? Tapos ako pa ituro nyo.
A harder target to kill when within the rage, but when they find those intervals without him having that or the BKB, Quinn really does start to melt them. Gotta wonder if down by 10k now, and a good amount of that is Tinker, but a lot of that is also these cores ahead. Can they kind of fight back? They're trying. So are Gaming Gladiators. They're down to their last life in this BO5. These heroes are getting closer and closer to 25. And they've got a couple there already. Beastmaster's further away from it than the Tinker is, which is a little bit of a surprise.
His is, I would say, not as impactful. Having the roar in 30 seconds allows you to use it one more time, so it's still very good. Maybe 3 times with the refresher. But some of them that they got on Gaming are pretty massive. This level 25 Lesh that he had for quite some time now, you can feel that he can't really get too close. Oh,
Trap.
he got silenced.
Silence for Staff. He does have an E-Blade if need be. Flame Break thrown over, but that won't connect on anybody, and they will retreat on the side of Betboom. Tense moments, as even with these fights that have gone the way of Gaming, they have not broken the high ground. This high ground in the bottom lane was taken by Betboom, what, 28 minutes in?
Yeah.
They really were pushing for an end at a certain point. Pure will spot these heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but it's really the side of Gaming Gladiators that have them in their trap. They get the kill on a save. They'll look for the Terrorize, and the BKB comes through. They hit the Terrorize. The 4 Staff's back. Now they're going to go to the Chaotic Offering, but they're going to melt through Kataomi, and that's going to be both supports down on the side of Betboom. Flame Break hits Tofu. Blink away from this Bat Rider. GPK trying to get out of this. He's got 4 Staff in a moment, but he's also got that Firefly, and he can get up onto the high ground away from this team.
Losing the gem there as well. This is pretty massive. Like, they're going to be outscanning. 2 supports are doing a lot more on Gaming. You have this Tinker who provides you with pretty much every single aura, a lot of healing. There is nothing to stop the healing from going off. Another roar, but they need to fall back immediately.
Forward. He wants me arrow.
Keeping in.
BKB, and just so much damage. Everybody's here for Gaming. He doesn't have buyback.
Gaming, they're ready. They're ready to push for the high ground for the first time.
Miero's short 700 gold on that buyback, and now they're going to go to the high ground. They won't have this Beastmaster for that entire time, and buyback's going to be available for Quinn in 10 seconds. The advantage has fallen all the way over to the side of Gaming, and they are really looking to end this one. They had the Golem pushing mid, cutting this creep wave, but still, they're moving forward, and they're going to get themselves at least a set of racks.
Nangyari. Palike naman ng live boss, baka pwedeng pabalato ng like. Like na lang ibalato niyo sa akin. Over na over yung duration. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, long game yan, tatagal yan. Kung may long na, mas long pa sa long yan. Baka nga mag-lock item pa yung mga yan eh. Tignan mo, hindi pa lock item tong Abaddon, no? Nakamidas pa. Nakamidas pa siya. Bebenta pa niya yung Midas. Thank you, Aaron. Longer.
some resilience, making sure that they're not knocked out of this 3-0.
Reverse sweep. Uy, wag naman. Naka-champion ako sa Betboom. Chinon. Ito na naman, nabati na naman eh.
We've seen them in spots like this before where they've come back, but Gaiman, they are really, really in a great spot 50 minutes in.
Oh, nag-upgrade na din ng dagger yung Lanayo, Swift Blink.
They do have nullifier, but it is only one nullifier.
Walang dagger talaga yung Tinker, no? Na ano ko, na OC ako.
With 30% status resistance. And this is not going to be fun to play against.
Lasts longer than the cooldown.
Thank you mga lords sa mga nag-like and subscribe.
Divine Rapier for Pure.
Uy, naka-divine. Nag-divine si Pure. Pag namatay ka talaga, sinasabi ko sa iyong bata ka.
He needs to deal the damage. Like he needs to go in and try to kill off people immediately.
Nako bata, pag nalaglag yan, GG. GG call talaga. Pag yan napunta sa Lanaya, divine drop talaga. Nako, ako kay kinakabahan. Nag-divine.
There's a lot of time in between then and now.
Also gotta respect the buybacks. You are
Nako.
Think they know. They just scanned.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty rough. Even if they win this fight, like you said, the buybacks are
Pop.
available. Save up on the high
Up.
broken, dust used, but nobody.
Walang dagger yung Tinker eh.
They've got themselves this caught Shadow Shaman forced staff back, but he cannot survive the
Nice down, Shaman. Divine. Yung naka-divine. Dali. Wala siyang help, wala siyang katulong. Sige. Divine drop.
A Divine Rapier here for
GG. 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 Wala. Divine drop. Sorry po. Ang ingay ko daw.
Try to see if they have buybacks available. Only one on Warlock. This is 3 versus 5.
Sarado.
Tinker went back for a second.
Pagalitan tuloy ako.
Pushing into the
3 versus 10. Everybody has buyback available.
Or he might just go for the bounty rune. That's all they're pinging.
He needs 7 gold
Donate.
on Pure.
Beastmaster still down there. Tinker
Nanalo yung plus 1 ko. Ang taas pa man din ng odds.
Lincoln's Park over there.
Sakit niyan, Lanaya na may divine. Naku, huwag kang mag-asin. GG. 3 hit to. Wag. Kininpest niya yung assassin. Tapos, ang gagawin mo?
They're trying to find something. Miero's dying and Quinn solo.
Look at Pure.
Gagawin.
Miero gets soloed by Quinn like you said, and he just does not have an answer. Keteomi's gonna die. GG is called. He'll hold on for now. Gladiators. Game number 3, and we're gonna see at least 4.
Boss, G4 over ba ulit? Wag muna. Wag muna kayo mag-over sa G4. Delikado na yung G4. Ito all matches, best of 3, ay 3 matches. Pagdating ng 4, ito na yung kailangan nyo mag-doubt sa taya nyo. Kasi, hindi naman sa taya, kasi hindi talaga ako sa taya nakabase. Sa game ako nakabase. Mostly nangyari sa game 4, it's either a give for a game 5, or a quick match. Kasi dito sa game 4, pwedeng madaliin na ng GG, ay pwedeng madaliin ng BB, or pilit bumawi ng GG. Diba? So, merong chance na biglang baka mag 37 minutes. Tapos meron ding chance na 37 minutes na below 37 minutes nga pero GG yung nanalo. Parang ganun. Kasalanan ni Puro. Divine, gago.
Which is what we saw. I respect the balls from Gaiman to go for this strategy. They pick Leshrac, a hero that is all or nothing.
Ingay ko na magalitan tuloy ako. Sumisigaw na pala ako.
You know, both heroes are just gonna like run at each other, and whoever does more damage over time will kill
Divine give.
But one side has an Abaddon who is shielding and saving, And then you have the other side who
Ang taas pa man din nung tuto kanina. 8 ata yung odds. Wala na, sayang. Nag-plus, sabi ko na yung plus 1.5 ako sa ano eh. Sa team 1 kanina eh. Tama, plus 1.5, kailangan mo ka 2.
So it was kind of like Gaiman presented these two big problems and then picked supports to protect those problems, and Quinn and Watson both played the game exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean they definitely did, and this Leshrac.
Okay, so stats natin guys ng game 3. Over 35. Over 35. Over 44.5 na frags. Check pareho. Map win GG. Check. Ano isa? R215 GG. Check. Ayan. So, check. Ano pa? Check lahat. Walang talo. May natalo ba? Wala. Sabi ni 1X, well played. Siyempre.
This looked really good for them. Like, they just continuously kept the team alive with all the shields. This late pick Tinker looked absolutely amazing here. And I think for Betboom, a lot of the way they did win was off the back of GPK playing
Divine Donate. Lupit talaga ng Divine Donate, guys. I cannot.
Maybe they want to
yung Tinker. Pang-asari mo ka. Hayop ka. Hindi ka nag-dagger. Na-stress ako sa'yo. Kainis. Pero okay lang, good. Ganda ng play, kahit di siya nag-dagger. Support Tinker nga naman kasi siya. Expect na natin di siya magkakapera to buy a dagger. Mas pa-prioritize niya yung pang-save at pang-assist sa kakampi. Tagal bigay nung saturation. Legit ba? Hindi ko pinapansin eh. Hinahayaan ko na lang dumating dating. Ang pinapaikot ko na lang kasi yung mga napanalunan ko, guys. Hindi pa ako nagwi-withdraw ulit.
And he would use the willow.
Divine.
Yeah, and it's like a
I cannot. Di ako makamove on sa Divine, guys.
Where you can have things casted on you when you're in the Shadow Realm. Yes. And there was one time where he got hexed and he went into the Shadow Realm. I was like, holy shit! The amount of muscle memory you have to have, like his finger is, that's an index finger press right there. Your middle finger.
Sabi ko pa man din, tataasan ko na yung taya ko today. Sabi ko gagawin ko na tigwa 1K. At pala tinuloy ko. Natakot.
We're gonna look at two more things in this game we just watched. One thing was actually in favor of Betboom.
Divine drop. Baka ipilit ng BB tapusin to. Yun nga, yun yung sabi ko. Wag muna kayo magtaya ng over-under kasi etong nangyari, disaster. Nakakaano to eh. Nakakaano, lalo na Divine. I'm like, akin yun par, bawi tayo, promise. Mapapaganon ako eh, kahit ako eh. Divine drop. Matapos yung brush talk ng well, nabagsakan kayo ng Divine. Best meme of the day. Salamat kayo, hindi ako content creator ng Dota. Kung content creator ako ng Dota, ano talaga to? Divine drop. Yung Divine kasi guys, yun yung strongest na damage na item sa Dota 2. Kaso, ang downside nung item na yon, oo, sobrang sakit mo, sobrang lakas mo. Pero pag namatay ka, malalaglag yun. At pwede kunin ng kalaban. So, yun yung downside ng Divine. Sa mga may hindi alam ng Divine Rapier. Sobrang crucial na nalaglag yun kanina.
It was a really close game, but these Tinkers, right? Like, you're trying to get all these spells off, you're trying to kill these heroes, but these shields coming out.
Sigaw ka ng sigaw kanina, Divine. Kasi kung hindi nila finokus yung na-X kanina, ay talaga, trash talk talaga ang ang GG. Gaming Gladiators. Kahit ako, tatash talking ko yan. With Supuroy, nag-donate ng Divine.
The ground control that Gaiman had in this game was crazy, as well as just the healing. You saw the healing.
Dami nangyari sa Grand Finals, the best.
The defense matrix, like barriers, he's putting on everyone as
the dispels as well.
Yeah, the dispels. So there's been
bakit
a lot to
naman
deal with in
nito?
this lineup, and unfortunately, they were under-equipped. When you're playing heroes like Batrider and Beastmaster, shields and status resist are your enemy, and there was so much to deal with.
There was a lot to deal with for Betboom that they didn't deal with in the end. How recreatable is this for Gaming Gladiators to see if they can go the distance and potentially even a reverse sweep here?
Saan mahawakan ni GPK yung pack niya para all in na?
Like you said, they saw
nakaabang din ako actually.
Or did
GBK
Kaso,
maybe
kanina munti ka na ako mag-all in kasi nga nakita ko yung na-X.
But the games that we have seen him really pop off, it's like he's always Puck in Monkey King. And we saw the Queen of Pain.
Wala bang pambato Pinas sa Dota 2? Medyo bago. Meron. Kilalang-kilala sila. Kasi nagbebenta sila ng laro. Meron namang Pinoy representative ang Pinas. Kaso may issue.
GPK human.
Yes.
Yep. We got to. He's not been human lately.
Tingin ko kilala ng iba, hindi ako nagne-name drop. Kilala sila. Kilala sila in a bad way. Sadly, hindi in a good way. Support yung ex boss na sabi siya, taya kayo sa kalaban. Kung mas mataas naman kasi bayad sa'yo, sige, magpatalo ka na lang. Feel ko GG ulit to. Feel ko nga. Yung pitik pinapakinggan ko na yung pitik sa utak ko But baka may mga nag-BB kanina. Sorry sa mga nag-BB. Sinabi ko na GG. Uy, ang saya. Isa talo natin today. Sana hindi. Sira pala yung parlay. Pero wag na natin i-count yun. Hindi ko i-count sa record ko yun. Since hindi naman siya. Buti na lang napigil ko yung 3-0 kanina. Nakita ko kasi Leshrak Pagkita ko Leshrak, buti di ko napindot yung bet. Pero seryoso, if may Pinoy na maganda supportahan na Pinoy player, Flipster Talon sa EWC, papalag sila. Si Talong Gaming. Okay naman, oo. Okay, puso-pusuan kahit paano yung Talon. Pero nakadepende. Ang tawag ko na kasi sa Talon, Talong Esports. Alam na ng iba yan. Tawag ko dyan, Talong Esports. So, matalong yung hayop na yan. Third place sa Dream League. Champion nga expect ko sa kanila Ilang minutes sa tapos laban? 50 ata? 50 minutes ata. Nakamove on ka na sa quickie bet, no? Oh, nakamove on na ako. Bawing-bawi ko kahapon yung quick bet ko. Uy, sa 2-0. 2-0. Trip lang na yun Sabi ko 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Sabi ko dapat binomba ko. Kaso di ko binomba. Kasi trip lang. Sila dapat finals pinag-tripan draft ng third game. O, diba? Alam mo din. Sila yung nag-all support, diba? Omnicore. Tama ba? Omnicore yung Talon. Ganda talagang Arcana ni Jesus.
Welcome back. You are watching the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 5 and we are going to a game number 4. Betboom is still on
Pag-trip
match
bet
point.
talaga. Ano kasi nga, yan nga din yung sabi ko dun sa isang nagtatanong sa akin. Alam mo, mas nananalo pa nga yung walang alam masyado kaysa sa may alam. Sabi ko sa kanya. Kaya ako, nagsasalita lang ako based sa input ko as someone na naging player ng Dota. Sinasabi ko lang yung na-input ko kung ano yung alam ko, pero yung input ko rin may hangganan kasi nag-tweet ako ng Dota labas ni Void Spirit. So marami na ako mga hindi alam sa Dota. Tulad ng mga ibang item, hindi ko alam. Yung upgrade ng dagger, hindi ko alam yun. Yung mga ganyan. Madami akong hindi alam. Hindi pa ako naglalaro ulit ng Dota. Ang Nostra ko lang is base lang sa alam kong combo ng heroes. Alam ko yung mga combo ng heroes, combo ng skills, ganyan. Kung ano mangyari pag meron ka nito, ano mangyari kapag nagsama tong dalawa, anong kakalabasan, ganun. Yun lang yung alam ko.
Just because he's shown that if he
Exit
gets one of
talon
these
sa
heroes, he
EWC.
typically
Pas
pops
ako
off,
sa
and
dalawang yan. Mas
this is a
tatayaan ko yung
mid
iba.
map that it's a
Sorry
risky pick. If it doesn't pop
Pinoy
off,
ako, pero
it usually
pagdating sa
doesn't look good.
Dota,
And
sa Pinoy,
how are you gonna pop off in this game? You're versus a
hindi
Leshrac,
totoo yung
you're
ano,
versus a Tinker,
Pinoy
you're
wins
versus
game sa
a Bad,
Dota.
and it was a really tough game. So
Hindi talaga, hindi
Gaming
totoo.
did a good job with their bans. I think the Leshrac pick did dissuade some of these monkey slash Pango picks that he might have went for.
Ay, etong boom niya. Yung boom,
You gotta pick your
pinupusuan
hero
ko
a
yung
little
boom.
bit earlier. The odds are higher, so you gotta maybe jam that puck.
Nakabantay ako sa boom.
And I say why not?
Unpredictable talaga sa Dota no?
Yeah, it's like it hasn't
Hindi unpredictable.
yet, so just keep trying it.
May mga, yun nga yung tulad niya sa Exe, nai-issue Exe.
Needs to happen with GPK's hero because
Kung
even without the Tinker,
matagal nyo
because
nang
that
kilala
came
yung
last
Exe,
pick, I think the idea
sobrang
was
disappointed
that
ko sa
the
Exe.
Batrider does really well against
Di pa ako
Leshrac mid,
tumataya, wala pa.
which is the
Kailan lang
case
ako natutong sumugal,
historically
tumaya
speaking,
sa Dota.
but people
Kailan
had-
lang.
Yeah, people had this data from before Leshrac got the facet added that made his
Hirap
Edict do
Pinoy sa Dota,
twice
parang
the
may
amount of
sumpa,
damage, or the
hirap
same amount of damage,
mag-jump.
but quicker, right? So
Totoo.
in that 1v1
Hindi
matchup,
kagaya
it
sa
looked
ML kapag
completely
na-outdraft ka.
miserable. Even with the BKB pickup from GPK, he could not go like
CS2,
mono
nagsi-CS2
with
ako,
Leshrac,
pero
and
pag
that's
wala
even
ang
before the
pari
Tinker
vision,
showed
hindi
up.
ako
So
hindi ako sumasali
I
sa
think you
tayaan. Hindi ko gusto
respect the
yung ano ng
Leshrac,
CS2.
aka
Lalo na yung
don't
CCT,
flex the
bentahan daw
bat
ng
to
laro
be a
yun,
mid,
nasagap
with
ako.
the anticipation that,
Dahil
of
pwedeng
course,
tayan sa
they
AWC,
can now
halos
pick
lahat ng laro sarap.
Tinker, Abaddon, they can pick these heroes to
Inabang, may
empower
GC ako na
Leshrac.
betting
I think you just
GC.
go for something else,
May
which,
nag-send
more
doon.
hard counters.
Team Vitality. Uy, paldo ako sa Team Vitality. 4-0 ko kagabi. Sarap. Sarap ng 4-0 kagabi. Alam niyo ba yan?
He's so good on the hero. So
Team
they
Vitality.
tried something out. It didn't work out. That's
Grabe pala
fine. But then
oras
for
dito sa
gaming,
Dota. Yes po,
they're on the
City
right
Girl.
path of
Kaya
how
nga
to
sabi
win
ko
this
sa
series,
inyo,
right? You gotta really
tingnan mo,
focus on
nakakapagod ang
GPK
Dota.
doesn't pop
Kaya
off.
kung may laban
Because
kayo,
for hero pool, it's fine, but
kung may
it's
laban
that
kayo
loss
kanina,
point
yung
for
next
to
drop
really
nyo,
scale with them.
either pampahinga or pantakbo. Ginawa ng Betboom, di ba? Pantakbo. Pang kahit lang, sundot-sundot, takbo, sundot-sundot, takbo. Ganun yung diskarte.
And I wonder if that played a part in their victory as well.
Convo ng Exe nagbebenta ng laro.
Get your choice. So
Matagal na kasi
and
yan,
then
yung issue na yan,
18K,
Aaron
you
Bautista.
have lots
Sobrang
of
tagal na
options
yan,
there,
ganyan talaga
so
sila.
I think it's a lot easier.
Sa
and
major
that's
lang
a
ako
big part of
tumataya
that, right?
CS.
They were able to
Uso
steal the
Mafia
TA
dyan eh.
on first pick, and
Yun nga eh, nakarating
that
din
is
sa
the
akin.
beauty of first pick. You can steal heroes very easily. On second pick, it's a lot
Dami
harder.
ko multo sa CS to dahil sa Virtus.
I don't hate this.
I think it's
Hindi ko
fine.
ano yung Virtus bro.
Because as long
Sa
as they
CS2.
are
Pari
understanding
talaga
that
ako.
Save
Fan ako
is
ng
likely
pari.
to play this, sure, you can give it to GPK
Kahit saan
mid.
ano,
I think it's fine
hanga-hanga
if
ako
it
sa
looks like
pari
a free
dito.
Batrider
They
game.
banned the Baden too, which I really like.
Yeah, if you're making sure that the
Ba't
shields
uli?
are not there, you're not picking
Alin,
it
yung
into
sa
a matchup.
Exe?
Like you're picking it into a matchup where you know that Batrider is going to dominate. Like melee heroes mid, Batrider will dominate a lot of these.
I feel like you take the
puck.
puck here. Yes, good. I think you take the puck just because there's so little bans, and you need to start dismantling everything Betboom can do here.
Ganda ng trophy.
And I will say the same thing as I said
Ganda
at the
ng
start of the
trophy, guys.
series. Gaiman is actually one of the teams
Pag-isipan.
that made Puck first pick work.
Yan ba yung trophy?
By at some point
Hindi na lang
rotating
ulit ako
in a
nakakita ng
Tofu
trophy ng
position
Dota.
four.
Yep, and I genuinely believe that Puck as a pause 4, generally speaking, is actually
Ba't
not
uli?
that bad.
Oo nga, no?
Because the innate,
Ba't
where you
tinagpo?
are dodging and getting
Game
healing,
5 ata.
is
Grabe
something
ka
that is
naman.
a lot less broken.
Yung mga
on
open na
mid
hero
lane,
pa naman si
theoretically,
ay
because
si
mid already has a
GPK.
bottle, you're already filling
Kung masterin
bottle
niya
up
yung
with
pack, alam
runes,
niya counterin
constantly
yung
having
pack.
this regen, so it's like a little bit of extra regen there. Of course it matters. Like you enjoy this on Puck. But in a side lane, you're not
Inaantay
used to
ko nga
just
may
having like
mag-silencer eh.
constant free regen,
Ewan ko kung
right?
bakit
So
hindi
I do
isa
genuinely
top
think
tier
that
hero
it's
ang
a strong
silencer.
hero and it makes the flex
Para sa
even
akin
better,
ah.
that it's just
Ewan
an
ko kung ano na-nerf
underutilized
ba,
thing.
na-nerf ba ang
Yeah,
silencer.
the first time they did it,
Ba't
they
hindi siya
did make
viable?
sure to do it against
Sa bagay, si
Jakiro,
Invoker nga hindi
who has the
nagpapakita
double
eh.
attack. But even without that, I do think they can
Yeah,
make it work if need be.
he was walking into tower while taking like 2 hits from a range creep and getting 4 projectile dodges.
Guys,
and
over
healing up,
60 lista nyo na.
100 and something HP.
60
100 mana.
minutes?
It's like this is
60 kills.
This is a crazy amount of regen for a side lane support.
I mean, I'm totally fine with that, and it's definitely a viable option. However, that was early on in the tournament before a lot of players have proven that
Baka naduling ka, lang,
if
Rolo.
you play it the right way, doesn't actually
It's just
have
fine, man.
counters, right? And it scales better than almost any hero in Dota. So
And if they're really worried, they can still ban out the Ember at this point.
yeah, because like I'm just looking at mid lane a lot this tournament,
No,
and
don't ban Ember.
it truly does feel like in this patch right now, we have our S tier mid laners.
Yeah.
And I feel like going out of your way to get some niche pick might not
Pala ako
be
nagpe-flash
worth it
ng
anymore.
oras
and
na.
honestly, let GPK play the
Tinker
defense mid.
secure?
Like, I think that's totally fine
Kanino?
because then you know that the
Ay,
guy that was the
naku.
problem in the first 2 games
Naku,
is
listan
gonna
nyo
be
na
also
long game.
normal hero and
Listan nyo
not
na long game,
completely
guys.
popping off. He's a great DK, but the performance that we've seen him on
Pero pag di
his
ulit siya ng
S-tier
dagger,
heroes is
magagawa ng
godly.
paraan to ng BB.
And Tinker just generally getting
Tinker na walang
valued
Lincoln, walang
higher
dagger.
in this,
It's a freaking
in this
free hit
series.
Tinker.
What did GPK play against Puck yesterday? It was Monkey.
Yeah, it was
wasn't
Monkey King. I am
Over na
shocked.
naman to, baka
I'm
hindi.
shocked that got
Naka-monkey si ano?
absolutely shocked.
Yeah, it
Baka
looked
hindi guys,
so
baka
good.
hindi.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Katomi Bane is great.
Tandaan nyo, hindi nagda-dagger yung Tinker.
I feel like there should be a huge emphasis
Pag di
on
pa
this
rin
mid
to
lane.
nag-dagger, kawawa
And
to sa monkey.
yeah, he just looks so good on the hero. Like, yeah, maybe they punish this. Maybe this is the game where you can
Task.
the
Mag-task
Huskar,
ka.
you know, Tinker,
Betboom,
something like
task.
that will work. I'm skeptical
Shaman,
if this
kung
is
ayaw mo
Puck
ng
mid
task.
versus Monkey King.
Yeah.
But it's still playable. It's not an unplayable
R215
matchup by
BB,
any means.
possible.
It's just Monkey
Possible
King,
guys,
if you
possible.
give it a reason
Don,
to get into
Don,
the game,
Don,
it will
Don
generally
BB, Don.
thrive.
Yeah.
I love it with Batrider a lot. Just Lasso into Wukong is such a strong combination.
You know, I really wouldn't mind.
They're gonna take Morta again, aren't they?
I wouldn't mind flex Puck to B4. I know Puck Tinker is a very sus support combo, and then just get Lesh. Just go Lesh again. They already have
Yeah,
Tinker
iPhone.
to shield them. We have seen how disgusting Leshrac is against Monkey King mid. It seems to completely dominate him.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's totally playable. It's fine.
I love the idea of Muerta, by the way. The classic. You don't
usually what they do.
You don't know where it's gonna go, you know. And it's good against Tinker as well, good against Puck, ground target of silence.
At this point, if you go for the Muerta, because I know Pure can play the monkey, but he probably won't. And so if he won't, then GPK will play monkey, then save.
Ba't ayaw nila magnaga? Nakaban talaga.
Just go for silencer.
Autoban ng naga.
Yeah, I mean,
Grand
maybe
Finals,
they
open
can't
mo
pick
naga.
Morta
Parang
just
namigay ng
because
win.
I don't know if Katomi plays Batrider. So far in this tournament, he has not. So, I mean, then again, Save. Yeah, he's played it actually. Save is typically the bat player for the team, so maybe they couldn't pick another Save hero.
Yeah.
Save can only play one hero. So Silencer is good versus
Autoban,
both these
TB,
heroes. They don't
Naga.
get silenced,
Yun, yung
especially
pinaka-autoban.
Puck, so that is pretty good. And now Gaiman needs to kind
Parang
of
namimigay ka ng victory
decide
pag
what they wanna
in-open
do.
mo
I
yung
mean,
hero
the
na
Leshrac
yun.
got a bit better now.
Lalong-lalo
Leshrac
na
doesn't
yung
care too much
Naga.
about being silenced.
I think though,
Ang
you have
inaantay ko
to
talaga dyan, silent. Ay!
consider
Wala
everyone
na!
actually thinking that the Tinker saves were
Guys,
happening.
nilabas na yung hero na
Now,
sinasabi
Silencer,
ko.
You can kind of ignore the Tinker component.
BB na to.
Then again, he can get Greaves, he can take the global off.
Yeah, I mean, Greaves is not a bad item on the hero, so it's not like an Oracle counter or something where he doesn't buy any items that can dispel himself, so he doesn't have an issue farming either.
We got a Doom and a Willow. I also thought a Silencer is probably also preventing a potential Dawnbreaker from coming
Yeah, and
out
this
on the
just
side of Gaiman.
confirms the Puck flex is no longer going to happen, so it will be Puck versus Monkey King in the mid lane. And now Pure.
Is there a
Wait lang,
reason
eto na,
to not
titignan ko na yung taya mga guys.
It's
So,
not versus Doom. I mean,
duration tayo, duration of the map, dahil may Tinker, kaso may Silencer, so pwede ma-cancel yung Tinker. Ganda ng Doom counter. Lip Stealer. Collect ni Pure. So, it's a support bot. Support bot na to. So, mahirapan na dito yung Tinker na hindi nagda-dagger. Mahirapan din yung Puck.
This is fine. I mean, it's good in lane. Doesn't care.
Okay, so pwede tayo mag-duration, mag-under na kayo dito.
You better kill him with Doom because
Hindi ko masasabing long game to. Kasi may silencer guys eh. Kaya hindi ko siya masasabing long game. Pang-cancel kasi sa Tinker tong silencer. What if mag-BKB? BKB, Tinker, silencer. Pwede naman mag-BKB muna bago siya mag-silencer.
So then we're looking for our final picks. Hero for Miero. It is Betboom that
Para
gets
sa
to
akin,
have
under to.
this bad
Under
phase.
42.
And a Watson hero for
Kung ako
Gaiman,
tatanungin nyo.
unless they put Doom
Para sa
on
akin
Watson,
pero
which
pwedeng mag-over na
there is
lang
a
kayo.
potential there too.
Over 38.
Centaur looks
Parang mas safe yung over
nice.
38.
Running away from Doom, Tinker. The only thing is like Coil.
Naisip ko under 42 eh.
You can snap that. Also,
Pero parang aabot ng 38.
Pipe Builder against
Kasi pipilit lumaban to eh. Ayaw naman matalo ng ano eh.
damage.
Ayaw matalo ng
Summons
GG.
are okay, but into Doom it feels kind of bad because he can eat them in the lane.
Parang ayaw magpatalo ng GG.
Yeah, I mean,
Ay, nag-39 na tuloy.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I
Sige,
think it's
39
likely
tayo.
Doom.
Over
Maybe I
39.
so far only been watching for gaming, but I know it's an
Feel ko
amazing
lalaban yung GG.
It is.
Kaso kasi monkey na ni GPK ito. Ayoko na lang tayaan. Delikado talaga. Parang 42 under talaga naiisip ko. 43 under. May tataas pa ba yan? Gawin mong 45 under. Pag nag 45 under, sige, G. Sure na ako. Isang hero pa. Bigyan mo ako isang hero pang pang-convince eh. Kung under or over.
Yeah, I mean, Pango, Bristle could be interesting.
R15.
Just sit there.
Hindi pang pick off yung G. Wait lang. Antayin ko yung huling hero, guys.
Hates playing Bristleback. It would be like your frontliner, which, you know, Leicester doesn't like.
Pero expect nyo na yung overkill dito, guys.
Monkey
Mag-overkill kayo dito.
So if they put a
Frags
Bristle,
total. Tataya na ako. 48?
could be good.
Taas.
So, yeah, Bristle, Pango.
Play safe na to eh. Kasi isang buhay na lang eh. Mataas masyado yung 48. Play safe na to. Ayaw na mamatay na ito dito. Kasi isa na lang mananalo na yung BB.
I'm pretty certain as well that
52 under.
goes through
50, 53 under. Yan, pwede pa.
actually just heal people.
53 under.
So even if you have a frontliner like a Bristle, for example, or Pango, if you go on them, you can actually just have that extra heal.
Nagtaya ako sa frags total ng 53 under.
It's not considered a heal. It's just a straight HP.
It's Sunder and Time Lapse are the other two.
Hindi ko pa inaantay yung huling hero. Wait lang. Nag-bet agad ako. Hindi ko nakita yung huling hero. Axe kanini Axe.
That one's kind of the weirdest Sunder I get, but either way, they're gonna take Axe. This is a more aggressive approach.
Okay.
Very strong in lane.
So, ang combo nila, Nyx Axe combo.
Carry Doom into Axe.
Ay, Nyx.
Because later on in
Na
the game,
X.
you don't really
Life Stealer, combo sa Axe, pasok, infest. Silence pang backup. Batrider to lasso. Monkey King to hunt. Kabila, so asa sila dito sa Tinker to survive. Tapos, pang disengage dito ang Willow, Doom to save, and to, hindi ko pa sure kung ito yung magke-carry.
That's what I'd like to see.
Ano kayang last
I
pick
was
nila?
thinking that, but the only concern was like the global silence.
Sure.
To counter the
44 under duration. 44 na?
For a little bit, but like you have saves against Lasso, Wukongs.
Teka lang ah.
You have 2 lives, so if they jump on you,
40 over
you're
na.
pretty strong. You are this agility.
Dapat pala yung 38 over, pinalag na natin.
That has minus armor. There's some
Nag-53 under frags. Oh, nag-53 under frags ako.
I think the lane is really good, yeah.
Mag-play safe to eh.
Stealer could really punish him. And you can kill the silencer over and over.
Mag-iingat na to.
Just because they have silencer,
Ang mag-aasim dito, yung BB.
not pick any saves.
Kasi gusto na nila matapos. So, kasi tignan nyo nag-axe. Pag-axe kasi aggressive yan. Aggressive drop. Papasok at papasok yan. Blink in, tapos si Nyx nakasanib sa kanya para makapatay. Pero hindi naman lahat yan mapapatay nila early. Kailangan mag-scale na ng ano dito, ng silencer. Tapos kailangan mag-BKB yung Tinker para hindi siya ma-silence. So, expect na na.
I mean, I think of what was left.
Oh, maganda yun. Vengeful Spirit.
An almost unplayable matchup.
Sayang yung 38 over.
Scale a little bit, but by how much? And of course, Venge, you can buy Ags, and guess what? You can buy a Manta. You're a core. Now all of a sudden, you just press Manta.
Core
You
bench.
can't counter that.
Even if you aggressively swap Axe for
40 over, gusto nyo? Parang 40 over.
That can actually be worse for Axe than swapping the target and saving them, because if you swap Axe into the fight, he's still not blade mailing because he has to run back the distance, right? And then Axe is in a position where he can then get focused.
Tatagal to. Oo, 40 over, guys.
The formula of game 3 just now.
I like their draft a lot.
May bench. Kasi yung bench kasi, nang sosop yan eh.
GPK, as he always is.
Bali matatampot nila yung, ano, yung silencer.
And destroy it. Could happen, but in an even game, I feel like you have
Frags race 2. Total. Uy, may chance yung ano. Biglang may chance ulit yung ano.
unlosable in these late game situations.
Yeah, that was
unlosable.
Is like Monkey King is a counter to puck, at least that's what the data
Wala
said
na lang kay
prior to this
GPK.
tournament.
Sabagay.
GPK has beat puck in the mid lane and snowballed, but can he do it
Gusto
again?
nyo mag-raise to 10 sa BB? Possible kasi sa BB. Raise to 10. Kasi ang lalambot ng kalaban eh.
Curveball is your way of winning this matchup or not, so we'll see.
May raise to 20 nga BB. Parang mas gusto ko yung raise to 20. Kaso abot ba ng 20?
No, they can wait. Their scale is good. It's just they need to make sure GPK doesn't destroy the tempo of the game. That's simply it for me.
Mas lalambot kasi ng kalaban sa early.
Going into that mid lane if things do go south for Quinn.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
20 ako. Magre-raise sa 20 ako.
Yeah, because honestly, especially with the facet that Quinn went, he should lose this lane.
Sa
Like, you're
BB.
supposed to lose this lane, and I think GPK is high skill enough to
BB ba fourth
punish him
map?
for going this facet.
Hindi ako nag-map win. May chance dito, may chance yung GG guys. Hindi naman siguro maasim mag-bench pull to si no? Pag maasim to mag-bench pull, tanga kapag nag-swap ka sa Torre.
Thank you very much, Sheever, coming into game number 4 here between Gaming Gladiators and Betboom. It is an off-lane Venge, something we haven't seen too much of this tournament, but safe lane Doom for gaming.
Ano duration mo, boss?
Coming into this
Under
grand
44.
final. They go back to the
Ay,
Tinker,
over
and
40
this is
pala,
something
over
that
40. Binawi ko pala yung under
showed off
44.
in the last
Kasi
game.
nakakita ko
It
ng
really
Vengeful Spirit.
They had a lot of success with this carry Doom. This Vengeful Spirit last pick, I feel like this is pretty much what's gonna cause the game to be much more difficult for Betboom.
Yes,
Because
tama.
it's great against Lasso, it's great against swapping the Monkey King out of Wukongs. You have BKB Piercing Tool against the Lifestealer, great against swapping the targeted
Tama.
axe initiates on. The question is how much farm you're gonna be getting. It is gonna be 2 range heroes into the Lifestealer. We saw them taking a fight in the previous game where Lifestealer couldn't really do much. Like they were forced to TP with Warlock, and this time I don't want to see him lose that much HP at the start. I want to see him start with the full HP. He's playing with
Saan
the
map
Silencer.
4?
We saw very
Hindi ko
hot
sure.
and cold
Parang
Silencer
GG.
performances. We saw one game
Gumaganon yung yung
where it was
pumipitik
Team
na naman.
Spirit with Poshka
Parang
completely
Jumi-GG.
dominating, moving
Pag
from
nag-
lane to
pag
lane.
nag-
This is not the most killer threat lane. Like you
Pag
have
nag 10
Lifestealer in the
minutes,
lane, he does pretty
hindi
much
tumaba
nothing
yung
other than
monkey,
the right
mag-GG
click. So I
ako.
wanna see if it's gonna be him rotating to the other lanes.
Kailangan
making them
tumaba
lose.
yung monkey,
GPK
guys.
is playing his Monkey King, so he
Nag
can make
R220 ka din
rotations
sa
as well,
BB.
or if it's gonna be
R220 ako
safe,
sa BB.
maybe trying to go for some of these sneaky rotations when Axis creep skipping, when he's going for the jungle as well, farming in the triangle.
Some white noise gone as they restarted their TeamSpeak. You a TeamSpeak guy?
I was, yeah, back in 2011 or something.
You weren't part of the raid call, Ventrilo?
Yeah, we used
Skype.
everything, Skype, Ventrilo.
Ang ano kasi dito guys, yung Axe Peak, meron silang meron silang Dark Willow. So pagpasok dito ng Axe na may Nyx, si Willow pwede siyang magbato ng
Yeah, when I call you on WhatsApp,
yung ulti niya para yung Axe tatakbo. Or ang pwede mangyari, pagpasok ng Axe, iswap ng bench. Papalit sila pwesto. Ganun din, yung Batrider. Pag naglasa yung Batrider,
I find out how your day is while I'm waiting for
pwedeng
Zach
iswap
to answer
ni
me.
Vengeful Spirit.
Speaking of how your day is, how is your day, chat? I can't see
Basically,
you right
ang
now,
ganda-ganda ng bench.
You know,
Siya
I
yung
see
sisira
your
ng
face,
laro.
it's not a 3-0.
Siya yung sisira ng laro ng BB.
very pleased with that one.
Yeah, well, you know, you always want the most Dota possible.
Drugs
Why
boss
not
over
get the
under.
most Dota possible?
Ano ako,
We've
nag-over
seen it a couple
40.
times
40.
between you and me. The 2-0 immediate lead, and then all of a sudden, things click for the team that
Ay,
is
over
down to
40
their last
duration.
life, and then
Ang
you
frags
get
ko
into that
ay,
situation where
tignan
you're
ko.
at,
Yeah, all of these Dota players, all of the watchers, all of the viewers,
Over
they wanna
40
see
duration, frags
the
under
most
53.
Dota.
Hindi yan magpapatayan, guys. Ang mag-agresibo kasi dito, yung BB.
Gotta get your money's worth.
Magple-play safe, tignan mo, yung bench.
And that only happens
Hindi yan
if you go
lalapit
5
eh.
games.
Oh.
And that's what we want to see.
Hindi yan kukontes sa Sarun. Kasi, takot na mamatay itong itong GG.
And now,
hoping to close it out in game number 4.
Nag-GG ako, boss. Sige. Ikaw alay ko dyan. Pag nanalo ka, edi congrats.
Starts from the mid lane, something the panel was talking about.
Ako sama nun, pinang-block yung ano.
Does this matchup change?
Ay, akala ko crit. Gago sabi ko, pinang-block yung ano. Yung ang tawag dito, yung courier. Part map sino lamang, boss? Lamang kanina yung BB. Kaso may isang hero kasi sa GG na sisira sa laro ng BB, which is yung bench. Kaya hindi ko masabing lamang. Pwede kasing ano eh, pwedeng baliktad. Siguro pag di namatay yung bench. Huwag nyo baugin yung bench. Safe pa ba 41 duration? Depende kasi pag tumaba yung monkey eh. Yung 38 pwede pa eh. Yung 40 nga, kinakabahan ako sa 40. Kasi pag tumaba itong monkey guys, tapos na laban. Hindi magpapatayan masyado yan guys.
Like you build pretty much in the rate band, double rate band, into power treads, then straight into the Ags. And also Silencer is not the best support to deal with these two.
Game changer kaya si Bench o malalaso ng BB. Ang ano kasi dito, hindi dapat bali dalawa. Hindi mamatay yung Bench kasi siya yung hard carry. Tapos, ang monkey kailangan tumaba early. Pag hindi tumaba ang monkey early, expect nyo na. Ano pick mo dito, boss? Tama nga yung sinabi ng isa. Ilagay ko na sa screen yung mga taya ko para parang hindi ako pa ulit-ulit.
He's in trouble, chased up, battle hunger. There's first bloods for Safe.
A lot of damage over time.
Ang papatay at papatay dito, BB. Kaya rin yung sinasabi ko. Kaya nag-raise to 15 ako sa BB. Ano match win mo dito, boss? Hindi ako nag-match win eh. Kasi sobrang game changer talaga ng Bench Full Spirit, guys. Kasi kahit mag-ano tong na-X, itong Life Stealer, isa-swap lang yun eh, Bench. Lahat yan isa-swap-swap. Ang pwedeng diskarte pa nga dito, swap Doom. Pag-swap, ido-Doom.
He does have mana burn, and he does have mana aura on Doom, so that's pretty big. Meaning that Axe is not the most important.
Tas ang hindi, ito pala. Isang advantage din pala ng BB is yung silencer. Yun yung kinaganda. Pag swap, pwedeng mag-silence yung silencer.
We've seen some different skill builds on Axe. This time going 0-1-2.
Na-disregard ko yung silencer. O nga pala, may silencer nga pala.
We saw Marcy as well when he's paired up with Marcy. Some Axes getting 1-0-1 build.
Wukong command, sabay silence.
Some are waiting for level 3.
It's actually, pero pag nag-dagger na tong Tinker,
he can creep skip if necessary. He can be the one putting slightly more pressure because knowing that
GG
he's
na.
not gonna have that mana. So what's the point of having the battle
nice
hunger
body block.
if you don't have enough? Good body
nice
block.
body block. Patay ka.
He dive him under the tower. Thinks about it, but in the trees doesn't want to, and that's almost the kill on a Watson. That could have been devastating to this lane. I mean, of course, Doom is one of those heroes that really recovers.
Saan ko nila pag yung kinakain ko?
That Devourer, of course. A flame break again, battle hunger is there, and Watson just burns out to save for the second time. Catching them with these Hearts of the Machines on cooldown in a spot where he's vulnerable.
Nila pag yung kinakain.
Very well played from them. GPK.
Dota pa more.
Pretty much the same amount of CS. Quinn does have water rune available.
Pause from Maladich. TeamSpeak.
Kaka-Dota ko to.
Didn't say that, but I just assumed. But top lane, it's been pretty quiet.
Safe na ba R215 BB?
But Watson's the one struggling the most at the moment.
R215 BB. Ako nga nag-R220 eh.
So it's not the end of the world, but definitely don't want to be giving Batrider the quick 6, that lasso control.
Ay, panalo din pala ako sa 3-1. Ay, hindi pa pala nagti-3. Wala pa pala. Hindi pa pala tapos. Akin.
You're kind of rushing the item. And that's gonna be their control, even though there is good amount of saves.
Parang sinabi kong match win ako sa BB Post strat.
Terrorize as well.
Wow. Trash talk.
Inside of the Wukong's command. There's a lot of BKB piercing tools in this game on Betboom team.
Wala, nalaglagan sila ng Divine. Kung yung isa winel, eto nag-donate ng Divine. So quits lang, parehong nakakahiya yung nangyari sa kanila.
Just 22 and 8. Yeah, not bad for him. I mean, he's got more CS right now than the Lifestealer, but just by 1.
Ano ba mas nakakahiya? Yung nawel kayo o yung nalaglagan kayo ng Divine?
Making sure that he's making Pure's life not as easy as it could be as this Lifestealer. You really don't want to give him an easy lane.
Rekta na ba TI match win BB?
Or have done well when they've beaten Betboom.
Ano kasi loads? Yung Venge kasi, pwede niyang cancelin yung ano eh. Yung Wukong command. Pag tinanggal niya si Monkey sa loob. Gets mo ba? Na-try niyo na ba yun? Nagbe-bench kasi ako eh. Pag swinap niya si Wukong, mawawala yung ulti ni Wukong.
He can't really square up the extra minus armor. It's -4.
O iba na ba? Hindi na ba ganun? Bawal kasi lumabas si Wukong sa loob nun eh. Mawawala. Yun ang alam ko. Na-expect ko nga magmamars sila eh. Kaso Axe.
Try to get that level 6, maybe get some dunks going. Puck is not the easiest hero to kill in the mid lane. Amplify damage is ready on Monkey King. Save is coming. Maybe with a nice flame break, they could be able to get something done. Quinn.
Papasok si GPK sa clone para hindi na swap. Ha? Monkey?
Getting the kill on a Quinn. Tofu fighting back on Pure, Arcane Curse on
The advantage nila yung silencer talaga eh. Ito yung sinabi kong hero eh. Sobrang key hero ng silencer. Nang ma-sure ako dito sa BB, pusuan na lang. Pwede. Hindi pwede mamatay yung bench.
Good Bramble stops GPK from going forward. He is level 6. Does have access to the Wukong's command. Just making sure that they don't end up dead there in that top lane. They can sustain. They can go for that 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Because if he gets those
hindi ko gets. Baka si ano, si Nikes tinutukoy mong papasok.
Yeah, if you get that kill. But also Quinn was ready to TP in. He has Coil ready because they killed him. Same thing happened in the previous game, which kind of set them back by good 2k. Pure. A little bit of harassment, trying to bait rage out of him. Kataomi. And there's save rotation, something we said. They might be getting good amount of kills from this top lane. Trying to TP out. There's nothing to stop it with. No stuns.
Hindi pwede mamatay yung bench.
Unless you bring Axe.
Pag nagap yung bench niya,
is a little concerning. It gets better with the level 6 on the Bat Rider, of course, having yourself that lasso. But for the most part, Gaimin, these stuns aren't that low of a cooldown, right?
Hindi ko alam yan. Bago yan? Wait, isa-search ko.
15 seconds isn't
kakagago. Hinahanap ko yung kinakain ko. Nasa harapan ko pala. Sabaw.
So, allowing them to TP out. Yeah. Even Dark
Wait, isa-search ko. Hindi ko na din alam eh. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, tagal ko na din nag-ano. Bagong patch ba yan?
She needs to walk back to the lane. Malady was having a good game in the previous one on Tinker, getting good amount of farm, right now sitting at 19 only, but eventually he's gonna start to scale.
Rambo Maze connects, Maladich is here, Kathomi on the run, a laser, thrown over on the silencer, Pure starts to hit at the Tinker, they've got the help from Save, is level 5, and this magic missile won't do much. Flame Break lands on Ace, and now the chase is there. Primal Spring, even under the tower, I don't think they'll care, they'll go for more, and GPK's got that kill.
No TP ready.
Tofu has Shadow Realm, Arcane Curse, but still alive. Boundless Strike comes through, and Kethomi's gonna get the +1 as GPK gets a double.
All of these small items, and he's also gonna get the stack. So keep.
Ay, ayun, nakita ko na. Nakita rin sinasabi ni Giyong. Oo nga, oo nga. Bago nga yun, hindi ko alam yun. Hindi na pala siya pwede galawin sa loob pag pumasok siya sa clone. Dati kasi pwede. Kaya nakaka-cancel yung Wukong command. Ngayon pala hindi na. Okay. Sorry, cancel yung idea ko sa bench. Bigla akong napaano sa BB. Okay. Kawawa pala ang Spirit. Ang GG.
Things don't look too bad, especially with where
Sun
Queen's
game
at.
3.
It's just early aggression that's
Game 3?
succeeding here for the
Game
side
4 na.
They could get this
Late
kill
ka na,
onto
Lods.
Pure, which is going to be quite difficult.
Bago. Update.
They want to take this fight. Ballast strike, the lasso connects. They've got the kill on a Queen.
Wala na. BB na to, guys. Ano yung, sobrang laki nung yung nasabi sa akin ni
What it was Watson coming for. He goes and throws a doom onto this Lifestealer. And maybe
Uy, pero ba't naman kayo nagpa-minus armor sa bench pool? Patay kayo dyan. Hindi pa nakadeso yan.
Is it gonna work? Yes, with the swap, he'll have the save to stay alive. And the barrier
Yun lang. Huwag niyo ipa-preheat yung bench. Pag namatay yung bench, sure, na. Sure, BB na. Kahit sabayan ko pa kayo.
From Betboom, going into the enemy triangle. Pure with the Gore Storm facet, infesting that Black Dragon.
Hindi, Giyong, auto na, auto.
Them grabbing a fight. Maladich is in the bottom lane. This could be problematic.
Call connects. Pure is here. Body blocks now to get in front of Maladich. And this should be a dunk and will be.
Hindi gagana yung Tinker dyan kung hindi ka magdadagger. Lord, sinasabi ko sa'yo.
On carry Lifestealer. He did the same thing in the previous game where he was trying to make something happen in the bottom lane. A bit more difficult lane for him, considering that he was playing in Templar Assassin. And this time it's going to be easier for him to make these type of a plays. Even though there is Doom, there is Swap in the previous game, there were no BKB piercing tools until
BB
some
na or
later
GG
stages
pa
of the
din.
game.
Yung nalaman ko, na-update sa Monkey King, malaking ganun yun sa BB sa akin.
Go for Maladich again, lasso, and they should have
wala ka, mamamatay ka Tinker, wala kang dagger. Sige, patuloy mo yan. Kasing strategy yan. Aabangan kanila.
5-5-5-5 for a second. The quad fives.
Very important thing to point out. And this is a game where Watson will need to recover. He is recovering slowly. Hand of Midas is finished. He can sell that Midas, get the Radiance.
Wala na, nakumbinsi na ako na BB. Sabi ko game changer yung yung bench. Pero hindi pala pwede.
You can use it on Lifestealer, you can use it on Monkey King.
Kasi isipin nyo, ang iniisip ko lang nakacancel sa bench yung silencer. Yung pala, hindi na kailangan ng silencer para hindi mo maabala yung Wukong command.
Second item in the previous game, lower the cooldown. Goes down to 20 seconds, which is pretty...
Nag-40 over duration na ako eh.
Yeah. We haven't seen much of a Lifestealer, I would say, in the last couple of
feel ko
tournaments.
Hindi pa kaya magpa-end yung
and Palakia, him showing that this is still a very, very good hero in the right hands.
Maladik talaga siya. Maladik.
I would say even though they lost the last game, Lifestealer looked good in game number 3. They are wrapping over with Quinn, but again, just they need sustained lockdown through this rage, and it's going to be tough. They're going to need a couple of heroes to combine there. Diffusal Blade picked up for GPK. He'll have that inhibit. And then draining the mana from these heroes will certainly make life very difficult.
I think gaming can slow things down, maybe try to get a pick off. Once you get to the Aghanim Scepter on Venge, this is when the fights become much more difficult. Sure, you still are going to struggle if they use the combo, initiate with the Blink Dagger on Axe, who's the most farm hero right now. We'll have that Blink Dagger in the next 300 gold. And then you can follow with the Global Silence. No swap's going to come out, no defense matrix or anything from Tinker.
Call from Yarrow just on the camp, just continuing to farm, stay at the top of that net worth. You got Quinn going for that witch blade, going Yule's next. So he wants a little bit of extra control, maybe a little extra survivability. Maladich is starting to get himself some good farm. He's got himself that Holy Locket.
Yeah, Yule's very good. I mean, he's not playing into too much control, but against the Global Silence, you might need to pick it up, and it's also great against Axe. When he jumps in, you might be able to save people. Again, Lifestealer, finding the creeps, trying to get some kind of a farm.
Say wants to survive here. He's so close to this Blink Dagger. It'll be double blink timing too. Axe and Batrider will have this blink. Maladich caught. GPK is here. Here comes Pure. Thinking about the terrorize to save Maladich, but it won't even matter. They'll get the kill into the Tinker, and the rest of the team has to retreat away.
This is also before they showed 2 Blink Daggers. They also have Global Silence. So I want to see another smoke from Betboom team to try to make something happen because you want to get stuff done. Maybe Gaming are not going to be expecting this type of a move, seeing that they played so aggressive, but they definitely can play much more aggressive now with the 2 Blink Daggers. It's not just the Blink, it's also Miero with the Blink, Blade Mail, and level 2 call. So that's 375 threshold. Tofu in a good spot, sensing that something is wrong.
They don't commit forward, so their smoke doesn't get broken. They
want the big one
now. Blink call, and he is in a lot of trouble. Boundless Strike, Culling Blade. There's the kill. Miero and Kathomi don't get their smoke broken by Tofu on the top of the steps, and in doing so, Quinn comes back mid. They blink, they call, they kill.
Also not using Global Silence, so this should be a very... Oh, no.
Glasso now. They'll catch Ace. GPK, he's kind of waiting for this
ready.
Tinker. Boundless Strike coming through into 2. There's another Culling Blade. He's going dunking.
They're not done. Tofu's also in trouble. Terrorize.
Flame Break right back. This Bedboom's not going to do anything. Waiting to have him available. There's another kill for Miero. Triple kill for the Axe. 14 coats of that blood.
They are trying to steal some of the stacks as well. Quinn, they need to try to punish this. Doom is ready.
They still have Global. Quinn has to be careful.
Who's
silence?
Ooh, blinks out.
Won't be able to get it now. They still had Global if they wanted to make that move. Doom used and Rage to start. Wukong's Boundless Strike connects on a Quinn. Again, no Global Silence, the dead silencer. He has buyback if they really feel it necessary to buyback and use that Doom. The coil will snap
Rage
on a
coming
save,
off
but
cooldown.
Infest into save to save
He wants
his
to go in. Save definitely wants to jump in. With the Global Silence. Once Silencer is up, they're making this move. Looking for the opportunity.
GPK getting focused, but they'll pop the Infest. They'll think about the Terrorize, but it's just not in time. And now, Quinn, Watson running. But they've got this Radiance. Global Silence is going to be started with. They got to go after Quinn. They're going to try and get the control here. They've got the blink into the call on a 2. The swap, though, saves Quinn. Not for long, though. Balance Strike comes in from GPK, who will die to Ace.
And Miero's ready for the dunks.
See ya, Ace. It's a dunk contest for Miero. He'll catch the call. It's on
no
the Tinker, and nobody else is around because he is the last one alive, and he will fall to pure full team wipe for Betboom.
They were so patient. This Lifestealer with Radiance infested into your position 4, who has a 14-minute Blink Dagger. So basically you have very good vehicles for yourself.
Under time?
Axe in Batrider, even Monkey King. Like this can also work out, but they
layo kasi nung 40, kaya 38 sana.
Big Wukong's command from GPK and big
R220, pasok. Sabi sa inyo eh. Congrats sa mga nag-R220.
Immediately. And then Miero always in the back lines. And Quinn like trying to toy with them a little bit. Headwanning Rift ready.
Hindi, lalaban yan. GG, lumaban kayo.
No, not respecting it. Meanwhile, there is a coil terrorize and Miero is dead. That is so much gold.
Pag nakapag BKB kasi ang ano dito, walang kwenta yung silencer. May late game, potential ba ang GG? Meron. Mas lamang lang yung ano, BB. Dahil dun sa nalaman ko. Ang lamang ng GG, alam ko yung bench hindi namamatay. Tama ba? Yung bench full, pag namatay siya, nabubuhay siya ulit pag napatay siya. Or iniba na din yun.
They're getting good amount of farm. Like if you're making a move, that also means you're not farming as much. 66% win rate. It was pretty similar to what was happening
1K
in game
ako sa
number
R220.
3.
Alam ko naman na
But still,
R220.
Gaimin managed to pull it back. They
Sarap
need
2
those
odds
items.
R220. Thank you, Boss
That's
Coffee.
aces.
Walang ano man.
Aghanim Scepter will not have that for
Guys,
almost
wag nyo
full 2 minutes.
ipupusa yung mga R220, under, over. Wag nyo ipusa group, ha? Atin-atin lang. Baka kasi tanggalin ni 1xbet.
It just lowers the impact
Dito na lang yun sa live.
so heavily for the next 2 minutes. Which
May illusion siyang maiiwan. Tapos may skills din yun, di ba?
for Gaimin, as long
Sablay
as
na
you
sa
don't
under
have that
53
Ags,
natin ko.
and
Under
just give the
53?
opportunity for Betboom to
Paano
go in and
sablay?
try and play aggressively, knowing that that Ags isn't there. That deep ward on that cliff spot, it's a nice spot for that
Hindi
ward,
pa sablay
and
yan.
it sees so much. It really is giving them a lot of information. Miero has to go back. He doesn't find a jump in just yet. Bramble Maze, GPK, they could follow this up with a blink call. Miero is actually looking
Hindi
for
pa.
Some
Tingin mo ba makakapatay yung GB?
Shadow Realm, so he gets hit with that to the blade mail and then has another dunk.
That's his BKB. 100 gold away. Quinn.
Wukong's command, silence.
Ang pwedeng sumablay, yung over over 40 na kill. Ang mali ko kasi, hindi ko pa alam yung update sa Monkey King. Akin yun. Sorry. Ngayon pala nagsasorry na ako, guys.
Swaps for the shield.
Pure playing his own game.
On the level 1 and now Watson get
Hindi ko alam yung update ng
Man, they're
Monkey
playing
King
it
na
so well. At
hindi
least
siya
they're gonna get
nasa-swap.
something out of it. Watson killing Miero, then they're with the help of Dark Willow, I believe. Not sure what he died to.
Yung 40, baka doon tayo sa 40 matatalo.
Okay, so he was still doomed, pretty much.
Oo. Doon lang matatalo. Iaalay ko na lang yung 40. Over 40. Kahit yun na lang yung matalo.
Aghanim Scepter was missing on Vengeful Spirit. Maybe they could have gotten something else out of it. His courier did respawn, so we'll have it for the next fight.
Ayun na, nag-agha na yung bench.
Roshan is coming to the bottom pit. No Wukong's command for 35, no global for a minute, but they will still go inside of the Roche and try to take it.
Sabi ko pa naman din game changer yung bench. Hindi ko alam may update pala.
This that you said did show 3 heroes.
Yeah, this word is a great
Okay, sorry, talo yung isa.
I really love it.
Pero hindi pa naman tapos eh. Malay mo, mag 40 minutes.
Go for Roche, not the quickest.
Pero mukhang hindi na.
But there really isn't much from the side of gaming to try and fight back.
Quinn, Arcane Curse on.
Umaasa ako na abot ng 40 minutes.
Definitely needs to go back, but there's
Hindi ko kasi, akala ko kasi, hindi pala.
This is also such a sneaky
Siyempre,
one,
hindi ko alam yung
'cause
update.
you can't
Pasensya na po.
if, for example, Pure is playing with the creep, he killed the camp, and this ward's probably not gonna get dewarded.
Na-instant din kasi yung yung unggoy. Pag na-swap, yung pala iba na yung update. Hindi mo na pwede i-swap.
They do have a smoke on Dark Willow, but they really
Ba't naman nalaman ko kung kailan finals na?
Considering that they're working with an Aegis here on Betboom, I don't know which fight that is unless it's a pickoff.
Hindi naman.
But they have been grouped up pretty well.
Ang hindi ko lang kasi gets, ang hindi ko lang gets kasi,
They can take these
pag
fights. They have
nag-BB,
double BKB now, they have Rage. Aegis
ay
as
pag
well, plus the
nag-monkey,
global silence lasso. So many
walang
BKB
nagtitimber.
abilities on their side. They can take it easily. Take the Tormentor, control
Eh tandaan nyo, aanin ng monkey kung walang puno.
Maybe he can make a jump here. Save. If Quinn goes for another wave, could be deadly for
BB
him.
na ba yan ko?
Definitely
BB
solo
to?
kill him. He's waiting.
3-1 BB. Walang pang comeback yung GG dito. Unless mag-throw yung BB. Parang hindi ko nakikita ang magto-throw yung BB. Sino nga pala maglalaban next game, boss? Ha? Championship na to, huy.
Even though this is a very strong item on Axe, gives you mana.
Championship na
A lot
to.
of times he does need that. We do see Lotus Orb a lot of the times as well.
Bramble Maze
Might be nice to swap it out if he finds the opportunity. If they are like Doom is causing us a lot of issues.
Blink call,
Patay.
swap, and they've got the swap. It's a level 2 now, but now they've got the Wukong's command.
Eh, sinasabi ko yung swap.
Comes over, they'll throw the Doom out onto the Monkey King, the one who does
There's no
not
damage.
have that Aegis,
Lemmer
but
cape
they
on
just
him.
don't have the damage at all. They go to the Dream Code, they get the catch out of Kataomi.
Uy, ba't ang sakit ng bench?
He's got that BKB, Pure. He's working with an Aegis, so he's in pretty deep. He's gonna need some help with Miero's looking for the blink back in, maybe into a call. He's got Blade Mail ready. Pure TP attempt out, and he is fine. They won't re-engage. They back off, and Betboom will lose just the silencer.
Mag-fisher ka din, boss ko pa. Sige, sige, sige. Ang hirap kasi sa fisher, best of 2 dun, di ba? Best of 2. Ano na lang, hindi tayo mag-match win, mag-map win na lang tayo. Hindi akong mag-ano ng map. Magaganto na lang din ako sa fisher. Ano na lang, over-under na lang. Kasi mahirap kasi doon, nagdo-draw kasi doon eh. Uso draw doon, uso draw. Uso experiment doon. Team Execo. Pass. Kahit wag ko na panoorin yun. Maloloko lang tayo ng Exe.
for 60 seconds. Watson trying
Hard
to
pass
play
kayo sa
a bit of
Exe.
a different game with Manta style, remove the global
Meron
silence,
akong
and
isang
then
tinayaan Exe.
potentially use Purge to dispel
Taya-taya
one of
ako,
his
excited
teammates
na
as well
ako.
if necessary. Could be
200k yata panalo ko
also
doon.
very good against Axe. There's so many things
Pucha,
that you can dispel
all
in this
support.
game. Great
Yung
against
drop nila
Batrider
all
as well.
support.
Problem is,
Sabi ko,
they're gonna start to scale
sinong
really
hitter
well,
nyo?
especially
Tas PA yung katapat
good
nila, may
silence. No
PA.
BKB available, but
Phantom
they're gonna get something
Assassin.
out of this still.
Yeah, Tofu trying to
Di
bend
puro
him,
one hit
but
sila.
there's another culling blade.
Parang tanga.
How many coats of blood does that
Puro
make?
support,
29?
halatang throw.
29? I mean, that is a lot. That is just, it's been... It's
Sabay yung dalawang laban. Oo, yun nga eh.
It's basically a free plate mail for him now, plus the extra damage that he does get from Battle.
Natamaan yung 40 over, guys. Sorry, akin.
Pure forward on this tier 2 tower.
Nag-expect ako sa bench. Hindi ko kasi alam yung update.
Still sitting top of the net worth.
Laking effect sana yun.
All 3 cores on Betboom are. They have global silence
Pero,
already, and
nag-dagger na ba yung Tinker? Hindi pa rin.
But Betboom, they lead this game by so much. It feels like the map is completely controlled by them.
Ganda naman ng skin ng silencer.
Another deep ward.
Pero kahit mag-dagger yung Tinker,
Giving
hindi
them
siya
just
makakagalaw
that
dahil sa
crossover
silencer.
information that might give them a smoke spot, because maybe they smoke by the tier 3 tower, they catch a little glimpse of that. It's in a spot that might
Patingin
give
naman
them
ng
just
item ng
the
Tinker
perfect amount of
para tignan ko
information
kung may
that they
pag-asa
need
yung
to play
GG.
defensively.
Go Scepter.
They're
Ayaw mo
trying
mag-Go Scepter pang ligtas sa
farm back in
Naics.
here for Gaming
Kung
Gladiators.
sinong
You
ano
have
yung
Quake
life
farming a
stealer,
little bit deep. You've got
i-ghost
this Doom,
mo.
of course, like we've said.
Support ka naman, di ba? At parang mas may alam pa ako mag-support sa'yo.
Not holding on to that Midas
Charot.
anymore. Call off the mark.
Wrong number. Doesn't get him there. Miero seems like he is gonna be
Boom
committing
Esports
with this
punching bag ng
Kaya
international
Inside. It's a good
tournaments.
item. We haven't
Legit
really
ba?
seen it 'cause a
Ang
lot of
ganda ng
times
record
we've
ng
seen,
Boom
like,
ah.
Octarine, we've seen
Nakaraan.
Healsorb, but it does amplify the damage on your counter. Helix gives you mana regen, gives you like the culling blade.
Go!
trash
Antayin ko
talk damage
tennis
as well,
ha.
so
Pengi
that's
ako.
pretty nice.
BB na to. Sure BB na. Congrats. Ate City Girl. Yan, edge ko na GG. Go. Edge mo na yan.
Just taking an eye on the vision.
This is what I want to
see. And a couple more wards.
MK na yan. Kaya nga sabi ko mag-Go Scepter.
Between 10 heroes.
Go Scepter ka para di ka ma-hit ng mga clones. Don't
that way if they're all
diba?
good enough, right?
Pag nag-Wukong command, mag-Go Scepter ka.
Yeah, some of them are lower tier
May
still.
Tinker kayo. Gawa ka ng ano tawag doon?
Some of
Yung
them
upgrade
higher
ng Go
tier as well,
Scepter.
26 minutes in.
Ganunin mo yung mga kakampi mo para hindi ma-hit.
Tough Gale Guard for Ace. And he's had a tough game. Only 600 gold ahead of the Bat Rider.
Definitely did.
Of save.
He wants to
Sige, ano, Deb. Ay, si Deb ata kasama ko din, no? Sige, Deb. Lapag nyo na lang sa GC.
Not an easy game by any means. Right now, Betboom
May
team
Ethereal Blade.
waiting for Roshan to
Sa
respawn.
Tinker, pangligtas sa kakampi.
2 minutes.
'Di ba? Walang mahihit sa mga kakampi mo pag nag-Ethereal ka. I-Ethereal mo yung
Pure sense that
ano.
something is wrong. Immediately goes back. Betboom. The rest of the team playing on a different side of the map. They
Kasi
still
kung
have
titignan mo
global
yung lineup
silence
ng
ready if
ano,
necessary.
ang da-damage lang naman sa
Problem is
Ethereal, yung
this
Bat
scaling.
Rider.
Like, we've seen Bat Rider
Silencer
being
assist lang
highly
sa likod.
contested at Wallachia for a good reason. It allows you to scale in terms of like, I'm getting the BKB, I'm maybe getting this Aghanim Scepter, catching 2 people off guard. And we've seen also taking third Roshan, he gets priority, he gets that double last.
Sa Coffee Padilla kayo guys, dun kayo mag-chat. Sa FB ko. Tapos, pakilala kayo. Tapos kung ano yung ambag nyo. Mambag naman kayo, huwag kayo sumabit. Siyempre kawawa naman yung mga maglalapag ng parlay. Or ng combo.
Is really, really good.
Or antayin nyo na lang lapag namin. Ang sinasabi ko eh, wala kang blink eh. Nako, high stock na.
They are still just being kind of corralled deep inside their own side of the map.
Papasok kaya under frags? Oo, papasok under frags dyan. Yung overtime yung ano, baka hindi pumasok.
But I'm not sure it's gonna matter. He'll dunk the Ags illusion. They will lose save of Pure. He's got
Hala, 40 na.
second, jumps over now. with the blink as well as the call. It's on to Watson. He is going to buy back on Ace. Oh, the Wukong's command coming through the Boundless Strike. It lands out of the Dark Will. They're infested inside of Watson with the BKB being popped by
immune na siya sa loob.
Can they find this kill onto Watson? They'll take out Tofu. Quinn's still alive. Another call hits, but they've got another swap. They're trying to keep the Doom alive. They'll get the kill on Miero. No more dunks, but Pure still in another Boundless Strike that lands. Watson's going to be dead. Ace pop back. He might be dead again. The chase is on. Kenthaomi's going to be focused by Quinn, but Quinn, he does not have the damage. If GPK and Pure are going to stick around, they've got the silence on him. He's going to be infested. It doesn't matter. The Boundless Strike connects again. Ace, he'll lose that illusion. Another team wipe.
GG nyo na! GG nyo na! Talo na kayo!
Team wipe. Ace also bought back. They killed this Vengeful Spirit 4 times and only losing
GG nyo na! Talo na kayo!
2 heroes. That's pretty much it.
46 na!
Just killed Axe, but everybody else
Okay na matalo yung ano ko. 40 over. Wag lang yung underkill.
Just dunk after dunk. I mean, he dunked Ace twice in the span of like 2
Ayun
seconds.
nga, immune nga. Hindi pwede i-swap.
Pure was also like, he loves to go aggressive, finds the right target, finds Maladich, but these Boundless Strike completely destroy the fight. GPK having another flawless game, 3-man Boundless, allows Pure to get the kill on Watson, and then the buyback from Ace is not gonna do much.
Kung dadamihan nyo yung kill, i-overtime nyo. Okay? Yun na lang. Kung tatalunan nyo yung underkill namin, i-overtime nyo na.
They just don't have enough. Like, they're trying to... This status assistance as well that they are building into.
Starting to get loud, starting to have that emotion.
They can sense it, they can feel it. They're very close.
Yeah, they're 20,000.
Kaya nga BB pa man dito, they play with your food.
They're 6 feet from the edge and they're thinking, can we stay?
Don't play with your food, BB. BB, don't play with your food na.
With the help of Pure on the infest, they'll look for Maladich, blink into the call, and they will take out the Tinker once more.
Kakainis yung Tinker. Ayaw kasi dagger. Allergic ka ba sa dagger?
Just Betboom overwhelming Gaming Gladiators at every step. They are trying to find themselves at the top
Allergic
of
sa
the
dagger,
Finals
nakakainis.
Championship, but Betboom are just not letting them make any progress.
Ace also killed his own game. Like, he needs to buy back there. They need to be able
Sabi ko pa man din, game changer yung
but
bench.
he also died back. Level 15 now.
Wala.
Like, close to
Na-cancel. Late ko nalaman. Akin yun. Kung nalaman ko agad yun, hindi ako magpo-40 over.
Puck performance that we usually see. Tough game for him.
Hindi rin ako mag-a-under.
Playing into this Axe. Monkey King as well. Tough matchup for him.
Another Roshan here for Betboom team.
Alam ko kasi na may shield si Venge pag swing up pangligtas. Eh kaso yun, wa-effect na pala sa Monkey yun.
And he's looking for that Abyssal Blade, have that extra bit of control. But Gaming Gladiators, there's got to be a way back in, right?
Ano, kayo, anong taya nyo? Anong gusto nyo matapos? Ay, anong gusto nyo? Makuha yung under o yung 40 over? Saan kayo mas mataas taya? Mas mataas yung taya ko sa under. 47 na.
With the shield rune, has extra 1000 HP on him.
Tapusin nyo na.
Can get dispelled.
Kung sakali man mag-overkills kayo, i-over nyo na. Papapikit na lang ako eh. Goodbye, under. Goodbye, under. Tapusin nyo na. Call GG na kayo, be. Be, wala na kayo pag-asa, be. Global silence. Ay, talo na ata tayo, guys. Ilalaro pa ng BB. Doble talo? Wag naman doble talo. Sige, overtime nyo na lang. Mabawi ko lang yung talo ko sa under. Overtime nyo na, 52 na yan, oh. Isang kill pa.
To save, who has a BKB of his own, the Boundless Strike and the jump forward with the shard, but can they get this puck? The look over saves Dead. There's a swap. Quinn with the illusory orb trying to John away, but they've got themselves GPK caught and killed. It's just
What
pure
the fuck?
gaming gladiators. They're coming back with the roar, trying to get a full team wipe of their own. He's got the BKB ready. He's got himself an Aegis, but can he get away completely? Watson, Queen on his tail, but do they want to go for more? An illusory orb and a jaunt forward.
Grabe yung gigil talaga ng GG, no?
With the Yules, they have the control. Nobody up for a little while on the side of Betboom, but now they've got the first life away from this.
Layo-layo onte para hindi makasanib.
They've got the Inferno Blade Hill infested.
To.
Yules up into the air, and then eventually it's going to be a pop out from Pure. Can they get the team wipe? They're going to have Silencer back into the fight. They go to the Arcane Curse. It's going to be out of 3. That slows them up.
Silencer na lang patayin nyo.
Kataomi with the Gale Guard, not enough of a save to survive.
Don't tell me comeback.
Silencer, they'll buy back on GPK. The TPs are long. The Balance Strike connects, and they've got the kill and Ace. He's got an illusion to throw in a magic missile out at Pure, but it doesn't matter. He's dead.
40 over na lang.
Oh, GPK.
Talo na yung under.
This is
nilaro pa kasi Leche tong BB na to.
I don't think Ace cares too much about getting this trade.
Nang-trip pa kasi. Pwede naman tapusin. Hirap nyo ka banding. BB. Hirap ka banding nagbibigay pa ng pag-asa. Wala na, talo na under natin guys. Akin yun. Hindi ko talaga calculated yun sa bench. Hindi ko alam yung sa skill ng Wukong. Ay, ng Monkey.
We see level 23, level 22.
Now you gotta wonder,
everybody else except for Lifestealer pretty much.
Yeah, can Gaiman set up now for a kill on a GPK? He bought back. Betboom were feeling it. We saw the emotion. They're usually pretty cool.
Single bets for finals na 1:30 laro. 1:30 AM.
They feel it a little bit too much.
Teka lang, naka-live ako.
It might be time to wait for the next Roche. Very, very good fight from Gaiman.
Pa-over nyo na lang para mabawi yung ano namin, talo sa under. Dalawa tuloy talo natin.
Pick off and a counterplay defense here. It's them being the aggressors. It's them being the ones who get these pickoffs and kills themselves.
Nilaro pa kasi. Ano rin ng BB. Inonote ko nga yan. Sa coming na tournament ng BB, lagi kong inonote na mahilig kayo maglaro ng pagkain. Imbis tapusin. Ilang minutes sa boss? 36. Ligtas ata tayo sa over. Subukan mo matapos ng 39.9. Subukan mo matapos ng 39.9. Ganun yung nangyari kay City Girl. Naka 40 over siya, natapos ng 39.9.
They just picked up double Abyssal on Betboom. Yeah, Monkey King's got one, and so does the Lifestealer.
Okay, that's a lot of items. Usually you don't see it as early, and usually you don't see it two heroes getting it at the same time.
Dalawa tuloy talo. Okay lang, good record, dalawa talo. Grand Finals. Pasok over 40 dyan, promise. Inend. Hindi na nag ano, binasak lang yung tower, hindi binasak yung racks. Inend agad.
Seems like Pure wants to pick up Penta style.
Pasok na 40 dyan. Kasi 1 minute. Lagi ang count 1 minute. Dalawa yung racks. 1 minute, 1 minute. So bale, 37 magiging 39 4.22 pag winasak pa yung racks. Maglalakad pa sila, may clash pa. 40 yun. Gets yung calculation.
Smoke was used and they're gonna come through as 5. A tree and 4 heroes.
Oh, Miero, he also has these blood right. Bigger AoE on call.
Mag-wait ng rush yan.
Extra.
Pwede din, baka mag-wait pa sila ng rush.
Down to 85.
Kasi nilalaro pa nila eh.
Still a lot at the end of the day. Maladich has been the one who's been getting caught out a little bit. And it might just be him getting tracked up here.
Wala na kalaban. Hindi pa inin.
Gets the battle hunger. They'll pop the infest. Swap though from Ace. Curse Crown. That'll pop on Pure. They'll go to the Doom. It's going to be on to GPK, but the blink into the lasso with the BKB is being popped by both those heroes. Watson still running forward. He's very confident with this BKB still going, but it's going to end in a moment. The Dream Coil's going to be a bit of a whiff. This Doom is going to run out.
Uy, extend si ano.
Pure blink call from the arrow, but there's the Yules coming out from Quinn. Ooh, croakered a little bit. They also get the dunk on Ace. The Illusion's going to be in trouble. The Abyssal Blade is there. They'll dunk that one as well. So Ace is dead for 48 seconds. Trying to get a bash. Balance strike a little bit late. No call there either.
Oh, this one was close. Only losing Venge and her Aghanim Scepter Illusion. Let's see what else they can get from this. Roshan is dead. Let's see the respawn timer. Gonna be slightly more than a minute, so they need to
popost ko na lang sa sa group. Congrats BB sa lahat ng mga pumaldo. Huwag niyo na i-comment yung under-over tsaka yung mga map duration. At dito ko lang inaano yun eh. Ha? Para hindi alisin. Gusto pa pumatay oh. Daming gusto patunayan sa Grand Finals. Yan ang BB. BB, dami patunay ni BB.
They start to retreat on Betboom. 30 seconds till.
Congrats na nag-over 40 minutes. Congrats. Bawi lang. Bawi yung talo sa under.
Still can game and hold on. They lose that
Kung BB na comeback.
But that's it. So far.
We talked about
sila na comeback sa kakatrip nila.
He already took over Bench of Hospitality.
Alam ko na Naix.
Getting closer to his Monkey King.
Tingin ko magdi-divine siya. Si Life Stealer. Tapos malalaglag ulit. Makukuha ng bench.
These obs all around seeing so much scam
why not mag-divine ka ulit?
Oh boy. Boom have an idea, and this is about a minute 20 on the Roche.
Kanina.
With the clock that I can finally read. Trust me.
I cannot talaga. Parang gusto mong manalo yung kalaban.
Minute 30.
Slightly more, I would say, but you're getting there. It's gonna be Nullifier on the Lifestealer. Again, this time, he will disassemble Radiance.
Para maganda. Para maganda yun, no? Para maganda yung stats, yung profile. Pag ginanon, nilapag, maganda. Uy, may divine yung ano. Mas nakapag-divine siya Grand Finals.
Matrix, Solar Crest gone. Yule Scepter as well on Dark Willow, which has been causing good amount of issues. Even in the previous fight, he got the good Yule Scepter onto the axe.
Shift illusory orb. Miero's ready with a blink if needed, but he blinks over to the left towards his team, so they don't get a blink call, they don't get a lasso.
They will start to scale. I can also see Betboom, like if this game goes late, have 4, maybe even like 5 refreshers potentially. These are the heroes that want to build into refreshers, and this is where the fights get slightly more difficult when you have these buybacks, these refreshers. Miero needs to be slightly more careful. He does have blink ready, and he's quick enough to blink out.
Kind of understanding where they were. They have the Sobs on that cliff, and they saw Quinn coming towards the mid lane. The rest of the team was smoked behind him, so they didn't quite see that, but they understood the information.
They're going in again.
34 point frag sa GG.
Infested.
Uy, hindi naabot ng 30 kills niyan. Ang tanging pag-asa niyan, end agad. Pag na-wipe out nila. Mukhang sila pa mawawipe. Wag. Baka tinaya mo, ha.
They look for Watson, they've got the Doom in trouble. The BKB will help him to get out. He gets far enough away now, but Quinn nullified.
He doesn't care. Pure's just going in. He's like, I don't care about this Doom.
On the illusion, there's the swap, but won't matter. And they will take Ace's illusion, invest back into GPK.
And this is such a clutch
Pasok
initiation
pa ata
from
over
Save
43 ko.
Batrider, one of the classics as well.
Nag-over 43 ka?
In the Roche pit as well.
Laking ano yun ah. Laking sagal yun.
Gonna ping it out.
Buti ka mo, nilaro pa ng BB.
Very low on HP, will TP out.
Yeah, save 23 assists by the way. He has been on
Frog's handicap lang.
So
dapat di umabot boss yung 35. Dapat hindi mag 35 kills yung ano.
We said we were getting there last time, this time still not that fast.
GG?
And he's buyback.
Yun ba yung meaning mo?
If GPK dies, he's gonna be able to, like, he's gonna be dead for a really long time. This is almost like full 2 minutes we're talking about. Refresher for now. It's just gonna be GPK. Roshan's banner still
Parang gusto ko sugalan tong ano. Even or odd.
Not an easy fight. Like, they get the initiation. I also like that Kateomi is really holding this
Ilan
global
na?
silence
43,
until
15,
slightly later they know with the Wukong's command
58,
double lasso.
Plus
they
5.
can get the kills, and GPK
53.
hits 25 off of this XP rune.
Buyback ilan?
This is the big one. This is one of the
53,
best
54, 55,
55s
56.
in the game.
So, pwedeng maging
what
even.
it gives you when you're trying to go for the high ground
So, malaki
is
yung
just
butas
way
ng
too
ilang
good.
ko.
First one, then you have a BKB, double boundless, double BKB, even double abyssal.
Pwedeng mag-even yung kills.
Got this 25.
They have level 18
Even or odd, ibig
on
sabihin, pag even,
Silencer with
divisible
that
by
level 3
2,
in the global silence,
yung
and then the
kills.
Hero
Pag
picks up
odd,
his
divisible by
refresher.
3.
He's got 44 coats of blood. Could put as many coats as
Ay,
you
divisible
want
by
on it
3.
as long as you
Ano,
don't put a
divisible
coat
by
over
3 tuloy
my
sabi
first
ko.
dollar.
1, 3, 5, 7.
It's
Yan. Odd
at one
numbers.
point it's like enough. Like he
Pag
has
odd,
over
2, 4, 6,
70%
8, 10.
physical damage reduction when he uses
Yung
call.
kills
That's
daw
gonna
nila
be
yung
even
total
more.
kills. Even or odd. Pag natapos yung laro.
Maladich, he's getting the farm, but it's not nearly the same Tinker game.
No, definitely not. You can tell. Made a couple of mistakes though. TPing in front of the life stealer.
Dapat
then
po, di
dying
lamang ng
in the
35
previous
frags
fight.
yung
He
BB
TP'd
sa
in the
GG.
middle of them as well. Immediately got
So pag
focused. He
43
needs to
minus
stay behind
15,
and try to
ganyan.
get as many items,
So di
as many
makakakill.
defense
Di
matrices
makakakill yung GG, wag.
as possible. But there is
Wag, di
this big
makakaano
item
yung
like
GG
this.
dyan. Last clash na yun.
Monkey King as well.
Magba-buyback
with
sila,
refresher.
magda-dieback
It's gonna be
ulit
causing
sila.
you way too many issues. Nullifier on Lifestealer in the backpack.
Nullifier na yung isa.
Trying to figure out how you
Double
defend against
refresher
all
pa yung
this.
Wukong. Ibig sabihin, dalawang ulti yan.
Aegis with 3 minutes on it, looking for the Aghanim's blessing so he can put that BKB in his slot. Pure even committing to TPing down into the bottom lane. No full-fledged fight from Betboom
Over
team,
na lang
no
pala
push
tayo.
up on
Hindi
the
ko
high
talaga
ground,
alam
and
yun sa
again, they place this
Blindfold.
ward in a spot
Kung
that
alam ko lang
might
talaga.
get them a touch of information.
Duration of the map po, 51
See where these
minutes
heroes
over.
from Damon are gonna be.
Meron pa pala eh.
Betboom had a big problem trying to go through this Tinker
Parang tapos
in
na.
the last game, but it has not been the same problem
Parang di
this
nakatawag
game.
kay 51 to.
Yumi's 25, that's the big one. So they can't be using their items anymore. That's the old Doom. Not sure how that was. I mean, we had a lot of OP stuff in Dota over the years, but that was the part of his basic ability where you couldn't do anything. It didn't have to stop the healing component. And with that Aegis on 2 minutes left, they will be trying to go for the high ground, but have in mind, you can't use your items.
Nag-lock na.
Pure working on this tier 3 mid. And then the blink into the
Ay gago, ano yun? Nag-ulti sa kawalan.
Dream Coil gets snapped. So Dream Coil for nothing.
Yung Hilo.
There is
Walang ulti yung
refresher
Hilo, guys.
available if they want to use that one. Maybe give it the save, try to surprise them with the blink jump again.
Grabe duration, sayang ko na tayo. Nagdalawang isip pa kasi
Exactly
ako.
what they would have liked there.
Ako din eh. Natakot ako eh.
But also Dream Coil
Na-shy
on
ako eh.
cooldown, but you're running
Meron
lower
palang
and lower on
49
these
no, tsaka
Aegis. Minute
48.
30.
Abot 48 yan.
Lasso's not that big on cooldown, especially with level 20.
Eh, yung ano nga eh. Yung Willow nga nag-ulti sa wala eh. Walang
He's got
tinamaan.
15-second cooldown left on the lasso.
50 on BKB.
That's the big one if he just gets caught. Can't group up, but they go to the swap. They're going to look for Pure. He's silenced. This Aegis is gone. Good move there by Gaming Gladiators to take the Aegis out pretty quickly, but now they're going to go to the Wukong's man GPK that's going to be deep
May
inside the base.
pressure yan. Oh, anyari?
This will secure at least the melee rock
that one.
Kinansel yung
Yeah,
Wukong.
nothing more doing,
Bakit?
and GPK bails from this Gaming Gladiators side, and a little surprising.
They will need to be more careful if they're going to be sieging with no Aegis next
Ay,
time
sana
around.
tinayaan ko na yung over 51 kung gaganyan kayo. May repressure ka eh.
And they can execute it the next
May
time
repressure
with
yung
the swap
Wukong.
into Doom.
Kaya nga, sana tinayaan ko na. 54 na tuloy.
Almost 25 for Puck. Couple creeps away, and he'll have
Tinayaan ko na.
Dream Coil
Ayos kayo, ba't
pierces
parang
team up
mananalo pa
immunity.
ata yung GG?
That's one way to stop them. Now they can't use their items, they can't use their BKBs if they get doomed.
Nababad trip na ako, legit.
Still winnable.
Oh yeah.
Winnable pa.
16,000.
Maglalak item.
As well, but they definitely have the heroes now.
Baka,
When they start
baka
scaling
magka-utak pa
slightly
yung
more.
Tinker, mag-dagger.
This
O kaya mag-ethereal blade.
Lads, Vengeance Aura, and also Pax Leader.
Para
Aura.
pressure
We'll see
din
the
tong
damage when
Aksu.
he's standing close to the Doom.
Double taunt.
Lincoln's
450 damage.
First time on this Monkey King.
Pasalamat ka kayo, hindi nagre-pressure yung Doom eh.
They did give, in the end, the refresher to save. They want to have that double lasso.
Quinn?
He's in.
Ay, nako. Fuck.
He's playing on the edge.
Huli.
The arrow's gonna catch him.
The arrow's got the paw.
He has a refresher as well.
Swap.
Buti ka mo, nalaso niya yung dalawa sa gilid. Kaya hindi siya napuntahan sa kaliwa.
But you use coil.
Ay, lasso. Yung coil.
They do have global. They gave the refresher over to save. He's got the double lasso potential. Look, see if they make the jump. They're holding off. They're playing very conservative. That fight looked like it was going to happen. Both teams, just kidding.
As soon as that defense matrix came in, extra status resistance against Axe. Very, very good. Also forcing Miero to use refresher. He thought he was going to have him with the double call, but also swap came through immediately. That's exactly what they need. This type of a fight where they counter initiate. They're not ever gonna be like initiating unless they're sieging the high ground, the swap into Doom play. Roshan is gonna be respawning shortly. Needs another minute and 45.
Looks like they're content with just waiting for Roche. The pace of the game makes me think we might be going to 60 minutes. But there's still a full 10 in between then and now. See if Gaming Gladiators can find a pickoff. Can they get anything? Maybe they get Miero. See the creeps being pulled over, but it's GPK who's right next to Miero, as well as Pure. No Aegis, but a cheese available on the Monkey King. They'll all back up together. And they've got the Bat Rider nearby. So
ang tandaan nyo, walang buyback yung monkey. Walang buyback yung monkey.
For now, it's refresher shard. Wants to find something. He said it so many times. At the later stage of the game, invisibility is invincibility.
Pag namatay dito yung monkey.
Roshan is gonna be spawning on Radiant side.
But in how long?
Needs another good 30 seconds.
At least, yeah.
Pag namatay yung monkey talaga.
Gem for Maladich.
Magsisisi ako na hindi ako tumaya sa GG.
Farm who save. He's super farmed. But they're starting to cross over and they might be able to catch something.
Sino yun? Sino ni
Lasso?
Si Bench. Ay, dalawa na tamaan.
They actually swap Quinn in.
They got Tofu as well. He pretty much died from collateral damage from Wukong's command and Boundless Strike. Now Roshan is... Oh, never mind. It's gonna take a while until this Roshan respawns. This was the potential respawn.
Minute 20. Or minute 10.
Still using this refresher, trying to use this refresher. They've been holding it for a really long time now, ever since the last Roche.
They've been trying to use this lasso with the vest. They're trying to break through. Both these heroes on the side of Game Gladiators don't have to use their buybacks. Same respawn timer. That's kind of rare. They are moving in, and Miero, he has just been on point with these blink calls constantly. They looked over at Save. They'll have Maladich coming over, and now they've got the call. The Nullifier, the Global Sound is going to come through. They'll look for the Doom.
They got another one.
They go to the swap. It's not going to be on the right target. Quinn dead, buying back. Doom on a Pure, but he is going to get out of the fight. Now they'll look for
Silencer.
But this is Ace in trouble with the Wukong's command coming down. They need to get out of this circle, but Ace is not going to be fortunate enough because they've got this Abyssal Blade, but the Guardian Greaves now.
Kasi ayaw mag-go sector.
But the calling blade is through, and now Pure, as well as Miero, they've got their hands on the illusion. They'll take
another double lasso.
Meron naman kay Tinker. Ayaw
as well as the Tinker, they're going to try and get the kill on Watson.
Material
Going
blade.
in and gets out Miladich. Watson with a Lotus Orb on himself, but the BKB from Pure, it's running out in a second. They've got the blink as well as the call coming out from Miero. Quinn,
My
can he
brain
help
is
at
not
all?
working,
Buybacks
huh?
around the horn coming through from Gaming Gladiators. They get the swap on a Watson from behind them. GPK, he's there. Boundless Strike on a Watson with a Lotus Orb. He's still surviving. They get the kill on the Silencer. Finally, they should be able to take out Watson, but he's still
Libre,
standing
ano ang
strong. He
Tinker,
finally gets killed up by Miero. They'll take out the Axe. They look over at
Dete
GPK.
kayo
He's going to be
panapanis.
invested into. The Magic Missile comes through from Ace. GPK is dead. It's a triple kill from Quinn. They're actually pulling this back.
Axe MVP.
They'll look for the Life Stealer, who's going to be stunned
Ewan
up
ko
again,
lang.
and the laser hits, and he dies too.
Na MVP
so
pa
much
yan.
gold going back for Gaming Gladiators. It cost them 4 buybacks, but I mean that is a victory in itself.
Ayop
Especially
kayo.
if they get 4 buys, and let's see how, like, Betboom is a team that will take these fights. They will buy back. It is a very aggressive team. Not sure if this is the right choice here, but they might take it slowly, seeing that they can kill them multiple times.
Naiiyak
4
ako.
buybacks on cooldown, and if they can get away without buying back here, let's see. There's a tier 2 tower available at the mid. They still need to munch through the tier 3s as well, but there's a lot of damage. Like Quinn, we talked about all of these auras stacking with Vlad's, with Vengeful Spirit aura and Pack Leader aura. There were life stealing also a lot. You saw Watson in the middle of a fight.
He had this much health,
Nagsisisi ako, hindi ko tinayaan.
little sliver
GG.
possible because he was standing there with almost nothing.
These are
Uy!
long 60 seconds.
Si ano? Sino yun nandyan? May tumaya sa GG kanina, sinabi ko.
How long do they hold the buybacks?
Wag na kayo mag-rocks. I-end yun na. Gusto nyo ba manalo? Hindi.
Pressure on Doom, so double Doom this time around. The barracks, they are gone in a second.
Nag-barracks pa nga.
Willing to give up the fact that they're going to be the first ones to break a second set of barracks here is insane. We're at a 54-minute game, and it was Betboom leading by 22,000 net worth.
Nag-barracks pa.
They're gonna give it up.
Bakit?
They made the call. They want their abilities to reset. They want refreshers back online. With the double call.
I cannot believe they all held buybacks.
Bakit nag-barracks pa? Dapat tower na, tapos throne.
I sometimes feel like are trigger happy to just go in and try and end it. This is the patience that might make the difference.
It was a risky move. Let's see, 57%. Dota Plus is gonna give 4 Gaming Gladiators to win
Magugulat ako pag di nag-champion yung Betboom dito. Kasalanan nila. Sisi talaga sa sarili nila yan. Ang tanga. Sorry pero sorry Nagkamali na nga ako sa calculate ko sa bench pool. Parang pinatunayan yun na.
Barrier gets nullified, but he's still surviving. Like goes back up with every single hit. He is life stealing a lot. Guardian Greaves as well. That extra bit of armor.
Bakit sinel mo ba? Di ba nakataya ka sa GG?
With all of these other things that they're throwing on top of him. And then you can feel the damage. Quinn with the buyback. He was the first one to use it.
And they catch Pure.
Pwede na i-end yun. Dalawa lang natira na hero.
Buyback, though, they hold those buybacks. So you look at that chart and it's just the Dark Willow. Can Gaimin complete the comeback in this game?
All the buybacks are ready for Betboom team. 4 buybacks used in the previous fight.
Pasalamat kayo. Yung item ng Tinker, Dust at saka Wards. Hindi siya bumibili ng item na ano. Pang disable.
They understand that they have no buybacks. They just have the Aegis on Quinn.
If they get a pick off, it's gonna be 4v5. But there's
Kung ako Tinker dyan, site of buy. Ikot ko lahat sa site of buys ko kayo. Permanent site of buys. Hex ko kayo permanent.
Pretty good initiations. Let's see if they can find another one.
Smoke and Infested looking for the blink. Need to be away from each other.
Just a tiny bit of vision.
Can't risk getting double lassoed in this moment. The Guardian Greaves were very important as well. It looked as though Ace was going to die initially inside the Wukong's command. He's able to make the escape because they had the heals for him.
Ay, grabe ka naman, Aaron Bautista. Kumalma ka.
The kill on Venge initially takes a little bit longer than maybe they would have thought. Especially because Wukong's, when it was used, was right on the Venge.
Chill lang.
Yeah, she's also very tanky with level 20 talent.
Her
Wave of Terror steals like the damage reduced and armor. Definitely starts to add up. Almost has 40 armor, which is 70% physical resistance. Great against Lifestealer. They will need to make a move. Maybe they can wait it out until Aegis is gone, so knowing that Quinn doesn't have buyback, there's going to be a 2-minute window, minute and 30, to try to kill him before he gets his buyback. Again,
buti ka man hindi naging killer yung
Tinker.
Tinker.
Charges. He's been level 25 for quite some time.
These supports, though.
Bait yung Tinker, oh. Nga may item ng Tinker, ang bait.
Not near that 25 at all. No surprise. Dark Willow did hit that 20, so they do have that Bramble Maze cooldown reduction.
Yeah, the only one who didn't.
Mas mataas pa yung gold ng Tinker sa bench.
He's trying to get his hands on Nullifier, which is a good way of saving people, but there's also Nullifier on Lifestealer. Still, you can't use it on every single target.
Gusto rin, mapikon ka sa 30 lang, tinaya ako.
They've been sitting here on this
Napakahayop ng galit na galit, tapos yun pala yung tinaya.
Damage.
Aegis, 20 seconds left. Let's see. Are they gonna be able to find something?
Kaya epic off ng Tinker yung Silencer. Diba? Ano ang combo ng Tinker? Ethereal Dagon. Blink, Ethereal Dagon. Blink, Sight of Vice. Ay, Blink. Ang tawag dito? TP Sight of Vice.
lasso to start. Tofu.
Eternal Bed Laser Dagon. Sure kill yun.
They're at least gonna try and look for the buildings.
Nagbago na ba yung Tinker? Parang gusto ko tuloy maglaro ng Dota para lang malaman.
Pure's gonna be in a little bit of trouble, but he goes into the infest. It's gonna be on the Doom, and now they've got the lasso, they've got the Wukongs, but do they have the damage? They hit the call, it's gonna be on a Quinn. He'll go into the phase shift, they get the kill on Watson. They take out the Doom, he's gone for 2 minutes. There's the Abyssal on a Quinn, but he duels. Can he survive? Ooh, phase shifting, trying to get away. Blink call an attempt. But they will get the mid-tier 3, they will get the range racks. Still though, no Watson for 100 seconds.
He had refresher, he had Doom ready.
Na-stun si Watson. Kung na-doom niya yun, buhay sila. Bagal ng kamay.
Both Puck and Doom. What a great
may buyback ba yung Doom? Walang buyback yung Doom. Pwede na silang matalo dito, guys.
Coil snapped it again. Under the tier 4s, Pure! Oh, he's able to survive against the Infested and the Tofu. Oh man! That's a problem. They still get Miero, though. He's going to buy back immediately. Look over at Pure. They've got the leading Rift with the jostling Rift. That pulls him in. Pure buys back 2. Now you don't have buybacks available on both your 1 and your 3.
Pasalamat kayo. Mabait yung Tinker. Gusto dahi talaga.
They want to try to end this game. Buybacks are coming off cooldown. Doom is going to be ready, but he doesn't have money. He invested his money into Sacred Relic. So let's see how they approach this one. Coil, 10 seconds.
Oh boy.
Swap ready again.
Danger, danger.
Ang bait ng Tinker. Yung pinakamabait na Tinker na long game.
They'll pop the infest, they'll try to go and get the kill on a Quinn. They jump forward and he is down, but he's got buyback. Now they hit the terrorize, it comes through, it lands on a Miero, it lands on a save. They have the refresher, it's onto the silencer.
Walang buyback yung Axe. Mabubuhay na yung Doom.
GPK on the run, he's got a refresher as well. But now Doom, he's gonna be back up 25 seconds. The buyback for Quinn available.
Stress ko, sana tumaya pa ako. Sana in-over ko pa yung 51.
This opens up the door for them to win this 4th game and eventually
sana in-over ko pa kanina.
Refresher available on Doom. It has not been used in the previous fight. They're still holding the cheese.
Gotta get those tier 5s.
60 minutes
in
on Puck.
I didn't really
Kill
think
can be nullified, but we are here.
GPK gonna lose that courier, and they need to start going for these neutrals. Get those mad stones, get those tier 5s.
They're trying to get to neutralizers on the side. It's gonna take a while. It's a lot of tokens that you need to get. A lot of these mad stones. They also want to be pushing the mid lane. They want to get the buyback out on some of these heroes, knowing that there is no buyback on Lifestealer. Miero's gone for 60 seconds. They do have Glyph. So this fight is going to be pretty much 4 versus 5, and they also have some buybacks coming off cooldown on Radiant side.
Maladich as well as Ace, they have these buybacks. If they can get a glimpse, they can get a swap. All they need to do is break this smoke. We're in the back of the base. They'll get at least the tier 4. Gaming Gladiators looking for the way back in. They go to the Wukong's man with a balance strike in that shard. They hit the lasso. They pull him in.
Pag namatay dito yung GG, talo sila. Wala silang buyback.
No, he's still alive.
He has refresher. He used it.
He's trying to be high.
Can't get the Doom off Manta.
No, he's dead. Now, they've got another one. Ace is in trouble. He's in the middle of the Wukong's command. The Terrorize lands on the Monkey King. That stops the Wukongs and kind of keeps Ace alive for another second or so. The Curse Crown lands. GPK's in trouble. He's got a little bit of life left. And Pure now focusing his attention on the Maladich.
Ang bait ng Tinker.
He's got buyback.
Pure cleaning up
into this exchange.
Ang bait ng Tinker. Nababaitan ako sa Tinker.
Man, catapults. All the
tier 4s are
gone.
Libre yung pwesto nyo. Ang sarap mag-ethereal. Ang sarap mag-ethereal Dagon. Ethereal Dagon. Reset. Ethereal Dagon. Reset.
Roshan is available in the bottom pit. Oof. Refresher. Could be a big one. Aegis and Cheese as well.
Ako lang ba may alam ng Ethereal Dagon combo ng Tinker? Tinanggal ba sa Dota yon? Bawal na ba yon? Bawal ba sa tournament yon? Hindi ba?
You cannot die though.
This is
nai-stress ako. Ang bait ng Tinker. Ang laki ng gold niya. Kung ako yan, di na ako magwa-wards. Di na ako magdadust. Mag-gem na lang ako. Naka-gem na nga yung ano yung Willow eh.
Is gonna be here for Betboom. 64 minutes in. They're trying to collect everything they can to get the tier 5s. Book of the Dead for the Silencer.
Gago, Book of the Dead na oh.
They have way too many items. Like Batrider, again, he has Refresher.
Keeps going.
This is going to be a Refresher shard. Refresher on Silencer coming off cooldown in 75 seconds. GPK bought his as well. And you have Axe. We talked about it 30 minutes ago.
Baka minion pa mag-end yan, ha?
If it comes down to the super late game where there's going to be like 4 or 5 refreshers. And I see 4 for now. Yero with Boots of Travel wants to push it out.
Sana nag-over na lang tayo. Hindi na tayo nag-under.
Another refresher. Looking for another lasso. Queen lassoed again. Still alive.
Watson.
And they should be able to
Ay, GG na sa wakas. Walang buyback yung pack. Wala na ding BKB yung Doom. Benta mo na yung BKB mo. Wala ka ng BKB. Bili ka ng ibang item. Mabubuhay yung Tinker. Makakapag-mark.
Creeps are in on the throne.
Wala nang Lincoln.
Another creep waves coming in. They go to the swap. They look over at Pure. Is going to pop the BKB. They hit the nullifier on Ace. Blink, call, Miero, Watson jumping in, gets the Doom. It's out of the silencer. They should be able to get a kill there. He'll burn out. He's got buyback though. Katheome buys back immediately. They go after Ace. This is the illusion. Nullified, trying to run open wounds. That cleans that up. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes as well. The throne is exposed. They hit the lasso. It's
ano, hindi nyo patatapusin yan?
A Wukong's command, a balance strike. The look over Maladich. He'll get the dunk. They'll get the kill, and he's going to buy back too. But they need to really control this.
Pag yan na-dep ng Tinker, inang.
One last time. Very low, getting low. Looking like Betboom are going to have this victory as they take out Watson. He's got buyback as well. Another glyph though. 60 seconds without Quinn, this just isn't looking possible.
Oh my God! Depend of the Ancient.
And Betboom will take the series 3-1 over Gaming Gladiators.
Oh man, what a performance. What a game 4. Back and forth. No buybacks. Waiting for a good timing to reset.
Good job everyone.
Managing to get the dub in this one. Managing to get the victory.
Mali lang yung under 53 natin. Kasalanan ko yun kasi hindi ko alam na may update yung skill ni Wukong. Akin yun. Pero yung over, sana nag-over pa ulit ako ng isa pa. Grabe.
Using the buybacks as well. This is the team that is very aggressive. Also finding the right
Dalawa. Pare-pareho tayo, dalawa talo. Dalawa din talo ko, dalawa.
And then managing to get the victory in the end with all of these
refreshers online.
Hard fought series and one.
Congratulations everyone, ang ganda ng trophy. Congrats everyone. Ang bait ng Tinker, yun yung masasabi ko doon. Guys.
Like the most dominant team in this tournament. They dropped one game in this BO5, but man, they looked oh so good. I mean, there are certainly a couple picks for the MVPs, but it felt like such a team effort towards the end where everybody was playing on all cylinders. So Betboom team, they claim it all. They're your PGL Wallachia Season 5 champions. Take it away, Betboom team!
Good night everyone. Thank you. See you sa next sa tournament. Yung next sa tournament ba? Post na lang ako. Post na lang ako sa group. Thank you everyone. Comment na lang kayo.